In the face of Emperor Ziwei's interrogation, everyone turned their eyes on Enlin. A harmless smile appeared on Enlin's face. Emperor Ziwei, I was the one who purchased all their Golden Realm essence crystals and at 110% of their recommended retail price as well, so my prices were definitely fair. I really have a desperate need for these Golden Realm essence crystals. Emperor Ziwei's face convulsed slightly. How desperately do you need them? If I don't gather enough Golden Realm essence crystals, I will experience 10,000 years of agony. And Lin replied with a solemn expression. Is it that serious? Emperor Ziwei was a little shocked to hear this. It wasn't as if he had to have Golden Realm essence crystals, but it was just extremely bizarre that there was not even a single Golden Realm essence crystal submitted. So he couldn't help but question everyone. And Lin nodded. It really is that serious. On top of that, I'm only one Golden Realm essence crystal away from my target. Do you have one? I can purchase from you. Price is not an issue. An amused smile appeared on Emperor Ziwei's face. So not only have you harvested a lot of Golden Realm essence crystals for yourself, you're trying to take one from me as well? Humor me. Tell me how many Golden Realm essence crystals you're aiming for. 100. And Lin replied. Piffed. Emperor Ziwei's cold facade finally crumbled as he burst into laughter. 100? So that means you already have 99? Alright, let me see them then. If you really do have 99 Golden Realm essence crystals, then I'll give one to you free of charge. He was clearly quite skeptical of Enlin's words. 99 Golden Realm essence crystals? What a ridiculous amount. Who was he trying to fool? Enlin's eyes immediately lit up. You forced me to flex, so don't blame me. He had no choice but to release all 99 of his Golden Realm essence crystals. In that instant, a scintillating golden light burst forth. The entire space within the palace became extremely viscous, and even the entire heaven and earth was colored completely golden. Countless cultivators felt as if they had been blinded by the brilliant light. Emperor Ziwei stared at the dense cluster of Golden Realm essence crystals in the air as his mouth gaped open in shock. How the fuck did you get so many Golden Realm essence crystals? Emperor Ziwei's facade completely crumbled as he stared blankly at the scene before him. It was not an exaggeration by any means to say that all the Golden Realm essence crystals collected by the other 15 powers combined was probably less than what Enlin had. All the other cultivators stood rooted to the spot like deers caught in headlights. Gasp! It's so shiny. Are those all fucking Golden Realm essence crystal? Holy shit! This is completely unimaginable to me. My god. There's even a statue of a beauty crafted from Golden Realm essence crystals. My poverty has limited my imagination. How terrifying, Mr. Enlin surely is the most supremely talented cultivator in the entire heavenly court. Enlin suddenly recalled something. Oh right, that statue is crafted from 23 Golden Realm essence crystals. Please feel free to count everything in order to verify that there are indeed 99 crystals in total. He trusted that Emperor Ziwei had most likely already tallied up all the Golden Realm essence crystals with his powerful divine sense. Emperor Ziwei took a deep breath to calm his thumping heart. He then pulled out another Golden Realm essence crystal from his storage ring with trembling hands before passing it to Enlin. This was the sample realm essence crystal that he had shown everyone prior to their entry to the ancient Taichu realm. He had made a promise, so he had to keep it. Enlin heaved a long sigh of relief as he accepted the Golden Realm essence crystal offered to him by Emperor Ziwei. He finally had enough to complete the system's diabolical mission. On top of that, he had earned a Golden Realm essence crystal for free. This was great. Enlin stowed all 100 Golden Realm essence crystals away into his storage ring, and everyone suddenly felt as if all the lights had disappeared from the world. All the cultivators, including Lu Chu and the others, who were somewhat mentally prepared, had a feeling that they were dreaming, that everything was an illusion. Some cultivators had even lowered their heads as they didn't dare to look directly at Enlin. Emperor Ziwei recovered from his shock and was extremely curious. What did Enlin need so many Golden Realm essence crystals for? Enlin, have you completed that mission of yours? Emperor Ziwei asked with a curious expression. I have. And Lin nodded with a smile. A smile appeared on Emperor Ziwei's face. It looks like I'll need to keep you here, so that we can have a good chat. He was extremely curious about what Enlin had experienced inside the ancient divine realm. This suited Enlin just fine, and he immediately nodded. Perfect. I had something that I needed to inform you as well. Emperor Ziwei spoke a bit more with the rest of the cultivators before sending them away to the Ziwei Pavilion to report all the information they had gathered to the Heavenly Court. Soon, there were only Enlin, Xiao Zhe, Tina, Xianxia, and Emperor Ziwei left in the palace. Emperor Ziwei waved his arm, and a table and some chairs appeared along with a few cups of tea. Please have a seat, Enlin, and let us have a good chat. Emperor Ziwei smiled warmly. Enlin nodded before handing over a stardust fruit to Emperor Ziwei. Emperor Ziwei didn't even glance at the stardust fruit as he took it from Enlin's hand. Instead, he took a sip of tea with his eyes trained firmly on Enlin the whole time, as if he was trying to see through him. All right then, tell me what you encountered in the ancient Taichu realm. Let's start off with the important points first. The important points? Enlin considered to himself for a moment before speaking. I made 3 return to Void Stage Blood Tribe mighty figures my slaves. PFFF? Emperor Ziwei spat out a mouthful of tea as he stared at Enlin with incredulity on his face. Enlin nodded with a serious expression. It's true. Tell me the specifics. Emperor Ziwei took a deep breath to steady himself. Thus, Enlin recounted how he was able to subdue the Blood Tribe mighty figures with his blood. The reason why he chose to tell the truth was that he wanted a mighty figure to analyze his blood. After all, Enlin was a little concerned about the strange constitution he had, and he wanted to know more about it. However, Emperor Ziwei was unable to find anything about the drop of blood that Enlin released for him to examine. The Cassidy, Merlin, and Tobias you speak of are all extremely renowned mighty figures in the Blood Tribe. If they are willing to act as spies for the Heavenly Court, then that would be invaluable to us. I'll send someone from the Heavenly Court to correspond with them, so you need not worry about that. Emperor Ziwei's heart was burning with even more curiosity as he urged Enlin to tell him more. Enlin recounted how he had met Tina and Xianxia. He then talked about his experiences in the Void Star section after being transmigrated there by the huge starry mountain. However, he refrained from mentioning the part where Tina had absorbed the fragment of the realm core and only told Emperor Ziwei that she had suddenly unleashed a mysterious energy to guide all the wandering spirits to the afterlife. Emperor Ziwei was enraptured by his tale, and his face was full of shock and incredulity upon hearing Enlin's experiences with the large whale. Sigh, what a complex, interspecies relationship. Emperor Ziwei shook his head as he sighed with emotion. Enlin's lips twitched slightly. Why did that sound so suggestive? However, he really did miss the little whale. The little whale had such a good personality, which had to have been inherited from him. He was worried that the large whale would lead the little whale down the wrong path. After that, the majority of his discussion with Emperor Ziwei revolved around the 3 Blood Tribe mighty figures. They worked out a relatively conservative plan, which prioritized the safety of the 3 Blood Tribe mighty figures, before slowly devising a series of plans around them. Thus, Enlin's ancient Taichu realm adventure drew to an official conclusion as Enlin flew toward the United University of Cultivation atop his brick with Tina, Xiao Zhe, and Xianxia in tow to begin his schoolyard lifestyle again. Within an icy palace in the holy glacial lands, 2 golden spatial gates slowly crumbled. The great empress and the high priestess, Mengji, stood shoulder to shoulder. Before them stood 3 return to Void Stage Holy Palace leaders and 10 Soul Formation Stage Snow Maidens. 20 Snow Maidens had gone in, but only half that amount returned. However, that wasn't what Mengji was concerned about. You couldn't find a fragment of the realm core, and even the amount of realm essence crystals you've obtained are pitiful at best. Tell me why that is the case. Her golden eyes were imbued with supreme regal might as she surveyed the snow maidens before her, and the divine staff in her hand trembled lightly, clearly indicating that she had been enraged to the extreme. All the return to void stage Holy Palace leaders clearly had to bear the brunt of the blame. They had high hopes pinned on their shoulders, but they came back like beggars. There wasn't even a Golden Realm Essence Crystal to share among them. The leader of the Return to Void team, Rogu, bowed slightly in reply. During the battle with the Longshang in the Remorseless Realm, we were abducted by Enlin and his group. They only released us due to their unstable emotions after taking all of our storage rings. Ha? You guys had your storage rings taken by Enlin? The same thing happened to us. Lu Wei looked up with shock on her face. The team that she hailed from was the team with Shangguan Yi as one of its members. They were also in an extremely impoverished state. Peculiar atmosphere settled over the Snow Maidens. Was this karma? They had raided 2 places that Enlin had been in the past, and now they had been raided twice by Enlin. The Soul Formation stage Snow Maidens were completely dumbstruck. They could understand being robbed by Enlin themselves, but even the team of 3 Return to Void stage Snow Maidens had been robbed too. This was simply unimaginable. After hearing that name, Meng Ji's chest constricted as she thought back to the man who had let loose a torrent of abuse at her as he flipped her off. The great Empress heaved an undetectable sigh. Enlin, it's him again, on a black floating continent and shrouded by the cover of night. Find authorized novels in Webnovel faster updates. Better experience, please click www.webnovel.com for visiting. A man with bronze skin with a huge saber on his back was describing what he had seen to the Dark Wing Emperor as well as all the monarchs. The hairs on all the backs of the monarchs' necks stood on end when they heard his description. Never would they have thought that Enlin was such a monstrously powerful cultivator. At the same time, they were thanking their lucky stars that they hadn't tried to take initiative in hunting down Enlin. Otherwise, they might not even be sitting here today. The Dark Wing Emperor fell into deep thought before summoning a crow and injecting all this information into the crow's body in the form of a stream of black light. The crow spread its wings before disappearing into the darkness. The evil-slaying sword was something that had to be recovered. All he could do now was to pass on some useful information to the Moonlit Night Monarch in order to better assist her in completing her mission. On a continent where malicious spirits wailed, there was a tall and burly monster with the head of a dog and the body of a human in a suit of black armor. Beside him stood a lithe and graceful woman in black. Her skin was as white as the snow. A crow appeared out of thin air before landing on the woman's shoulder. The woman closed her eyes to survey the information delivered to her by the crow before her expression shifted as waves of shock rippled through her heart. This couldn't be true. Enlin was already that monstrously powerful? She felt like her world had been turned on its head as she began to doubt her analysis once again. If this was the case, then was her return to void stage cannon fodder even useful? The woman turned to the dog-headed monster as a hesitant expression appeared on her face. The dark marshlands. Emperor Deng glowered with rage at the 4 people standing before him as he pointed to a woman with short, golden hair. Look at Daisy. She obtained 3 Golden Realm Essence Crystals and 15 Red Realm Essence Crystals. He then pointed to the other 3. Cassidy, Tobias, Merlin. The 3 of you combined haven't obtained as many Realm Essence Crystals as Daisy. It's not because Daisy obtained too many, but because you obtained too little, do you understand? The allocation of resources from the Divine Blood Tower to your respective sex are going to be cut by 30% for 100 years. Daisy lifted the corners of her lips to form a seductive smile. She was a cultivator at the pinnacle of the Return to Void initial stage, and she didn't think that she could obtain more Realm Essence Crystals than the 3 people beside her combined. Hence, the unexpected surprise filled her with joy. Cassidy, Tobias, and Merlin immediately lowered their heads in apologetic gestures. But they were sneering internally. Who would give a shit about the Divine Blood Tower? All they cared about was the Holy Blood. Cassidy had already broken through to return to Void Intermediate stage, and after being purified by Enlin's holy blood, Merlin was close to breaking through to return to Void Intermediate stage as well. Tobias was already at the pinnacle of the Return to Void Intermediate stage, and he was trying to fuse Enlin's holy blood into his Tao in order to create a new cultivation path and break through to return to Void final stage. At the same time, return to Void Stage mighty figures from the Garden of Eden, the Buddhist Kingdom, the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas, and the Divine Palace of the West Sea all brought back news of their own, and for the first time ever, Enlin's name caused a stir among the most powerful cultivators on this continent. The United University of Cultivation. A black brick broke through the clouds to descend upon this familiar schoolyard. Wow! Giant Enlin, is this the place you're staying at? It's so big and so beautiful. Tina's emerald eyes shone brightly with excitement. Immortal abode stretched for as far as the eyes could see. Scenic mountains stood in the distance, and iridescent clouds swirled in the sky, creating a sense of serene beauty. Aside from that, the vital energy was also very rich here. The university was heaven compared to the harsh environment of the ancient Tai Chu realm, where life-threatening danger lurked around every corner. And Lin was feeling a lot more carefree upon his return, and a broad smile appeared on his face. This is where you're studying? Are you trying to gain life experience by mingling in with society, master? Xiao Zhe stroked his chin in deep thought. No. This is where I study and where I cultivate. And Lin retorted. Oh, all right, I understand. Xiao Zhe nodded with a serious expression. It looked like there was no mistaking it. This was definitely a place where his master was gathering life experience. After all, no mighty figure would actually admit to it when they were gathering life experience like this. The admission made the experience less authentic. Xianxia looked up into the sky and murmured to himself. This place is positioned very high up and is quite close to the sky. Is this the summit of heavens? And Lin scratched his head. Kind of. The heavenly court is indeed positioned at quite a high altitude. Giant and Lin, are we going to be living here? Tina looked down at the scenic schoolyard with an expectant gaze. And Lin nodded. That's right. The vital energy is very rich here, so it will be quite beneficial to your cultivation. Emperor Ziwei has brought up the issue with Vice Principal Yu Hua, and he has already agreed. But you have to be good and stay out of trouble. Tina whooped with excitement. She was clearly extremely fond of this place. I have to take you all to meet a very important person, so make sure to be on your best behavior. And Lin said with a solemn expression. Who is it? Xiao Zhe asked with curiosity on his face. Your master's wife, and Lin replied. Gasp! Xiao Zhe immediately drew a sharp intake of breath as his expression became extremely solemn as well. Even Tina and Xianxia were getting quite nervous, and they unconsciously became much more obedient. They were wondering just what their master's Tao partner would be like. And Lin looked up at the sky and estimated that it was about time classes ended. Su Xiaolan's usual routine consisted of returning to her dorm to rest and drink some tea before cultivating in some vermilion bird sect cultivation methods. And Lin stood in front of her door before knocking in a slightly fidgety manner. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of the door knocks echoed the thumping of his heart. After being separated without warning for a whole month, then returning after experiencing so much hardship, he felt like he had already been separated for a long time from Su Xiaolan, and his heart was filled with anxiety as well as a burning desire to see her again. Tina and Xianxia hovered by Enlin's side with curiosity and anticipation on their faces. Xiao Zhe forced a gentle and natural smile on his face before adjusting his hair and flicking specks of non-existent lint off his clothes in fear of doing something wrong and making a bad first impression. The door opened. The person that Enlin thought about night and day finally appeared before him while the faint, aromatic scent of musk wafted into his nostrils. Su Xiaolin wore her gorgeous jade barley ink garment as usual, and her smooth, flowing hair draped over her shoulders. A hint of red peeked through her porcelain-like features, and perhaps it was because he hadn't seen her for a long time, but she appeared especially beautiful to Enlin. Her mouth gaped open slightly, and a thin layer of moisture appeared in her eyes before she bit down on her lower lip with a slight smile. Who are you looking for? Enlin almost fell over upon hearing this, but he soon realized that she was joking, and a smile appeared on his face to mirror hers. I'm looking for Enlin's Tao partner. Sorry, Enlin's Tao partner doesn't live here. Su Xiaolan tried to scrutinize Enlin with a serious expression, but the persistent smile on the corners of her lips betrayed her true emotions. Then Then I'm here to present an adorable pet to the beautiful celestial maiden Xiaolan. And Lin changed tact as he grabbed onto the round and furry Shui Zhantian before pushing him towards Su Xiaolan. Su Xiaolan didn't expect an answer like this from Lin, and her expression faltered slightly. However, a joyful expression resurfaced on her face as her attention turned to the soft, furry ball in her arms. Is this a snow soul beast? A wide grin appeared on Su Xiaolan's face as she stroked Shui Zhantian almost uncontrollably. From his cute, intricate wings to his soft, pink nose to all over his round, fluffy body. Shui Zhantian was about to let loose a torrent of abuse at being touched like this, but he instantly shut his mouth upon seeing the menacing glare that Lin gave him. Celestial Maiden Xiaolan, what do you think of my present? Lin asked with anticipation in his eyes. Su Xiaolan's brows lifted slightly as she hugged Shui Zhantian in her arms and harumphed lightly. I'll let you off for now, seeing as you've got a bit of sincerity. Lin immediately walked in with excitement etched all over his face. Su Xiaolan put down Shui Zhantian before preparing some tea for Lin and the others, but her eyes continued to linger on Lin's face. How was your trip to the ancient Tai Chu realm? You're not missing any arms or legs or anything. A buoyant grin appeared on Lin's face as he sensed the concern in Su Xiaolan's voice. I'm fine, and I reaped a lot of rewards. Let me tell you all about it. Oh, right, these are my beast pets, Tina and Shui Zhantian. And this is my disciple, Xiao Zhe. Lin said as he introduced his team to Su Xiaolan. Celestial Maiden Xiaolan, you're so beautiful, Tina said as she waved at Su Xiaolan with a warm and enthusiastic grin. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Xiao Zhe bowed deeply to Su Xiaolan in a display of the utmost respect. He could feel that there was an extremely pure dragon bloodline in her body, and the aura emanating from that bloodline made him instantly develop a sense of intimacy and closeness. Aside from that, he could also detect an extremely fearsome bloodline within her body. The aura was unfathomably vast and powerful, and he was full of awe and reverence toward Master's Dao partner. Shui Zhantian waved his wings around with a fawning expression. Female Master, you truly are the epitome of beauty and perfection. Su Xiaolan's face convulsed as her indifferent facade crumbled off completely. 2 beast pets and a disciple? What had Lin been up in this past month? Hi there. Thank you all for taking care of Lin in the ruins. She calmed her emotions before extending a greeting to everyone with a warm smile on her face. She then presented cups of hot tea to everyone in a gentle and thoughtful display. Xiao Zhe and Tina accepted the tea, and they were slightly overwhelmed by Su Xiaolan's hospitality as they waved their hands in reply, saying that it was Lin who had been looking after them the whole time. After making some more small talk, Lin sent Tina, Shui Zhantian, and Xiao Zhe away to play somewhere else. He needed a bit of alone time with Su Xiaolan. After that, Lin began to eagerly recount his experiences in the past month. He was not going to hide anything from Su Xiaolan as he told her his story. Su Xiaolan supported her chin in her hands as she listened to Lin with a transfixed expression. Her brows would furrow with concern as Lin recounted the dangers he encountered, and she would heave a sigh of relief upon hearing about how Lin escaped his ordeals. The story slowly unfurled, and after hearing about how Lin had taken 3 blood tribe mighty figures under his wing as slaves, her mouth gaped open in shock. Then, after hearing about how Lin had ended up with Xiao Zhe as his disciple, she began to chuckle uncontrollably. Lin was thoroughly enjoying this feeling. It was the feeling of satisfaction and joy at seeing the woman he loved expressed her concern for him, or be happy for him, or even scold him for taking too many risks and being too rash. Lin also told Su Xiaolan about the illusionary realm he had encountered in Qi Lu City. That experience was an extremely thought-provoking one, and Su Xiaolan fell into a daze as she tried to envision the world described to her by Lin. Xiaolan, what would you do if I were to become another version of myself with different memories? Lin thought back to the Su Xiaolan in the illusionary realm Qi Lu City, thereby prompting him to ask this question. Su Xiaolan looked deeply into Lin's eyes with furrowed brows. A hint of determination appeared in her eyes as she gave an indirect, yet sincere reply. I think that as long as you're still yourself, I would still fall in love with you again even if our shared memories were to disappear. After giving this reply, she seemed to realize that the atmosphere wasn't quite right, and a light blush appeared on her delicate features as she averted her gaze. Her intricate ear peeked out from her luscious hair in the process, and Enlin could see that there was a hint of a blush on its tip. Enlin's body trembled upon hearing her reply, and he felt like he had been completely dipped in honey. Did this count as Su Xiaolan confessing to him? What was he supposed to do now? Was he supposed to kiss her? But she had her head turned in another direction. Wouldn't a kiss be a little forced here? Just as Enlin was being led astray by his thoughts, Su Xiaolan said, "Didn't you say that you had something you wanted to confess to me about? Something after meeting the heavenly void beast? What is it?" "Huh." And Lin's heart thumped heavily upon hearing this. Was it already time for this? Was he going to get the crap beaten out of him by Su Xiaolan? And Lin suppressed the uneasiness in his heart as he feigned a nonchalant expression. "Ahem, Xiaolan. If I say that I developed a certain connection with a little whale through some coincidental circumstances, and it insisted on calling me dad, what would you think?" Su Xiaolan faltered slightly upon hearing this. Her eyes widened as she took a sharp intake of breath in incredulity. "What did you just say? A whale is calling you father? You're into that kind of fetish." Cracks began to appear on the surface of the teacup, which was a magic tool, thereby indicating just how wildly her emotions were fluctuating. "No, that's not even the point. You did something like that with the large whale." She stared at Enlin with incredulity in her eyes as her cheeks were flushed red with rage and indignation. Enlin immediately offered an explanation to prevent Su Xiaolan from storming off. "I can explain. Please give me a chance." Enlin revealed all the details about how he had plundered the heavenly void beast's reproductive ability and his self-detonation, as well as the process during which the heavenly void beast gave birth to the small heavenly void beast. Su Xiaolan's thunderous expression finally eased after hearing his story. A hint of melancholy crept onto her features. She heaved a faint, forlorn sigh. "Your trip to the ancient Tai Chu realm shore was a fruitful one. Not only did you get new beast pets and a new disciple, you even have a kid now." And Lin knew that this wasn't the time to make retorts against what Su Xiaolan was saying. The most important thing now was to express how he felt towards Su Xiaolan. He immediately brought out a golden immortal fruit from his storage ring and said, "Xiaolan, this is 6-turn phoenix fruit, a 5th-grade immortal fruit that I obtained in the ancient Tai Chu realm. Consumption of the fruit can assist those with fire-type bloodlines to observe the Tao of fire as well as to purify their fire-type bloodlines. This will be quite useful to you, so please accept it." Su Xiaolan held the immortal fruit in her hands, and she sensed the pure flame power within as her features were colored gold from the bright light exuding from the immortal fruit. "Who would have thought that you would remember to bring back a present for me?" "Of course." And Lin replied, "And that snow soul beast. If you like him, then you can keep him. Aside from having a slightly prickly personality, he's quite a good beast pet." Su Xiaolan waved her hands in refusal. "That's okay, you can keep him. You've got so many beast pets already anyway, so at least they won't be lonely. If I want to see him, I can just go to your place." "That's fine by me." And Lin immediately agreed. Thus, the two of them began to move on to different conversation topics. Xiaolan was quite understanding of Enlin, and she didn't seem too hung up on the little whale issue, for which Enlin heaved an internal sigh of relief. After that, their conversation flowed very easily, and they completely forgot about the time. Tina, Shuizhantian, and Xiao Zhe were getting a little bored of waiting, so they started to find something to do. "Huh? It sounds like there's someone singing there." Tina turned to the neighboring dorm room. She hesitated momentarily before her curiosity got the better of her as she flew toward the source of the singing voice. "Isn't that Master's house? He did tell us to wait for him so that we could go back together." Xiao Zhe immediately cautioned Tina against seeking out the source of the singing voice. However, Tina's heart was burning with curiosity. They were going there sooner or later, so what was the problem with going there a bit sooner? She flew toward the source of the singing voice before arriving at a windowsill, where a little red flower was singing in a sweet, pleasant voice as it wobbled its body joyfully as it photosynthesized under the light of the setting sun. I may be just a little lamb, but the grass is greener because of me. The sky is bluer, the clouds are softer. Tina settled beside the red flower, and her pointy ears perked up as a look of amazement appeared in her emerald eyes. Wow, a singing flower. How amazing! Xiao Hong's singing voice faltered as she turned her flowery head to look beside her before she too exclaimed with amazement. Wow! It's a little person with wings. And she's so pretty too. Xiao Hong had never seen a fairy before, and although Tina was twice as tall as her, she was still a little person in Xiao Hong's eyes. A buoyant grin appeared on Tina's face. All fairies were naturally drawn to plant life, and she was immediately quite fond of Xiao Hong. That's right. I'm a little person, and Lin is a giant. Xiao Hong's wobbling flowery head faltered upon hearing this. You know An Lin as well? I do. My name is Tina, and I'm his fifth beast pet. Tina replied with a smug expression. Xiao Hong, does that mean that Master has abducted a little girl from the ancient Taichu realm to be his beast pet? Xiao Hong thought this to herself, but she still extended a warm greeting along with a self-introduction. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Xiao Hong, and I am one of An Lin's beast pets as well. Ah, so your eldest sister Hong. Tina exclaimed as she stared blankly at the little red flower. She had heard An Lin mention Xiao Hong's name before, as well as her #1 ranking in his beast pet team. She expected An Lin's first beast pet to be a queen that was full of vigor and intimidating majesty. Queen Hong. This cute little red flower was the last thing she would have expected to be eldest sister Hong. Has Master given you a nickname? Xiao Hong asked with curiosity. Nickname? Tina faltered slightly before replying with a smile. He calls me Little Na. Xiao Hong. Master is so good to you. Confusion appeared on Tina's face. She was unsure of why Xiao Hong suddenly seemed a little depressed. Dabai? Xiao Cho Little Lang. Come on out to meet the newest members of our beast pet team. Xiao Hong suddenly yelled. A commotion erupted from within the dorm room, and immediately after, Dabai, Xiao Cho, and Little Lang all gathered by the windowsill before peeking out with their curious eyes. They were greeted by the sight of a miniature person in a flowy white dress and a pair of golden wings on her back, as well as features and a figure that were the epitome of perfection. She was also looking back at them with curiosity in her emerald eyes. Let me introduce to you all. This is Tina. She's Master's fifth beast pet, and we can call her Little Na. Xiao Hong introduced in a sweet voice. This is Dabai. This is Xiao Cho. This is Little Lang. Gasp. What a hot chick. Dabai's eyes practically glowed as he stared at Tina before exclaiming after drawing a sharp intake of breath. Gasp. What a hideous giant god-fiend. Tina also drew in a sharp intake of breath as she exclaimed upon catching sight of Xiao Cho. Xiao Cho? Is she talking about me? What did I do to deserve this? He had clearly not even uttered a single word. Why would she hurt him like this? Just as Xiao Cho was wallowing in hurt and despair, Xiao Zhe arrived by the windowsill with Xue Zhantian in his arms before looking at all the beast pets with a curious expression. All the beast pets instantly focused their attention on Xiao Zhe and Xue Zhantian. In particular, Xue Zhantian's adorable appearance immediately stole the show. Gasp! What an adorable ball! Dabai's eyes practically glowed as he stared at Xue Zhantian before exclaiming after drawing a sharp intake of breath. Gasp! What a hideous monkey! Xue Zhantian also drew in a sharp intake of breath as he exclaimed upon catching sight of Xiao Cho. Xiao Cho? What did I do to deserve this? Before they knew it, An Lin and Su Xiaolan had been chatting for a long time. The moon and stars had appeared over the night sky when An Lin finally came out. He was a little taken aback upon discovering the absence of Xiao Zhe, Xue Zhantian, and Tina. However, when he turned toward the dorm room beside Su Xiaolan's room and found that it was quite brightly lit, a thought began to occur to him. An Lin entered through the door to find a lively and bustling scene in the hall, as his beast pet team interacted with one another in the lobby. Dabai and Little Lang were having the time of their lives slapping around the furball that was Xue Zhantian. Even though Xue Zhantian was yelling for them to stop, A peculiar flush of excitement could be seen on his furry face. It had to be said, wolves and dogs all had a propensity for ball-shaped toys. Xiao Hong and Tina were conversing with one another on the windowsill. Huh? So I can photosynthesize just by activating my cultivation method like so? Tina spread her semi-transparent golden wings, and a faint glow emanated forth from them, as if she was gathering power. That's right. We can still photosynthesize for another 15 minutes before the sun completely sets below the horizon. Xiao Hong wobbled her head from side to side in excitement. Xiao Chou stood off to the side with a disconsolate expression as well as crushing sadness on his face, as if he had received a heavy psychological blow. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhe tried to console him as a mature mentor figure, and his tender, youthful features created an adorable contrast with the expression of maturity on his face. A slight smile appeared on Enlin's face. This atmosphere made him feel very warm on the inside. He had initially thought that he would have to introduce his new beast pets to his existing beast pet team, but it looked like he could be spared the effort now as they were all quite familiar with one another already. Big brother, and you're finally back, woof. Dabai pounced toward Enlin while elation appeared on his face. Enlin stroked Dabai's head while grinning widely. You're this happy to see me after just 1 month apart? Dabai's tongue rolled out of his mouth as he licked Enlin's face. Of course. Thank you for recruiting 2 more underlings for me. Woof. Enlin's face convulsed slightly. So that was what Dabai was happy about? He detected Dabai's aura to find that it had become more powerful and robust, which indicated that he was probably not far away from attaining his own domain. Xiao Hong's cultivation base had stabilized at the half-step soul formation stage, and with the assistance of the blood god Jade, she was now close to reaching the soul formation stage. However, the beast pet that had improved the most was the white-scale wolf god. He was already at the pinnacle of the soul formation stage when he left the Vermilion Bird trial grounds with Enlin, and upon coming to the Heavenly Court, which provided a much more ideal cultivation environment, he had managed to break through to return to Void stage. Apparently, Vice Principal Yu Hua provided a lot of assistance to the white-scale wolf god during his tribulation transcendence, so Enlin had to set aside some time to visit Yu Hua to express his gratitude. Master, I heard that I have underlings too now, and all 3 of them are blood tribe returned to Void stage mighty figures. Is that true? Little Lang ran toward Enlin with an obedient expression as he wagged his tail with elation. Enlin stroked Little Lang's white fur. With a smile, he said, That's right. I can introduce them to meet you if the opportunity arises in the future. You're their leader, so you have to set a good example. Little Lang took a deep breath and nodded as excitement and determination glowed in his eyes. I'll be sure to be able to make 3 return to Void stage mighty figures into his slaves within the short span of a month. The white-scale wolf god had indeed followed the correct master. And Lin sat down on a chair before clapping his hands. Gather around. It's time for me to distribute some benefits. All the beast pets' eyes lit up as they gathered around Enlin. Xiao Hong couldn't be bothered moving as she continued to photosynthesize. Tina also continued photosynthesizing by Xiao Hong's side. Enlin's face convulsed upon seeing this. Has she already led little Na down the wrong path? He couldn't allow this to continue. No, he had to show Tina who was the boss of this household. Ahem. Enlin cleared his throat. With a stern expression, he said to the 2 beast pets on the windowsill, Xiao Hong, Little Na, what are you 2 doing? Come on over and gather around. Don't mind me, I still have to photosynthesize. Xiao Hong refused in a sweet voice. Big Sister Hong told me that each and every ray of sunlight is a valuable resource that is not to be wasted. We have to capture the light of the dying sun. Otherwise, we will never get it back. Tina chimed in, and Lin's chest constricted. Don't worry. The sun will rise tomorrow as well. You can continue photosynthesizing when the time comes. Xiao Hong shook her head in disagreement. That's different. Tomorrow's sun is tomorrow's sun. Today's sun is today's sun. Each and every ray of sunlight only belongs to that particular time period and is irreplaceable. Wow! Big Sister Hong is right. Tina clapped her hands in amazement, as if she had been won over by the indisputable scientific evidence presented by researcher Hong. Enlin, Ignore them, big brother, and show us the benefits, woof. Dabai spoke with excitement on his face. And Lin nodded in resignation before gripping onto his storage ring. Light flashed from the storage ring as 120 spirit pills and 120 spirit fruits appeared on the table. Some even fell down onto the ground while emanating a collective, brilliant light. Dabai, Xiao Chou, Little Lang, Little Tian. Take 20 spirit pills and spirit fruits each. Long live, master. Woof! Dabai pounced onto the spirit pills and spirit fruits with elation. Master is the epitome of generosity and philanthropy. Xianxia also sprang into action. He quickly picked out all the ice-type spirit pills and spirit fruits. Xiao Chou and Little Lang also followed suit as they picked out what they wanted from the mountain of spirit pills and spirit fruits. Were spirit pills and spirit fruits valuable? Of course they were. The average soul formation stage cultivator probably wouldn't even have a total of 20 spirit pills and 20 spirit fruits. Hence, this was the equivalent of each beast pet receiving a massive package of value in excess of a soul formation stage cultivator's net worth. How could they not be excited? Thus, Dabai, Xiao Chou, Little Lang, and Little Tian all chose the spirit pills and spirit fruits of their desires. Little Xiao, give these 40 spirit pills and spirit fruits to Little Na and Xiao Hong. And Lin instructed. Xiao Zhe nodded with a smile before unleashing a spell technique to transport the spirit pills and spirit fruits to Tina and Xiao Hong. Tears welled up in Tina's eyes as she stared at Lin with shock etched onto her face. Giant Lin, I can have 20 spirit pills and 20 spirit fruits as well? And Lin nodded with a smile. Of course. I've told you this before. We're a family from now on. This was the moment for him to display his kindness as their master. It didn't matter how Xiao Hong and Tina treated him. He could forgive them regardless of how bad their attitudes were toward him. His attitude toward them did not change. Sure enough, Tina had already been moved to the point of breaking down in sobs as she wiped tears from her face. Even Xiao Hong withdrew her petals as she accepted the spirit pills and spirit fruits before making her way toward Lin with Tina in tow. Come on, Little Na. There's no sun now. Huh? I can still detect a few faint rays of sunlight using the cultivation method you taught me. Tina replied with a quizzical expression. Xiao Hong pulled Tina toward the rest of the beast pets while replying in a sweet voice. It's just a little bit, so it doesn't matter. Besides, it's warmer over there now. And Lin was quite touched to see Xiao Hong voluntarily making her way over to him. He continued, the spirit pills and spirit fruits are just appetizers. The main course is coming up next. All those spirit pills and spirit fruits were only an appetizer? There was still a main course to come? All the beast pets' breathing speed accelerated when they heard this. Firstly, for Tina, you can keep that heart lotus ice sword. Also, take this sacred ice lotus as well. If you nurture the Heart Lotus Ice Sword with the Sacred Ice Lotus, there is a chance for it to evolve into a higher rank. And Lin brought out a lotus that was emanating a holy aura before handing it to Tina. Tina was extremely touched as she accepted the Sacred Ice Lotus. If it wasn't for the fact that she was a little self-conscious with so many beast pets around, she would have definitely given Lin a huge hug. Next up is Xianxia. These 3 8th-grade immortal fruits are red ice immortal fruits. They are for you. They will be perfect for strengthening your body as well as to help you observe the Tao of Ice. You are already at the pinnacle of the soul formation stage, so you should follow in Little Lang's example and break through to return to void stage as soon as possible. And Lin pulled out 3 red immortal fruits that were glowing with a red and white light. Don't worry, master. I'll be sure to improve myself and make a drastic transformation. Xianxia drooled as he stared intently at the immortal fruits. And Lin nodded before turning to Dabai and producing a bronze shield from his storage ring. Dabai, this is Shield of Promised Victory, an ancient artifact that is the epitome of conviction and victory. It possesses very powerful protective abilities that could save your life in your time of need. Dabai faltered slightly upon hearing this. What about you, big brother? And woof. And Lin replied with a smile. I have Heavenly Ice Silk Garment, which is also a protective immortal tool. So you can take this one. He actually had another thought in mind. Dabai's cultivation base was still quite low, so in order to keep him safe, it was best to fortify his defense rather than his offensive prowess. Dabai was very moved as he accepted the ancient artifact. And Lin then pulled out a twisted golden object. This was something he had obtained from the ancient battleground of the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas. This is the Vajra spirit. Little Lang, take this and fuse it into your own body to strengthen your body and fortify your cultivation base. The white-scale wolf god accepted the Vajra spirit with elation on his face. He was clearly just a slave, but Enlin treated him like he was a beast pet. This evoked a strong sense of belonging in his heart. Enlin turned to Xiao Chou after that and produced a suit of black armor as well as a semi-transparent bone. Xiao Chou, this is a suit of black crystal armor. It can be fused into your armor for a chance to evolve into an immortal tool. This is an ethereal spirit bone, which can greatly improve your bone density and strength when absorbed. He was initially planning to use the ethereal spirit bone for himself, but now that he had the body of the war god, it seemed a little redundant, so it was perfect for Xiao Chou. Xiao Chou had been quite depressed this whole afternoon, but a joyful smile finally appeared on his face upon receiving these two items. Each and every one of the items Enlin gave away was extremely valuable and also quite suitable for his beast pet's individual needs. This wasn't a coincidence. It was simply because Enlin had too many treasures, hence it was easy to pick items that were suitable for each of his beast pets. Lastly, Enlin turned to Xiao Hong. After a momentary pause, he produced a long sword from his storage ring. The long sword was entirely golden in color. It was a very soft and warm golden hue, and a miniature golden crow revolved around the blade of the sword as it appeared in Enlin's hand. The power of fire and ice circulated through the blade of the sword, giving it a sense of balance and harmony. This is Divine Sun Sword, an intermediate rank immortal tool. It was crafted from the icy Dao observation stones, which are found in the habitat of the golden crow, an ancient divine beast. The sword combines the power of yin and yang and perfectly complements the golden crow purple star inheritance that you received. This was an immortal tool that Enlin had taken from the snow maiden Rogu. It could be wielded by both ice-type and fire-type cultivators, but it was clearly a perfect match for Xiao Hong, who cultivated in the Dao of the golden crow. All the beast pets involuntarily swallowed as they stared at the immortal sword with scorching desires in their eyes. It was obvious that this present was the most valuable one so far. This was an intermediate rank immortal tool. Even Dao integration stage true gods would probably be unable to give one away so easily. This was also after he had just gifted an elementary rank immortal tool to Tina, perhaps only a super tycoon like their master was capable of. Giving away so many valuable presents in quick succession. Master, this is far too valuable. I feel like I can get by without a weapon. Xiao Hong stuttered hesitantly. I have no use for it anyway. Just do as you're told and take it. And Lin insisted with a serious expression. After all, just holding the sword will be beneficial as it was crafted from the icy Dao observation stones that are found in the habitat of the golden crow. Perhaps just holding it will help you attain enlightenment. Xiao Hong raised her red flowery head as droplets of dew appeared on her petals. She nodded firmly before replying in a sweet voice. All right. Thank you, Master. And Lin clapped his hands as he smiled. All right, that's everything for now. Tell me if you need anything else. Even if I don't have it in my storage ring, I can buy it for you. I'm certainly not short on money. His words instantly evoked emotions of excitement in the hearts of his beast pets. It didn't matter whether their master had money or not. It was much more important to the beast pets that their master was willing to spend money on them. Long live, Big Brother and Woof! Dabai raised his paws high into the air as he whooped in celebration. Long live, Master! Little Lang chimed in. Shui Zhantian, Xiao Chou, Tina, and Xiao Hong also echoed their cries, and a chorus of joyful cries reverberated throughout the dorm room. And Lin looked at his joyful beast pets with a smile on his face as a sense of accomplishment welled up in his heart. Master, do I get anything? Xiao Zhe tugged on Enlin's clothes as he looked up at Enlin with a miserable expression. Enlin's expression faltered. Fuck. He had forgotten about him. Haha, of course you do. I've saved the best for last. And Lin laughed. Really? Xiao Zhe's eyes lit up with anticipation. And Lin nodded as he racked his brains. What present should he give him? Xiao Zhe was a mighty figure at the pinnacle of the return to void intermediate stage, and he was a primordial dragon tribe cultivator on top of that, so he would have seen countless treasures. As such, it was quite difficult to find a suitable present for him. The regal crown? No, he had to keep this flexing tool for himself. Divine flame bead? No way, this was a present from Xiaolan. Heavenly frost shard? The members of the dragon tribe weren't really a good match for ice-type weapons. The light in Xiao Zhe's eyes slowly died down as he looked at Lin's hesitant expression. Master, have you still not decided? Of course I have. And Lin waved his hand as his storage ring flashed. Immediately afterward, a huge immortal eel appeared before everyone. This was only a dead carcass, but the fearsome return to void stage energy fluctuations emanating from its body made everyone draw a sharp intake of breath. This is for you. And Lin said. Xiao Zhe's lips twitched. Master, didn't you get this immortal eel carcass from my treasure vault? It felt weird that he was being gifted with something that had once belonged to him, and Lin chuckled as a frying pan appeared from his storage ring. I'm not giving it to you right away. Master is going to personally cook a meal for you. Xiao Zhe's body trembled as he stared blankly at Lin. He suddenly had a strong sense of home and belonging as he stared at Lin's warm smile. He had no family nor any friends, but his master was going to stay with him no matter what. All the beast pets also stirred upon hearing this. Dabai and little Lang in particular already had drool dripping from their mouths. This was a heavenly combination. The carcass of the return to void stage immortal eel was an extraordinary ingredient already. Add to that the flavor enhancement effect of the frying pan. That night, all the beast pets had a super delicious feast. As for Xiao Zhe, tears immediately began flowing from his eyes after taking the first bite. This was the most delicious thing he had eaten in tens of thousands of years. A joyful smile appeared on Lin's face to mirror the expression on his beast pets' faces. He really missed this kind of lifestyle. Newsflash, the #1 street food in the heavenly court, stuffed buns ignored by Dabai, are going on sale at half price tomorrow. There would be a total of 3,000 steamers of stuffed buns ignored by Dabai on sale that day, and each student would be able to purchase a maximum of 10 steamers. This news instantly swept through the United University of Cultivation like wildfire. My God! I haven't had stuffed buns ignored by Dabai for a whole month. This is pure bliss. There is going to be so much for sale at once, and they're at half price. Would they still be as delicious as they once were? There's only one way to find out, I guess. I have absolute faith in senior student Lin. He won't disappoint us. Just as all the students were engaged in heated discussions, Lin was attending classes. The schoolyard lifestyle made him feel extremely carefree and relaxed. A little fairy in a flowy white dress sat on Lin's shoulders as she blinked her emerald eyes with curiosity. She had created quite a stir in the classroom when she first appeared in front of everyone. Her miniature yet perfectly proportioned body and her perfect features instantly drew everyone's attention. Some of the students even turned back to look at the beautiful little fairy with no regard for the teacher. Lin didn't want to attract so much attention, but Tina insisted on attending classes, so he brought her along after securing approval from Vice Principal Yu Hua. The lesson today was a pill refinement class, and the teacher was Yi Jia, one of the renowned pill refinement masters of the Kingdom of the Nine States. Xiaolin no longer needed to attend pill refinement classes as she was already a soul creation stage pill refinement master, which was comparable to Yi Jia's pill refinement rank. Which meant that she could already become a teacher at the United University of Cultivation if she wanted to. Tina listened to the lesson very intently. She had never learned about pill refinement in a systematic way before, and this lesson opened up a whole new world to her as her emerald eyes glowed with exuberance. She would often conjure up white holy flames on her fingertips to emulate the teacher's demonstrations. She was even more diligent and conscientious than Lin. Lin was a noob at pill refinement. He was already at the pinnacle of the flame mastery stage, but he planned to improve his rank since he now had his frying pan. There were many similarities between cooking and pill refinement in the Immortal world, as the concept of bringing out the essence in all food ingredients was quite similar to the concept of extracting the essence from medicinal ingredients. He was the man who was going to become the chef god, so he had to accumulate more theoretical knowledge. After class, Su Qinyun, Luo Ziping, Zhong Yongyan, and Miao Tian all crowded around him as they looked at Tina with curiosity in their eyes while asking her one question after another. Tina had never had an audience of so many giants before, and she immediately latched onto Enlin's hair as she recoiled with embarrassment. In the end, it was the gentle and thoughtful Xianxia who dispersed the crowd before acting as a representative to collate all their questions as he asked Tina in their stead. Enlin could see from the expression on Big Brother Cheng's face that he was even more curious about Tina than the other students. Hence, Enlin thought for a moment before giving a brief recount of how he had met Tina. This press conference of sorts passed by soon, and the day of classes drew to a conclusion. Tina felt like she had learned a lot, and she said that she was going to continue to attend Enlin's classes. It felt a little weird to Enlin that a return to Void Stage Fairy was so keen to attend classes taught by Soul Formation Stage teachers. However, each skill was highly specialized, so there was always something to learn. Enlin hosted a huge feast in his dorm room that night. Enlin was going to invite all his friends to the feast in celebration of his return from the perilous ancient Taichu realm, as well as the completion of his mission. Enlin and Su Xiaolan were preparing food for a hot pot tonight. The flavor enhancement ability of the frying pan worked for hot pot as well, so this was going to be quite a delicious feast. Shen Yuanchang, Su Qinyun, Tang Shimin, Lu Qianhuan, Yao Mingxi, Hu Guan, Yao Xiu, and Lu Debao all arrived at Enlin's dorm room, where they were instantly rooted to the spot by the scene before their eyes. Wow! What an adorable snow soul beast! Su Qianyun's eyes glowed with an unprecedented light. She completely tossed aside her composure and poise as a princess and immediately pounced on Shui Zhantian. What a large poro! Wait, not only is this a large poro, but it also has wings. Lu Qianhuan made her way toward Shui Zhantian before rubbing her hands through his soft warm fur. Yao Xiu and Miao Tian also joined in on the party. Stupid women, unhand me at once. If you weren't friends of my master, I would have struck all of you down. Shui Zhantian's round body was being ravaged and twisted into all sorts of different shapes by the sets of prying hands. Poro Poro, Lux. If I toss you at Su Qinyun, would you be able to pull me to her? Lu Qianhuan asked while grinning widely. Shui Zhantian? Enlin buried his face in his hands. Lu Qianhuan was clearly in some gaming fantasy of hers. However, upon closer inspection, Shui Zhantian really did resemble the poros in League of Valor. Enlin then turned to find a bunch of men staring at him with scorching lights in their eyes. Tang Shimin exclaimed in amazement. You've fulfilled my wildest fantasies. Lu Debao chimed in. It's just a pity that you're too small. Don't say that, that's embarrassing to them, Yao Mingxi dissuaded. Enlin knew these men weren't looking at him, but instead at Tina, who was sitting on his shoulder. From the looks department, Tina's beauty was comparable to Chang'e. On top of that, she had a cute sprightliness that was unique to fairies, so it was no surprise that all these guys were reacting in such a way. Enlin then introduced his disciple, Xiao Zhe, to everyone. After learning of the fact that Xiao Zhe was a primordial dragon tribe mighty figure at the pinnacle of the return to void intermediate stage, it was time for their daily dose of shock. Thankfully, they were used to receiving shocks from Enlin, and as a result, their hearts had grown stronger, thereby allowing them to recover in a short time before digging into the hot pot feast. During the feast, everyone discussed their hopes and dreams. Tang Shimin vowed to attain his domain prior to graduation. He felt like he was a noob compared to everyone else as tears flowed down his face. He was actually quite a prodigy already under normal standards, but hanging out with a bunch of supremely talented prodigies like them heaped mountainous pressure onto him. Lu Qianhuan was close to graduation, and she was undecided between going back to her sect or staying at the heavenly court. She also had a dream of going to Earth to become a gaming maniac. Shen Yuanchang hoped to build up his sect while Su Qianyun wanted to capture a snow soul beast 500 years later. Meanwhile, Lu Debao dreamed of recovering his fair complexion someday. Everyone ate and spoke to their heart's content. Perhaps many years down the track, they would think back to tonight, to all these simple dreams they had stated, and reminisce on what a glorious time this was in their lives. The next day, all 3,000 steamers of stuffed buns ignored by Dubai were completely sold out. There were students that had developed a strong craving for the stuffed buns after being without them for so long, while some other students were unable to afford the stuffed buns at their full price. Either way, all of them turned up to capitalize on the half-price sale, and all the stuffed buns ignored by Dubai were sold out in less than 2 hours. And Lin also created the legend of earning 1,500,000 spirit stones in a single day from selling stuffed buns. Those had all been cooked by Lin back when he was in the ancient Taichu realm, which he then stored in his storage ring. It was all due to his frying pan that he was able to continuously generate more wealth. On that day, Lin continued to take Tina to her classes in order to fulfill her curiosity and thirst for knowledge. In order to familiarize himself with this new world, Xiao Zhe found a place of his own to read about the history of Taichu continent. Shuizhantian and the white-scale wolf god trained together as they were both fluent in the ancient man language, thereby giving them something in common. None of the other beast pets were whiling away their days either, since all of them strived to further themselves on the path of cultivation in the ideal cultivation environment provided by the heavenly court. After attending his classes today, Lin finally decided to complete the final portion of the mission on his God of War system. He required an hour to absorb each Golden Realm essence crystal, so he would require over 4 days to absorb all 100 Golden Realm essence crystals. Hence, he applied for a 4-day break to facilitate this, atop a certain mountain in the United University of Cultivation. When Tina spread open her arms, a white film of light isolated everyone from the outside world. And Lin looked up with a smile at the exquisite figure in the jade dress beside him. Xiaolan, this is still part of the territory of the heavenly court, and Tina is here to protect me, so you don't have to worry about me. Su Xiaolan sat on a white rock as she looked into the distance at the scenery on the mountains. A few wisps of her hair were swept up by the wind, thus framing her exquisite features. She placed a long sword down beside her as a hint of a smile appeared on her face. What? I just got here, and you're already chasing me away? And Lin immediately waved his hands. Of course not. I just don't want to waste your time. This isn't a waste of my time. I'm curious, so I came to see you. Su Xiaolan tilted her head to the side. She pointed at the golden statue as a harsh light flashed through her eyes, and she asked, "Explain to me what that is." And Lin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Su Xiaolan arrived just as he was about to absorb the statue crafted from Golden Realm essence crystals. He looked up at Su Xiaolan with sincerity in his eyes. This was made by my disciple. I don't have fetishes like this. Tina can vouch for me on this matter. Giant and Lin is telling the truth. Tina nodded to confirm. All right, I'll believe you then. Go on, I'll leave after a little while, Su Xiaolan said as she pursed her lips. Su Xiaolan didn't appear to actually be angry, and Lin heaved a sigh of relief as he focused on activating his cultivation method in order to absorb the power within the Golden Realm essence crystals. Time passed by slowly, and nothing unexpected happened. There would occasionally be some of Lin's friends that came to visit him after being informed of what he was doing by his beast pets. But they all came and left quickly. And Lin's body was like a bottomless pit that had an insatiable appetite for the energy within the Golden Realm essence crystals. On the 4th night, 9 pillars of light suddenly soared into the sky atop a certain mountain in the United University of Cultivation. The entire continent began to tremble, and countless students were alarmed by the violent tremors as they looked up at the pillars of light with shock on their faces. The 5 pillars of red flames, golden light, blue waves, green vitality, and yellow earth were the most dazzling and eye-catching as they created a monstrous energy formation in the air that converged before raining back down onto the ground below. The pillar of wind and the pillar of lightning revolved around each other like a pillar of light and pillar of darkness, creating a sense of balance and harmony. Not only were all the students alarmed by the commotion Lin was stirring up, but even countless teachers were also given quite a fright. They rose into the air in quick succession before they flew toward the formidable aura at the center of the pillars of light. The closer to the pillars they were, the more they were able to detect how powerful the aura was. Streaks of light flashed through the air as they conversed with one another. This aura is way too fearsome. Is this a cultivation technique or a divine ability? Sigh, which mighty figure could it be? They could at least inform us beforehand if they were coming to cultivate at our school. How are we going to sleep with such a huge ruckus? Could it be that the principal is back? I think I know who it is. A tall and slender woman in fashionable clothes adjusted the red frames of her glasses as she spoke while flying atop a book. She suddenly recalled that a certain student had applied for a leave of absence to cultivate. Who is it? Teacher Yuing? Another teacher asked. And Lin, Yuing replied. All the teachers. Fuck, him again? But then again, it sort of makes sense. The source of the powerful aura surrounded by the 9 pillars of light was obscured by a film of white light. The pillars of light soon dissipated, but the figure enshrouded within the film of white light still emitted an extremely formidable aura. Before everyone knew it, and Lin had already walked out from the film of white light, and an ancient golden seal flashed on his forehead. At that moment, all the spectating students and teachers felt a regal aura emanating from his body, as if he were the ruler of heaven and earth. Xianxia's round body fell to the ground to emulate the motion of kneeling. Even Xiao Zhe was extremely shocked as he could detect an eternal, undying aura amid the regal presence he was exuding. And Lin curbed his aura with a satisfied smile. I am invincible. He looked over at Su Xiaolan, who was standing nearby. Xiaolan, cut me? Swish. Su Xiaolan unsheathed her sword as a huge sea of flames erupted. A golden sword projection parted heaven and earth before descending upon Lin with the power to incinerate all things within this world. The sword projection, which was imbued with the power of the vermilion bird, caused the air to warp and shimmer with its insane heat as all the plants within a radius of a kilometer were instantly reduced to ashes. And Lin's pupils contracted as he looked at the monstrous, oncoming sword projection. His body was then instantaneously engulfed by golden flames as the huge mountain behind him was sliced in half. Gasp! Everyone drew a sharp intake of breath. What a fearsome sword projection. Was she really trying to fucking kill him? What a unique way of expressing love to one another. A shaky smile appeared on Earth Immortal Chongqing's face as he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. I'm more worried about whether student and Lin has died. Sword Immortal Ling Xiao muttered with a concerned expression. Xianxia was also given a huge fright. You reap what you sow, Master. Has your habit of asking for someone to test their strength on you every time you make a breakthrough finally spelled your doom? In the distance, Vice Principal Yu Hua looked on as the mountain slowly collapsed, and he felt utterly exhausted. He felt like he should establish a new environmental protection rule within the university. Otherwise, these fucking crazy prodigies were eventually going to destroy all the school's scenic locations. Why hadn't he noticed the destructive capabilities of these students before this? Cough, cough. Holy fuck. Xiaolan, are you trying to murder your fiancé? And Lin got up from a pile of rubble in an extremely disheveled state. Su Xiaolan looked at Lin with amazement in her eyes. Huh? You're this durable now? Swish. Another monstrous sword projection came hurtling toward Lin. This time, there was a vast power, which seemed to transcend beyond heaven and earth, imbued within this sword projection. Everyone felt like they could see a white holy beast spreading its wings. Flames were burning all over its body as it flew directly toward Lin. No! And Lin roared as his body was engulfed by flames again. The white flaming sword projection continued for several kilometers while destroying everything in its wake before toppling several more mountains in the distance. Vice Principal Yu Hua was a little dumbstruck as he stared at the scenes unfolding before his eyes. He had to stop this horrendous display of domestic violence no matter what. All the clueless students were dumbstruck by the sight of the monstrous sword projection. Even those who were quite familiar with Su Xiaolan and Lin found the scenes unfolding before their eyes quite shocking. My God! Are Enlin and Xiaolan in a conflict? Su Qinyun covered her mouth as she stared in shock at the events taking place atop the mountain in the distance. They appeared to be on good terms with one another not long ago. I think something's a little fishy here. A thoughtful expression appeared on Xian Yuanqing's face. As someone who had seen the whole thing unfold and knew the context, Lu Qianhuan was able to offer more insight. And Lin is just being an idiot as usual. He asked Xiaolan to cut him with her sword right after he attained his new cultivation method. Xiaolan was obviously not going to hold back. Isn't anyone worried about whether student Enlin is dead or alive? Tang Shimin asked with astonishment on his face. Everyone rolled their eyes at him but did not give a reply. Tang Shimin. As the dust settled, Enlin reappeared before everyone's eyes with his clothes in tatters, but his body appeared to be completely unscathed. Stop! Xiaolan, that really is enough. He immediately held up his hands in surrender. After fusing the power of the vermilion bird bloodline into her sword projection, its power rivaled an attack from a return to void stage mighty figure. Even so, it was unable to put so much as a scratch on Enlin's body. You're still unscathed? Su Xiaolan really was a little shocked this time. Her eyebrows perked up slightly, and the dragon sparrow sword in her hand began to ring once again as an extremely formidable aura burst forth. Stop! Right at this moment, a middle-aged man with thick, bushy eyebrows appeared beside Su Xiaolan and said, Stop fighting. You're destroying school property. If you two want to have a couple's quarrel, please go somewhere outside of the school grounds. A light blush appeared on Su Xiaolan's face upon hearing this, and she silently sheathed her long sword. And Lin heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing this before turning to Vice Principal Yu Hua with a grateful expression. Vice Principal Yu Hua glared at Enlin as he issued a warning. You'll have to pay a fine if you knock down a mountain or do something like that again. And Lin's face convulsed upon hearing this. Shouldn't he have said that to Su Xiaolan? All the commotion soon subsided, and all the spectators began to disperse. Who would have thought that Su Xiaolan would be so powerful already? That second sword projection was a lot more powerful than even the ones unleashed by our sword immortal teachers. Senior student Enlin sure has some thick skin to be able to survive that with no injuries. So what? He didn't even retaliate. How boring. Where has our mighty god and gone? I feel the same way. I think a fight between the two of them would make for an extremely thrilling viewing experience. I feel like senior student Enlin has changed since the free-for-all battle. Could it be that he inherited some sort of turtle inheritance? Bullshit. He's so powerful. The inheritance he would receive would at least be Xian Wu 1 level. Su Xiaolan made her way over to Enlin before poking his body with a slim finger, only to find that it was the exact same texture as what it had always been. She asked with a curious expression, What divine ability did you obtain? How could it be so powerful? And Lin puffed his chest out while smiling smugly. It's called the body of the war god. Su Xiaolan rolled her eyes. That's such a dumb name. She then continued, If your skin is so thick, can you still feel pain? Of course. I was not injured by your sword projections, but it was extremely painful for me. And Lin was telling the truth. His skin didn't have to rip open for him to experience pain. He was thinking that Su Xiaolan would offer some words of consolation upon hearing this. To his surprise, Su Xiaolan heaved a sigh of relief and nodded instead. That's good. And Lin? The commotion Enlin had stirred up by attaining the body of the war god caused another sensation around the school, as he became the hot topic on everyone's lips once again. As for the perpetrator, Enlin, he had already returned to his dorm room with Su Xiaolan and the others. In order to celebrate his successful return from seclusion, he held another frying pan party. This couldn't actually be considered as an official period of seclusion since he only had to absorb some Golden Realm essence crystals before attaining this new divine ability. And Lin had never tried real seclusion as there was simply no reason for him to do so. During the frying pan hot pot party, the university's Immortal Spirit Tower is about to open for 3 days starting tomorrow. Are you guys going to come? Tang Shimin asked while eating. Immortal Spirit Tower? What's that? And Lin was completely oblivious. Xianyuan Chang explained with a warm smile, You were in seclusion for a few days, so you wouldn't have heard about this. And Lin, let me fill you in. The Immortal Spirit Tower is one of the restricted areas of the university where wisps of divine intents from each of the heavenly court's mighty figure ancestors reside in, and students can release their divine intents into the tower to wage battle with these ancestral mighty figures. Normally, only fifth-year students have a chance to enter the Immortal Spirit Tower prior to their graduations, but third- and fourth-year students who have reached Spirit Nurturing Final Stage or beyond can also be granted entry. And Lin's interest was slightly piqued upon hearing this. What do we get for waging battle with these ancestral mighty figures? There are a total of 99 levels in the Immortal Spirit Tower, and scaling each level will earn you a certain amount of spirit stones and pills. Tang Shimin replied with a smile. Anything else? Filthy rich and did not really care for all that. Tang Shimin's face convulsed at the sight of Lin's expression. You will be enlisted into the university's Hall of Fame if you successfully reach the 80th level. Oh, I was enlisted into the Hall of Fame back in my first year here. Anything else? And Lin didn't really care for that either. Tang Shimin almost spat out a mouthful of blood, and he thought for a moment before continuing. If you can obtain the approval of the mighty figures on the 80th level or above, there is a chance you will be able to receive their signature technique from back when they were still alive as an inheritance. And Lin's eyes finally lit up upon hearing this. What level did you make it to, senior student Tang? Su Qianyun asked in a mellow voice. Tang Shimin smiled triumphantly. My performance was SOSO. I reached the 70th level at the time, which placed me at number 1 among the third-year students. Oh! A collective gasp of admiration reverberated throughout the dorm room. That was because the only other spirit-nurturing final stage cultivator in his year level back then was Wuxia, so he came first among 2 competitors. Ah! The gasps turned into disdainful ones. Tang Shimin. Senior student Lu, you would have been in your 4th year at the time, right? What level did you make it to? Su Qianyun turned a pair of curious eyes on Lu Qianhuan. 87. Lu Qianhuan pursed her lips before replying with a resigned expression. Oh, that's so good. Gasps of admiration rang out across the entire room again. Much better than senior student Tang. You can't say that. After all, senior student Tang is only at the spirit nurturing final stage. That's true, we're all at least at the half-step soul formation stage, so we should at least be able to make it over 70 levels. Let's set our targets at level 80, so that we can be enlisted into the Hall of Fame. True. Even senior student Tang was able to make it to level 70. So there's no reason why we can't make it to level 80. Su Xiaolan and the others exchanged knowing smiles with one another. Tears began to flow from Tang Shimin's eyes from the repeated blows he received. Could they all just stop talking? They were stomping all over his heart. At the same time, he was extremely remorseful for trying to flex in front of these supremely talented prodigies. Everyone chatted with one another as they continued to discuss among themselves before deciding to go to the Immortal Spirit Tower together tomorrow. The opportunity didn't cost them anything, so there was no reason not to go. The sun rose over a certain restricted area in the United University of Cultivation. The clouds and mist there were like shackles that hung in the sky, sealing the area in a radius of 15 kilometers. Within that sealed space, there was a massive azure Immortal Tower. The Immortal Tower had a total of 99 levels, of which the bottom level was the most cavernous with a radius of 1.5 kilometers and was able to house over 10,000 students with ease. Each subsequent ascending level grew smaller and smaller in surface area, with the highest level being only 500 meters in radius. There were already around 10,000 students gathered around the tower, all of whom were fifth-year students who were about to graduate. Stuffed buns. Piping hot stuffed buns ignored by Dubai. The sound of yodeling suddenly erupted, and Lin was selling his stuffed buns ignored by Dubai in the restricted area. The Immortal Spirit Tower opened up quite early, so Lin could only switch his stall location. It was the mantra of filthy rich and to earn money wherever he was. And Lin's appearance instantly created a stir around the restricted area. Huh? Isn't that student Lin? He's selling stuffed buns here? He's most likely here to enter the Immortal Spirit Tower, seeing as he's already a third year. He's probably only selling his stuffed buns on the side. I was worried that I wouldn't be able to eat stuffed buns ignored by Dubai today, but it looks like that won't be the case. Many students converged toward Lin, and the stuffed buns were soon completely sold out. Some of the students even began to shed tears while eating the stuffed buns. And Lin was greatly startled upon seeing this. He knew his stuffed buns were delicious. Even so, wasn't it a little bit too much to cry while eating them? Could it be that they were disgusted to the point of tears? Right at this moment, the conversation between some of the students answered his question. Wow! These stuffed buns are so good. We won't be able to eat such delicious stuffed buns after we graduate. Sigh. It's too bad that the stuffed buns ignored by Dubai are unique to Gaden and to the university. I'm going to buy a ton of these before I leave to store inside my storage ring. And Lin finally understood what was going on. All the fifth-year senior students were lamenting over their imminent departure. They appeared to be crying over the stuffed buns, but it was much more likely that they were much more unwilling to part with all their friends and teachers. 5 years was akin to a blink of an eye to cultivators. And Lin had only been here for 3 years, but he had made many friends as well as countless precious memories. Everything within the university was so magnificent, but it would be a different case after graduation. All the senior students were shedding tears at the thought of leaving such a beautiful place. With this in mind, and Lin couldn't help but turn his eyes toward Lu Qianhuan. After all, she was about to graduate as well. Lu Qianhuan had also bought a steamer of stuffed buns and was chomping on them with relish. Her delicate cheeks were stuffed full of food as her bright, purple eyes narrowed in enjoyment. It appeared as if she was completely unaffected by the emotions of those around her, as she continued to devour the stuffed buns with relish. Attention all students! The Immortal Spirit Tower is about to open, so please gather here. An elderly man with an extremely vast aura stood by the gate of the Immortal Spirit Tower with a warm smile. His name was Bai Zhong, and he was the guardian of this restricted realm. From his profoundly powerful aura, it was plain to see that he had already reached return to void stage. After gathering all the students, over 10,000 wisps of divine intent flowed from his hands before setting onto all the students. Those were their entry passes into the Immortal Spirit Tower, which would also record which level they had reached. Within the tower, all your cultivation bases will be restricted to 1% of your current cultivation base. On top of that, you won't be able to use weapons, talismans, pills, or any other external items. You can only fight the ancestral mighty figures through your own strength, Bai Zhong explained. His words were like hot brands that could engrave themselves directly into the minds of all the students, making them impossible to forget or ignore. This was something everyone already knew, so they didn't pay too much attention. Thus, over 10,000 students poured into the first level of the Immortal Spirit Tower. The ground within the tower was paved by white jade stone, and the area was extremely cavernous. There were 4 huge cauldrons with flames burning within that was positioned in each corner. Wow! This place is huge! Su Qinyun exclaimed as she surveyed her surroundings with curious eyes. As a seasoned veteran, Lu Qianhuan began to impart some knowledge. She said, "The first 80 levels are all one-on-one battles as the mighty figures will split their divine intents into over 10,000 doppelgangers to battle each and every one of us, so it won't help our cause even if we stand together." That's amazing! Su Qinyun blinked her dreamy eyes with shock and amazement on her face. Boom! At this moment, a mighty power descended from the tower, and all the students suddenly felt as if their bodies had been somehow emptied. The restrictive power of the Immortal Spirit Tower has taken effect, Tang Shimin said, as he looked up at the tower with battle intent raging in his eyes. Aside from all the rewards available in the Immortal Spirit Tower, it was a great opportunity in itself to be able to battle mighty figures of the past, as it would help the students hone their combat skills as well as to observe their Tao. Countless projections suddenly materialized in the air above. All of them were either wielding spears or swords as they descended upon the students. All these projections had a target of their own as they systematically engaged the students in one-on-one battles. The first 20 levels are all projections of spirit nurturing stage, Tang Shimin explained. Most of the fifth-year students were actually still at the Tao body stage. Hence, after having 99% of their power sealed away, they were having a hard time even if it was just against a wisp of spirit-nurturing final stage divine intent warrior. Some students were already falling at the hands of their divine intent enemies. Dying in a battle with a divine intent warrior clearly wouldn't equate to casualties in real life, but the shock from dying was still able to render some students unconscious. A valiant woman with long, flowing hair thrust her spear abruptly toward Enlin's heart. Enlin glanced at the woman before his palm descended upon her like lightning and slapped her body into nothingness. The divine intents of the ancestral mighty figures required a long time to recover after being destroyed, and this required a lot of energy, which was why the Immortal Spirit Tower was only open once a year. After destroying his opponent, Enlin began casting his gaze around his surroundings. There had been close to 2,000 casualties already. 7,000 of them had already concluded their battles, while about 1,000 more were still engaged in battles. For people like Su Xiaolan, Shen Yuancheng, and the others, this was obviously a one-hit KO scenario. 15 minutes later, there were only a few dozen people who were still engaged in battles. Another 15 minutes later, that number dwindled to a single-digit value. What was it like to have several thousand people spectating your battle? One of the girls was already on the brink of tears from embarrassment, but she was still unable to defeat her divine intent opponent. In the end, she suffered a lapse of concentration, during which she was slain by her enemy. Prior to her death, her tears finally began to flow down her face. As she fainted, she shed tears of rage and humiliation, and Lin slapped his palm to his face. How tragic. Another 15 minutes later, there was still a male student who hadn't finished his battle. He seemed to specialize in using vital energy to protect his body, as a yellow suit of indestructible energy armor kept his divine intent opponent at bay. However, his offensive prowess was lacking, and the two of them were caught in an impasse. Thump, thump, thump. Bang, bang, bang. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Puff, puff, puff. Time slowly passed by. I finally understand why the Immortal Spirit Tower is only open a few days at a time, Enlin said expressionlessly. It's all right, just treat it like watching a movie. Shen Yuancheng offered words of consolation. I really want to help him, Enlin gritted his teeth. You can do that, but you'll be eliminated. Lu Chenhuan heaved a weary sigh. Thus, over 7,000 students silently spectated the battle between the male student and his divine intent opponent in a bizarre and frustrating scene. Among all these students, there were, of course, no lack of impatient people. They couldn't take part in the fight, but they could still talk. Oi! Come on, buddy. Don't just defend. Take initiative and attack. Hit his waist. Left now right. Attack his lower body. I said lower body. Holy shit, why are you so dumb? The male student who was engaged in the battle. He had a few dozen coaches trying to instruct him at once, but all of them discovered that he didn't seem very capable of taking in advice. Slowly, everyone's words began to take a more derogatory turn. Is there no end to this? Just surrender if you can't do it. Wasting people's time is a crime. You are committing a crime against several thousand people at once. Are you a fucking turtle? Why are you always on the defensive? Are you learning from God? Could it be that you've decided to become a pair of turtles together? And Lin instantly flared up in rage upon hearing this. Who the fuck just said that? Own up now, and I'll spare your life. Su Xiaolan and the others all burst into laughter. In the end, the battle concluded when the male student's vital energy armor was broken through, and the sword of his opponent pierced through his chest. The sound of thunderous applause immediately reverberated throughout the first level of the Immortal Spirit Tower. The male student closed his eyes with a blissful expression. He was finally able to achieve his dream of engaging in a battle spectated by thousands before his graduation. The gate to the second level slowly opened up, and everyone climbed up the steps to gather at the second level. There were over 7,000 divine intent opponents waiting for them there, and Lin managed to insta-kill his opponent this time as well. The divine intent warriors this time were a lot stronger than the ones on the first level, and over 1,000 students were eliminated. Thus, they progressed on to the 3rd level, the 4th level, the 5th level. To seated contestants like Enlin, these divine intent warriors could all be insta-killed. So he spent the majority of his time in the tower waiting for everyone else. And Lin was still able to insta-kill his opponent on the 20th level. He looked around to discover that there were still over 1,000 battles in progress. He had spent almost an entire day within the tower up to this point in time. The thrill of entering the tower had long since deserted everyone as Enlin and the others began to gamble together. Enlin spread out a pile of numbered cards with the numbers of 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, all the way up to 100 for 10 cards in total. I put my money on this trial ending in 30 minutes. Xianxia pulled out a vital stone from his storage ring before placing it on the card numbered 30. Hee hee. A disdainful smile appeared on Lu Qianwan's face as she sneered. Look at all these retards. You think they can finish all their battles in 30 minutes? I put my money on over 100 minutes. Then, I also put my money on over 100 minutes. Su Qinyun fell into deep thought for several seconds before following in Lu Qianwan's example, as she placed a vital stone on the card, numbered 100. The probability of winning after betting on over 100 minutes was quite high, but the pay rate was also quite low as a result. Su Xiaolan paused for a moment before placing a vital stone on the card numbered 50. I'll go with 50. No one has bet on it yet. Tang Shimin scratched his head. I'll go for 60. Lu Zhan took a deep breath. I'll put my money on 70. And Lin placed a vital stone on the card numbered 100. I'll go with over 100 minutes as well. Time starts now. 30 minutes later, Shen Yuanchang looked around with an indignant expression at the few dozen people still engaged in battle. Why do you all insist on disappointing me? Don't you know money is hard to come by? That's 10,000 spirit stones down the drain. 50 minutes later, Su Xiaolan pouted her pretty lips as she turned to Enlin with a pitiable expression. Enlin met her gaze with a warm smile. Don't worry, Xiaolan. I've got enough money for you to lose a few thousand times. A wide smile appeared on Su Xiaolan's face. I like the sound of that. I'll look for you when I don't have enough money. You can come to look for me even if you have enough money. And Lin replied. Lu Qianhuan's face darkened. We're gambling here. Can you guys stop abusing single people? Yeah. Fuck him up. That's right. Just like that. Tang Shimin suddenly began to roar with excitement. Everyone turned their eyes on the battlefield to find that the final battle had just concluded. And Lin looked at the time to discover that 59 minutes had passed. It was clear that Tang Shimin had won after betting on 60 minutes. Ha 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 ha. I'll be taking my prize then. Tang Shimin giggled like a fully grown infant as he pocketed all the vital stones before him. His guesses had been extremely accurate, and he had already won a couple of times, which was why he was very happy. Of course, there was another reason for his joy as well. He could finally beat these supremely talented freaks in a contest with his own power, even if it was just gambling. But this was an indication of ability too. Whoever begged to differ would be met by his staunch resistance. It had to be said, and Lin's gambling ring had become one of the main attractions within the Immortal Spirit Tower. Many students emulated what they were doing as some gambled on time, while others gambled on individual win-loss results. At any rate, there were all types of bets being made. They were simply bored out of their minds. Cultivate, you say? Cultivate my ass. All their cultivation bases had already been restricted to 1% of their original cultivation bases. And Lin and the others all heaved forlorn sighs as Tang Shimin won again. They then continued on to the next level. At this point, the total number of students had been reduced to about 1,000 people. These were the best cultivators the United University of Cultivation had to offer. Even the weakest among them was at 9th stage Dao Body. On the 21st level. Boom! A fearsome aura converged in the air before splitting up into around 1,000 powerful divine intent warriors. Each and every one of them had their own domains. Some had domains of freezing ice, others had domains of scorching flames, and so on. And Lin was a little surprised to see this. It looks like all our opponents this time are half-step soul formation stage divine intent warriors. Shen Yuancheng nodded. Many of the students will be able to observe many things in advance just by battling these divine intent warriors. This is a great initiative from the school. A man with a domain of gale force winds swept toward Enlin as they spoke. Enlin raised his palm and insta-killed him with a single slap again. Of course, we're not really getting much out of this. Xianxia heaved a forlorn sigh before using his finger as a sword and slicing his opponent in half. Thus, everyone began to gamble again. This time, Big Brother Cheng's faith in the students paid off as he finally won for once. All the battles concluded at around the 30-minute mark. There was no way around it. All the divine intent warriors were at the half-step soul formation stage, so the battles were extremely intense. Even if some students did want to stall, the energy within their body simply wasn't going to last. Big Brother Cheng was extremely happy, as if his faith had finally paid dividends. This time, the number of students was sharply reduced to over 600. Between levels 20 and 30, all their divine intent opponents were at the half-step soul formation stage. Upon reaching the 31st level, the number of students had been reduced to 200. The divine intent warriors on the 31st level were all soul formation initial stage. And Lin insta-killed his opponent to end his battle once again. On the 46th level, all the divine intent warriors were at the soul formation intermediate stage. And Lin needed 2 slaps this time to end the battle. The divine intent warriors on the 61st level were all at the soul formation final stage. It took Lin 3 whole slaps this time before he finally finished off his opponent. At the 70th level, which was where senior student Tang had fallen last time, and Lin finally encountered a bit of a challenge. There were only 8 people left standing on the 70th level of the Immortal Spirit Tower. Lu Qianhuan, Lu Yuan, Tang Shimin, Zhu Qiubing, and Lin, Su Xiaolan, Shen Yuancheng, and Su Qianyun. Tang Shimin looked up into the air with a scorching gaze in his expression. I'm no longer the same person I was a year ago. I'm definitely going to get past level 70 this time. A bit of anticipation was building in Lin's heart as well. He wanted to see just how powerful the divine intent warriors would have to be to defeat senior student Tang. Outside the Immortal Spirit Tower, a huge crystalline screen hung in the air. It was displaying the scenes taking place within the Immortal Spirit Tower. All the fallen students had regained consciousness and were spectating the battles on the large screen from outside the tower. They couldn't participate in the battle themselves anymore. However, just by watching the battles between the prodigy students and the divine intent warriors would be quite beneficial for their own Dao observation. There are only 2 people left from our year. The third-year students are absolute monsters this year. Out of the 8 people left inside, 4 of them are third-year students. Do you all think senior student Lu Yuan will make it into the Hall of Fame this time? It's going to be hard. After all, he's only at the spirit nurturing final stage. Just as all the students were discussing among themselves, boom! The vital energy suddenly surged within the Immortal Spirit Tower as 8 figures with extremely vast auras appeared in the air above. An expression of excitement appeared on Lin's face. These were all returned to Void Stage Divine Intent Warriors, so it was no wonder that senior student Tang would fall here. This was a huge leap from the soul formation opponents they had faced earlier. Although they were only wisps of divine intents, the battles were going to be quite challenging as Lin and the others had only 1% of their normal strengths. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. All 8 divine intent warriors streaked through the air in unison. The divine intent warrior charging toward Lin was a man wielding a metallic mace. He swung his mace toward Lin as his mountainous aura crushed down with mighty force upon Lin. And Lin felt his blood surge in his body, and even his Earth Lotus Supreme skill was forced into activation. This fearsome attack was imbued with the mighty power of the Earth. Nice! And Lin was getting a little excited. Only through battling opponents like this could he accumulate worthwhile combat experience. The insignia of a golden lotus appeared on his forehead when the Earth Lotus Supreme skill was activated automatically by his body of the war god. His fists began to glow with a golden light, and the formidable aura emanating from his body threatened to tear apart heaven and earth. This was the first time Lin had used the power of his initial success stage body of the war god. He felt like his opponent was worthy of such an attack. The mace fell and cracks began to appear in the space around Enlin. Enlin immediately sent a fist glowing with scintillating golden light flying toward the oncoming mace. Boom! An earth-shattering boom reverberated throughout the 70th level of the Immortal Spirit Tower. The mace collided with the golden light, creating a monstrous shockwave that proliferated outward as the devastating power behind the golden light instantly pulverized the mace as well as its wielder. The golden light did not stop there. It continued onward, leaving a trail of brilliant golden light in its wake. Boom! Another earth-shattering boom erupted. A woman holding a long sword was struck by the golden light, and she flew through the air like a cannonball before crashing into the wall of the tower. Her body then slowly dissipated, and Lin was a little dumbstruck at the scenes unfolding before his eyes. Double kill? Tang Shimin's expression also mirrored Enlin's expression. He turned with a completely lost expression toward Enlin as if to say, "Who am I? Where am I? Why did my opponent suddenly die?" He was just engaged in an earth-shattering battle when his opponent was blasted to death by a golden fist projection. What the hell should he do? Outside the Immortal Spirit Tower, all the students drew a collective sharp intake of breath. Is this the legendary killing two birds with one stone? That's awesome. The Tamer of Divine Lightning is indeed formidable. As expected, God-En is still the most powerful student in the entire school. But what is student Tang going to do now? The rules state that intentional interference with another student's battle would result in disqualification. However, God-En simply effected an accidental double kill with his badassery, so he shouldn't be disqualified, right? Just as Enlin and Tang Shimin were staring at each other with dumbstruck expressions, at this moment, a white-robed elderly man appeared in between the two of them. He was the guardian of this restricted area, Bai Zhong. Bai Zhong looked at Enlin, then at Tang Shimin, and his face convulsed slightly. He turned to Tang Shimin first before interrogating in a stern voice, "Did you plan this out with him?" Tang Shimin was about to burst into tears upon hearing this. "No, I don't know anything. I was just engaged in an intense battle when my opponent mysteriously died." Bai Zhong then turned to look at Enlin. "Was that intentional?" Enlin shook his head. "It wasn't. I was simply unable to control my strength." Bai Zhong glowered at Enlin as he took a deep breath. "You can't even control your own strength? Are you a little child? What if you're fighting on a densely packed battlefield in the future, and you hurt someone innocent with your lack of control? How can a person who can't even control their own strength observe their Tao? And you?" Bai Zhong pointed to Tang Shimin before pointing at Enlin again and said, "Couldn't you two have battled further away from one another? This is such a large space, and all your strengths have been restricted to 1%. So this would not have happened had you both stood further away from one another." Bai Zhong unleashed a long, rambling rant as Tang Shimin and Enlin hung their heads in shame. After a prolonged scolding, Bai Zhong finally seemed to have vented all his negative emotions, and he heaved a long sigh before snapping, "Make sure this doesn't happen again." His body disappeared on the spot as his voice trailed off. And Lin heaved a sigh of relief before turning to Tang Shimin with an apologetic expression. "Sorry, senior student Tang. I didn't mean to interfere with your battle." Tang Shimin shook his head with a blank expression. "Teach, that's okay." He then turned to look around at his surroundings, as if he was in a bit of a daze. "So I passed through the 70th level just like that?" "That's right. Congratulations, senior student Tang." And Lin congratulated him while smiling. Tang Shimin pursed his lips. "All I wanted to do was to prove that I'm different from the person I once was a year ago. I finally progressed beyond level 70. But why do I not feel a single shred of joy?" And Lin didn't know what to say. Senior student Tang didn't seem very pleased with his assist. Su Xiaolin, Lu Qianhuan, Shen Yuancheng, Su Qianyun, and Zhu Qiubing all finished their battles in quick succession. Lu Yuan from the 5th-year cohort was only at the spirit-nurturing final stage. He was gradually being ground down by his return to Void Stage Divine Intent opponent. However, the longer the battle progressed, the brighter his eyes lit up. It was clear that he was getting a lot out of this battle. 15 minutes later, Lu Yuan was defeated. He looked around at the Immortal Spirit Tower with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. He was unable to immortalize himself into the university's Hall of Fame after all. On the 71st level, Tang Shimin was determined to fight hard and prove himself. The current me is not the same me from last year. 7 returned to Void Stage Divine Intent warriors began to materialize in the air. And Lin narrowed his eyes slightly. These opponents were clearly more powerful than the ones on the previous level. On the previous level, the aura exuded by the Divine Intent warriors hinted that they had just progressed to the return to Void Stage. However, the aura of these warriors clearly indicated that their cultivation bases had been stabilized. A return to Void Stage Celestial Immortal flew toward Lin while welding twin golden swords in his hands. Both of the swords were peerlessly sharp, and they felt as if they would be able to easily slash through space itself. And Lin relied on his agile movement techniques to dodge the attacks of the Celestial Immortal while glancing at Tang Shimin from the corner of his eyes. He then heaved a sigh of relief upon discovering that they were both quite far away from one another. It was going to be quite difficult to talk himself out of this one if he killed Tang Shimin's opponent again. And Lin decided to start off with some more subtle techniques before slowly increasing his offensive output as the battle progressed. Tang Shimin didn't have time to do something like that as he was forced to unleash his full strength from the get-go against a Sword Immortal. The Sword Immortal's sword techniques were extremely powerful, and the true intent of the sword exuding from each and every one of his strikes made Tang Shimin both a little bit nervous and also quite excited. Ring! The Celestial Immortal's long sword began to ring as he prepared to unleash a powerful sword technique. Tang Shimin's body trembled slightly as he charged toward his opponent. Right at this moment, a white flaming sword projection imbued with the devastating power of holy flames tore through the air before flashing past in the blink of an eye. The Celestial Immortal's eyes widened as its body was sliced in half, upon which it began to slowly dissipate. Tang Shimin's eyes also widened as he stared blankly at the scenes taking place before his eyes. He looked with confusion on his face toward a certain direction. A woman in a jade dress holding a long sword conjured from the holy flames of the vermilion bird met his gaze with a slightly awkward one of her own. Sorry. I didn't think there would still be such a powerful effect even after my strength had been reduced to 1%. Su Xiaolan said with an apologetic expression. Tang Shimin's body swayed slightly. He had the urge to throw up a mouthful of blood. Why did this happen again? He suddenly felt as if the world was so cold as a melancholy tune reverberated throughout his head. And Lin was also dumbstruck. He was just preparing himself to carefully dismantle his opponent when he witnessed Tang Shimin's opponent being destroyed by Su Xiaolan. What the fuck was going on? And Lin felt like he was embarrassed to even make eye contact with Tang Shimin. After all, Su Xiaolan was his Dao partner-to-be, so he felt a hint of guilt and responsibility for her actions. Outside the Immortal Spirit Tower, several thousand students fell silent as they stared up at the image of Tang Shimin on the crystalline screen. Student Tang was carried once again. Indeed, he must be over the moon. Over the moon? Why don't I see any hint of joy on his face? I feel like this is cheating. He fucking bribed his allies. I'm going to report him. Luck is sometimes more important than strength. You only need to be in the right place at the right time in some instances. Should student Su Xiaolan be blamed for this? It was her monstrous flaming sword projection that accidentally slew 2 divine intent warriors at once. Did Lin and Su Xiaolan plan this in advance? What you should be saying is, like husband, like wife. Just as all the students were discussing among themselves, Bai Zhong appeared once again in the Immortal Spirit Tower. He turned to Tang Shimin and Su Xiaolan with a weary expression on his face. He had never seen anything like this happen before. It wasn't rare to see students unintentionally injure someone else's opponents, but annihilating 2 opponents at once like this was simply far too fucking ridiculous. Tell me what happened. I told you not to do it again. Bai Zhong harumphed coldly. Tang Shimin was embroiled in a strong sense of injustice. He didn't want this to happen again, but other people kept on stealing his kills. What could he do? I'm sorry. I will make sure to control my strength next time. Su Xiaolin hung her head as she apologized. She just wanted to test out her vermilion bird flaming sword slash. But she had never thought that it would be this powerful. I'm sorry. I'll make sure to. Tang Shimin was at a loss for words as he stuttered like a broken record. What was he supposed to do? What had he even done wrong? He didn't have a clue. Bai Zhong was developing a throbbing headache. There had never been such powerful soul formation stage students before that were able to slay 2 opponents with 1 strike past the 70th level. Even if there were particularly powerful trial-taking students in the past, they were quite proficient at controlling their own strengths. Furthermore, there had never been a student with luck as freakishly good as Tang Shimin's. This was a cavernous area of over a kilometer in radius. Who could predict that his opponent would be in the exact position to be struck down by another student's attack? And it happened twice. Su Xiaolan and Enlin had clearly made unintentional kills, so it was very difficult for Bai Zhong to disqualify them. You too. Make sure this doesn't happen again. If it does, you're going to have to bear the consequences. Bai Zhong did not know what to say anymore, so he could only deliver a stern message to Su Xiaolan and Tang Shimin. Why did this sound so familiar? Su Xiaolan nodded and promised to not do it again, while Tang Shimin also nodded with an aggrieved expression on his face. After Bai Zhong left, all the battles within the tower were coming to their conclusions. Zhuo Qiubing panted heavily as he finally slew his opponent. He then turned to Tang Shimin with an expression of envy on his face. He had fought like his life depended on it to defeat his opponent. But what about Tang Shimin? He didn't even have to fight. He had placed below Tang Shimin last year. Was this trend destined to continue even though he had already reached the half-step soul formation stage? Everyone soon progressed onward to the 72nd level. Tang Shimin gritted his teeth as he made a vow to himself. He had to prove himself no matter what. He would use his own power to defeat his opponent without interference from anyone. All the other students seemed to be able to detect his emotions as they all chose to stand far away from him. 7 divine intent warriors materialized in mid-air before charging toward everyone with vast auras exuding from their bodies. Intense battles instantly erupted. And then, Tang Shimin was defeated. His chest had been pierced by a bolt of lightning, and he lay on the ground as he resisted the urge to fall unconscious. Enlin and the others had already finished their battles, and they silently spectated as Tang Shimin was slowly ground down before being defeated. Tang Shimin turned to look at them. I'm stronger than I was last year, right? I'm definitely stronger than I was last year, right? If I had been able to fight with my own strength on the 70th or 71st level, I would most definitely have been able to win, right? The current me is no longer the same me from last year, right? His words seemed to be stained with his blood and tears while he asked a heart-wrenching series of questions. Senior student Tang, you are definitely among the most powerful cultivators at the spirit-nurturing stage. Su Xiaolan offered words of consolation. Senior student Tang, you're actually powerful enough to progress past even the 72nd level. It was all because your state of mind had been muddled by our interference, thereby resulting in your lackluster performance. And Lin also dug up an excuse to console Tang Shimin. Tears welled up in Tang Shimin's eyes. Next year, I'll definitely... Right at this moment, another bolt of lightning fell from the sky and knocked Tang Shimin unconscious. Thus, Tang Shimin was teleported outside the tower without even having a chance to finish his sentence. Everyone observed a minute of silence for him. After a minute of silence, and Lin and the others continued onward to the next level. Outside the Immortal Spirit Tower, all the students heaved forlorn sighs as Tang Shimin was defeated. I thought student Tang would get carried for a few more levels. Hey, that's going too far. Student Tang has already tried his very best. Some things are simply out of his control. I actually admire student Tang for his efforts. I feel the same. I think a guy like him would definitely be able to progress to half-step soul formation stage next year, to have a real crack at entering the university's Hall of Fame. Just as the students were discussing among themselves, Tang Shimin began to slowly regain his consciousness. His body was still quite numb from being struck by lightning, and there was even a lingering sense of impending doom in his body. It had to be said, the simulation ability of the Immortal Spirit Tower was very powerful, and it provided an extremely realistic battle experience, from which he had learned a lot. It was just a pity that he had bowed out so early. Tang Shimin looked up with a longing expression at Enlin and the others, who were still engaging in spectacular battles, on the crystalline screen. Enlin and the others continued onward, and before they knew it, they were already at level 80. Zhuoqiubing, unfortunately, fell at the 77th level, and he vowed to himself there and then that he was going to crack into the Hall of Fame before his graduation. Thus, Enlin, Su Xiaolan, Shen Yuancheng, Su Qianyun, and Lu Qianhuan made it to the 80th level. This level was a major obstacle in the Immortal Spirit Tower. Success would earn you fame and all sorts of rewards. Failure would result in a disappointing exit. However, you would still earn pills and spirit stones as a reward. The Divine Intent Warriors of the 80th level are roughly at the pinnacle of the Return to Void intermediate stage, and not only are they able to use all sorts of high-rank spell techniques, but they would also be able to exhibit the power of their Tao. Hence, they're extremely powerful, so don't get complacent. Lu Qianhuan immediately offered words of caution to everyone upon reaching the 80th level. Su Qianyun and the others all adopted solemn expressions upon hearing this. As half-step soul formation stage cultivators, they were already beginning to struggle on the previous few levels. Zhuoqiubing was also at the half-step soul formation stage, and he fell at the 77th level. The 80th level was going to be quite a step up from all the previous levels, so they were bracing themselves for an arduous battle. Boom! 5 figures with auras as vast as the sea materialized in the air. All the Divine Intent Warriors at the pinnacle of the Return to Void intermediate stage were enshrouded by some sort of divine light, which gave them the appearance of mighty gods descending upon the world. The 5 celestial immortals began to sweep toward Enlin and the others. Enlin's opponent was a woman wielding red streamers. She immediately unleashed a few dozen streamers toward Enlin in an attempt to ensnare him. The red streamers seemed to be all-encompassing as it had all 5 elements imbued within, some of which were radiating powerful killing intents while others were exuding formidable sealing forces. Enlin felt for a moment as if the entire sky was falling down upon him and blocking all avenues of escape. However, he soon shrugged off that feeling. That was all an illusion. As long as he had enough power, he could break through anything. A golden lotus insignia appeared on his forehead as a golden fist projection imbued with the mighty power of the earth blasted forth. The monstrous might behind the golden fist instantly pulverized the red streamers. The woman turned pale with fright as her red streamers created a barrier before her. Boom! The golden fist projection exploded right before the woman. Her body stumbled back in retreat amid a flurry of red streamer fragments. Huh? She was able to survive that? Things are getting interesting. And Lin's eyes lit up. All the previous opponents had posed no challenge to him at all. However, this opponent was quite powerful and would serve well as a warm-up round. The woman's graceful, elegant body twisted as her arms waved through the air. Countless red streamers suddenly converged in the air before binding together to form a series of menacing corkscrew spears. In that instant, a devastating killing intent swept throughout the entire level, as if a death god had descended upon this world. Red Spear of Death. All the spears tore through the space before them as they flew toward Enlin while carrying the power to pulverize everything in their paths. Divine Inspection Technique. Enlin's eyes suddenly turned snowy white, and it was as if all the spears had slowed down. They actually hadn't slowed down, but the Divine Inspection Technique was able to give his consciousness the ability to focus better, thereby making everything appear particularly clear. The paths of the spears, the weak points in their formation, everything became plain as day to Enlin. Enlin's body drifted forward, and it was as if his body were an insubstantial spirit as all the red spears stabbed into the ground. In the end, none of the spears were able to strike his body. Enlin quickly approached the woman as she dodged. The celestial immortal's expression shifted as she tried to unleash a defensive spell technique. At this moment, lightning was already revolving around Enlin's fingertips. Lightning manipulation technique, lightning amplification technique. Not only had he triggered return to Void Stage Golden Void Lightning, but he also used his lightning amplification technique to further enhance the lightning as thick bolts of golden lightning pierced through the air before striking the woman on the head. Boom! The woman trembled violently as destructive lightning coursed through her body, and she appeared to be on the brink of dissipation. And Lin took this opportunity to appear right before her as he smashed another golden fist into her body. An earth-shattering boom erupted, and her body was shattered, thereby drawing the curtains on this battle. He turned toward everyone else to find that he was the first to finish his battle. Su Xiaolan wielded a long sword conjured from holy flames of the vermilion bird. She was slashing out one spectacular sword projection after another as she quickly followed in Lin's footsteps as the second person to finish her battle. Immediately following this was Lu Qianhuan. She was still refraining from using her sword as she rained down a series of powerful spell techniques upon her enemy with her six-feathered staff. In the end, her enemy's defenses were finally cracked open before they fell to her final spark. Lu Qianhuan had reached level 87 the previous year, so Lin wasn't really worried about her. He turned his eyes toward Su Qianyun and Shen Yuancheng. The two of them had only progressed to half-step soul formation stage not too long ago, and regardless of how supremely talented they were, or how powerful their bloodlines were, they were nearing the limits of their capabilities. This would not be an easy battle for either of them to try and win. Su Qianyun was faring slightly better than Big Brother Cheng. Her movement techniques were extremely agile as she flitted from one location to another. Her long black hair danced behind her like a waterfall while beams of moonlight flashed from her fingertips toward her opponent. Her opponent was a saber-wielding warrior, and each of their attacks was imbued with the unmatched power. However, they were simply too slow to threaten Su Qianyun, and it looked like Su Qianyun was going to come out on top after a prolonged battle. And Lin heaved a light sigh of relief upon seeing this before turning his eyes on Shen Yuancheng. His expression then took a downhill turn. This was because Big Brother Cheng was firmly on the back foot. Big Brother Cheng's opponent was a mighty warrior who had fortified their body to the extreme. Their speed and power were both extremely monstrous, and Big Brother Cheng had no time to even catch his breath as he was bombarded with attacks. Big Brother Cheng was firmly on the defensive, and just when he was about to reach his limits, a cold light suddenly flashed through his eyes. "It looks like I'll have to use that." Shen Yuancheng heaved a resigned sigh as he struggled to hold on. He had progressed to half-step soul formation stage, but he had never actually used his domain in a legitimate battle. It was simply because his domain was far too volatile and uncontrollable. However, he was only one step away from the Hall of Fame. He had been forced to the brink of defeat by his opponent, and he was very likely going to lose soon if he didn't use his domain. The celestial immortal broke through Shen Yuancheng's defense before launching a thunderous punch. The fist compressed the air, which then shot forth like an air cannon blast. The projection of a yin-yang image suddenly appeared underfoot as Shen Yuancheng's eyes became as calm as still water. A mystical energy began to exude from his body. Boom! The power of the fist was diverted. Shen Yuancheng's expression suddenly shifted as he yelled to warn everyone, "Be careful!" His voice had only just faded when a resounding boom erupted. A devastating explosion engulfed the entirety of the 80th level as the fearsome shockwaves and destructive power swept outward at once, while creating a horrendous scene akin to Armageddon. And Lin had made preparations in advance, but he was still knocked flying by the fearsome explosion. Su Xiaolan was quite sensitive to flames, and she was able to activate a suit of flaming armor to protect herself in a split second, thereby allowing her to sustain the least damage as she was only knocked back a few steps. The flames slowly dissipated. Shen Yuancheng coughed incessantly as he doubled over in a disheveled state. His white robe was in tatters, his elegant long hair had been charred and curled, and his handsome face looked more like a piece of charcoal. As for his divine intent opponent, they had been blasted into oblivion. Wah! An aggrieved cry sounded in the distance. Everyone turned to find that Su Qianyun's blue dress was tattered and charred. Her skin had been scorched a bright red, and her face was also as black as coal while a white plume of smoke escaped from her mouth. Shen Yuan Cheng. Lu Qianhuan had also been swept up in the explosion earlier, and she glowered at Shen Yuancheng with a thunderous expression. Shen Yuancheng hung his head in shame. I lost control. It's all my fault. I'm sorry. He was quite surprised that he had lost control so quickly. When he was sparring with Enlin, he hadn't lost control so quickly. He was able to use his Dao Myriad Spirit Tai Chi in order to divert most of the power from the explosion, but the others were unable to do the same. Shen Yuancheng was quite depressed. He didn't know how he ended up with a domain like this. The combination of Myriad Spirit and explosion represented the juxtaposition of vitality and destruction, which was quite a fitting balance for the Tao of Tai Chi. However, the explosive element of his domain often overwhelmed the Myriad Spirit aspect, thereby creating an undesirable imbalance. Hopefully, this would address itself when he progressed to soul formation stage. After the explosion, Su Qinyun activated a spell technique to conceal her body, as she silently cleaned herself up and put on a new set of clothes before landing the killing blow on her divine intent opponent, who had been blasted into a quadriplegic by Big Brother Cheng's explosion. Thus, all of them progressed through the trial of the 80th level. The students outside the Immortal Spirit Tower had exploded into raucous chatter as everyone discussed among themselves with animated expressions. Some of the female students had dreamy expressions on their faces. Shen Yuancheng is so handsome, especially after the explosion revealed his muscular body. My heart is thumping uncontrollably. However, there were some female students who thought otherwise. How did my Prince Charming become an explosive maniac from the handsome, graceful man he once was? I refuse to accept this. Some of the male students were quite disappointed. Why are Lu Qianhuan and Su Qianyun's clothes so durable? Of course, there were also some who were actually talking about cultivation. After observing that melee celestial immortal's fist techniques, I feel like I can incorporate a lot of that into my own fist techniques. The third-year students sure are freaks. Not only has Enlin entered the Hall of Fame, Su Xiaolan, Shen Yuancheng, and Su Qianyun have also followed in his footsteps. For God's sake, they're only third-year students. That's a very scary notion. Even the likes of Wang Xuanzhan was only able to make it into the Hall of Fame during his fourth year. Thank God Lu Qianhuan is still there. Otherwise, the junior students would have stolen the entire show. That would be nothing short of a tragedy. What level do you guys think Lu Qianhuan is going to get to? Within the Immortal Spirit Tower, Bai Zhong glowered down at the 5 students with a weary expression. He couldn't even be bothered to scold them anymore. Loss of control again. How can these students be so powerful yet completely unable to control their own strength? Bai Zhong was about to explode from rage. He issued warnings to not let it happen again, but they switched perpetrators every time. Seeing as Su Qianyun already had the clear upper hand in her battle, Bai Zhong couldn't be bothered to say anything. After all, he was going to be exhausted if he went about scolding everyone one by one. Besides, after the 80th level, there was no chance of them being able to interfere with one another's battles. Bai Zhong did not waste any more words as he pulled out 18 numbered badges. Firstly, congratulations on entering the Hall of Fame. Now then, these are the entry passes to the 81st to the 98th levels. As there is only one Divine Intent Warrior on each level, you can only choose 3 levels each, and you can't choose a level another person has chosen. Please pick out a level first, and once you pass through the trial there, I will reappear so that you can choose another level. Enlin asked with a curious expression, Aren't there 99 levels? Where is the badge for the 99th level? Bai Xian harumphed coldly. You have to pass the trial on the 98th level first before you can access the 99th level. Ever since the inception of the Immortal Spirit Tower, no one has been able to pass the 98th level. Don't try to aim too high, young man. Make sure to correctly gauge your own strength before making your decision. Bai Zhong couldn't help but preach. Everyone knew that there were only 3 chances left, and each level had rich rewards to be reaped. There was even a chance that they would be able to receive the inheritances of the Divine Intent Warriors they battled. If they chose a level that was too difficult for them on their first turn and failed as a result, they would be disqualified from further participation. That would be a waste of 2 opportunities. Su Qianyun played it extremely safe by picking level 81. Xianxia was also planning to test the waters, and he chose level 82. Lu Qianhuan wanted to pick herself up from where she had fallen last time, and so, she chose level 87. After a short pause, Su Xiaolan chose level 86. And Lin didn't even think and immediately picked level 92. Bai Zhong pursed his lips upon seeing Lin's confident expression. All right, then I wish you all the best of luck. As he spoke, he waved his arm to teleport each person to the level they had chosen. The 92nd level of the Immortal Spirit Tower. A wisp of sunlight shone in through the enchantment barrier from outside the tower. The sky outside was blue and picturesque, but Lin found himself situated in a realm of extreme frost within the tower. Lin turned to look at the man in a gray robe standing 50 meters away. His skin was very pale, and a cold projection of the moon surfaced behind him, within which was imbued a hint of subdued killing intent. Lin could feel that this man's aura had reached return to void final stage. It was quite clear that this man was a top-tier celestial immortal who had observed the true intent of the divine Tao. A hint of a smile appeared on the man's face as he nodded lightly. Hello. I didn't think that there would be a prodigy within the school that could reach soul formation intermediate stage. It's no wonder that a supremely talented prodigy like you would come to the 92nd level. My name is Fang Yi, and I cultivated in the Tao of the Frosty Moon. Lin was a little taken aback. You can speak. Fang Yi nodded. I have already attained my own Tao, so I could fuse the true intent of my Tao into my divine intent, thereby giving me sentient consciousness. This is also the reason why I am able to pass on an inheritance to you. It's just a pity that this is not a path to immortality, and I will fade away with time. Greetings, Senior. My name is Lin. Lin bowed respectfully. A light smile appeared on Fang Yi's face. All right, Lin. Shall we begin? If you can defeat me and satisfy me in the process, I can consider passing an inheritance to you. Lin nodded. As he stepped forward, the power of the body of the war god exploded forth from his body. Oh, that's quite an impressive aura, and it has a sense of perfected power too. A hint of surprise appeared on Fang Yi's face. As he waved his arm through the air, he created a realm of moonlight of several hundred meters in radius. The power of moonlight manifested itself as countless rays of white light that fused into the space around them, making it an omnipresent force from which there was no escape. Lin could feel a biting chill spreading throughout his entire body. The power of moonlight was ethereal and profound, and Lin found that he was unable to completely keep the power at bay. Lin knew that he had to act now. As wings of wind spread behind his back, he abruptly threw himself at Fang Yi. However, right when Lin sprang into action, a well-concealed yet deadly streak of white light flashed through the air before instantly striking his chest right where his heart was located. Bam! The streak of white light seemed to have struck something extremely robust, and it began to crumble. Fang Yi's expression shifted as the projection of the moon began to exude a brilliant white light. At this moment, Lin had already appeared right before him, and he threw a monstrous fist down with his Earth Lotus Supreme skill activated to the maximum. Boom! Golden ripples caused the air to warp and twist as the moonlight barrier established by Fang Yi instantly crumbled. PFFFF. He threw up a mouthful of blood as he stumbled back in retreat, and Lin was quite surprised to see this. Divine Intent warriors had blood? Fang Yi wiped the blood from the corners of his lips with astonishment etched on his face. You're very powerful. Never would I have thought that a supremely talented prodigy like you would appear in the heavenly court. I'm going to unleash my most powerful technique now. He made a strange seal with his hands as he spoke, and the projection of the moon behind him began to multiply into 2, then into 4. Soon, countless moon projections had appeared behind him. A suffocating aura of extreme frost began to surge through the air. Divine Tao technique, myriad frosty moon. And Lin finally drew a sharp intake of breath, and his knees trembled upon seeing this. He had trypophobia, just as the countless moon projections were about to descend upon him. A flame insignia appeared on Lin's forehead as wings of fire materialized beside him. He feigned the action of drawing a bowstring with one hand while he pointed a single finger at Fang Yi with his other hand. The great holy flame, demonic star flame, setting moon flame, and heavenly void flame began to converge to form an arrow. This was the crimson god arrow that combined all four divine flames. It took shape as Enlin activated his wings of true fire cultivation method to the maximum. Boom, boom, boom. Enlin's body was engulfed by the countless moon projections. However, an arrow streaked through the countless frosty moon projections like a scorching shooting star before instantly puncturing Fang Yi's heart. When the moonlight dissipated, Fang Yi stared down with shock and incredulity at the wound on his chest. He only came to his senses after several seconds of stunned silence. I lost? And it was such a crushing loss too. He looked up at Enlin and was greeted by a sight that was even more unimaginable to him. Enlin's clothes were in tatters, but his body was completely unscathed even after taking his most powerful spell technique head-on. Gasp! Fang Yi drew a sharp intake of breath and asked, "What the hell is your body made of?" Enlin scratched his head as he looked at the hole in Fang Yi's heart as well as his insubstantial body, which appeared to be blinking in and out of existence, but he didn't answer his question. Instead, he replied with a question of his own. "So, did I win?" Fang Yi's face convulsed. "Of course you won. With the help of outstanding prodigies such as yourself, the heavenly court is surely going to be able to scale to greater heights. You're far too kind, senior." An expectant light appeared in Enlin's eyes as he said, "Then, the inheritance?" "Oh, I'm not giving it to you," Fang Yi said while waving his hands. Enlin was taken aback upon hearing this. Why? He had clearly defeated Fang Yi, and in such emphatic fashion as well. How could there be no inheritance? "I told you that you had to defeat me and satisfy me in the process for me to pass my inheritance on to you." Fang Yi pointed to the chest in his hole as he continued. "However, you ended the battle in the blink of an eye. I didn't even get a chance to get excited before I was defeated. How could I be satisfied when you ended the battle so fast?" Enlin's body swayed, and he almost threw up a mouthful of blood. His mouth gaped open, and he began to doubt his own ears. Too fast? Not satisfied? What kind of excuse was this? And why did it sound so suggestive? All the students spectating Enlin's battle outside the Immortal Spirit Tower were also dumbstruck. They were able to hear the conversation between Enlin and Fang Yi as well, and their views of what a top-tier celestial immortal should have been like was slowly beginning to crumble. Is this something a top-tier celestial immortal should say? I am in shock. Our top prodigy destroyed the 92nd level but didn't receive an inheritance because he finished too quickly? Let's observe a minute of silence for God, and I feel like vomiting blood myself just from hearing an excuse like this. It looks like being too powerful isn't a good thing. The celestial immortal isn't willing to come to terms with his strength. Fang Yi finally felt a little better after seeing Enlin's dejected expression. He has such a monstrous body and fearsome spell techniques. Why would he even need my inheritance? There was simply no point in wasting time on learning redundant spell techniques. From their battle, Fang Yi could clearly sense that Enlin's spell techniques were of a higher level than his own. As such, why would he bother wasting his energy to pass on his inheritance to Enlin? He might as well save it for another student later on. However, he obviously couldn't admit this out loud. Otherwise, his dignity as a mighty return to void final stage celestial immortal was going to be swept to the ground. Fang Yi offered a smile in consolation. Don't be disappointed, Enlin. You're extremely powerful, so you'll definitely have a chance to obtain some better inheritances. I feel like you can challenge some of the higher levels, such as level 95 or level 96. At this moment, Bai Zhong had already reappeared before Enlin. Congratulations, student Enlin. You have passed the trial on level 92. Which level would you like to go next? After seeing Enlin's battle, he had a better understanding of Enlin's combat prowess. It was exactly because of this that the disdain he had for Enlin earlier had completely vanished. The confidence that he had previously perceived as cockiness appeared to be justified. Take me to level 98. Enlin immediately replied without any hesitation. He felt like he had been too careful. What was the point of choosing a level like 92? He went through everything to beat up a mini-boss who didn't even drop any items. He should have just chosen the most difficult level from the start. Bai Zhong. All right. Outside the Immortal Spirit Tower, all the students erupted into chatter again upon hearing Enlin's decision to challenge level 98. My God. Enlin chose level 98? How many years has it been since something like this happened in the university? Wang Xuanzhan had only made it past the 93rd level, then fell at the 94th level back when he made his last attempt. But Enlin is going straight to level 98? Hee. God and can defeat senior student Wang with one finger alone. Level 98 will be no problem for him at all. This is a once-in-a-millennium battle. If he wins, he'll rewrite the school's history. To be able to witness such a historical event would be another great memory we can look back on when we think back to our time at the school. Many of the students were getting quite excited as they looked up at the image of Enlin on the screen with scorching gazes. Of course, there were also some students spectating the other battles. For example, a group of female students had their eyes trained firmly on Xianxia, even though he wasn't engaged in a battle. That's right, he wasn't engaged in a battle. Instead, he was chatting. A beautiful female celestial immortal holding a crimson whip stared speechlessly at the man before her. She heaved an exhausted sigh. Are you done talking? Xianxia shook his head. No. Senior Shuyu, can't you reveal some of the inner workings of this immortal spirit tower to me? It must be very painful for you to be in this state. Shuyu's face convulsed slightly. No. I'm very happy here. How could you be happy here? A wisp of divine intent that has been imbued with the true intent of Tao is equivalent to a sentient being. So the divine intent here is akin to your physical self. Xianxia took a deep breath. With a determined expression on his face, he said, I have cultivated in the Tao of myriad spirit Tai Chi, so you can't fool me. Senior, are you really happy to be trapped in a tower for countless years like this? I am happy to be able to contribute to the heavenly court in any way, Shuyu replied. No, you're not happy. I can see the sadness in your eyes, Xianxia retorted. Shuyu, I really am happy. You're really not happy, Xianxia argued with a serious expression. Shuyu, if it wasn't for the fact that this student was quite handsome and was saying all this for her own good, Shuyu would have attacked him long ago. So what do you want to do? Shuyu asked with a resigned expression. I am relatively knowledgeable in the Tao of myriad spirits, so I can assist you to the afterlife, but I will need your cooperation to do so, Xianxia replied with a sincere expression. Shuyu's face darkened. So you're going to kill me? Xianxia shook his head. No. I only want to give you the release you deserve by entering the afterlife to be reborn again. You're different from all the other mighty figures on the 80th level and below. If your consciousness is here, then you won't be able to truly enter the cycle of reincarnation. Shuyu rolled her eyes. So you're going to fucking kill me? A warm smile appeared on Xianxuan's face. Don't you yearn for a new life? To be able to experience the beauty of the world again. The light of the sun shone through the window onto Xianxuan's absurdly handsome face. But his smile was even warmer than the sun. It even sent the onlookers into involuntary trances. It was as if all the aforementioned beauty of the world was condensed into this one smile. Shuyu was dumbstruck as she stared at the man before her. She was seemingly in a trance. She had once thought that this guy was a retard. However, after seeing such a warm, genuine smile, her impression of him had been flipped on its head. Outside the Immortal Spirit Tower, some die-hard Xianxuan fangirls were screeching with delight. But I swore a vow to remain here in the Immortal Spirit Tower as a divine intent warrior. Shuyu felt like her brain was a little muddled. So what? I can still give you the release you desire as long as you cooperate with me. Xianxuan wore a warm, genuine smile as he continued. I still think that it's an unreasonable thing to trap the divine intents of past immortals here. It's quite beneficial to the students of the heavenly court, but there are many other better ways to achieve the same results. What gives us the right to better ourselves at the expense of the revered celestial immortals? Shu Yu listened to his words with a blank expression, and she couldn't sense a single shred of hypocrisy from his words or his expression. She knew that this man really had her best interest in mind. I'm still very weak, but I want to try my best to help every person find the happiness that they deserve. I won't force my concept of happiness upon you, but I will do everything I can to help you find your happiness. This is perhaps my way of respecting all beings. Shen Yuancheng voiced his thoughts, and each and every word was like a hammer blow to Shu Yu's heart. For all these years, all she had done was to battle those who came in. Aside from battling, she would stare at the sky from the window of the 82nd level. The outside world was something that she could see but never reach. Perhaps she would continue like this, battling like a machine, until her consciousness gave out and detached itself from this wisp of divine intent. Was she happy? She felt a strong sense of responsibility to the heavenly court. But was she happy? The man standing before her didn't want to battle her. Instead, he was here to tell her that she was not happy. The endless, predictable cycle of battles seemed to have been shattered by this man. Shen Yuancheng was like a ray of sunlight lighting up her gray world and allowing her to see the colors for the first time in countless years. Do you yearn for freedom? Do you want a fresh new start? If you're sick of all this, if you want to be released, I can help you. Shen Yuancheng extended a hand to her, and Shu Yu found the courage within her heart when she looked at his hand. Tears welled up in Shu Yu's eyes as she stared at the man standing before her. Was this what it felt like to be cared for by someone? How long had it been since she last felt this? She had died a long time ago, but she suddenly felt as if she were alive again. A bright and vibrant smile appeared on Shu Yu's face, lighting up her enchanting features. Shen Yuancheng, you're an interesting man. If I were still alive, I would probably pursue you as my Tao partner, Shu Yu said in a soft voice, which wafted through the air like a warm spring breeze. Shen Yuancheng was suddenly at a loss for what to do as his hand froze in midair. Was that supposed to be a confession? How had things progressed in this direction? Right at this moment, Shu Yu extended her hand toward Shen Yuancheng and gripped tightly onto his hand. She felt a sense of warmth from Shen Yuancheng. This was what it felt like to have someone who she could rely on. Shu Yu took a deep breath, and a beautiful smile blossomed on her face. Help me, Shen Yuancheng. I want a new beginning. Outside the Immortal Spirit Tower, countless eyes were glued to Shen Yuancheng's face. The scenes unfolding before their eyes were simply far too bizarre and unimaginable. Hence, after a flurry of cries of surprise, everyone's attention was drawn to the Shen Yuancheng image on the screen. Holy fuck! What the hell happened? Why is Shen Yuancheng holding hands with that woman? All the students that had just turned their eyes on Shen Yuancheng's battle exclaimed in shock. I can't tell if this is trial fixing or a step toward greater understanding and world peace. Does anyone know what's going on? Someone fill me in. Many students turned around while looking for an explanation. However, even the students who knew what the context was weren't in the mood to be doing any explaining as they were still busy digesting what they had seen. It took time to come to terms with something so inconceivable. Is Shen Yuancheng that badass? He can even pick up ancestral mighty figures now? Some students began scoffing in a teasing tone. Congratulations on your marriage, you may embark on your honeymoon now. Wah? You're my Prince Charming. How could you do this? How could you choose her? Some female students' hearts were shattered. Sigh, we should give them our blessings. To be honest, I think Shen Yuancheng is right. I'm also quite sympathetic to all those mighty figures who are trapped in the Immortal Spirit Tower, even though they have sworn vows. I think we should give them the option of leaving whenever they please. Many students immediately chimed in with words of agreement upon hearing this. Of course, there were also some students who didn't feel this way as they felt it was important to also think from the perspective of the heavenly court. Within the Immortal Spirit Tower, Shen Yuancheng was also a little dazed as he held Shu Yu's hand. However, he quickly came to his senses before releasing her hand as a warm smile appeared on his face. Senior Shu Yu, please activate your cultivation method according to my instructions, and I'll separate your true intent of Tao from your divine intent. Shu Yu nodded slightly as she stared at Shen Yuancheng. At this moment, Bai Zhong, who had just sent An Lin to the 98th level, seemed to suddenly detect that something was amiss. He then focused his divine sense on the 82nd level. The sight that welcomed him there almost knocked him unconscious. What the fuck? Shen Yuancheng wanted to send a mighty figure within the immortal spirit tower to the afterlife. And the most important point was that the mighty figure wasn't offering up any resistance? What the fuck is going on? Are all these students supposed to be some sort of freaks? He could accept their astounding strengths, but now they were even trying to send the mighty figures within the immortal spirit tower to the afterlife. Bai Zhong was both panicked and exhausted. This wasn't something for him to decide. This was not even something Vice Principal Yu Hua had jurisdiction over. After seeing the expression of yearning on Shu Yu's face, Bai Zhong resisted the urge to stop what they were doing right away. Instead, he immediately contacted the Celestial the Arch via voice transmission talisman. This was something only the Celestial the Arch had the right to make a decision on. The line connected in no time. Bai Zhong informed the situation to Celestial the Arch, and what followed was a few seconds of silence that felt like years. After about a dozen seconds, a sigh that was caught somewhere between disappointment and relief sounded from the voice transmission talisman. Just let it be. The meaning behind these words was very clear. The Celestial the Arch was advising Bai Zhong to not interfere with this matter and let Shen Yuancheng and Shu Yu sort it out for themselves. Shu Yu closed her eyes as her body was enshrouded in a white light. A huge projection of a yin-yang image revolved underfoot, which signified the eternal cycle of life and death. Shen Yuancheng activated his Tao of myriad spirit Tai Chi as well as the power of his conscience to the maximum as a mystical light imbued with the power of great reversal lit up the entire 82nd level. Shu Yu suddenly felt like her body had become extremely light, as if a certain shackle had been broken. However, activating power like this would inevitably result in a backlash. Shen Yuancheng's eyes were completely bloodshot while blood trickled from the corners of his lips. However, he seemed completely oblivious to all this as he continued to maintain the spell technique. Shu Yu seemed to have detected something. When she opened her eyes, she caught sight of the strained state Shen Yuancheng was in. Her heart trembled as an unfathomable emotion welled up in her heart. Shen Yuancheng, you don't talk. Focus your attention. Shen Yuancheng practically yelled at her. Shu Yu stared at Shen Yuancheng with a profound gaze before closing her eyes to focus on activating her cultivation method. Boom! The entire 82nd level suddenly tremored violently. An immense power began to sweep through the entire 82nd level, and the power was both soft and flowing but also resolute and unyielding. It manifested in the form of a serpentine dragon dancing in the sky in a beautiful and moving scene. This was the true intent of Shu Yu's divine Tao. The power blossomed like fireworks in a spectacular display, and they also disappeared just as quickly as fireworks did. An exquisitely beautiful celestial immortal in a flowing red dress descended before Shen Yuancheng, and she enveloped Shen Yuancheng in a tight hug with tears swimming in her eyes. Thank you, truly? A relieved smile finally appeared on Shen Yuancheng's face as he sensed Shu Yu's scorching emotions. He lifted a hand, which was trembling slightly from overexertion, to pat her on the back. I wish you a happy next life, hero of the heavenly court. Shu Yu closed her eyes as tears flowed down her cheeks. I don't know if what I'm doing is wrong or right, but you are the light that had lit up the last part of my life. Shu Yu's body slowly dissipated into specks of light as an ethereal voice reverberated by Shen Yuancheng's ear. If I really do get reincarnated, I hope I can meet you again in my next life. Shen Yuancheng nodded with a smile. He then collapsed to the ground in exhaustion as he watched Shu Yu's figure slowly disappear. In order to fulfill his promise, he had used up all his power and then some. His overexertion had taken him well beyond his limits, and he was unable to hold on for any longer. After Shu Yu left, Shen Yuancheng completely blacked out. A few seconds later, a white mist condensed to form the figure of an old man beside him. Bai Zhong appeared by Shen Yuancheng's side and looked down at him with a complex expression. He still couldn't understand why the man had done what he had done, but after listening to Shu Yu's parting words, he finally began to understand something. Sigh. They are all sentient beings. I ended up ignoring their true feelings. Perhaps what you did was right. Bai Zhong heaved a forlorn sigh as he waved his arm to teleport Shenyuan Cheng out of the tower. He then muttered to himself under his breath, "What the hell are these freaks? I have to check on the rest of them to make sure they don't stir up any more trouble." Meanwhile, outside the Immortal Spirit Tower, all the spectating students felt as if they had just seen an epic film, and they were still caught in a bit of a daze. Shenyuan Cheng sent the celestial immortal to afterlife just like that? How the hell did he manage something like that? This is the first time this has ever happened since the inception of the Immortal Spirit Tower, right? As expected of one of the top prodigies of the heavenly court. His actions here will surely go down in the history of our university. I'm so touched. I ship them. Chengyu for the win. Fuck off. Shenyuan Cheng is mine. It's just a pity that Shenyuan Cheng bowed out on the 82nd level. And he didn't even get any rewards of inheritances either. You may think it's a pity, but it looks like Shenyuan Cheng begs to differ. He still had a smile on his face even when he fainted. Hey, everyone look. Lu Qianhuan has already defeated the Celestial Immortal on the 87th level. As one of the esteemed guardians of the restricted areas, Bai Zhong's job was to maintain order within his assigned restricted area. He had always been able to complete his role with aplomb, but this year's Immortal Spirit Tower trials had been especially hectic, and Lin and Su Xiaolan's monstrous strengths highlighted a major flaw within the Immortal Spirit Tower. Shenyuan Cheng sent Shu Yu to the afterlife, thereby accentuating the lack of humanized management within the Immortal Spirit Tower. Bai Zhong felt extremely exhausted. However, he was spurred on by having all these flaws pointed out to him. Perhaps he should thank all these students as they highlighted all the fallacies of the Immortal Spirit Tower to him in the most direct ways possible. Lu Qianhuan had already defeated her opponent on the 87th level and received the star-crushing palm from the Celestial Immortal as an inheritance. Bai Zhong appeared before Lu Qianhuan and offered genuine words of congratulations. She had definitely created a record by clearing level 87 as a half-step soul formation stage cultivator, and this was a clear indication of her strength. Lu Qianhuan pondered for a while before selecting level 91. Bai Zhong didn't want to interfere with her choice, but his lips twitched slightly when he saw the badge she was picking up, and he couldn't help launch into another preaching rant. He told her that she had to stay grounded and not bite off more than she could chew. It was already quite a feat to be able to pass through level 87, and in his opinion, she should be progressing in a sequential order to gather 2 more inheritances. To his surprise, Lu Qianhuan waved her hands and told him not to interfere with young people as everyone was a separate entity with their own ideas, opinions, and dreams. There was a generation gap between old people and young people, so old people should let young people make their own decision. A frog at the bottom of a well has no business offering advice to a fish in the sea. Senior Bai Zhong, I don't mean to offend you. I just can't think of any other analogies to express my emotions and elaborate on the issue of generation gaps. Lu Qianhuan went off on a rant of her own, and her preaching sermon had Bai Zhong rooted to the spot in silence. She meant no offense? That was definitely a lie. Shouldn't he be the one preaching to Lu Qianhuan? Why had the roles been reversed? He suddenly realized that none of these students were people he could mess with. Bai Zhong immediately teleported Lu Qianhuan to the 91st level without another word. As he left, he was still thinking about what Lu Qianhuan had said, and an inexplicable sense of sadness welled up in his heart. On the 86th level, a pure white sword projection slashed through the air before slicing a man who had his whole body enshrouded in black mist in half. Boundless holy flames of a vermilion bird latched onto his body and reduced him to ashes. A projection of the man reappeared before speaking in a satisfied voice. "Well done, Su Xiaolan. You have successfully defeated me, and I will now be passing the inheritance of heavenly poison onto you." Su Xiaolan backtracked a couple of steps as an awkward expression appeared on her face. "Senior Ling Hujuan, can I refuse?" Ling Hujuan's pupils contracted as incredulity appeared on his face. "You want to refuse my inheritance?" Su Xiaolan nodded with determination on her pretty face. "My bloodline is imbued with the power of fire and lightning, both of which are nemeses to all poisons, so there is no way the two powers could fuse together. Even if I were to obtain your inheritance, I wouldn't be able to make good use of it. Ling Hujuan's body swayed as his heart throbbed. Her logic was watertight, but he was once a high and mighty top-tier celestial immortal. Countless people once begged him for his instruction, but there was someone actively refusing his inheritance now. A strong sense of humiliation and indignation began to well up in his heart. Bai Zhong immediately appeared on the 86th level after detecting the fluctuating emotions of the celestial immortal there. Congratulations to student Su Xiaolan for passing the trial of the 86th level, Bai Zhong announced as he forced a smile onto his face. Thank you. Senior Ling Hujuan, I really am sorry. Su Xiaolan bowed as she apologized once again. Bai Zhong wiped the cold sweat on his forehead as he tried to smooth things over. Some things are preordained by fate and can't be helped. Senior Ling Hujuan is extremely benevolent and forgiving, so he won't hold anything against you. Ling Hujuan's thunderous expression eased a little as he turned his eyes on Bai Zhong. Of course I won't hold anything against such a young and promising cultivator. But can't you give the trial takers some information on the level they are challenging? For example, what kind of trial there will be, what kind of inheritance can be obtained. I would have thought it was common sense, but I guess not. Humph! Ling Hujuan's body slowly faded away. Bai Zhong was dumbstruck, and he stared off into space. Had he just been scolded? Bai Zhong felt as if he was about to vomit blood. How was everything his fault? He had initially planned to deliver another preaching rant to Su Xiaolan, but he had to swallow all his words now. An awkward smile appeared on Bai Zhong's face as he pulled out the numbered badges again. You may choose the next level you would like to go to now. Su Xiaolan mulled it over for a short while before picking up the badge with the number 95. Bai Zhong's face convulsed slightly, but he managed to catch himself before saying anything. Su Xiaolan was a soul formation initial stage cultivator. Wang Xuanzhan was also a soul formation initial stage cultivator when he fell at level 94. Was Su Xiaolan so confident that she felt like she was superior to Wang Xuanzhan? She still had 2 chances left, so why was she being so rash? In the end, he abandoned any attempts at persuasion. So be it. Experiencing failure was a mandatory part of everyone's cultivation path. Perhaps failure here would serve as a valuable lesson to her. Su Xiaolan progressed to the 94th level. Su Qinyun also passed the 81st level trial soon after. Su Qinyun received the inheritance of the White Water Steps technique, and upon seeing Bai Zhong, she chose level 83 with elation on her face. Bai Zhong almost wept tears of relief upon seeing this. He had finally met someone who he didn't feel the need to preach to. Su Qinyun didn't really have much ambition. All she wanted to do was to stay grounded and collect more inheritances. This was more important to her than challenging any of the higher levels. On the 91st level, sword intent swept through the frosty air. A celestial immortal wielded a green longsword as sword projections rippled through the air like green water, leaving a series of dazzling trajectories in their wake. The sword projections were imbued with the Tao of unyielding persistence, which was exemplified by the analogy of dripping water penetrating through a stone. Each of his mystical sword projection tore gashes into the realm of extreme frost en route to Lu Qianhuan. Lu Qianhuan was completely on the back foot, as she defended herself frantically against the countless sword projections with her frosty long sword, but she was unable to stage any counterattacks. You have the ancient sword Tao physique as well as a perfected domain. Why aren't you at the soul formation stage yet? The sword-wielding celestial immortal thrust forward with his sword, as the immense penetrative power imbued within his sword instantly broke through Lu Qianhuan's domain of extreme frost before landing on her body. Lu Qianhuan flew back like a cannonball before tumbling to the ground as she panted heavily. Why are you afraid of taking that final steps? What kind of obsessive notion has forced you to falter at the final hurdle? The man walked toward Lu Qianhuan with confusion etched on his cold features. Shut up and fight. Lu Qianhuan gritted her teeth as she stood up. She pointed her frosty longsword at her approaching opponent while standing tall and proud with a biting frosty emanating from her body, as if her body were a powerful divine sword. The man ignored Lu Qianhuan as he continued talking in a slow voice. In the Tao of the Sword, one can attain immortality through obsession. If you can't do that, why don't you use your sword to slice through it all? I'm sure you're capable of something like that. Lu Qianhuan's body trembled as she was suddenly rooted to the spot. Sometimes, when one was lost, it would just take one sentence from an observer with a keen eye to point one in the right direction. Perhaps she had thought of this method before, but she would always subconsciously ignore it. For a person to appear at this time and brutally dispel all her confusion to show her the right path, she had no choice but to consider that path. After a few seconds of dumbstruck silence, a vibrant smile appeared on Lu Qianhuan's face. All right, since you put it that way, I'll make a breakthrough for your viewing pleasure. The sword Immortal smiled as he sheathed his long sword. He stood off to the side silently and did not offer any more words to Lu Qianhuan. Lu Qianhuan's bright purple eyes immediately became as cold as snow. In that instant, she discarded all her emotions and attained a state of complete emotionlessness. Forget it all. Cut everything down and find the release that is forgetting. Boom! Dark clouds instantly gathered in the sky above the tower in a radius of 5 kilometers. Outside the Immortal Spirit Tower, all the students stared up in shock at the crystalline screen. It looked like Lu Qianhuan was going to put on a show like what Shen Yuancheng did. Rumble, bolts of destructive lightning peeked through the dark clouds overhead, as if they were threatening to tear the very heavens apart. So Lu Qianhuan is going to transcend her tribulation now? Transcending a tribulation during battle? As expected of my goddess. I was thinking that Goddess Lu had been too brash in choosing such a high level, but it looks like I'll have to swallow my words now. Lu Qianhuan is indeed supremely talented. Her lightning tribulation clouds are comparable to when Enlin transcended his lightning tribulation. There's one thing that's different though. The lightning in the sky is just normal tribulation lightning, not golden void lightning. Just as the students were all in heated discussion among themselves, Enlin, Su Qianyun, and Su Xiaolan seemed to have sensed something as they looked up at the dark lightning clouds through the window with shock on their faces. Bai Zhong had only been basking in elation for 1 minute over Su Qianyun's wise decision when he caught sight of the dark clouds gathering outside the tower. Could it be that someone is transcending a tribulation? He spread his divine sense throughout heaven and earth before his expression suddenly shifted. Oh? Lu Qianhuan is transcending her lightning tribulation? As expected of one of the most talented prodigies of the school, she was able to attain enlightenment during a battle. This is indeed worthy of a celebration. A smile had only just appeared on Bai Zhong's face when a thought seemed to occur to him, and his expression suddenly congealed. Holy fuck! Her tribulation lightning is going to strike the Immortal Spirit Tower. Bai Zhong knew that tribulation lightning couldn't be interfered with otherwise. It would become even more ferocious and destructive. Boom! An earth-shattering boom erupted as a streak of brilliant blue lightning crashed down. The bolt of lightning descended upon Lu Qianhuan. It was impeded by the roof of the Immortal Spirit Tower as electricity flashed in a dazzling explosion. Rumble! The lightning in the sky became more violent and ferocious in response, as if it had sensed that it was being impeded. What to do, what to do? Cold sweat dripped from Bai Zhong's forehead as he racked his brains. Lu Qianhuan's trial tribulation couldn't be interfered with. But if things were to continue like this, the tribulation lightning would become more and more powerful from the repeated impediment. In the end, the lightning would pierce through the entire Immortal Spirit Tower, and Lu Qianhuan would be blasted into oblivion. Lu Qianhuan's eyelashes trembled, and her face paled as she too realized this. Everything just seemed so natural when she crossed over that final hurdle, so she didn't think too much. Now that she had come to her senses, she discovered that she had picked a very bad location to transcend her lightning tribulation, and she appeared to be completely and utterly screwed. Bai Xian immediately withdrew the defensive and restrive spell formations around the Immortal Spirit Tower, which meant that all the power restrictions had been lifted. This meant that Lu Qianhuan was at full strength and had access to everything from her storage ring. However, this still did not resolve the issue at hand. The Immortal Spirit Tower was a high-rank immortal tool constructed from extremely robust materials. If the tribulation lightning was to be enhanced to the stage that it was able to penetrate through the tower, how was Lu Qianhuan supposed to survive? The male sword immortal's brows furrowed as he slashed an extremely powerful sword projection toward the roof of the immortal spirit tower. Boom! The sword projection exploded, but it was unable to penetrate even the ceiling between levels 91 and 92. That made sense. He was only a wisp of divine intent, so there was no way he could break through the immortal spirit tower, which was a high-rank immortal tool. "Come here quickly, Bai Zhong!" the male sword immortal yelled. A white-robed elderly man hurriedly appeared. "Kong Mohan, why didn't you prevent Lu Qianhuan from making her breakthrough while she's in the tower?" Bai Zhong interrogated. Kong Mohan's face convulsed slightly. "I was the one who encouraged her to take the final step as I couldn't bear to see a superb talent like her be held back by her fixations." Bai Zhong. So not only did he not try to prevent her from making a breakthrough, he was the one that encouraged Lu Qianhuan to do so in the first place. Bai Zhong's chest constricted. He could deal with the trial takers screwing him over, but even the divine intent warriors were screwing him over now. Kong Mohan was once a renowned sword immortal across the entire continent as well as a top-tier sword immortal instructor. It looked like his occupational disease had struck again, and he simply couldn't help himself. Now's not the time to talk about that. Our top priority now is to figure out how to help Lu Qianhuan survive this ordeal, Kong Mohan urged in a hurried voice. Bai Xian heaved a long sigh. The immortal spirit tower is unmovable from this location, and the lightning tribulation clouds are already established. Hence, if Lu Qianhuan moves from this location, she will suffer a backlash from the heavenly Tao. I've already informed the celestial the arch of this situation, and he's on his way here. There's no way around it. We'll have to forcefully disperse the lightning clouds. No, we can't do that. That would affect her Tao foundation. If we forcefully scatter the lightning clouds, her next trial tribulation will be countless times more difficult than this one. Kong Mohan shook his head with a remorseful expression on his face. A thought then suddenly seemed to occur to him as he offered a suggestion. "Can't we break a hole from here to the roof of the immortal spirit tower?" Bai Zhong shook his head with a resigned expression. "If we do that, then all the power within the immortal spirit tower would disappear, along with yourself as well as all the divine intent warriors. The celestial the arch most likely won't take this course of action." Kong Mohan's body swayed slightly. "It's all my fault." Lu Qianhuan also seemed to have overheard their conversation, and her heart descended into the pits of despair. Boom! Another devastating bolt of lightning crashed down upon the immortal spirit tower, causing the entire tower to tremor violently. On the 98th level, and Lin came to a sudden realization as his power restriction was lifted. He looked up as the defensive spell formation around the immortal spirit tower was withdrawn. He then turned to look out the window. "Sorry, Senior. I have to do something important." He bowed to the divine intent warrior before him, and his body transformed into a white mist as he flew toward the window. The window was shattered by his realm-piercing nail, and he appeared outside the immortal spirit tower atop his black brick. This lightning tribulation. Is senior student Lu about to make her breakthrough? He looked up at the sky before immediately flying toward the 91st level. A red streak of light flashed past as a window pane on the 91st level was punctured. Bai Zhong and Kong Mohan all received quite a fright upon seeing this. "And Lin, why are you here?" Bai Zhong asked with a shocked expression. "What are you trying to do?" Kong Mohan questioned with a cautious expression. Boom! At this moment, an extremely thick bolt of lightning descended from the sky with an immense destructive force. And Lin pointed a finger toward the bolt of lightning in the sky. The bolt of tribulation lightning suddenly twisted from its original course before appearing beside Lin. It then moved toward Lu Qianhuan. A resounding boom erupted alongside an explosion of lightning. Lu Qianhuan moaned in pain, and her body trembled as she became completely engulfed by lightning. The lightning manipulation technique sure is useful, and Lin heaved a sigh of relief as a smile appeared on his face. "Why am I here?" "I'm here to help senior student Lu transcend her lightning tribulation." Of course. Within the immortal spirit tower, Su Xiaolan and Su Qianyun had also stopped battling. After their power restrictions were lifted, they too broke out through the windows of the tower. They were then greeted by the sight of Enlin guiding the tribulation lightning toward Lu Qianhuan. All the students let loose cries of surprise. My God! Enlin can control tribulation lightning? Didn't you know that? God En was even able to control a golden void lightning Kiran during his tribulation transcendence. So this must be a piece of cake for him. I didn't really believe all the rumors going around, but with the evidence displayed right before my eyes, I have no choice but to believe them now. God En is indeed worthy of the title of Tamer of Divine Lightning. Phew! Lu Qianhuan should be able to safely transcend her tribulation with Enlin's help now. That's true. I'm thinking we should call up Enlin to protect us when we're transcending tribulations in the future. It would be like a God-tier hack. Stop dreaming. The hack is indeed God-tier. But how are you going to download it? With my looks. Hee hee. Are you more beautiful than Goddess Lu or Goddess Xiaolan? Some of the male students couldn't help but scoff at her words. Meanwhile, within the Immortal Spirit Tower, Bai Zhong and Kong Mohan were both staring at Enlin with completely and utterly shocked expressions. Did he just control tribulation lightning? I'm not dreaming, right? Bai Zhong felt like he was suffering from age-related ocular issues. Boom! Another bolt of divine lightning descended, and Enlin redirected it toward Lu Qianhuan again. The bolt of lightning struck Lu Qianhuan, and it relentlessly destroyed and refined her body. This was a type of creation from destruction, which was why the body of a soul formation stage cultivator could only be born amid lightning tribulation. Is his name Enlin? Who would have thought that such a supremely talented prodigy would appear in our heavenly court? Kong Mohan stared at Enlin with a scorching gaze. If this were tens of thousands of years ago when he was still alive, he would have taken Enlin as his disciple for sure. On top of that, Enlin would be his personal disciple, and he would impart all of his knowledge and techniques to him. Just his nonchalance in the face of tribulation lightning had won Kong Mohan over. Don't worry, senior student Lu. I'm here now, so you can focus on transcending your tribulation. The divine lightning in the sky became more and more formidable, but Enlin's voice was extremely firm and reassuring. This was an unshakable promise. Lu Qianhuan's brows slowly unfurrowed as the hint of a smile appeared on her face. That's right, Enlin is outside. For some reason, Lu Qianhuan felt a strong sense of security. All she had to do now was to focus on activating her cultivation method within the tribulation lightning in order to refine her body, fortify her consciousness, and perfect her domain. There were 49 bolts of tribulation lightning during a soul formation stage tribulation transcendence, and Lu Qianhuan's lightning tribulation was no exception to this. Aside from the fact that the lightning was particularly powerful from being repeatedly impeded by the Immortal Spirit Tower, there was nothing else worthy of note. If things were to continue like this, Enlin felt that Lu Qianhuan would have a very good chance to transcend her tribulation. Boom, boom, boom. The divine lightning continued to fall. All of them drew huge arcs through the air before entering through the shattered window on the 91st floor and striking Lu Qianhuan. Everything continued in a controlled and methodical manner. In the sky far away from the Immortal Spirit Tower, spatial ripples began to proliferate outward, and immediately after, a handsome man in a yellow robe and with a subdued aura appeared from thin air. He looked up at the raging dark clouds in the sky, then at Enlin, who was in the process of manipulating the tribulation lightning, and he drew a sharp intake of breath. So he really can control tribulation lightning. This man was none other than the ruler of the heavenly court, the Celestial the Arch. His arrival was completely unnoticed. In actual fact, if he didn't want to be seen, there would be no one here who could detect his presence. It looks like I won't have to interfere this time. A slight smile appeared on the Celestial Thearch's face as he began to spectate the scenes unfolding before his eyes with relish. At a safe distance away, Su Xiaolan and Su Qianyun were floating atop their swords as they watched from the sky. Su Qianyun's dreamy blue eyes were as wide as saucers as she stared at Enlin in disbelief. I didn't know classmate Enlin could manipulate other people's tribulation lightning too. I want to recruit his help when I transcend tribulations in the future as well. She then turned to Su Xiaolan with a careful expression. You don't mind, right? Su Xiaolan couldn't help but burst into laughter at the sight of Su Qianyun's adorable, yet uneasy expression. Of course I don't mind. We're all friends, aren't we? Besides, who is he to me for you to ask my opinion? Su Qianyun offered up a sheepish smile. Well, everyone's saying that you and classmate Lin are Dao partners to be. Su Xiaolan's expression darkened, but a hint of a smile could be seen flashing in her eyes, thereby indicating that she was clearly not averse to the title of Lin's Dao partner to be. Bolts of divine lightning continued to fall, and Lin continued to use his lightning manipulation technique, and he was finally starting to feel the strain as the bolts of tribulation lightning became more and more powerful. No one had unlimited power, and Lin was no exception. Even he would experience symptoms of exhaustion and overexertion from repetitive usage of the same spell technique. Fortunately, the lightning tribulation was about to conclude soon. 40 of the 49 bolts of lighting had already fallen. Lu Qianhuan had already completed the body refinement and consciousness fortification stages, and she was close to perfecting her domain as well. However, right at this moment, an extremely fearsome sword intent burst forth from the dark clouds overhead. All the life forms within a radius of 50 kilometers felt a sense of frosty sharpness in the air. Bai Zhong and Kong Mohan turned to look at Lu Qianhuan with shocked expressions on their faces. Even the Celestial the Arch was no longer able to maintain his calm facade. Kong Mohan muttered with incredulity, "Her ancient sword Dao physique has just been awakened?" Right at this moment, Lu Qianhuan opened her eyes as her aura climbed explosively. The true intent of the sword flashed through her eyes, making her appear as if she were a paramount sword-wielding goddess. In that instant, all the swords of the sword-wielding students gathered outside the Immortal Spirit Tower began to ring collectively. Even the green longsword in Kong Mohan's hand was trembling uncontrollably. The ancient sword Dao physique forced all swords into submission. Rumble. The lightning in the air suddenly converged to form a lightning sword that exuded a devastating aura, as if it were threatening to slice through heaven and earth. This is sword tribulation lighting? Kong Mohan murmured to himself. Never would I have thought that I would see such legendary tribulation lightning with my own two eyes. Only sword immortals with extraordinary talent can attract sword lightning during their tribulation transcendence. Kong Mohan was shocked, but the students outside the Immortal Spirit Tower didn't really think too much of it. With memories of Lin's golden void lightning still clear in their minds, this lightning sword wasn't really something astonishing. However, the sight of all their swords bowing in submission gave them quite a fright. At that moment, they could clearly sense just how outrageously powerful the true intent of Lu Qianhuan's sword was. Lu Qianhuan slowly stood up, and her body appeared as if it were an unsheathed divine sword, and the invisible aura of sharpness surrounding her body forced onlookers to avert their eyes. She raised her head, and it was as if she could see through the Immortal Spirit Tower to the lightning sword hanging high in the sky. Whoosh! The lightning sword sprang into action as it tore through the air like a lightning dragon toward Lu Qianhuan at Lin's behest, leaving a dazzling trail of electricity in its wake. Boom! A scintillating explosion erupted as the lightning sword pierced through Lin's chest. In that instant, heaven and earth fell deathly silent. Everyone's eyes were fixated on the man standing in midair, whose chest had been pierced through by the lightning sword. And Lin stared down with incredulity at the lightning sword protruding from his chest. The lightning sword was imbued with peerless sharpness as fearsome lightning might and devastating destructive power coursed through his whole body. Did the lightning manipulation technique fail? No. He just hadn't reacted in time. The divine lightning during lightning tribulations would always try to strike the person transcending the tribulation, no matter where they get manipulated to. However, right when Lin manipulated the lightning sword toward the 91st level, it suddenly switched its target and aimed itself at him. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, and Lin was completely caught off guard. Why would it strike him instead of Lu Qianhuan? He wasn't the one transcending a tribulation. And Lin was completely dumbstruck. Could it be that his lightning manipulation technique was seen as a provocation by the divine lightning, and it was goaded into striking him instead? That didn't make any sense. If the divine lightning really had emotions like this, he would have been struck a number of times already. And Lin! Su Xiaolan let out a cry of surprise as she witnessed Lin being struck by the lightning sword before flying toward him. Su Qianyun trailed along behind Su Xiaolan, and even Shen Yuanchang and the others, who were situated outside the Immortal Spirit Tower, began to fly toward Lin. "Stay away. I'm fine, so stay away from me." And Lin injected his vital energy into his voice to ensure everyone heard his yell. Everyone flying toward him faltered upon hearing this. It was only then that they noticed Lin's skin. The lightning sword had indeed struck him, but it had only made a hole in his clothes, and aside from a bit of charred skin, there appeared to be no substantial damage inflicted upon his body. Are you really okay?" Su Xiaolan was still a bit concerned. "I'm fine." And Lin shook his head and said, "Aside from being a little numb, I'm absolutely fine." As he spoke, he extended both hands before crushing the lightning sword protruding from his chest. Gasp! Everyone drew another collective sharp intake of breath. He could even cop the tribulation lightning in someone's stead and not get injured in the process. How amazing! Lu Qianhuan turned her gaze toward Lin, and a ripple of emotion flashed past her emotionless eyes. She had a feeling she understood why the tribulation lightning would strike Lin. She was trying to slice through all her obsessive tendencies, which were not only limited to her fixation with her mother but also with Lin and everyone else. When Lin stood right before her, the lightning sword experienced the most drastic interference. The tribulation lightning was the key for her to make the breakthrough, and it would naturally try to destroy everything that was holding her back. What to do? Lu Qianhuan suddenly discovered that it was not that easy to give up on some things. Even right now, she still couldn't forget her past. She couldn't forget her mother, and she couldn't forget Lin as well as all her friends. Perhaps when the last bolt of tribulation lightning fell upon her, she would then be able to slice through all her fixations. However, she became scared for some reason. When she was faced with the possibility of truly forgetting everything, she cowered. Boom! The 42nd bolt of tribulation lightning fell. Another lightning sword lit up the entire sky as Lin focused his entire attention on using his lightning manipulation technique. There wasn't even a single moment of complacency. The lightning sword changed course as he manipulated it past the roof of the tower. Sure enough, just when the lightning sword approached him, it suddenly changed direction. And Lin was prepared this time, and he immediately manipulated the lightning sword in another direction. Whoosh! The lightning sword was forcefully manipulated and had no choice but to strike Lu Qianhuan. Lu Qianhuan was in the process of activating her sword mantra cultivation method, and the projection of an ancient sword enveloped her body as she raised her chin slightly to face the oncoming lightning sword. The lightning sword struck her and exploded into countless specks of lighting as sword intent, which was imbued with the power of the heavenly Tao, flowed through her body, bringing with it destruction and creation. Success. A relieved smile appeared on Lin's face. During a tribulation transcendence, absorbing the power of the tribulation lightning was a vital step for cultivators. Being reborn from the destructive power of lightning was the key to making a breakthrough. If that weren't the case, Lin would have just taken all the lightning strikes for Lu Qianhuan. Boom, boom, boom. A series of lightning swords fell, and Lu Qianhuan's aura became more and more powerful. Her sword intent was also awakened with the awakening of her ancient sword Tao physique, and it burst forth from her body, piercing straight into the heavens. Some of the weaker students looked up at the sword intent piercing directly into the sky, and their Tao hearts trembled as they were struck by the urge to kneel and bow. After the 48th bolt of lightning, the sound of booming thunder in the sky was already dying down, and Lin looked up into the air with an expression of solemn anticipation. The last bolt of tribulation lightning was about to strike. An extremely formidable power began to accumulate in the air, while boundless sword intent parted the dark clouds within 5 kilometers directly down the center. A white lightning sword began to take shape. The lightning sword was over 100 feet in length, and it colored heaven and earth white with its dazzling light. The monstrous power housed within the sword gave everyone a sense of asphyxiation. A series of cracks sounded as black spatial rifts began to open up around the sword, as if space itself was unable to bear its overwhelming power. This bolt of tribulation lightning, it's extremely powerful. And Lin looked up at the lightning sword with shock in his eyes. Even with the body of the war god, he would likely be wounded by a bolt of tribulation lightning this powerful, so there was a chance that Lu Qianhuan would be unable to endure it. No, she definitely wouldn't be able to endure it. Furthermore, for some reason, he couldn't manipulate Lu Qianhuan's tribulation lightning as comfortably as he did with his own. He was only able to control their direction, but not their speed as well as their power output. This meant that this bolt of tribulation lighting would instantly strike Lu Qianhuan with all its power. Kong Mohan had also realized this, and his expression shifted drastically as he said, "No, it's too powerful. She's not going to be able to take it." Is it because of the earlier impediment posed by the Immortal Spirit Tower that the power of the tribulation lightning is enhanced to such a fearsome degree? Bai Zhong's face was etched with disappointment and sympathy, but he didn't know what he could do. In the distance, the Celestial the Arch also heaved a forlorn sigh as he said, "It's not just the impediment posed by the Immortal Spirit Tower, it's also because of the fact that the more supremely talented a cultivator is, the more fearsome their tribulation would be." After awakening the ancient sword Dao physique, Lu Qianhuan's aptitude for cultivation has become astoundingly prodigious, so her tribulation lighting is naturally going to be extremely formidable. On top of that, her foundation has yet to be perfected, and she hasn't discarded all her fixations either. To try and borrow the power of heavenly tribulation to completely slice through her fixations is only going to result in a futile attempt that would only work to further enhance the power of the tribulation lightning. Taking all these factors into consideration, it looks like she is going to die here. The Celestial the Arch shook his head with another forlorn sigh. If the tribulation had only just begun, he could still scatter the lightning clouds in order to save Lu Qianhuan's life. However, he could not interfere now that the tribulation had reached its final stage. Otherwise, he would suffer a backlash from the heavenly Tao. All the onlookers were all looking up at the lightning sword with anxious expressions. Even if they didn't really know what was going on, they could still clearly sense just how powerful that lightning sword was. It did not seem to be something a human could contend with. Lu Qianhuan's features paled when she sensed the monstrous power gathered overhead. She thought back to her past. She loved her mother so much, and she had so many valued and cherished friends. Why would she want to completely sever all these emotional ties? Taking an incorrect first step meant that all her subsequent steps were also destined to be wrong. Lu Qianhuan realized where she had gone wrong. She was completely unprepared to part with all these emotions. Having a dishonest mouth but an honest heart was the perfect analogy to describe her. She wasn't even mentally prepared, so how was the tribulation lightning supposed to help her? Gale force winds howled as the dark clouds surged. The white lightning sword hung in the sky, and her body was no longer standing proud and tall. She appeared to be a stray wicker on the brink of falling from the tree as tears rolled down her pale features. She suddenly realized that she was scared of dying, that she too experienced remorse and a reluctance to leave this world behind. Boom! The white lightning sword descended while coloring the entire sky a vibrant white, as if it were bringing down a divine punishment. Lu Qianhuan looked up at the bolt of monstrous oncoming energy with a resigned look in her purple eyes. However, she suddenly saw a man turning back to smile at her with warmth and determination on his face. The lightning sword fell, but it pierced through that man's chest. Her lips fell open slightly. In the end, she was no longer capable of repressing her emotions anymore as a heart-wrenching cry escaped her lips. "Enlin!" The dazzling white lightning sword pierced through Enlin's body with boundless sword intent and destructive power. This was the only way Enlin could think of to ensure Lu Qianhuan's survival. There had been one lightning sword that took him by surprise and striking him before being crushed and absorbed. He just had to do the same thing again by directing the tribulation lightning toward himself. It was quite clear that he had succeeded. The white lightning sword pierced through his body, charring his entire chest black with its destructive power and causing him to throw up a mouthful of blood. "Enlin!" Lu Qianhuan's heart-wrenching cry erupted. She tried to move to get closer to Enlin, but the mighty power of heaven and earth suddenly descended upon her. Lu Qianhuan felt the paramount power inflict backlash on her body, and she instantly threw up a mouthful of blood. "Don't worry about me. I'm fine." And Lin took a deep breath as he spoke. His body of the war god had already been activated earlier, and his currently near indestructible body resisted against the fearsome power imbued within the lightning sword. At the same time, the lightning sword gradually began to flow into Lin's sea of vital energy. And Kiran, who was riding on whaleback, looked up into the sky to discover a monstrous lightning sword taking shape in the sky. Even the white vermilion bird was given a fright as it retreated into the distance. And Kiran, however, was completely unfazed as he flew into the air toward the lightning sword while opening his mouth in excitement. Munch munch, thus, and Kiran began to gobble up the white lightning sword within Lin's sea of vital energy. At the same time, the massive lightning sword protruding from Lin's chest began to shrink before collapsing into countless specks of white lightning that enveloped Lin's body. Bai Zhong, Kong Mohan, Lu Qianhuan, and all the spectating students were completely dumbstruck. Even the Celestial the Arch couldn't help but swallow in shock. It was at that moment that they saw a joyful expression appear on Lin's face. That's right, in contrast to the pain that had flashed across his expression upon being first struck by the lightning sword. All that was left now was a sense of bliss. His body trembled slightly, while the corners of his lips perked up into a blissful smile. Isn't Lin enjoying this? It looks like it. He wouldn't be smiling if he was in pain. I would. Bro, that was a bit too much information there. And Lin truly is worthy of the title of Tamer of Divine Lightning. Only someone as freakish as him could manipulate divine lightning and derive joy from being struck by a bolt of lightning. Does it really feel that good to be struck by lightning? I want to try it too. All the students looked up at the man in the sky with expressions of reverence and fanaticism. This was probably another scene that was going to etch into their memories. Su Xiaolan was looking up at Lin with a complex expression. Could it be that he's a masochistic person? The dark clouds in the sky began to slowly dissipate as the radiant sunlight peeked through. And Lin had also completely absorbed the lightning sword by now, and a white lightning cloak draped itself over Kiran's body. A fearsome sword intent began to surge through his sea of vital energy as the little whale began to tremble in fear. What the hell was this cloak? Could it be that this cloak was the equivalent to clothes? And Lin was ecstatic as this thought occurred to him. The condition for breaking through to soul formation final stage was to give Kiran a good-looking item of clothing to wear, and cloaks counted as clothing too, right? He eagerly surveyed his system to find that there was no notification for mission completion. And Lin was quite dejected upon seeing this. It looked like cloaks didn't count after all. Boom! His sea of vital energy suddenly tremored. Immediately afterward, and Kiran reciprocated with some sort of energy, which allowed him to observe the Tao of lightning. This was related to the sword intent of lightning. In simpler terms, he could use the white lightning sword as well now. A vibrant smile blossomed on Lu Qianhuan's face as her eyes regained their former sprightliness upon seeing that Lin was unscathed. Crack. A clear, crisp crack sounded. The projection of the ancient sword around her body suddenly began to crack open. PFFF. Lu Qianhuan threw up a mouthful of blood. And Lin's expression shifted as he asked with concern, "Are you all right, senior student Lu?" As a vastly knowledgeable and experienced sword immortal, Kong Mohan immediately realized something as a grave expression appeared on his face. This is bad. She is missing a bolt of tribulation lightning, which has resulted in an imperfection in her sword Tao intent. This means that if she doesn't take advantage of the lightning tribulation to perfect her Tao intent, it is going to be exceedingly difficult for her to improve her cultivation base in the future. Everyone's expressions shifted upon hearing this. They all turned to look up into the sky to discover that all the dark clouds had dissipated. There wasn't any tribulation lightning left. Could it be that this tribulation transcendence was bound to end in tragedy? Tears streaked down Lu Qianhuan's beautiful yet vulnerable face. However, she forced a nonchalant smile onto her face upon hearing Kong Mohan's words, as she said in a cheerful voice, "That's fine. I'm just glad I was able to come out of this alive. I have already attained the body of a soul formation stage cultivator, so I have a 10,000-year lifespan already. That's more than enough." Crack. Countless cracks began to appear on the projection of the ancient sword as its bronze luster faded. The sword Dao Intent, which had previously been so powerful and resolute, was now on the brink of collapse. Everyone felt a sense of profound sadness upon seeing this, and some people even averted their eyes as they could no longer bear to look. And Lin clenched his fists tightly with an unyielding expression. There had to be another way. A thought suddenly occurred to him as he took a deep breath and waved a finger through the air. Crack. White lightning imbued with boundless sword intent reappeared in the air. This familiar feeling. Lu Qianhuan stared up at Lin with astonishment in her purple eyes. Not just her, but everyone also turned their eyes on Lin with a smorgasbord of expressions on their faces. Their expressions were that of shock, confusion, and excitement. "Do you trust me?" Lin asked. Lu Qianhuan nodded with a vibrant smile. "Yes. Then how about we give it a try?" Lin waved his hand as the white lightning converged to become a lightning sword from which supreme sword intent exploded forth. "All right. I'm willing to give it a shot." For some reason, Lu Qianhuan had unconditional trust in the man standing before her. It was as if the sense of security he provided her made him worthy of her unconditional trust. Boom! The white lightning sword struck Lu Qianhuan. Lu Qianhuan activated her cultivation method again as her sword intent resumed its ascent. Boom! Amid an explosion of lightning, the cracks on the projection of the ancient sword began to slowly smooth themselves over. Everyone's hearts thumped in their chests upon seeing this, and they almost let out cries of surprise. It was working. The power that Lin was unleashing originated from Lu Qianhuan's tribulation lightning, so the power imbued within the lightning sword corresponded extremely well with Lu Qianhuan. To be able to unleash power akin to Lu Qianhuan's tribulation lightning was also quite a pleasant surprise for Lin. "It's not enough." Lin manipulated lightning again as another white lightning sword struck Lu Qianhuan. Boom, boom, boom. Amid a flurry of explosions, Lu Qianhuan's sword Dao Intent was gradually being perfected. In the end, Lu Qianhuan's sword intent joyfully soared into the heavens right before everyone's scorching eyes. The joy within her regal sword intent resonated with all the swords present at the scene again. The swords weren't bowing in submission this time. Instead, it was as if they were celebrating the arrival of their queen. Lu Qianhuan stepped through the air as a tiny projection of a divine sword appeared underfoot with each step she took. The world around her seemed to have become a realm of swords. Kong Mohan's body trembled as he exclaimed in an ecstatic voice, "This is the birth of a truly exceptional sword immortal." Lu Qianhuan made her way toward Lin. The sharpness in her purple eyes completely faded away as it was replaced by a wave of emotions. A light breeze blew past, causing her long hair to dance in the air. "Thank you, Lin. I'll reward you with a hug." She didn't wait for a reply from Lin before a cheeky smile appeared on her face as she enveloped Lin in a tight hug. Lin caught a whiff of a light aromatic scent wafting into his nose before Lu Qianhuan's soft and warm body was pressed tightly to his. He stood rooted to the spot as Lu Qianhuan wrapped her arms tightly around him. The man who had once required her protection was now someone who she could rely upon. Lu Qianhuan closed her eyes and held on for several seconds before slowly releasing her arms from around Lin and taking a few steps back. She tilted her head to the side with an amused smile at the sight of Lin's dumbstruck expression. Her smile that came with a hint of affection and gratitude was both exuberant and beautiful. She expressed her gratitude to Lin once again. "Thanks." Lin came to his senses and waved his hands. "You're welcome. It was my pleasure." An undetectable grimace appeared on Su Xiaolan's face. Lu Qianhuan had finally safely transcended her tribulation, and all the surrounding onlookers heaved a collective sigh of relief. A tribulation transcendence with so many twists and turns constantly stimulated their adrenal glands, providing a level of excitement and entertainment that was not inferior to watching a spectacular battle. As for that final hug, no one really thought much of it. However, Su Xiaolin felt a bit weird after witnessing their embrace. She wanted to give Lin a thorough beating and ask him if that hug felt good, but she could only suppress the urge to do so after realizing that it was probably not a good look to pummel Lin in front of all these bystanders. Lin is so awesome. He can even deliver tribulation lightning in the stead of the heavens. Does that mean I would be able to progress to the soul formation initial stage if Lin were to use this lightning to blast me? Su Qinyun blinked her dreamy eyes as her mind drifted away. Su Xiaolin replied with an exasperated expression. That's obviously not going to work. Lin has most likely only absorbed the energy from Lu Qianhuan's tribulation lightning, so the lightning will only work for Lu Qianhuan. You can't say that for sure. What if his lightning does work on me? You won't know until you try it. Su Qianyun argued in a mellow voice. Su Xiaolin slapped her hand to her forehead as she heaved a light sigh. If Su Qianyun was determined to be blasted by lightning, then who was she to stop her? Bai Zhong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with a shaky hand. This trial tribulation had been an arduous process for him to endure. One of the top students within the university had almost just died here. Thank God my mistake could be rectified. Kong Mohan was the most elated person at the scene now that Lu Qianhuan safely transcended her tribulation. He was in constant fear that his words of encouragement would be directly responsible for the death of a supremely talented sword immortal. Fortunately, Lin was able to reverse this dire situation and saved Lu Qianhuan's life. A relieved smile appeared on Bai Zhong's face. What a way to conclude this year's Immortal Spirit Tower trials. His expression suddenly faltered as he spoke. Wait. Conclude my ass. The trial was technically still in progress, but everything was in a state of utter turmoil. Bai Zhong suddenly felt utterly exhausted. Lu Qianhuan waved her hand at Lin before flying back to the 91st level. The trial still hasn't concluded yet, so I'll see you later. Bai Zhong also came to his senses and rallied all the trial takers in an authoritative voice. All trial takers, please return to your respective levels to continue your trials. Lin turned around to find that Su Xiaolin had her eyes trained on him as well. A slight smile appeared on Su Xiaolin's face as she offered words of praise in a gentle voice. Well done. Hee hee. Did I win you over with my power and reliability? Lin couldn't help but get carried away upon being praised. Su Xiaolin's chest constricted upon hearing this. Was he really this oblivious? A cold smile appeared on her face. Hee hee. Just wait till we get back. Ha! Confusion appeared on Lin's face as a sense of foreboding welled up in his heart. All right, I'm going back to take my trial. Su Xiaolin turned before flying toward level 95 atop her dragon sparrow sword. Hee hee. Classmate Lin, you have to help out with my tribulation transcendence in the future. Su Qianyun waved in farewell as a sweet smile appeared on her face. Lin was a little dumbstruck, but everyone had already left to take their trials, so he could only follow in their example. Thus, he swallowed a blood spirit pill before flying back toward the 98th level. Come to think of it, the Divine Intent Warrior was taking a very long time just to materialize on that level. He had waited for a long time, but his opponent still hadn't taken shape, and he was beginning to wonder if the Divine Intent Warrior had taken shape during the time that he had been away. On the 91st level, Kong Mohan and Lu Qianhuan faced each other while holding their respective swords. I apologize. I should not have encouraged you to make you a breakthrough here. Kong Mohan bowed with an apologetic expression. Lu Qianhuan replied with a carefree smile. No, I am the one at fault here. However, I'm quite thankful for the decision that I had made. After all, the end result was good, right? This was indeed a very good result for her. After all, she had tried to sever all her emotional ties in this world in order to make a breakthrough, only to find that she was completely unable to do so. It was exactly due to the arrival of Lin that she was able to make a breakthrough while keeping everything that was valuable to her. Perhaps her Tao heart would continue to be affected by these emotions in the future, but this was much better than becoming a heartless and emotionless sword immortal. A relieved smile appeared on Kong Mohan's face as he nodded at the sight of Lu Qianhuan's carefree smile. All right, let's begin then. Sure. Lu Qianhuan waved her frosty longsword through the air as a domain of extreme frost appeared around her. Her entire body appeared as if it were a peerlessly sharp sword as snow and ice swirled in the air around her. The fearsome sharpness imbued within her domain caused the very space around her to tremble as she took a step forward. Her domain of extreme frost descended upon Kong Mohan, creating a path for her sword even before she had initiated her attack. Kong Mohan's pupils contracted, and he forcefully struggled free of the shackles of her domain of extreme frost before slashing a powerful green sword projection toward Lu Qianhuan. Ding! A crisp sound akin to two pieces of jade clattering against one another sounded as his green sword projection was sliced in half by a blue afterimage. So fast. Kong Mohan immediately unleashed his movement technique as he flew back in retreat at the sight of the figure flashing toward him at an alarming speed. However, he suddenly found that the speed of his retreat became slower and slower as the oncoming figure closed in on him more and more quickly. Domain of extreme frost. The frosty sealing power in the air became more potent as Lu Qianhuan drew closer to Kong Mohan. Whoosh! A sword projection imbued with the power of extreme frost instantly sliced Kong Mohan's body in half. Lu Qianhuan had already appeared behind Kong Mohan, and her blue and pink costume danced lightly as snow and ice fell around her. Her arms hung down by her sides while the frosty long sword in her hand was reduced to a pool of water. Throughout this whole process, she did not turn back even once to look at Kong Mohan. So powerful! A joyful smile appeared on Kong Mohan's face as his body began to crumble. He then said, "Prepare yourself. I'm going to impart upon you my dripping water sword technique." A green light fused into Lu Qianhuan's glabella. Lu Qianhuan stood still in silence, and her ancient sword Dao physique allowed her to observe the true intent within the dripping water sword technique in no time. She turned to Kong Mohan before bowing with gratitude in her eyes. "Thank you, Senior." A pleased smile appeared on Kong Mohan's face as he said, "Your talent is exceptional. If I could, I would impart upon you every single one of my techniques." His body slowly faded along with his voice before he finally disappeared like a passing breeze. Bai Zhong appeared again before turning to Lu Qianhuan with sadness in his eyes as he produced a stack of badges. "Congratulations on passing your trial, Lu Qianhuan. You may choose another level now." Lu Qianhuan immediately picked up the badge numbered 97 without any hesitation. Bai Zhong faltered upon seeing this, and he couldn't help but offer his advice again. "Do you want to reconsider? After all, you've only just broken through to the soul formation initial stage. Even if you're supremely talented, you still require time to fortify your cultivation base. It will be next to impossible for you to complete the trial on the 97th level." "Heh! That's what you told me when I chose level 91, old man." Lu Qianhuan chuckled. Bai Zhong. Bai Zhong felt like good intentions had been misconstrued, and he felt quite depressed as a result. "Fine, fine, fine. Go then. You won't learn and grow without experiencing failure." Bai Zhong snapped as he thrust the badge for level 97 toward Lu Qianhuan. "That's strange. Why did those words seem so familiar?" Bai Zhong suddenly felt even more depressed. A light smile appeared on Lu Qianhuan's face as she held the badge, and Lin was on level 98. All she wanted was to not be left behind by him. Outside the Immortal Spirit Tower, all the students erupted in cheers. They had just witnessed Lu Qianhuan taking down Kong Mohan in double-quick time. Lu Qianhuan was the only fifth-year representative among the remaining trial takers, so everyone was vouching for her. "Do you guys think Senior Student Lu will break Senior Student Wang's record? There's certainly hope. Senior Student Lu has just progressed to the soul formation stage, and with her exceptional aptitude, there's a good chance she would be able to pass the trial on the 94th level." This, however, everyone fell silent as they stared up at the screen before exploding into chatter again. "My God! Senior Student Lu chose level 97. How long has it been since someone last passed the 97th level trial? It must be over 10,000 years now." Her decision was too rash. Wang Xuanzhan was an exceptional talent, but he still fell at the 94th level. "She's biting off more than she can chew." Many of the students were quite excited to see if senior student Lu could break the previous record held by Wang Xuanzhan. But their excitements were significantly dampened upon seeing her decision to challenge a level that was almost impossible to overcome. The Celestial the Arch clicked his tongue in amazement as he surveyed the scene from afar. This Enlin is indeed impressive, but he's attracting a lot of attention from the opposite sex. I have to tell Xiao Zi to be on her guard and not fall for him. Su Qinyun defeated her opponent on the 83rd level and obtained the inheritance of the Immortal Flame Lotus. This inheritance was a complete mismatch with her style of battle, but she still accepted it without any hint of pickiness. On top of that, the Celestial Immortal was very happy to pass on their inheritance to her. This was for no reason other than the fact that she was simply far too beautiful. It had been a long time since the Immortal had seen such a beautiful little girl, so they almost had no choice but to pass an inheritance on to her. Immediately after that, Su Qianyun chose level 84 with an elated smile. Bai Zhong felt like Su Qianyun was the cutest and most amiable among all these students. Not only was she beautiful on the outside, but she also had a super beautiful personality. He felt the most at ease when dealing with her. This was also why Bai Zhong was the most approving of Su Qianyun. Among all these trial takers, Su Qianyun was the only one who had earned a compliment like this. Meanwhile, Su Xiaolan was having a difficult battle on the 95th level. In the end, the enraged cry of the vermilion bird erupted as white holy vermilion flames engulfed the entirety of the 95th level. The fearsome heat and destructive power imbued within the flames made the air within the level shimmer and warp. Her opponent was a man whose entire body was enveloped by a defensive spell technique, which manifested itself into the projection of an indestructible golden dragon's head. Lightning pythons appeared under Su Xiaolan's feet as she flew through the flames, as if she were a sharp sword. She spread her white wings as she leaped into the air like a goddess soaring through the air. An azure lightning dragon transformed to become a divine sword imbued with vast dragon might, while a white flaming vermilion bird transformed into a flaming longsword imbued with holy might. The two swords then combined as one, and an extremely devastating energy fluctuation began to proliferate forth as a longsword imbued with the might of the vermilion bird and the might of the true dragon appeared in Su Xiaolan's hand. She stepped forward with her fearsome long sword before striking down upon the projection of the golden dragon head. Boom! White flames and azure lightning exploded forth as an unfathomable power swept through the entire level, causing the immortal spirit tower to tremor violently as the defensive spell formations around the tower threatened to give out. Su Xiaolan walked toward the man amid a sea of flames. Her features were a bit pale, thereby indicating that she had expended a vast amount of energy in unleashing that attack. But she stood tall and proud as flames danced for joy around her, giving her the appearance of a goddess of fire. A massive gash had appeared on the projection of the golden dragon head, and blood poured from the celestial immortal's glabella as his aura became more and more diminished. I didn't think I would meet someone who would combine the bloodlines of the vermilion bird and the true dragon. It looks like my thousands of years in wait has reaped rewards after all. A golden symbol appeared in the man's hand as he asked, "Are you interested in the power of this dragon symbol?" Su Xiaolan bowed with a slight smile. "I would be honored to accept it. Thank you, senior." All the students outside the Immortal Spirit Tower erupted once again. My God! Su Xiaolan defeated the Celestial Immortal on the 95th level. I initially thought she was no different from all the other soul formation stage prodigies, but I didn't expect her to break the school record that has stood for over 1,000 years. That final sword projection was way too powerful. Just looking at it from the footage on the screen made my heart rate accelerate. And this is only 1% of her strength. Just how powerful would her full strength be? Amid countless cries of amazement, some students were already turning their eyes elsewhere. Su Xiaolan has just passed the trial on the 95th level. Do you guys think Goddess Lu can pass the trial at the 97th level? It's going to be quite difficult. Senior student Lu has only just reached the soul formation stage and has not yet had a chance to fortify her cultivation base. Back in the day, True Lord Erlang passed the trial on the 97th level at the Soul Formation Intermediate stage before falling at the 98th level, creating the school record in the process. Lu Qianhuan has only just progressed to the soul formation stage, so she can't compare with true Lord Erlang from back then. Amid all the students, Tang Shimin looked up at the screen with admiration and envy on his face. His target was to pass the trial at the 80th level in order to be inducted into the Hall of Fame. However, all his friends were already aiming for the all-time record. What was this crushing sense of inferiority? Bai Zhong's cheeks were searing with embarrassment at the sight of Su Xiaolan passing the trial on the 95th level. He appeared before Su Xiaolan after calming his emotions. He then produced a pile of badges. Su Xiaolan's eyebrows perked up as she scanned through the numbers. Huh? Where is the badge for the 97th level? It has been taken by student Lu Qianhuan, Bai Zhong replied. Su Xiaolan paused for a moment before a slight smile appeared on her face. Then I'll go for level 96. Bai Zhong nodded before handing the badge over. He didn't want to say anything anymore in case he would be forced to swallow his words again in the future. Meanwhile, on the 98th level, Lin looked at the celestial immortal before him, who was still in the process of taking his shape. When Lin experienced the vast aura emanating from his body, he couldn't help but tremble with excitement. What a powerful aura! This was the aura of a mighty figure at the pinnacle of the return to void final stage. This meant that the celestial immortal that was about to appear before him was someone that had attained an extremely high level of enlightenment to his own Tao and would have been one step away from the Tao integration stage. The celestial immortal before him gave him the same sense of asphyxiation as when he faced off against the likes of the Dark Knight Monarch and Palace leader Qingli. Against mighty figures of this level, he felt as if his entire body was being crushed by the divine Tao. He took a deep breath as he stared at his opponent with a scorching gaze. The celestial immortal's body finally fully materialized as an even more monstrous aura burst forth, which seemed to be threatening to send the space around into collapse. His eyes were like bottomless abyssal pools as black rings of wind revolved around his wrists. His whole body exuded a devastating destructive power, and the aspect about him that was most noteworthy were his 2 feet, which were levitating in midair with an inky dark hole underfoot. The dark hole appeared to a round pool of black liquid at first, but when Lin focused his gaze, he discovered that the darkness seemed to expand into a gargantuan abyss that threatened to engulf heaven and earth. It was this boundless realm of darkness that gave onlookers a sense of horror and powerlessness. "Hey, human!" The male celestial immortal suddenly spoke, and his voice was unexpectedly delicate and pleasing to the air. "What kind of greeting is this?" Lin blinked with confusion on his face, but he still bowed respectfully. Junior Lin pays his respects to Senior. "Do you know who I am?" The man fixed his abyssal eyes on Lin. Lin's heart trembled slightly, but he still gave an honest response. "I don't." "Humph. Who gave you the courage to challenge me without even knowing who I am?" The man harumphed coldly as an eerie aura of biting chill emanated from his body. Before Lin had a chance to reply, the man continued, "My name is Xing Tian, and I am the most powerful war god of the ancient heavenly court. I was once stationed at the sinister spirit beast cesspool and have slain hundreds of millions of monsters. There were even about a dozen return to void stage monsters that had been slain by my hands." Lin was shocked upon hearing this. Shouldn't Xing Tian one be a monster with eyes on its chest and its mouth where its belly button should be? How could it be such a handsome man instead? This was completely different from what he had envisioned. "Senior Xing Tian, Lin said as he joined his hands in a salute. "Don't talk. Let me talk." Xing Tian waved a hand to silence Lin. Lin? Xing Tian clasped his hands behind his back, giving him the poise and demeanor of an exceptional mighty figure. "There are only 2 types of people that come here. The first type is my admirers who only want to catch a glimpse of my esteemed self. They know in their hearts that defeats are inevitable, but they come here just for a chance to see me. For young prodigies like those, I would happily send them on their way after imparting upon them a morsel of knowledge or 2. The second type of people are those who are arrogant to the point of delusion. They bear hopes and fantasies of defeating me, but I have never been defeated in my life. Those people have all been crushed by me with no exception." And Lin couldn't help but interject, "Senior, how did you die if you have never been defeated?" Xianxia choked on his words upon hearing this, and his aura faltered slightly as he flared up in rage. "Why do you talk so much?" And Lin's lips twitched slightly. It had been Xianxia that had been talking this entire time, and he only managed to squeeze in a complete sentence now. Xianxia seemed to have become aware of the disdain in Lin's eyes, and he immediately continued, "It is true that I have never been defeated in a battle. As for how I died, I only lost to fate." And Lin, all right, whatever you say. Losing to fate? What a shameless way to say that he had been defeated before. What? You don't believe me? Xianxia sighed, and a nostalgic expression rippled through his abyssal eyes as he began to reminisce about the past. "All right, then let me tell you. Senior, are we gonna battle or—" "Don't interject. Listen to me." And Lin, "That year, Emperor Changsheng of the Heavenly Court assigned me with the duty of wiping out the ant tribe in the southern region of the continent in order to expand the territory of the Kingdom of the Nine States. I completed my duty with aplomb. I forced the entire Abyss of Evil into the southern part of the Abyss of Evil and signed a contract with the Heavenly Court to stand guard against the demons of hell. However, when I ventured to the ant tribe continent to examine the operation of the spell formations there, I was ambushed by 18 ant queens. During that battle, I slew over 1 billion ants, including 10 ant queens, before I finally died from exhaustion." Xianxia slowly recounted his story. A hint of respect and reverence welled up in Lin's heart upon hearing this. This man had died for the Heavenly Court, and as a result, Lin's impression of him drastically improved. Then weren't the ant tribe afraid of the Heavenly Court taking revenge on them? Xianxia was just about to continue his story with a melancholy expression on his face, when he suddenly turned to glare at Lin. "Don't interject. Listen to me." And Lin's impression of him instantly soured again. There was simply no way to talk to this man. Didn't Xianxia need a conversation partner when he spoke? Was he reciting from a fucking script? Xianxia heaved a forlorn sigh. The ant tribe really weren't afraid of Heavenly Court exacting revenge upon them. I had underestimated the determination of the ant tribe and paid the ultimate price for my complacency. I had died from exhaustion during that battle, but a wisp of my shattered consciousness managed to escape and inform the Heavenly Court of the situation. Otherwise, you would not have the opportunity and pleasure of talking to me today. Emperor Changsheng was greatly enraged by the news, and he led 100,000 divine generals and divine soldiers to exterminate the ant tribe. However, Emperor Changsheng refrained from driving the ant tribe to complete extinction. Otherwise, we would face the invasion of the demons of hell, which would result in even more casualties. It has to be said, the reproductive ability of the ant tribe is truly astounding. Their current population has even exceeded their numbers in the past. I heard that they recently planned to nurture a new king. Ha! Keep dreaming. However, all the tribes have recently begun engaging in some worrying activities. Regardless of whether it's the ant tribe, the snow maidens, or even the dragon court of the eastern seas, all of them seem to be plotting something to target the human race, so all of you will have to be quite careful in the future. And Lin was a little puzzled. "Senior, you've been trapped here the whole time. How do you know so much? I told you not to interject. Listen to me." Xianxia's brows furrowed with rage. And Lin didn't want to chat anymore, he just wanted to fight. "Hee, how do I know all these things? It appears you don't know my status within the Heavenly Court. Even following my death, countless admirers have come to visit me to discuss Tao. In the ancient Heavenly Court, I was one of the 5 candidates to inherit the Emperor's position. I was the one who had the best chance of progressing to the Tao integration stage. Regardless of whether it's my Tao of slaughter or Tao of abyss, I had reached the pinnacle in both. It was just a shame that I was defeated by fate in the end." Xianxia shook his head as he sighed with emotion. And Lin wanted to say something, but he had only just opened his mouth when Xianxia turned to glare at him, as if to say, "Don't interject. Listen to me." And Lin, what was the point of this conversation? I know you're very curious about me. No, I'm not curious in the slightest. Seriously. You're burning with curiosity about how I became so powerful. After all, you're the second type of person I mentioned who is oblivious to my strength and fantasizes about defeating me. Xianxia continued as if he hadn't heard Enlin at all. Enlin's lips twitched, but Xianxia was still running his mouth as he said, "Do you know what kind of enemies I have defeated? The Red Knight Monarch of the Dark Wing Tribe, the Divine Bat Emperor of the Sinister Spirit Beast Cesspool, who has successfully reached the Dao integration stage, the Chaotic Skeleton Monarch of the White Bone Realm." Xianxia rattled off all the powerful beings that were defeated by him with elation on his face as he looked at Enlin out of the corner of his eyes, only to find that his expression had completely darkened. "What? You don't seem very happy? Are you dissatisfied with my words? Or do you think I'm lying?" "No, I'm just wondering why you're saying all this to me, Senior Xianxia." Enlin replied, "Heh, of course it's to make you understand how powerful I am," Xianxia said with a cold, arrogant expression. Enlin's chest constricted as he clenched his fists. A confident smile appeared on Xianxia's face, and he said, "Now then, please tell me if you're scared and regret your action of challenging me." Enlin's skin crawled. "Fuck off. You spout all the fucking nonsense just to tell me how strong you are? I'm trembling in my boots and crushed by remorse." Enlin replied expressionlessly. A pleased smile appeared on Xianxia's face, and he was just about to speak when a stern voice sounded. "Don't interject. Listen to me," Enlin yelled. Xianxia's expression faltered in bafflement. "Why did this seem wrong? I'm in fear of your endless flexing and remorseful that I spent so much time listening to you while you spouted nonsense." Enlin continued. Xianxia was greatly enraged upon hearing this. "So let's talk with our fists." Enlin stepped forward as his battle intent and the might of the body of the war god swept through the air. Boom! After sensing Enlin's formidable battle intent, Xianxia suddenly wasn't angry anymore as he roared with laughter. "All right, then let's talk with our fists. I'll show you what it means to be a heavenly court war god. What it means to be an invincible legend." Outside the Immortal Spirit Tower, countless students focused their eyes on Enlin. Almost no one was spectating the other three battles. Enlin, the legend of the university, was about to fight the war god of the Immortal Spirit Tower. There was simply no way anyone would want to miss this battle. This was going to be a battle that was sure to go down in the history books. Enlin's strength was tried and true. Although many people were not optimistic about his chances of passing the trial of the 98th level, it was an indisputable fact that Enlin was the most powerful student in the entire school, perhaps even the most powerful student that the university had seen in the past 10,000 years. There were often people who would tease him and give him all sorts of weird nicknames. However, Enlin was an insurmountable peak in the eyes of all the students within the United University of Cultivation. He was a legendary figure within the United University of Cultivation who everyone would think back on with relish when they reminisced about their time at the university. No one knew just how powerful Enlin was, but they all knew that he was extremely monstrous. Hence, his battle attracted the attention of almost all the spectators. Even Bai Zhong and the Celestial the Arch were silently spectating the battle that was about to unfold. Within the 98th level of the Immortal Spirit Tower, Xianxia stepped forward, and the bottomless abyss underfoot suddenly expanded to encompass the entire area within the level, thus enshrouding Enlin within it in the process. Boom! An extremely formidable sense of battle intent swept toward Enlin. The battle intent was imbued with even more fearsome might than Enlin, who had activated his body of the war god, making Xianxia appear as if he were a god of slaughter emerging from mountains of bodies and a sea of blood. At the same time, a strong sense of falling assaulted Enlin's senses, and he felt as if his body was being engulfed by the boundless darkness below. This was the first time Enlin had faced off against a mighty figure at the Return to Void Pinnacle stage as a soul formation stage cultivator, and every single cell within his body trembled with excitement. A battle against such a powerful opponent struck fear into Enlin's heart, but also filled him with a sense of adrenaline-fueled exhilaration. Xianxia spoke with a soft voice, but his tone exuded boundless killing intent. The darkness on the ground is the domain of my Tao of Abyss. Weaker cultivators would be paralyzed by fear and lose all battle intent before being swallowed up by the darkness. Hence, I must give you a bit of credit for being so calm and collected. Xianxia pointed a finger toward Enlin. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Show me your domain. Show me your full strength, and I will crush it. I don't have a domain. Enlin replied with an awkward expression. Hehe, no domain? Are you a fake cultivator? Xianxia sneered coldly. His words instantly resonated with Enlin. He was right. Well, I've given you a chance, so don't blame me for being too brutal and merciless. Xianxia did not waste any more words. As he clenched his fists, a suffocating aura of slaughter swept toward Enlin. A golden lotus insignia surfaced on Enlin's forehead as he stepped forward and initiated the first attack. He threw himself at Xianxia like a cannonball while throwing a mighty fist that was imbued with the vast power of the earth. Xianxia's expression remained completely unchanged in the face of Enlin's attack as he chose to fight fire with fire and threw a fist of his own. Boom! The golden power of the earth exploded forth, and the monstrous resulting shockwave caused the abyss on the ground to tremor slightly. Xianxia felt an extremely vast power flowing from his arm through his entire body. He was then knocked flying under the shocked gazes of countless spectators before his body struck the wall of the Immortal Spirit Tower. Gasp! Countless students drew a collective sharp intake of breath. So strong. The earth-shattering clash they had envisaged did not take place. Instead, the legendary war god, Xianxia, was knocked flying by a single punch from Enlin. Gasp! Enlin also drew a sharp intake of breath. So weak. After listening to Xianxia flex so much, Enlin knew that he was quite powerful. Therefore, he immediately unleashed his full power by activating the power of his body of the war god to the max from the get-go. To his surprise, Xianxia was immediately knocked flying. Xianxia was a little dumbstruck too. Was Enlin really that powerful? After evaluating the strength imbued within that one punch, he was able to come to the conclusion that Enlin was indeed quite powerful. It appeared that he had underestimated him. Very good. It looks like you're certainly not weak, and as such, you are worthy of experiencing my full strength. Xianxia dusted himself off before stepping forward. His body suddenly shot forth at an alarming speed as he appeared right before Enlin in the blink of an eye before launching a fearsome fist. The golden lotus insignia flashed on Enlin's forehead as his fist also whistled through the air. Boom! Another monstrous clash took place. This time, it was Enlin's turn to be forced into retreat. Xianxia continued to press his advantage as his fists rained down upon Enlin, leaving a series of afterimages in their paths. Enlin didn't dodge. Instead, he too chose to fight fire with fire. Boom, boom, boom. A series of devastating clashes caused the entire tower to tremor incessantly as the violent shockwaves threatened to pulverize the ground below. Ha ha ha, I've missed this feeling. How long has it been since I fought like this? Xianxia's attacks grew in power as the battle progressed, and he chortled with glee. Enlin's initial success stage body of the war god was extremely powerful, but his control of power and technique in his punches were greatly inferior to Xianxia. As a seasoned veteran of countless battles, Xianxia became the best fist technique coach for Enlin. Enlin was also basking in the exhilaration of a straightforward fistfight like this. It was the purest form of battle, and he too grew in power as the battle progressed. This was how true men battled. Thus, the two of them exchanged one blow after another. At times, Enlin's fist would strike Xianxia's well-built chest while Xianxia would retaliate with a punch to the face. But the adrenaline and exhilaration drowned out any pain or fear from being struck. From an objective point of view, Xianxia held the upper hand in all aspects, regardless of whether it was the fearsome might imbued within his fists, his ability to find holes in Enlin's defense, or the number of times he struck his opponent. Outside the Immortal Spirit Tower, most of the spectating students had also figured this out for themselves. At the same time, as they were shocked by how intense the battle was, they were also shaking their heads while sighing forlornly. It looks like Enlin is firmly on the back foot and should suffer defeat before too long. Despite all that, I have absolutely no regrets from this trip to the Immortal Spirit Tower. Not only did I reap some rich rewards for myself, but I'm also able to witness a battle for the ages. A male student exclaimed with a fervent expression. Is it really a battle for the ages? They're only using their fists. I feel like this is a bit boring. Some of the female students countered. You don't know shit. The male student rolled his eyes at her before turning his attention back to the crystalline screen. 1 minute later, and Lin was still firmly on the back foot but still somehow remained undefeated. The two of them were still engaged in a fierce fistfight. Many of the students who had proclaimed that Lin was going to suffer defeat soon were all feeling a little embarrassed as they were forced to swallow their words. At the same time, they were quite confused. How had he not lost yet? He had copped over 100 punches already. One student came to a sudden realization as he exclaimed, "Have you guys forgotten that God recently attained some sort of divine ability? His skin is as thick as a fucking fortress now." His words instantly answered everyone's questions. Everyone's expressions became even more reverent as they looked up at Lin. Thick skin was an ability too. In contrast to everyone else, the Celestial the Arch was observing things on a deeper level. I can tell that Lin's combat prowess is inferior to Xianxia, but his fist techniques are growing stronger as the battle progresses. It's quite clear that he's attaining enlightenment during the battle. What monstrous aptitude! On top of that, he remains exuberant even though he has been at a disadvantageous position for so long in this battle. This is an indication of formidable stamina and defensive ability. It appears that the divine body he had attained that day is extremely powerful. It really is difficult to predict the end result of this battle. Xianxia was also slowly beginning to realize this problem. He became more and more in awe of Lin as the battle progressed. It was clear that his challenger possessed an outstanding talent and the combat prowess to match. This wasn't some ignorant challenger that stumbled into battle. This was an opponent to be reckoned with. Ha ha ha, very good. And Lin, you're not an admirer, and you're certainly not some clueless fool. You are someone from the third category. You are a worthy opponent. Xianxia's battle intent suddenly soared as his muscles bulged, and a red aura imbued with monstrous killing intent enveloped his entire body. He launched a fist, which resembled a massive mountain, toward Lin. The devastating force instantly created an extremely violent shockwave. Boom! Lin's blood churned as the earth-shattering force behind the fist launched his body into the air, causing him to crash into the wall of the Immortal Spirit Tower. The Tao of Slaughter had been fully unleashed. The red aura revolved around Xianxia, giving him the appearance of a god of slaughter who had walked forth from a cesspool of blood and bodies. And Lin trembled involuntarily as his body was engulfed by a fearsome killing intent. The blood of the billions of creatures that Xianxia had slaughtered during his lifetime seemed to waft through the air, making it more viscous and heavy. In the heavenly court, Xianxia could be said to be the person with the most blood on his hands. It was also exactly because of this that he was able to reach the pinnacle of both the Tao of Slaughter as well as the Tao of Abyss. Now, he had finally unleashed both of these powers. When Xianxia waved his hand through the air, a massive, dark crimson axe appeared in his hand. The boundless aura of the Abyss exploded forth alongside the anguished wails of countless slain spirits, transforming the entire level into hell on earth. You might die from this attack. His voice was like an announcement from a death god as unprecedented bloodlust burst forth from the huge axe in his hand. In that instant, even the spectating students outside the Immortal Spirit Tower sensed a biting chill. They were gripped by the terror of impending doom, as if they could die at any moment. And Lin knew that this might well be the most powerful technique he had ever faced. He didn't hold back anymore either as all 4 divine flames appeared at once before converging to form a divine flame sword. He couldn't use any immortal tools, so if he wanted to use the 6 strikes of the war god, he could only conjure up a weapon through his own power. There was no essence within the sword, so he couldn't use his sword burial technique, which meant that he would have to use the 100-sword technique instead. And Lin slashed his sword through the air and peerlessly sharp sword intent instantly engulfed the entire level. 99 divine swords imbued with extremely formidable power materialized in the air before whistling through the air toward Xianxia, leaving trails of dazzling lights in their paths. In the face of the fearsome divine swords, Xianxia's face remained emotionless as the black rings of wind around his wrists suddenly flew through the air before expanding to become a circular barrier of wind. Boom, boom, boom. A series of devastating collisions took place as the divine swords crumbled one by one after crashing into the barrier of wind. Each and every collision caused the entire tower to tremor violently, and the barrier of wind finally showed signs of giving after it had been struck by the 90th divine sword. Whoosh! The remaining 9 swords whistled through the air at once, creating a sharp screeching sound as they flew toward the barrier of wind at extreme speed. It was also at this moment that Xianxia raised his giant axe before chopping down upon Enlin. In that instant, the crimson axe parted the heavens. Earth-shattering killing intent and boundless abyssal intent colored heaven and earth crimson and black. The remaining 9 heavenly swords had not even made contact with the giant axe before they were vanquished by the fearsome power exuding from the axe alone. Enlin thrust the final sword forward, and the divine flame sword constructed from the 4 divine flames became the only different colors amid a world of crimson and black. Boom! A devastating collision of energy took place as the immortal spirit tower tremored and quaked like never before. The Tao of slaughter, the Tao of abyss, and the power imbued within the 6 strikes of the war god exploded forth at once as the defensive barrier around the 98th level began to crack open. On the crystalline screen outside the immortal spirit tower, all the spectators had already lost sight of Xianxia and Enlin. The screen turned black, then red, then 4 vibrant flames of yellow, white, blue, and purple appeared on the screen. Boom! A resounding boom burst forth as the crystalline shattered into countless tiny fragments. All the students were completely dumbstruck. The crystalline screen was protected by the defensive spell formation around the immortal spirit tower. Didn't its implosion mean that the defensive spell formation around the immortal spirit tower had also imploded? With this in mind, everyone turned to look up at the immortal spirit tower. Near the very tip of the immortal spirit tower, a crimson and black blast of energy intermingled with the 4 colored flames exploded forth. Shenyuan Cheng, Tang Shimin, all the students. The defensive spell formation of the immortal spirit tower had been broken? But Enlin is only at 1% of his full strength. As expected, the claustrophobic confines of the immortal spirit tower is no longer enough to house the mighty god En. What is the result of the battle? I want to know the result. Where is the guardian of the restricted area? Yeah, put on the broadcast again. We can't miss out on something this good. All the students erupted in a chorus of impatient yells. Bai Zhong was given another huge fright by the events unfolding before his eyes. He had initially thought that these students would finally settle down and allow him some respite. But who knew that this fucking battle would create shockwaves powerful enough to break through the defensive spell formation? Was this student even human? How could he be capable of something like this at just 1% of his power? Bai Zhong arrived at the scene to clean up the mess. After repairing the damage inflicted upon the tower and setting up another few defensive spell formations, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. He was just about to go back and continue to spectate the battle when he heard a chorus of abuse being hurled at him from the foot of the tower. He only realized then that the crystalline screen had shattered. Bai Zhong had no choice but to endure the abuse being hurled at him as he repaired the crystalline screen and resumed the broadcast before slinking away to spectate the battle once more with indignation in his heart. He had been nothing but a conscientious and hard-working guardian throughout the years. Why was it that so many mishaps had occurred today? And what had he done to deserve all this abuse? Not only had the trial takers expressed their dissatisfaction toward him, but even the spectating students were also pissed at him. Oh, and the ancestral mighty figures within the immortal spirit tower seemed to have been quite resentful toward him too. Even the celestial Thearcha's voice was tinged with discontent when they had spoken over voice transmission talisman. Bai Zhong's face became more and more disconsolate as he followed this train of thought. Just what had he done wrong? Bai Zhong was completely exhausted, and he was struck with the sudden urge to go into retirement. Within the 98th level of the Immortal Spirit Tower, Xianxia panted heavily, and he stood on the spot as the giant axe in his hand showed signs of crumbling. And Lin half knelt on the ground in exhaustion. Using the 100-sword technique in conjunction with all 4 divine flames, had almost completely depleted all of his energy. I really didn't think that you would be able to survive my last attack, in which I had fused both my Tao of Slaughter and Tao of Abyss. You truly are the most talented cultivator to have taken the Immortal Spirit Tower trial. However, everything ends now. A hint of appreciation lingered on Xianxia's face as his huge axe swung down toward Lin once again, and Lin was completely unable to dodge the attack as it was simply too fast and too powerful. The axe descended upon Lin with fearsome sharpness before striking his chest. The deathly power of slaughter and the engulfing power of the abyss coursed through Lin's body at once. And Lin's body flew back again as he crashed into the wall of the Immortal Spirit Tower, and Lin slid down the wall before settling onto the ground. Heaven and earth was transformed into a world of crimson and black again as the 2 devastating powers ravaged his body. All the students had their hearts in their throats upon seeing this. They were all quite disappointed to see Lin being struck by that latest attack. If it was possible, they would love to witness the making of history as Lin became the first student to conquer level 98. The dust slowly settled, and the figure with his body leaning on the wall of the tower was slowly revealed. However, it was not a fallen figure who appeared before everyone's eyes. And Lin was still standing. He slowly made his way toward Xianxia, and although he was limping slightly, his back was as straight as a ruler, as if he were an invincible god who would never fall. Xianxia drew a sharp intake of breath as incredulity appeared on his face. That's impossible. How are you able to stand up after taking my full-force strike? Why? Of course it was because of his thick skin, but Lin obviously wasn't going to offer that as an answer. He smiled lightly as he announced with a confident expression, "Why? Because I am the true war god." "Because you're the true war god?" Xianxia faltered slightly as he repeated Lin's words to himself. "That's right." And Lin replied with a serious expression before making an amendment in his heart. "I'm a man with the god of war system." Ha 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 ha. Xianxia suddenly began to roar with laughter as boundless battle intent erupted from his body once again. Only those who are undefeated can be referred to as the war god. But now, you're going to be defeated by me. He made an ancient seal with both his hands as the dark abyss underfoot suddenly began to surge. Abyssal gravity. Boom! A crushing gravitational force erupted from the darkness. At that moment, Lin felt as if his body was going to be sucked into the darkness, and his musculoskeletal structure cracked and popped under the overwhelming gravitational force. However, Lin remained standing in spite of all that. Xianxia clutched the air, and a crimson axe imbued with boundless power of slaughter materialized before swinging down upon Lin. Lin manipulated lightning with his finger as a bolt of golden void lightning imbued with devastating power descended upon Xianxia's head. Xianxia's crimson axe vanquished the golden lightning in the blink of an eye as he continued to swing the axe down upon Lin. And Lin didn't even attempt to dodge. In all honesty, he was unable to dodge even if he wanted to because of the fearsome abyssal gravitational force. The crimson axe fell, and Lin relied on his thick skin to cop it on the chest. The golden lotus insignia flashed as Lin launched a mighty punch toward Xianxia's face. Boom! Lin was sent flying by the crimson axe, but Xianxia was also forced to retreat a few steps as blood seeped out from the corners of his lips. Lin stood up again as he panted heavily, but his eyes were glowing with battle intent. Xianxia's lips twitched slightly as he charged toward Lin again. Lin also charged toward him without uttering a single word as he launched a golden fist toward Xianxia's face again. Boom! Lin was once again knocked flying by the axe strike as his body crashed into the wall of Immortal Spirit Tower. The fortified defensive spell formation tremored violently again as Xianxia also fell to the ground after being knocked senseless by Lin's fist. "Why do you keep hitting my face?" Xianxia roared with rage as he gently pressed his fingers to his swollen face. and Lin looked at him with a slightly speechless expression. I'll hit you wherever the hell I want. Fuck you. Xianxia was finally goaded into swearing out loud as he charged toward Lin before swinging his crimson axe down with devastating might. After their previous earth-shattering exchanges, neither of them had much strength left, so they were unable to unleash any more mighty spell techniques. Xianxia had a bit more left in the tank than Lin, but Lin had remarkably thick skin. Thus, the two of them resumed their brutal blood brawl. And Lin was like an unkillable cockroach who was able to stand up time and time again regardless of what attacks he was struck by. Outside the Immortal Spirit Tower, all the students' eyes were glued to the screen as the blood surged within their bodies. Some of them had even unconsciously clenched their fists as they looked up with fanatical reverence in their eyes at the figure on the screen who simply refused to fall. Even a useless noob like Tang Shimin felt ardor and zeal coursing through his blood as he spectated the battle. Bai Zhong was also extremely fixated on the battle as Lin's performance had truly shaken him. His ability to stand up time and time again, and his eternally unyielding battle intent. He had once denounced Lin for being arrogant and overambitious, but now, just the mere thought of the words he had spoken to Lin filled him with shame. Right as everyone was fixated on the battle between the two war gods, Su Qinyun stood alone with a blank expression of confusion on her face. Having completed the trial on the 84th level a long time ago, she pouted her lips as she murmured to herself in confusion. How do I get out of here? Where is that old man? What do I do now? She looked around at her surroundings and remained at a complete loss for what to do. Her power had been restricted, so she was unable to break through the defensive spell formation around the Immortal Spirit Tower. As such, she could only resign herself to being confined here. Su Qinyun heaved a light sigh as she stared off into the distance. Achoo! Bai Zhong suddenly sneezed. Is someone thinking of me? He thought to himself for a moment in confusion before ignoring the notion as he trained his eyes on the battle taking place on the 98th level again. The battle between Lin and Xianxia had reached a climax in the form of a simple yet brutal fistfight. In order to conserve energy, Xianxia even retracted his abyssal domain and his crimson axe as he threw one punch after another at Lin's face. What vendetta did he have against Lin? Well, the answer was apparent to everyone who could see Xianxia's swollen and disfigured face. Thump, 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 bang, 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 clatter, 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 puff, puff, puff. After a few more fierce exchanges, Lin threw a fist at Xianxia's eye as Xianxia threw a fist at Lin's face in retaliation. The two of them experienced another spell of dizziness as they retreated a few steps. Xianxia covered his eye with one hand while he pointed at Lin with the other as he flared up in rage. Aren't we hitting each other's faces? Why are you hitting my eye now? Lin shook his head violently to dispel the dizziness as he responded with an apologetic expression. Did I hit you in the eye? I'm sorry, I didn't even notice. He clenched his fists and adopted a boxing pose as he snapped, Again! Again! Xianxia was a little alarmed for some reason upon hearing this. He looked at Lin with a serious expression as he sensed the unyielding battle intent surging within Lin's body. He had to admit that Lin really did have the potential to become a war god, and he also had to admit that Lin was indeed a worthy opponent. He then caught sight of Lin's handsome face. He had copped so many punches, but it wasn't swollen in the slightest. This wasn't fair. Why was it that he had been disfigured, but Lin was fine? Xianxia pointed a finger at Lin before asking in a cold voice, What constitution do you possess? Could it be that you obtained some sort of Xian Wu inheritance? Or you possess some sort of Xian Wu, turtle-like bloodline? His questions echoed the questions in everyone's hearts. Lin's chest constricted upon hearing this as he raised his head and replied with a solemn expression, I possess the body of the war god. Xianxia's lips twitched. Stop lying to me. And why do you have such a strong fixation to the title of war god? Lin replied with a resigned expression, I'm not lying to you. He was telling the truth, but no one would believe him. All right, let us decide the battle right here, right now. Xing Tian did not waste any more words as he mustered up all the power within his body. He knew that he couldn't allow this battle to drag on any longer. And Lin's constitution was far more powerful than he had anticipated, and there was no way he could win in a battle of stamina. Hence, he needed to use his most powerful technique with the strongest penetrative power to quickly end this battle. A red aura enveloped his hands as an inky black spear appeared in his hands. The spear was the manifestation of all of Xing Tian's remaining power, and its emergence transformed the entire 98th level into an abyssal realm once again. And Lin's heart trembled as an extremely potent sense of impending doom swept toward him. Abyssal spear. Xing Tian stepped forward, moving as fast as lightning as the abyssal spear in his hand flashed through the air like a bolt of black lightning before instantly striking in Lin's chest. Golden light exploded forth from Lin's fist as it crashed into Xing Tian's face once again. Screech. An extremely sharp and piercing screech erupted as the black spear struck Lin's chest, as if it was threatening to puncture his heart. At the same time, Lin's fist also landed on Xing Tian's red and swollen face. Boom! Boundless abyssal power swept through the entire level. The crystalline screen fell black once again. When the darkness faded away, all the students were greeted by the sight of both Lin and Xing Tian lying flat on the ground. Who won? All the students' eyes widened as they awaited the result with bated breath. All the spectating students suddenly fell deathly silent. All of them were staring up the screen with bated breath. Some students even began to sweat in their palms. Bai Zhong was also staring intently at the battle taking place on the 98th level. Under everyone's unwavering gazes, a figure began to move. All the students were disappointed to find that the figure who had stood up was Xing Tian. However, they weren't disappointed for long because another figure subsequently stood up. Many of the students couldn't help but let loose cries of alarm upon seeing this. And Lin had also stood up. Xing Tian wiped the blood from the corners of his lips before turning his eyes on Lin's chest. There was a hole in his clothes, but his body remained completely unscathed. He was at a bit of loss for what to do. How did that not penetrate? Heh! The body of the war god is not so easily broken. A smug smile appeared on Lin's face as he said, "It's my turn now." The golden lotus insignia flashed on his forehead again as he charged toward Xing Tian before launching another golden fist. Fuck! He's so fast. Xing Tian had no time to dodge or defend himself before he was knocked to the ground by Lin's fist. It wasn't actually the case that Lin was all that fast. It was more so the case that Xing Tian's energy had been completely depleted, and he was no longer capable of defending himself or launching a counterattack. After Xing Tian was knocked to the ground, Lin continued to press his advantage by straddling onto his body in order to restrict his movement before raining his fists down onto his face. Boom, boom, boom. A series of fearsome shockwaves burst forth, accompanied by Xing Tian's wails of anguish. This was an extremely brutal, one-sided beating now. Outside the Immortal Spirit Tower, everyone stared up at the image on the screen, unable to come to terms with what they were seeing. Xing Tian had clearly stood up first, but why is he the one being pummeled now? God and's defense is crazy. Look at his body. There's not even a single scratch on him. Not only that, but his stamina is also astounding. To be able to unleash such powerful attacks at this stage of the battle is extremely impressive. I think we can give Lin another title. How about Xianwu the Enlightened? I think Enlightened Turtle is better. It's easier to comprehend. Am I the only one whose heart aches for Xing Tian? His face used to be so handsome, but it looks like a pig's head now. Sigh. War god Xing Tian is indeed extremely powerful. It's just a pity that he encountered a freak. The Celestial the Arch massaged his brows as he surveyed the battle from afar, and he couldn't help but avert his gaze from the scene of blatant brutality taking place before his eyes. Xing Tian was once a high and mighty war god, but he was now being beaten into dust like this by Lin. A series of ferocious fists landed like torrential rain on Xing Tian's head, and he knew in his heart that he had lost. He had no strength left to retaliate, nor even any strength left to stand up. He was simply far too tired. He suddenly recalled the battle against the ant tribe, which had led to his death, and he discovered that he was dying from exhaustion, much like in that final battle of his life. Was this all meant to be? Boom! Amid an explosion of golden light, Xianxia's divine intent body finally gave out as it slowly began to dissipate. And Lin ceased his attacks as he looked down with an apologetic expression at the man he was straddling. Sorry for the offense, Senior Xianxia. Xianxia was just about to speak when a smug smile appeared on Lin's face. But I won this battle in the end. Let's see you flex now. Xianxia. Xianxia swallowed the words he was about to utter. He had initially wanted to say that Lin had only defeated a wisp of his divine intent, so there was nothing for him to be happy about. However, he didn't say that in the end. A loss was a loss. War God Xianxia had never been defeated, but it didn't mean that he couldn't accept defeat. You did indeed win. Your attitude is the best among anyone I have ever seen, Xianxia admitted with a begrudging smile. And Lin felt like he needed to return the compliment. Hey, you're not bad either. You should be proud that you were able to push me this far. Xianxia? He suddenly wanted to beat the crap out of Lin. It was just a pity that he no longer had the strength to do so. You may have defeated me, but you're still not the war god yet, so don't get complacent. If you want to be the war god of the heavenly court, you'll have to defeat the incumbent war god, true Lord Erlang. So you still have a long way to go yet. Xianxia felt like it was time to bring him down a notch, lest he became too arrogant. To his surprise, Lin replied with a nonchalant smile. Why would I battle true Lord Erlang for the title of war god? I am a war god. Xianxia. I've never seen such a shameless person. And Lin heaved a forlorn sigh. Why won't you believe me? Although come to think of it, it's fair enough that you don't. The body of the war god is a name that is a little too direct. Sigh. I'll have to think of a new name in the future. Xianxia couldn't understand what Lin was mumbling to himself about. Oh right. Senior Xianxia. What inheritance are you going to give me? And Lin asked with anticipation in his eyes. Xianxia faltered slightly upon hearing this. Inheritance. He had never thought about this before as he didn't think he would ever lose. And Lin's face immediately fell at the sight of Xianxia's confused expression. You're not planning to not give me one, are you? Were you not satisfied with that battle? The battle was so intense already, and you're still not satisfied? What else do you want me to do? And Lin's voice raised a few octaves as he spoke. He suddenly recalled a certain mighty figure's unreasonable excuse. Not satisfied? Xianxia's lips twitched as he looked at Lin. What the hell is going on in that head of his? It was obvious that he was thoroughly satisfied. He had depleted every last shred of energy within his body. So how could he not be satisfied? Xianxia cleared his throat before speaking. All right, how about this? There is only a limited amount of energy within my divine intent, so I can only impart upon you a certain spell technique from my Tao of Slaughter or my Tao of Abyss. Which one would you like? And Lin paused to think for a moment. The Tao of Slaughter didn't fit his image as a graceful, kind-hearted gentleman, so he quickly came to a decision. I'll go with the Tao of Abyss. Xianxia nodded. All right, seeing as your aptitude is so exceptional, I won't hide anything from you. You can pick any one of the 3 most powerful spell techniques in my Tao of Abyss. The realm of abyssal terror can influence a living being's emotions, drawing them into an abyss of fear, so this is a psychological attack. Abyssal gravity can greatly enhance the gravitational force within a certain area, thereby restricting all living beings within that area. Abyssal Spear is an extremely powerful attack. You've experienced all 3 techniques for yourself, so that should help you make a decision. And Lin wanted all 3 of them. Didn't he say that he wasn't going to hide anything? So why couldn't he give him all 3 at once? And Lin was a little disgruntled, but he still considered his options carefully. The realm of abyssal terror seemed like a technique that was useful for flexing and striking fear into the hearts of weaker opponents, which was quite similar to the Divine Might technique, so it would be a little redundant. Next was the abyssal gravity technique. This technique could be very useful for restricting the mobility of his opponents in battle. As for the abyssal spear technique, and Lin wasn't really lacking in powerful offensive spell techniques. I'll take the abyssal gravity technique. And Lin gave his answer after a momentary pause. All right. Xing Tian pressed a finger to Lin's glabella as the inheritance of the abyssal gravity technique flowed like a stream of water into Lin's mind. And Lin was ecstatic upon receiving this inheritance. Xing Tian's power was greatly restricted, so he wasn't able to unleash the true power of the abyssal gravity technique. But if he were to cultivate this technique to the maximum, he could even create an all-engulfing black hole. What a useful spell technique. And Lin smacked his lips with contentment. Xing Tian was quite pleased with himself upon seeing Lin's expression. Do you see how powerful my Tao of Abyss is now? And Lin nodded as he joined his hands in a grateful salute. Thank you for your inheritance, senior. I will remember your kindness for the rest of my life. All right, no need to be so respectful. Just work hard and pull that little bastard Yang Jian from his berth as the heavenly court war god as soon as possible. Xing Tian waved his hands as he spoke. And Lin faltered slightly upon hearing this. Why? That way it'll sound better for me. Otherwise, the news is going to spread of my defeat to a kid who isn't the war god. Xing Tian replied truthfully. And Lin blinked before speaking with a serious expression. But senior, I really am a war god. Xing Tian did not understand why Lin felt the need to flex to him even now. His body slowly began to dissipate before merging into the immortal spirit tower again. Thus, their battle concluded with the defeat of Xing Tian. On the crystalline screen, Xing Tian's body slowly faded before completely disappearing. Only a handsome man in a white robe remained standing in the image. All the students were caught in a daze, and they suddenly felt as if the figure on the screen was growing taller and mightier right before their eyes. And Lin really won? I'm not dreaming, am I? He really did appear to have won, which means Xing Tian was defeated. I knew God and was badass. But he has completely renewed my impression of him. My God, this is a new record. God and had created a new all-time record for the Immortal Spirit Tower. We are witnessing the rise of a true legend. All the students became more and more animated as they discussed with one another. And even Tang Shimin couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Perhaps I should set a higher target for myself? Perhaps strive for level 81 next year. Tang Shimin muttered all of a sudden. Shenyuan Chang turned to Tang Shimin, and he couldn't help but offer some advice. Senior student Tang, it's actually best to set some more ambitious targets so that you have more motivation. Is that the case? I've always felt like targets that are too high would be discouraging, as I wouldn't even want to work toward them, seeing as I won't get there anyway. Tang Shimin held an opposing view on this matter. Then at least set Su Chenyun as your target. She passed the trial on level 84, so can't you at least set a target to do the same? Shenyuan Chang tried to lower the stakes a little. No, I can't compare to her. Su Chenyun possesses the true Yin physique. Her talent is exceptional, and she's at the half-step soul formation stage on top of that. This target is a little too high. Tang Shimin immediately shook his head. Shenyuan Chang was speechless upon hearing this. He felt like he suddenly understood why Tang Shimin was a useless noob. A thought then suddenly occurred to him. Wait, hasn't Su Chenyun already passed the 84th level trial? What is she still doing on the 84th level? Tang Shimin also turned to look at the image displaying the scene within the 84th level to find a gorgeous celestial maiden standing silently on the spot with a sulky expression on her face. Could it be that the guardian of the restricted area has forgotten about her? To be honest, if you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten as well, Tang Shimin speculated. Shenyuan Chang, although I really don't want to admit it, it is indeed most likely the case that Senior Bai Zhong has forgotten about her. Bai Zhong appeared on level 98 before turning to Lin with a complex expression. He repressed the shock in his heart before announcing with a smile. Congratulations, student Lin, on passing the trial on level 98, breaking the all-time record of the United University of Cultivation in the process. We're going to be announcing the news of your feat to the entire school tomorrow. I don't really care about fame or stuff like that. And Lin waved his hand with a nonchalant expression. Bai Zhong, He cleared his throat before continuing. As you have broken the record, the school will reward you with many valuable prizes. Some of those prizes are quite appealing even to someone like myself. And Lin waved his hands again. That's not important either. I just want to ask if I can go to level 99 yet. After all, my goal is to conquer this entire immortal spirit tower. Bai Zhong's face convulsed upon hearing this. This student really had a way of pissing him off. Of course you can, but the 99th level is a bit special, so you can consume some pills and recover to your prime condition before taking on the challenge. I'll be lifting the restriction on your storage ring now, Bai Zhong informed, and Lin nodded upon hearing this. He hadn't really sustained any injuries during his battle with Xianxia, but he had completely depleted all the energy within his body, so it was a good idea to recover first. He swallowed a blood spirit pill from his storage ring before sitting down to meditate. Bai Zhong heaved a light sigh of relief, and a sense of inexplicable joy welled up in his heart as he looked at Lin. A top-tier prodigy had appeared in the Heavenly Court. As a member of the Heavenly Court himself, he was quite ecstatic to see such a brilliant student. As this legendary battle drew to a conclusion, Bai Zhong's heart also began to settle, and he suddenly remembered something. Crap! There are still 3 other trial takers. Cold sweat immediately began to pour down Bai Zhong's forehead as this thought occurred to him. As the guardian of the restricted area, it was a significant oversight on his part to have ignored the other trial takers for so long. Bai Zhong released his divine sense before his expression shifted, and he immediately appeared on the 84th level. Why are you so late? Su Qinyun looked at Bai Zhong with a sulky expression as she complained. I thought that I had been abandoned. Bai Zhong offered words of consolation in a hurried voice. My apologies. I had some urgent matters to take care of. What urgent matters? Su Qinyun was clearly a little angry as she looked at Bai Zhong. Well, Bai Zhong was having a bit of difficulty as he tried to think of an answer. The footage of his conversation with Su Qinyun was going to be broadcasted to all the spectating students, so if he were to lie to Su Qinyun, his reputation would be swept to the ground. Oh, wait. His reputation already appeared to have been swept to the ground. To ignore the other trial takers just to spectate Lin's battle, this was already quite a significant issue. Bai Zhong felt absolutely crushed. He was such a hard-working and conscientious guardian, but his reputation had been completely destroyed. Ahem. The urgent matter was, I was spectating the battle between Lin and Xianxia. As you can probably guess, their battle was extremely spectacular. No, their battle was extremely dangerous, to the extent that it was threatening the structural integrity of the Immortal Spirit Tower. So I had to go to level 98 to maintain order there. Bai Zhong explained. Su Qinyun. Su Qinyun's dreamy blue eyes were fixed on Bai Zhong, and there was no hint of any expression on her porcelain-like features. Bai Zhong suddenly felt a sense of asphyxiation from her expressionless stare. Su Qinyun remained silent for a while longer before speaking again. I thought you were a responsible old man, but it looks like I was wrong. Crack! Bai Zhong felt like he could hear the sound of his heart shattering. What was it like to be looked down on by a student he appreciated? He wanted to vomit blood. His body swayed slightly as if he was about to collapse. All the pent-up negative emotions welled up at once. To think that you would drop everything to spectate Lin's battle, you sure are an interesting old man. You're not some strict, dogmatic old man. You're someone who also gets transfixed on something that strikes their fancy. I think you're really cool. A warm smile appeared on Su Qinyun's face. The rays of the sun fell on her perfect features, making her smile appear extremely vibrant and enchanting. Bai Zhong was rooted to the spot. He felt like he had seen an angel, transfixed by something that struck his fancy. He was really cool. This was the first time he had heard someone talk about a blatant mistake like this. And he could tell from her genuine expression that she was speaking directly from her heart without any hint of dishonesty. Tears suddenly began to well up in Bai Zhong's eyes. His wounded heart was suddenly somehow healed. You're such a kind child. Let me get you out of here. Bai Zhong's voice was trembling a little. Yes, please. Su Qinyun nodded with a smile before posing a question. So, Lin won his battle, right? Bai Zhong faltered slightly upon hearing this. How did you know? He's so strong, so I knew he could do it. Could you please recount the battle for me? Su Qianyun asked in a mellow voice. What a lovely girl. Bai Zhong's heart was melting just from interacting with her. He nodded with a benevolent, doting expression. Of course. I'll get you out of here first, then I'll tell you about his battle. Just as Bai Zhong was happily recounting Lin's battle to Su Qianyun, Su Xiaolin half knelt on the ground of the 96th level while panting heavily. She had already defeated the Dark River Enlightened Immortal on the 96th level, but she had sustained severe injuries during the battle and was on the brink of fainting. As for why she didn't faint, this was only because she was forcing herself to hold on in order to spectate Lin's battle. Where the hell are you, Senior Bai Zhong? Come on out, Su Xiaolin yelled with impatience. However, she was greeted by a deathly silence, as if this were an empty tower. Su Xiaolin? She raised a finger, and a black liquid began revolving around her fingertip before transforming into different types of shapes and forms. This was the Dark River spell technique she obtained, which was quite a high-level water-type spell technique. This was quite a good result for her, and she was in quite a good mood. She was planning to exit this level to go and spectate Lin's battle, only to find that Bai Zhong was nowhere to be seen. Thus, she stood like an idiot on level 96 while forcing herself to remain conscious. Her good mood had been completely flipped on its head. After attending to Su Qianyun, Bai Zhong slapped his forehead when he recalled that there were still 2 more students waiting for him in the Immortal Spirit Tower. Thankfully, he noticed quite early this time. He immediately re-entered the Immortal Spirit Tower to pick up Su Xiaolin. After being healed by Su Qianyun, he didn't feel that bad even as Su Xiaolin complained and grumbled at him. Instead, he willingly admitted his own mistakes and apologized with a sincere and genuine attitude. Su Xiaolin was a little confused by this type of Bai Zhong. Was this still the same annoying, rambling old man from before? This wasn't an imposter, right? There wasn't much that she could say after that, so she swallowed a blood spirit pill before sitting down to meditate. Within the 97th level, frost and ice covered the entire ground. A series of sharp, icy stalactites hung in the air while exuding a frosty aura, which threatened to congeal the space within the level. A man clad in a suit of red armor with his face obscured under a red helm thrust his flaming spear forward before puncturing Lu Qianhuan's chest. I still lost in the end. Disappointment surfaced on Lu Qianhuan's face. Don't be downcast. You can proudly accept the title of the most talented student in the history of the Heavenly Court. Even Yang Jian from back in the day didn't have potential like yours. It's just a pity that your cultivation base has yet to be stabilized. Otherwise, you would definitely be able to defeat me, the man said in a husky voice that was brimming with appreciation while retracting his spear. A slightly disconsolate smile appeared on Lu Qianhuan's face. The most talented student? You're only saying that because you haven't seen the battles on the levels directly above and directly below. The armor-clad man was slightly confused upon hearing this, but Lu Qianhuan had already closed her eyes and fainted. Soon after that, an old man appeared by Lu Qianhuan's side before hurriedly casting a spell technique to teleport her out of the tower. Thus, Lin was the only person left in the Immortal Spirit Tower. The man who had just broken the all-time Immortal Spirit Tower record was about to challenge the final level. The battle hadn't even begun yet, but the news of Lin breaking the all-time Immortal Spirit Tower record had already spread throughout the entire school. As for how the news managed to spread, this could be attributed to the gossipy fifth-year students. Due to the magnitude of the event, the news spread extremely quickly, and almost everyone within the school received word of this in a short time. It was exactly because of this that many students were strongly considering ditching classes to spectate the battle. This was a battle that was undoubtedly going to go down in the history books. This was the equivalent of a school in the mortal world holding a concert for a global superstar. But all the students had classes. What were they supposed to do? Of course, they were going to ditch classes to attend the concert. Thus, the number of spectators outside the Immortal Spirit Tower quickly multiplied outside the Immortal Spirit Tower as Lin meditated. Big brother, the swordsmanship teacher instructed us to demonstrate our sword techniques during our next class. Is it really okay for us to ditch like this? Yao Xiu asked with an uneasy expression. This is our idol's final battle, so we can't miss it no matter what. Yao Mingxi replied with a resolute expression. Besides, if the teacher asks us where we had gone, we could just say that we suddenly attained enlightenment in the Tao of the sword and had to find a place in order to digest our newly obtained sword intent. Can we do that? Yao Xiu's eyes widened in shock as if she were getting to know her brother all over again. But isn't it too much of a coincidence that we both attained enlightenment? She was suddenly a little worried again. A light smile appeared on Yao Mingxi's face. You silly girl. After I attain enlightenment, I'll need a sparring partner to test out my new techniques, right? You'll be that sparring partner. Yao Xiu's eyes immediately lit up upon hearing this. Genius! A voice suddenly sounded beside them. What are you guys talking about? We're talking about how to fool our teacher. Yao Mingxi turned, and his expression congealed on his face before he even had a chance to finish his sentence. Yao Xiu also turned to look at the man standing beside them, and her body trembled as an expression of shock and horror appeared on her face. Teacher? That's right. The person standing beside them was none other than the Sword Dao teacher, Sword Immortal Dong Yi. Sword Immortal Dong Yi looked at the two of them with a hint of a smile on his face. What a coincidence. I wanted to come up and greet you too, but I seem to have overheard something that was not meant for me to hear. Yao Mingxi and Yao Xiu's legs trembled, and their brains had turned to mush, rendering them completely unable to speak. Fuck. They were so screwed. I'm sorry, teacher. My sister and I will go back to class right away. Yao Mingxi apologized hurriedly as he dragged Yao Xiu away. There's no need to leave. Sword Immortal Dong Yi waved his hand. Yao Mingxi and Yao Xiu's features instantly paled. No need to leave? Were they going to punished right there and then? I've already changed the class to a free period. Come spectate the battle with me. I want to see my idol in action too. Sword Immortal Dong Yi continued. Yao Mingxi and Yao Xiu received another shock upon hearing this. Teacher changed the Sword Dao class into a free period just to come here and spectate the battle. My God. Great minds do think alike. I didn't know teacher would be a fan of senior student and Lin as well. This is great. Yao Mingxi was elated to find a fellow retarded superfan. No, and Lin is not my idol. Sword Immortal Dong Yi shook his head. Yao Mingxi and Yao Xiu faltered upon hearing this. He. My idol is the senior located on the 99th level. A longing expression appeared on Sword Immortal Dong Yi's face. The scorching light in his eyes was something Yao Mingxi and Yao Xiu had never seen from their teacher's eyes before. It was the same expression they wore when they looked at An Lin. What kind of immortal could evoke such reverent emotions within their teacher? No one had ever seen the immortal located on the 99th level since no one had ever reached that point. However, their teacher seemed to know the identity of that immortal, which suggested that the immortal had considerable ties with their teacher. With this in mind, they were both getting quite excited to find out just who that immortal was. And Lin opened his eyes from his meditative posture before stretching his body and setting foot upon uncharted territory with the 99th level badge in his hand. He was still oblivious to the fact that there was now an audience of tens of thousands of people who had gathered outside the tower, which included both students and teachers. Creak. The door creaked open, and An Lin stood rooted to the spot with a dumbstruck expression. The opponent standing before him was the last person he would have expected to have seen here. And Lin was a little skeptical of the authenticity of the man standing before him. How could he be his opponent on the 99th level? This was a man with long silver hair who wore a stern expression on his face. He was clothed in a purple and gold robe, and everything in this entire universe seemed to revolve around him. That's right, the man standing before An Lin was none other than one of the 4 emperors of the heavenly court, Emperor Ziwei of the North. And Lin felt like he was dreaming. How could Emperor Ziwei be his opponent on the 99th level? This was an exceptionally powerful being with the titles of Lord of the Stars and Master of all things. He was an expert in all immortal spells and held the badass title of the Godfather of immortal spells. For a man like him to be his opponent, this had to be a joke. Find authorized novels in Webnovel faster updates. Better experience, please click www.webnovel.com for visiting. You, Senior, aren't you still alive? Why would you appear in the Immortal Spirit Tower? And Lin asked with an incredulous expression after recovering his composure. A warm smile appeared on Emperor Ziwei's face. Who told you that only deceased immortals could act as your opponents within this Immortal Spirit Tower? I can also leave a wisp of my own divine intent here. This is the final level, so we have to give everyone a small surprise. And Lin drew a sharp intake of breath. This wasn't a small surprise. This was a fucking massive shock. Emperor Ziwei extended a hand as if he was extending an invitation. Let's not waste any more time with words. And Lin, all the spectating students and teachers must be quite eager to see our battle commence. So let's not make them wait any longer. Were they really going to fight? And Lin was starting to have thoughts of backing down. After all, Emperor Ziwei was one of the most powerful people within the heavenly court. He was a Tao integration stage true god. He could even be considered as one of the most powerful cultivators across the entire Taichu continent. Why were the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas so intent on producing a Tao integration stage mighty figure? It was because only powers with a Tao integration stage mighty figure within their ranks could have true speaking rights on Taichu continent. From that notion alone, it was clear to see just how powerful a Tao integration stage mighty figure was. And now Lin was about to fight one. How could he not have thoughts of backing down? Emperor Ziwei seemed to have guessed what Lin was thinking as a slight smile appeared on his face. Don't worry. I'm just a wisp of divine intent. So I'm nowhere near as fearsome as you think. Heh, you may be just a wisp of divine intent, but my power has been reduced to 1% as well. Even this wisp of divine intent would obviously be freakishly powerful, otherwise, it wouldn't be the final boss. What if it couldn't control its power in battle? And what if it could actually kill him? Would it be possible to let Senior Baizhong lift my power restrictions before I fight you? And Lin asked. Emperor Ziwei. Outside the Immortal Spirit Tower, all the spectators were also collectively dumbstruck by what was happening. They would have never foreseen that a true god would be the final boss of the tower. Sword Immortal Dong chuckled and said, You didn't expect this, did you? I am a disciple of Master Ziwei, despite the fact that I am lacking in talent and have yet to break through to the Return to Void stage. The reason why I have made the trip here is just so that I can see Master in action. Even if it's just a wisp of his divine intent, I'm sure the battle would provide me with a lot of inspiration. Yao Mingxi and Yao Xiao both nodded numbly, but they were stunned beyond words. Su Xiaolan and the others were also staring at the screen in shock. All of them were rendered speechless with astonishment. It was clear that this final boss was designed to give everyone a huge fright. Is he really going to have to fight a true god? Holy shit. And this is a living true god too. Why did Emperor Ziwei come here to bully little kids? Should we get a bit further away from here? I fear that we might die from the shockwaves emanating from the battle. This is bullshit. This final level is clearly insurmountable. Emperor Ziwei was a legendary character throughout the heavenly court. Even a wisp of his divine intent was more monstrous than they could ever imagine. The end result of this battle was already obvious to everyone. In all honesty, even Lin didn't think that he had any hope of winning. He was normally quite confident, but he simply couldn't muster a single shred of confidence against an opponent like this. Ding dong! At this moment, a familiar sound rang out in his mind, and Lin was extremely familiar with this sound, but if he had a choice, he would rather not have to listen to this accursed sound ever again. In the end, he opened the system mission reluctantly. Detected that host is too scared to fight. Now assigning the following special mission, show them the true colors of the war god. Defeat the divine intent of Emperor Ziwei and grind its face into the ground. Mission success. Receive 1 raffle for the special spell technique lottery. Mission failure. All of the host's clothing will be 100% see-through for an entire year. Note: this mission cannot be rejected. And Lin, true colors of the war god. Did that mean the system had admitted that he was a war god? This was quite a happy notion to consider. Happy my ass. How the fuck was he supposed to be happy about this? Grind Emperor Ziwei's face into the ground? Why didn't the system just ask him to kill himself? And what was this stupid consequence for mission failure? Was it trying to make him become an exhibitionist freak? That had to be the case. And Lin was enraged to the point of laughter by the mission conditions. If he were to fail the mission, he would be regarded as a perverted freak. At that time, he felt like he could only seclude himself in a cave with the two Gundams for company. Come to think of it, it appeared that the Gundams did have some good points about them. At the very least, they wouldn't denounce him as a perverted freak. Emperor Ziwei's eyes lit up as Enlin began to chuckle to himself. Have you finally made up your mind, Enlin? Then let's begin. Enlin came to his senses before curbing his enraged smile and looking at Emperor Ziwei. So there's really no chance I could have my power restrictions lifted before we battle? Emperor Ziwei shook his head with a smile. No. These are the rules of the Immortal Spirit Tower. Come on, Enlin. I trust you're not one to back down from a battle like this. He had wanted to test out the extent of Enlin's power for a long time, and he obviously wasn't going to pass up this opportunity to do so. Boom! The sound of a sonic boom erupted. Enlin's body instantly broke through the sound barrier before appearing right in front of Emperor Ziwei. His Earth Lotus Supreme skill was activated to the maximum as he launched a monstrous golden fist. Emperor Ziwei nodded with a slight smile. Very good. It appears you're ready to battle. Enlin's fist struck Emperor Ziwei's face, but Emperor Ziwei exploded into a cloud of purple mist before reappearing by Enlin's side and pointing a shining, golden finger at Enlin's waist. Divine Golden Finger! Boom! Overwhelming power swept forth, and Enlin flew through the air like a cannonball. He fought to ignore the acute pain radiating from his waist as he twisted his body in midair to unleash the lightning he had gathered with his lightning manipulation technique. A scintillating bolt of golden void lightning appeared before striking down upon Emperor Ziwei after being enhanced by the lightning amplification technique. The golden void lightning transformed into a golden lightning sword before striking down upon Emperor Ziwei's head. Purple Void Bridge. Emperor Ziwei extended a finger that was glowing with a purple light, and he thrust his finger at the bolt of golden void lightning with a purplish-black ball at his fingertip. At the same time, another purplish-black ball appeared right before Enlin. A chill ran down Enlin's spine upon seeing this. The golden void lightning, which struck the purplish-black ball on Emperor Ziwei's fingertip, suddenly disappeared before re-emerging from the purplish-black ball in front of Enlin. Everything happened far too quickly, and Enlin had no time to unleash his lightning manipulation technique again. Boom! The fearsome golden void lightning struck Enlin's body, and he roared with pain as the destructive power exploded forth. He tumbled to the ground as wisps of black smoke rose from his body. Never did he think that he would be struck by golden void lightning again after transcending his lighting tribulation. The destructive numbing sensation spread throughout his entire body and would have most likely blasted a massive hole in his chest if it wasn't for his body of the war god. Enlin was a little dumbstruck. He was already mentally prepared, but he didn't think that he would be unable to touch Emperor Ziwei even once in their first few exchanges. Outside the Immortal Spirit Tower, none of the spectators were actually surprised that Enlin was being badly beaten. They were only feeling a little wistful for him as he had come up against what was clearly an insurmountable opponent. You couldn't even blame him for losing the battle as his opponent was simply far too insane. Su Xiaolan's hands were clenched into fists as she stared at the man on the screen with anticipation in her eyes. She knew that this was not the extent of Enlin's strength as he had many trump cards that he had yet to unleash. The Celestial the Arch was also paying a little more attention now. He wasn't looking at the crystalline screen. Instead, he was looking directly through the wall of the Immortal Spirit Tower to survey the battle firsthand. Enlin struggled to his feet, and he stared at his opponent as his brain scrambled for a course of action. However, Emperor Ziwei was not going to afford Enlin time to think. He stepped forward and countless black sword projections appeared within the tower before descending upon Enlin in a torrential downpour. The sword projections were far too dense for Enlin to dodge, so he could only rely on his body of the war god to take the attacks head-on. As soon as the sword projections made contact with his body, he was flung against the wall of the Immortal Spirit Tower, where the rest of the black sword projections continued to rain down upon his body. Boom, boom, boom. The Immortal Spirit Tower tremored violently as Bai Zhong fortified the defensive spell techniques without daring to let down his guard for even a single moment. The existing defensive spell formations were completely unequipped to deal with a battle of such magnitude. So all he could do now to use his own power to stabilize the spell formation. This was the first time he had ever had to do something like this, and it was taking quite a toll on his body. Oh, your skin is indeed frighteningly thick. It's already well above the realm of the soul formation stage. Most return to void stage mighty figures wouldn't even possess such monstrous defensive prowess. After musing to himself for a moment, Emperor Ziwei gripped the air, and a purple and gold mace appeared immediately in his hand. He immediately swung the mace toward Enlin, who was still pinned to the wall. Boom! The air twisted as a devastating power swept forth. Enlin's body suddenly transformed into a cloud of white mist as he disappeared from the spot. The purple and gold mace struck the wall of the Immortal Spirit Tower as violent energy exploded forth, and the Immortal Spirit Tower tremored violently once again. Oh, how interesting! Is that Shou Yang's spell technique? A galaxy of stars flashed before Emperor Ziwei's eyes as he gripped his hand toward a certain spot in the air. A golden cube suddenly appeared in midair while releasing boundless sealing power. Enlin was forced to re-emerge as fearsome sealing power swept throughout his entire body. Enlin's heart jolted in shock, and he hurriedly spread open his wings of wind before the sealing power completely locked him in place. At the same time, the four-colored divine flame sword appeared in his hands with streams of wind that revolved around the blade before striking a side of the golden cube. He moved with such an alarming speed that his divine flame sword instantly shattered a hole on the side of the golden square, from which he escaped. However, what greeted him was a fist projection imbued with the perfected power of the 5 elements. Boom! The fist projection crashed into Enlin's body with an earth-shattering force as he shot forth like a cannonball, only to be plastered against the wall of the Immortal Spirit Tower again. What a familiar scene. Enlin suddenly had the urge to swear at the top of his lungs. How could he possibly grind Emperor Ziwei's face into the ground with such a massive power gap? He could perhaps do so in his dreams. It was clearly Emperor Ziwei who was grinding him into the wall. What followed the attack was another torrential storm of attacks that continued to pin his body against the wall. Outside the Immortal Spirit Tower, all the students were feeling quite sorry for Enlin as his body was relentlessly ravaged. Some of the female students couldn't even bear to look anymore as they covered their eyes, only leaving a narrow slit between their fingers. He's completely unable to retaliate. Poor Godin. It looks like having insane defensive prowess can be quite painful too, as you're going to be abused for a long time before your body gives out. For some reason, I'm feeling really ecstatic from seeing something like this. All the students around the person who had just spoken silently slinked away into the distance. And Lin was feeling a little dizzy from the downpour of spell techniques. There was suddenly a moment of respite, during which he opened his eyes, only to find that Emperor Ziwei was charging some sort of super-powerful attack. Emperor Ziwei made an ancient seal with his hands, and the projection of a starry night sky engulfed the entire level as countless stars surged. The fearsome power of stars converged before Emperor Ziwei, creating a massive palm imbued within which was a boundless, mystical galaxy. And Lin felt like he could see the entire universe within that palm. He was about to piss himself from fear. This was no joke. Holy fuck. What kind of invincible fucking technique was this? Was Ziwei trying to kill him? Emperor Ziwei was indeed unleashing one of his finishing techniques. He wanted to see just how thick Enlin's skin was. Galactic Immortal Palm. He pushed the palm toward Enlin, and heaven and earth dimmed, as if night had fallen over the world. The Immortal swept toward Enlin's body with the crushing power of stars, and he felt as if the weight of the entire universe had crashed down upon him with indescribably devastating force. Boom! In that split second, countless stars exploded as a monstrous shockwave proliferated forth before crashing into the walls of the tower. Crack! Bam! The defensive spell formations around the Immortal Spirit Tower shattered again. Meanwhile, Bai Zhong was knocked flying into the air. The crystalline screen shattered once again. Bai Zhong had already done everything he could to reinforce the defensive spell formation, but all his efforts were in vain in the face of such an insane, powerful explosion. He had tried his best, but it still wasn't enough, and he was feeling quite depressed again. All the students. Bai Zhong hurriedly reinforced the defensive spell formation again, before repairing the crystalline screen in double-quick time. It looked like the trial runs from the first time was paying dividends after all. The dust slowly settled to reveal a figure that had already collapsed to the ground. Su Xiaolan and the others stared up at the fallen figure with concerned expressions on their faces. Emperor Ziwei made his way toward Enlin with curiosity on his face. Regardless of how thick his skin is, surely that attack managed to wound him. Huh! It looks like he didn't get a chance to finish his sentence before heaven and earth suddenly turned dark. Origin energy of the netherworld. 6 strikes of the war god. Shadow Tiger. Amid the boundless darkness, Enlin's aura soared explosively as he threw himself at Emperor Ziwei before thrusting a black energy sword at Emperor Ziwei's heart. Emperor Ziwei was completely enshrouded in darkness, but it would take more than just an instant of darkness to throw him off his game. He relied on his monstrous divine sense and reflexes to instantly dodge to the side in an attempt to dodge Enlin's strike. However, right at this moment Enlin grasped the air with his other hand, spatial congealment. At the same time, a circular abyss appeared underfoot. Abyssal gravity technique. A fearsome sealing force in the air combined with a crushing gravitational force. Although it was unable to completely restrict Emperor Ziwei's movements, it was enough to make him falter for a split second. That split second was all Enlin needed to strike. His black energy sword tore through the air before puncturing Emperor Ziwei's chest. Outside the Immortal Spirit Tower, the crystalline screen suddenly turned black again, just as Emperor Ziwei was walking toward the collapsed Enlin. What the fuck? Why did the screen go black again? What the hell is the guardian of this restricted realm doing? Can he even do his job properly? And this is happening at the most critical moment too. Senior Bai Zhong, I hate you. A torrent of abuse was hurled at Bai Zhong once again. Bai Zhong felt extremely crushed, and he almost threw up a mouthful of blood. It was clearly the spell technique unleashed by Enlin that had caused the screen to go black. How the fuck was this his fault? He felt like his heart was going to give out on him if he felt any more crushed than he did now. The darkness suddenly lifted on the crystalline screen to reveal the aftermath of Enlin's counterattack. Everyone instantly drew a collective sharp intake of breath as they stared at the image on the screen. Enlin had already stood up. Not only that, but he was holding a sharp black energy sword that was stained with blood. Emperor Ziwei had retreated to about a dozen meters away with an expression of shock on his face as blood flowed from a wound on his chest where his heart was located. What? Emperor Ziwei was injured. Enlin wounded Emperor Ziwei. My god, isn't that a little too badass? This is the epitome of a turtle's fighting technique. Hide in the shell to draw the opponent into a false sense of complacency before striking when the opponent least expects it. I knew Godin could do it. He won't back down, even if his opponent is Emperor Ziwei. What happened when the screen went black? How did Godin do it? It's all Senior Bai Zhong's fault. Exactly. He can't even run a live broadcast properly. I'm giving him a negative review. Bai Zhong was obviously able to hear everything from his vantage point in the air. After being falsely blamed again, tears finally began to flow from his eyes, within the 99th level of the Immortal Spirit Tower. Emperor Ziwei looked down at the wound on his chest before nodding his head. I didn't think that you would really be able to wound me. Your decisiveness and ability to grasp opportunities are quite impressive. What is the name of that mystical technique you just used to instantly enhance your strength? Enlin had only unleashed his origin energy of the netherworld for a split second, and he had already retracted it now. After reaching the initial success stage in his body of the war god, he could use the origin energy of the netherworld for a short time without suffering from the aftereffects. The only downside was that it expended a lot of energy to do so. That technique is called the Super Saiyan 2 Enhancement Technique, and Lin replied with a serious expression. Super Saiyan 2 Enhancement Technique? Emperor Ziwei stroked his chin thoughtfully before nodding and offering words of praise. That's an interesting name for a powerful spell technique. Lu Qinhuan, who had already awoken and was spectating the battle. Since you have already wounded me, let's end the battle here. You deserve the victory for making me shed blood. Emperor Ziwei nodded. He obviously wasn't going to make Lin actually defeat him. After all, that would be an objective that was next to impossible. So he might as well take this opportunity to concede the victory to Lin and pass an inheritance on to him. That's right, he was quite fond of Lin and wanted to give him some benefits. And Lin faltered upon hearing this. He didn't think that Emperor Ziwei would concede so easily. Was he handing him the victory? How thoughtful. He surveyed the system to find that the special mission hadn't been completed yet. Fuck. He was going to be as good as a nudist for an entire year if the battle ended like this. And Lin shook his head as a powerful battle intent emanated from his body. Emperor Ziwei, I think we should continue until one of us has fallen. Emperor Ziwei. He was beginning to doubt his ears. He had clearly just conceded the victory to Lin, but Lin still wanted to fight. And Lin continued with a serious expression. I don't accept victories that are donated to me. He hadn't even had the chance to grind Emperor Ziwei's face into the ground yet. So there was no way he could accept victory like this. However, what he didn't foresee was the sensation that his words caused among all the spectators. Tens of thousands of spectating students and teachers were startled by Emperor Ziwei's sudden resignation. But there were also a good number of them who understood the meaning behind Emperor Ziwei's actions. However, what no one expected was Lin's refusal to accept his resignation. The words, I don't accept victories that are donated to me, reverberated throughout everyone's minds as their blood surged with ardor and zeal. So, this is the legendary figure within our school? He is certainly worthy of being our legend. A male student clenched his fists as he fought to repress the tears swimming in his eyes. This is the mark of a truly powerful cultivator. Perhaps only a cultivator as powerful as him would have such an unyielding heart. What is a war god? This is the true war god. A war god is not someone who is never defeated, but instead, it was someone with insurmountable pride. He won't accept a donated victory, nor is he afraid of defeat. Even if God loses this battle, he's still my idol. I'm a loyal fan for life. Shen Yuancheng turned to Tang Shimin with hope in his eyes. Senior student Tang, do you understand now? Tang Shimin's breathing accelerated as he replied with an animated expression. What the hell is Lin doing? He could obtain Emperor Ziwei's inheritance if he had accepted the victory. Doesn't he know what a valuable opportunity he's missing out on? Shen Yuancheng. A smile appeared on Sword Immortal Dong Yi's face. No wonder the two of you revere student Lin to such an extent. Even I am gaining a lot of respect for him. Yao Mingxi and Yao Xiu's eyes were absolutely glowing, and neither of them heard what their teacher was saying as they were too busy screeching at the top of their lungs. An appreciative expression also appeared on Bai Zhong's face. He underestimated Lin time and time again, and Lin proved him wrong time and time again. He only knew now that Lin definitely hadn't scaled the heights he had reached today through sheer luck. It was his unwavering pride and will to improve that led him to this point. Within the 99th level of the Immortal Spirit Tower, Emperor Ziwei was also rooted to the spot upon hearing Lin's reply. This was something that he did not expect. He examined Lin with careful eyes before a hint of excitement appeared on his expression as he chortled with glee. As expected of the pride of the heavenly court, let us fight to our heart's content then. Lin didn't reply. Instead, he spoke with his actions. A golden cloak settled over his shoulders as golden lightning crackled in the air. An aura of unmatched supremacy began to proliferate forth, giving him the appearance of a mighty god looking down upon the world. Lin's body suddenly disappeared as Emperor Ziwei extended two fingers in a certain direction. A scintillating streak of silver light instantly flashed through the air before slashing the space before him in half. Ha! Emperor Ziwei turned in another direction, and Enlin's body reappeared there as he struck with a white lightning sword in his hand. This was the divine lightning sword from Lu Qianhuan's trial tribulation, and the sword itself was rippling with monstrous sword intent. The air around him screeched as the sword streaked through the air with the power to destroy everything in its path. Lightning also flashed under Emperor Ziwei's feet as he retreated at lightning speed. Crackle! The white lightning sword flashed past before ripping into Emperor Ziwei's purple robe again, but he was able to evade Enlin's attack as he launched a fist at the same time. His fist appeared to be quite mundane and ordinary at first glance, but within it was imbued extremely fearsome energy. Boom! The monstrous power behind the fist compressed the air before him into a pancake. Enlin's entire body caved in as the fist struck him, and a tearing sensation swept throughout his entire body. He flew back like a cannonball once again before crashing into the wall of the Immortal Spirit Tower. What came next was another torrential downpour of a powerful spell technique. Enlin was being ground into the wall by Emperor Ziwei again. Enlin was in a state of despair. There appeared to be no way for him to hurt Emperor Ziwei without using the origin energy of the netherworld. If he couldn't even injure him, how was he going to grind his face into the ground? Could he maybe use the same tactic that he employed against Xianxia? He could perhaps try to use his astonishingly thick skin to wear his opponent down and tire him to death? He truly felt like he was going to die when he was struck by that galactic immortal palm. However, he amazed even himself with just how thick his skin was, as he was able to survive the immortal palm completely unscathed. Hence, it appeared that he could give this course of action a try. The relentless stream of attacks ravaged his body, inflicting extreme agony upon him. Enlin let loose a series of anguished cries. The tactic could probably work, but it hurt a lot. The barrage of attacks finally subsided, and Enlin looked up, thinking that Emperor Ziwei was taking a moment to catch his breath. Fuck! He was charging another powerful technique. A rainbow spear appeared in Emperor Ziwei's hand while countless golden sigils flashed before his eyes as an extremely fearsome sense of sharpness converged on the tip of the spear. The rainbow spear was extremely dazzling and enchanting to look at, but Enlin could sense a monstrous power of destruction pushing him toward asphyxiation. This was a spell technique capable of bringing about Armageddon. This technique is called the Tao Annihilation Spear. At the height of my powers, I used this spear to pierce through two worlds and destroyed countless Tao between those two realms. Emperor Ziwei's eyes were like pools of still water, but his hand was trembling as he gripped onto the spear, as if he was unable to control the power within. The Celestial the Arch drew a sharp intake of breath, and he could no longer stand by and watch. His body flashed toward the Immortal Spirit Tower as he muttered to himself in shock. Has Emperor Ziwei gone mad? Isn't he afraid of killing Enlin with that technique? Emperor Ziwei seemed to have detected the Celestial Thearch's arrival as an ethereal voice drifted out to greet the latter. Don't worry. Enlin is not as vulnerable as you think. Emperor Ziwei drew his arm back as he prepared to launch the spear. Take care. In that instant, heaven and earth became Enlin's cage. He found himself enshrouded by an irresistible force, which prevented him from taking evasive measures. At the same time, a sense of impending doom even more potent than when he had faced the galactic immortal palm engulfed him as every single cell within his body trembled in fear. Origin energy of the netherworld. Divine flame armor. The four divine flames converged to form an extremely gallant suit of armor, giving him the appearance of a flaming monarch. Enlin could feel that he was going to be screwed if he didn't defend with all his might. He also tried to activate the power of his golden void lightning, but the spear was already hurtling toward him before he had a chance to do so. The entire heaven and earth was colored by the 7 shades of the rainbow as the spear flew toward Enlin with incredibly fearsome penetrative power. Outside the Immortal Spirit Tower, the crystalline screen turned into a rainbow screen. The entire screen was filled by the 7 colors of the rainbow, and nothing else could be seen. Enlin launched a thunderous fist toward the spear, but the spear pierced through the golden fist projection like tofu before striking Enlin's divine flame armor. The 4 divine flames immediately began to crumble upon making contact with the spear, as if they had lost all their cohesion. And Lin was greatly alarmed by this. But there was no longer anything he could do except to watch the spear strike his chest as scintillating light exploded forth. Ah! He roared with pain as his body was forced back against the wall again by the force of the spear. Devastating penetrative power created cracks in the space around Lin as heaven and earth screeched. An extreme pain instantly swept through his entire body, and just the residual power of the strike forced the defensive spell formations around the Immortal Spirit Tower to exhibit signs of cracking open. The indestructible body of the war god also began to crack. Crack. The crisp cracking ringing through the air was like an announcement of his impending death as Lin experienced an indescribable acute pain. The spear finally pierced through the body of the war god as well as the wall of the Immortal Spirit Tower and the surrounding defensive spell formation. In the end, it shot forth into a distance, leaving a rainbow streak of light in its wake which seemed to stretch for an infinite amount of distance. PFFF. Bai Zhong's body was on the brink of collapse as he tried to maintain the defensive spell formation, and he immediately threw up a mouthful of blood from the backlash of the shattered spell formation. The crystalline screen exploded into countless pieces again, and all the students and teachers experienced an inexplicably fearsome energy sweeping toward them. They stared blankly at the streak of destructive rainbow light in the sky, and they were unable to imagine how Lin would fare after being struck by such a fearsome spell technique. Su Xiaolan. Shen Yuancheng let loose a cry of surprise as he leaped onto his sword. Su Xiaolan had already leaped onto her own sword as she flew straight for the 99th level. Su Chenyun and the others also followed suit as all of them flew into the air. Countless streaks of light slashed toward the top of the Immortal Spirit Tower as all the students and teachers at the Spirit Nurturing stage or above took to the skies. As for all the Dao Body stage cultivators, they were yelling for Senior Bai Zhong to repair the crystalline screen again. "Get away from here. This is not a safe place, so get back down. I'll do my best to resume the broadcast as soon as possible." Bai Zhong stationed himself in front of all the oncoming spectators with a stern expression. "Are you all right, Senior Bai Zhong?" Su Qinyun asked with a concerned expression on her face. A stream of warmth flowed through Bai Zhong's heart as he replied with a gentle smile. "I'm fine. It's just that this battle is even more intense than what I had anticipated earlier, and I suffered some backlash as a result, but I'll be fine." The guardian of the restricted area had spoken, so everyone could only obediently descend back down to the ground. Bai Zhong began to repair the defensive spell formation as well as the crystalline screen, and his movements were looking more and more efficient and rehearsed. The broadcast resumed and the footage revealed Lin half kneeling on the ground as blood dripped down from his body. Lin! Su Xiaolan stared at the image of Lin as her heart throbbed with pain. She discovered that there was a puncture wound on Lin's chest. Who would have thought that Lin's defense would actually be broken? No shit, it was broken. Didn't you see how monstrous Emperor Ziwei's last attack was? What kind of defense wouldn't be broken by that? I'm starting to feel like Emperor Ziwei is trying to kill Lin. I think he's going too far as well. What if Lin wasn't strong enough to handle that attack? Wouldn't he be dead now? All the students were expressing dissatisfaction toward Emperor Ziwei while their hearts throbbed for their idol. Meanwhile, the Celestial the Arch was in a state of complete shock. He knew just how powerful Emperor Ziwei's Dao Annihilation Spear was, and even though it had only been unleashed by a wisp of his divine intent, it was still comparable in power to an attack from a return to Void Stage mighty figure. However, Lin survived the attack with just a puncture wound? He had already mentally prepared himself for Lin to be blasted into oblivion. One had to realize that Lin only had access to 1% of his power. How monstrous would his defense be at 100%? The Celestial the Arch suddenly recalled Emperor Ziwei's words, telling him that Lin was not as vulnerable as he thought. That was true. Lin's strength had far exceeded his expectations. Perhaps he had to reevaluate Lin's power. It looked like Emperor Ziwei was right after all. Within the 99th level of the Immortal Spirit Tower, Lin clasped his hand over the hole in his chest as he slowly stood up. "I didn't think that you would emerge with so little injuries from a spell technique that had expended a third of my energy to unleash. An expression of amazement surfaced on Emperor Ziwei's face. And Lin smiled lightly in response. And I didn't think that my body wasn't invincible after all. Emperor Ziwei. The evergreen technique circulated at high speed within Lin's body in order to heal the puncture wound on his chest. If that last attack used up a third of your energy, then I'm sorry to tell you. And Lin looked directly into Emperor Ziwei's eyes with an expression of confidence and a hint of arrogance. That you're not going to be able to defeat me. When Lin voiced the words that were on his mind, Emperor Ziwei's expression faltered slightly. It was true that he would still be able to take a few more of these attacks without dying. You won't be able to defeat me. Such a simple string of words. But each and every word was imbued with peerless confidence. And Lin would not have been able to utter these words in such a convincing manner without the strength and unyielding combative spirit to back up his claims. One had to realize that he was saying this to Emperor Ziwei, a Dao integration stage true god. Sure enough, all the students outside the Immortal Spirit Tower were shaken by Lin's words, and his following of retarded superfans drastically increased. A joyful smile surfaced on Emperor Ziwei's face as he looked at Lin. Ha ha ha, it's been so long since someone had said something like that to me. Listening to it now, I have to admit that my blood is surging a little within my body. Wings of wind spread open on Lin's back as he charged toward Emperor Ziwei. At the same time, 4 white lightning swords materialized beside him before flying toward Emperor Ziwei with earth-shattering sword intents. Isn't your attack too rushed? Emperor Ziwei smiled. When he waved a hand through the air, a golden cube enveloped his body. Boom, boom, boom. The white lightning swords struck the golden cube, resulting in a series of violent tremors. Lightning exploded forth, but the 4 lightning swords were unable to penetrate Emperor Ziwei's defense in the end. Emperor Ziwei turned to Lin and was just about to speak when he caught sight of the image of a golden eye on Lin's forehead. Divine Plunder Technique. The flying lightning swords were only a smokescreen for Lin to close into within a distance of 100 meters from Emperor Ziwei. His real attack was his Divine Plunder Technique. Lin didn't know if the Divine Plunder Technique was going to be able to flip the tables, but he could only count on his luck to pull him through. Emperor Ziwei was a Dao integration stage mighty figure who was also known as the godfather of immortal spells. Thus, the spell techniques and abilities he possessed were probably close to infinity. If Lin didn't want his head to explode, then he could only pick something completely at random. The golden ripples began to proliferate outward, diffusing through the golden cube, before enveloping Emperor Ziwei's body. Lin was already prepared to make a blind decision, but he suddenly found that he didn't have to. There was no flood of information overload as he had expected. Instead, there were only 2 things that were available for him to plunder. One of them was an infinitely mysterious composite body of Dao intent, and the other was a ball of energy that was exuding an extremely powerful spiritual fluctuation. Lin came to a sudden realization upon seeing this. He was not plundering something from Emperor Ziwei. Instead, he was plundering the divine intent that had detached itself from his body. The infinitely mysterious composite body of Dao intent contained all of Emperor Ziwei's spell techniques, while the ball of energy was most likely Emperor Ziwei's divine intent. If he were to plunder that ball of energy, then he could probably make this divine intent body disappear on the spot. But that was not an option Lin would choose. He hadn't even had the chance to grind Emperor Ziwei's face into the ground yet, so he couldn't just let him disappear. There was only one option then. The opportunity to grind Emperor Ziwei's face into the ground had finally presented itself. Plunder the composite body of Dao intent. Invisible ripples swept toward Emperor Ziwei's body, and he felt as if he had lost something in that split second. At this moment, Lin was already upon him as he launched a glowing golden fist. Void Cloud Palm. Emperor Ziwei launched a palm toward Lin. Slap. His hand was slapped away by Lin's spare hand. Emperor Ziwei's eyes widened as unadulterated shock appeared on his face. At this moment, Lin's fist made contact with his face. Boom! A golden light exploded forth as the fearsome force of the fist was transferred into Emperor Ziwei's face. Emperor Ziwei's body tumbled to the ground as he threw up a large mouthful of blood with confusion on his face. He was just about to get up from the ground when Enlin clutched the air. Immediately thereafter, a golden cube enveloped his body. Countless golden sigils flashed on the surface of the cube, unleashing an extremely fearsome sealing power. Emperor Ziwei was forced to the ground again by the fearsome sealing power. Bolts of lightning burst forth from under Enlin's feet as he flashed toward Emperor Ziwei at lightning speed before launching another golden fist into his face. Boom! Stars danced before Emperor Ziwei's eyes as he threw up another mouthful of blood. Moon Dragon Fist. Enlin roared as the power of pure Yin was unleashed from his fist before materializing into the projection of a white dragon's head that crashed into Emperor Ziwei's face. The energy of pure Yin exploded, and the entire 99th level was congealed into a white domain, completely freezing and immobilizing Emperor Ziwei's body in the process. Extreme Sun Sword. Enlin clapped his hands together as a golden long sword materialized in the air, exuding a scorching aura that threatened to set the very heavens alight. The golden longsword rang before stabbing into Emperor Ziwei's chest. Myriad Demon Palm. Azure Dragon Roar. Lightning Meteor Finger. A relentless series of monstrous attacks rained down upon Emperor Ziwei. Emperor Ziwei was completely unable to put up any resistance, and he received a taste of his own medicine as he too was ground into the wall of the tower. Weren't you having the time of your life pummeling me? Come on then. Where's your spunk now? How does it feel to be ground into the ground? Ha! Enlin let loose a torrent of abuse as he unleashed his spell techniques, getting more and more excited as he attacked. What was it like beating the crap out of a Dao integration stage true god? Very few people in history would have had a chance to experience something like this. Even if Emperor Ziwei were to ask someone to beat him up, they would probably piss themselves in fear instead. However, Enlin was different. He had just been thoroughly ravaged and violated. Now that he had a chance to exact his revenge, he was obviously not going to hold back. If he had to describe how it felt, he would have to say, very satisfying. That's right. This was super satisfying. Enlin continued to use Emperor Ziwei's spell techniques to bombard him and unleashed a different spell technique every time, as if he was testing all of his newly obtained weapons in one session. Emperor Ziwei finally understood what had happened now. All his techniques had been stolen by Enlin. Aside from a powerful body, he had nothing else now. Bai Zhong stood in the air outside the Immortal Spirit Tower, completely rooted to the spot by the absurd scenes unfolding before his eyes. All the spectating teachers and students stared up at the screen while listening to all the insults Enlin was hurling, feeling as if they were in a dream. The events that had just taken place were simply far too bizarre for them to come to terms with. One moment, Enlin was being trampled into the dust. The next moment, Enlin was grinding Emperor Ziwei's face into the ground as he unleashed a storm of spell techniques upon him. This was extremely difficult to believe even for everyone who was seeing it with their very own eyes. A student finally broke the silence after a long while and said, "This is the high and mighty Emperor Ziwei. How could he be pummeled like this? I can see blood flowing from his nose. I feel like I'm dreaming. Is Enlin really bashing Emperor Ziwei like this? It looks like he might have used some sort of sealing technique to render Emperor Ziwei completely unable to retaliate. It looks like he's using some sort of copycat technique as well. Can't you see that Enlin is using all of Emperor Ziwei's spell techniques? This is one of the emperors of the heavenly court. Godin is simply way too badass. I'm going to remember this for the rest of my life." Enlin pummeling Emperor Ziwei, See that? You'll see that? This is our god, and all those who wish to join his fan club, please line up here. The scenes being broadcasted on the crystalline screen were simply sensational. All the students discussed among themselves, as if they were trying to express their irrepressible emotions through words. Even Su Xiaolan and the others couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Enlin had once again reconstructed their images of him in their hearts. My God! This is something that I wouldn't dare to think of in my wildest dreams. And Enlin was able to do it. Tang Shimin muttered to himself with unadulterated shock on his face. A warm smile appeared on Shenyuan Cheng's face. Do you understand now? Anything is possible if you set your mind to it. In the air above the Immortal Spirit Tower, the Celestial the Arch was also completely dumbstruck. He had never seen Ziwei getting the crap beaten out of him like this before. This was definitely a commemorative moment. He silently brought out a crystal ball to record this historic moment for later viewing. After exhausting himself from using Emperor Ziwei's spell techniques, Lin resorted to using his fists instead. One mighty golden fist after another rained down on Emperor Ziwei's body, causing the entire Immortal Spirit Tower to tremor violently. Emperor Ziwei was already bruised and battered to the point of being in an extremely pitiful and disheveled display. He had never been beaten so badly by anyone in his life. From the day he was born, it was always him that was dishing out the punishment to others, never the other way around. However, Lin showed him today what it felt like to be pummeled into the ground. On top of that, this was a one-sided beating during which he was completely powerless to resist. How's that? How does it feel to be ground into the dust? Huh! Lin vented his negative emotions as he rained down punches. Perhaps this is karma, Emperor Ziwei thought to himself. He was finally unable to endure such a ferocious, sustained barrage of attacks as his body began to dissipate. Lin's expression faltered upon seeing this, and he halted his attacks. You won, student Lin, Emperor Ziwei conceded with a warm smile. Even though he was in an extremely miserable state, he still retained his grace and poise. Lin bowed in an apologetic salute. Senior Ziwei, this is just a trial, so I hope you won't hold my actions against me. He was actually feeling quite uneasy. Everything he had done was for his mission, but the undeniable fact was that he had beaten up Emperor Ziwei. If Emperor Ziwei decided to exact revenge on him at a later date, he would be well and truly screwed. I'm definitely not that petty to hold anything against you for your actions in a trial like this. Besides, you beat me with your own strength. Emperor Ziwei looked at Lin with a hint of anticipation in his eyes as he said, Your strength has exceeded even my lofty expectations for you, so I'm looking forward to what you can do in the future. Lin suddenly felt like Emperor Ziwei was an extremely thoughtful person. Lin had just beaten him up, but he was offering compliments to him. What a good man! Emperor Ziwei's divine intent completely vanished. Lin stood alone on the 99th level of the Immortal Spirit Tower, appearing as if he was an invincible war god. The light of the sun shone through the window, enveloping him in a golden light as his figure seemed to grow taller and more majestic before everyone's eyes. Emperor Ziwei lost. Even now, I'm still in complete and utter disbelief. Just how did Lin do it? God won. He really did it. Lin conquered the entire Immortal Spirit Tower. This is a massive event for which ballads will be sung throughout the entire heavenly court, perhaps even the entire kingdom of the 9 states. I am so fortunate to have been able to witness such a grand moment in history. Ditching classes to come here is the wisest decision I've made all year. Some of the students had even pulled out their phones or photographic magic tools to take a commemorative photo. Lin, retarded superfans began to yell Lin's name at the top of their lungs. Slowly, more and more people began to chime in as a thunderous collective cry erupted. Lin. In the end, the cry of Lin reverberated throughout heaven and earth. This was the collective homage paid by all the students to that figure who had stood up time and time again to embody the quality of unyielding perseverance. At that moment, Lin was the war god in their hearts. A genuine smile blossomed on Su Xiaolan's face as she looked around at all the fervent chanters around her. At that moment, she too felt a sense of glory and pride. Even though Lin was at the peak of the Immortal Spirit Tower, he could still hear the thunderous chant from below, and his heart surged with excitement. He had won. He had really done it. He had defeated a seemingly insurmountable opponent. Were those last few battles helpful to him? Of course they were. They were immeasurably helpful to him. He had battled an opponent who was on the brink of the Dao integration stage and even a mighty figure who had progressed to the Dao integration stage. Not only did these battles greatly enhance his combat skills, but they also provided the catalyst for him to attain enlightenment in the power of Tao. Another thought suddenly occurred to Enlin. He had conquered level 99 and defeated Emperor Ziwei. So where the hell was his prize? My God! Emperor Ziwei disappeared just like that, leaving him with no inheritance, nor even any rewards for his efforts. That was way too fucking irresponsible. Right at this moment, Bai Xian appeared before Enlin with an animated expression on his face. Congratulations, student Enlin, on becoming the first person in history to conquer the entire Immortal Spirit Tower. You are the pride of the Heavenly Court, and ballads of your legendary feats will be sung throughout the entire Heavenly Court, perhaps even the entire kingdom of the 9 states. Enlin turned to Bai Zhong with a dark expression. I don't care for all that. Bai Zhong's expression became one of confusion. Student Enlin, you seem a little displeased about something? I just want to ask, where is my inheritance after conquering level 99? Enlin asked expressionlessly. Bai Zhong's body trembled upon hearing this, and his face convulsed. He came to a sudden realization upon being reminded by Enlin. That's right, conquering the Immortal Spirit Tower was a historic feat. So where was his inheritance? Even if there wasn't an inheritance, there should at least be prizes, right? But no one told him what rewards to give for someone who had conquered the 99th level. After all, no one had even managed to conquer the 98th level in the past. That is a good question. Bai Zhong clapped his hands together with a forced smile. Enlin? So? Enlin continued with his interrogation. We'll discuss this another day. Bai Zhong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Forget about it? Enlin heaved a forlorn sigh and said, Just get me out of here, Bai Zhong. He felt like a bucket of cold water had just been poured all over his celebratory mood. Bai Zhong felt extremely crushed. Enlin finally emerged outside of the Immortal Spirit Tower, where he received a warm welcome fit for a king. How is the wound on your chest, Enlin? Su Xiaolan made her way over to him as she lightly caressed the wound on his chest with a concerned expression. After being treated by the regenerative effect of the evergreen technique, the wound was no longer bleeding. Don't worry, it's just a minor injury. Enlin patted Su Xiaolan's head with a warm smile on his face. Enlin, your performance had completely exceeded my impression of what is possible in this world. Tang Shimin also made his way over to Enlin with scorching excitement in his eyes. Never would he have thought that the day would come when he worshipped one of his own underclassmen. It's your own lack of ambition that has limited your imagination. Su Xiaolan pursed her lips. Enlin, you inspired a noob like senior student Tang to turn over a new leaf. Shenyuan Chang exclaimed with a joyful expression. Tang Shimin's expression immediately darkened upon hearing this. Since when was I ever a noob? Is that any way to talk to your upperclassmen? Everyone burst into laughter. All the students and teachers began to disperse with excitement and satisfaction in their hearts. Sword Immortal Dong Yi looked deeply at Enlin with approval and admiration in his eyes. Enlin had done something he would never be able to do, so it was impossible for him to not be in admiration of Enlin. Thus, the Immortal Spirit Tower trials drew to a conclusion. However, all those legendary stories would remain in everyone's memories up until countless years from now. Su Xiaolan, who had sent an ancestral mighty figure to the afterlife. Su Qinyun, who exemplified the slow and steady mentality. Su Xiaolan, who proved to be the unexpected dark horse of this year's trials. Lu Qianhuan, who had transcended a thrilling tribulation, and even Tang Shimin, who got carried for 2 levels. All of these were fond memories for everyone to look back on even after many years. Of course, there was the man who had pummeled a Tao integration stage true god and conquered the entire Immortal Spirit Tower. His legendary feats became known by countless people across the entire continent. Enlin trudged back to his dorm room in exhaustion. He didn't get a chance to look at the system, but he had to have completed his mission. Otherwise, he would have been in the nude mode already. Walking around nude in front of an audience of tens of thousands, just the mere thought of it sent shivers running down his spine. Thankfully, he managed to grind Emperor Ziwei's face into the ground. A huge white dog immediately pounced on him as soon as he walked through the door. "Big brother, and I heard that you bashed Emperor Ziwei. That's so badass, woof." And Lin stroked Dabai's head while smiling nonchalantly. "There's no need to make a fuss. It's not a big deal." Gasp. Xiao Zhe and Little Lang both drew sharp intakes of breath. Bashing legendary Dao integration stage True God was no big deal? How badass? After the pleasantries, Dabai cut straight to the point and said, "In any case, this is an event worthy of celebration. Let's eat frying pan hot pot today." Woof! Xiao Chou, Little Lang, Xiao Chou, Little Tian, and even Xiao Hong and Tina, who were photosynthesizing on the windowsill, turned in Lin's direction with glowing eyes. So this was Dabai's true objective. All the beast pets immediately chimed in order to exert peer pressure on Enlin. In the few days that Enlin had been away, everything they ate tasted like shit, so they had zero appetites. It was also because of these past few days that Tina was successfully recruited by Xiao Hong to eat solar energy in order to avoid having to eat actual food. And Lin paused momentarily before finally nodding in agreement to Dabai's suggestion. Raucous cheers immediately erupted within his dorm room. It wasn't time to eat yet, so Enlin made his way to his bedroom with Xue Zhantian in his arms. He placed the soft and furry Xue Zhantian under his head since his body made the ideal pillow. "Master, I'm so loyal to you, and I would do anything for you. Don't worry, I'll give you an extra bowl of soup at dinner tonight." "Yay! Master is the best." An ecstatic expression appeared on Xue Zhantian's face as he patted Enlin's cheeks with his intricate wings. "All right, that's enough. Let me rest for a bit." Enlin was quite exhausted after enduring so many battles, and he was ready to fall asleep at a moment's notice. However, he decided to open the system in his mind before he fell asleep. As expected, the special mission had been completed, and he could now spin the wheel for his prize. And Lin chose to cash in on this as a special spell techniques lottery will begin to appear. Dense clusters of spell technique names appeared on the wheel, but everything was obscured from view by a white mist. The previous Make You Cry spell technique really wasn't all that useful, and it couldn't even be used on Dao integration stage mighty figures. The only time it actually came in useful was when Enlin screwed over Ji Yongfang. Hopefully, the spell technique would be better this time. The prize will begin to spin at Enlin's behest. He rubbed his hands together and silently prayed for better luck. Stop! The prize will spun slower and slower before finally coming to a halt. The white mist slowly dissipated to reveal the spell technique that he had won. Fuck! His eyes widened with incredulity at the spell technique. Whoosh! The spell technique from the system merged into Enlin's body. Make You Poo spell technique. A physiological attack able to be used against one individual target at a time. The victim will be struck with an intense urge to defecate, and there is a chance that a victim of low enough cultivation base would shit themselves to death. However, cultivators with higher cultivation bases will have stronger immunity against the spell technique. Note: this spell technique can only be used once per day, and is completely ineffective against Dao integration stage cultivators. And Lin almost threw up a mouthful of blood. What use did he have for such a shitty technique? Not only was it useless, but it was also disgusting. He could test out the Make You Cry spell technique on Dabai. But who was he supposed to test out the spell technique on? There weren't even any enemies around in the school for him to try it out on. Speaking of which, could the Make You Poo spell technique really make a target shit themselves to death? And Lin's impression of the spell technique slowly began to change. It was useless, but it was fun. He could give a lot of small animals diarrhea in order to widen his horizons. For example, had you seen a snake poo before? Had you seen a tiger poo? Had you seen a dragon poo? Had you seen a phoenix poo? Also, were skeleton monsters capable of defecating? He was getting a little excited at all the possibilities this spell technique opened up to him, and Lin slowly fell asleep as his mind drifted, and he seemed to have had a dream as well. Could a cultivator dream? Of course they could, and their dreams were quite lucid too. Some of them were simple, meaningless dreams. Some reflected their Dao hearts. Some were the manifestations of mental demons, and there were even some badass dreams that could predict the future. Night fell and countless stars appeared in the night sky. And Lin dreamed that he had pissed Su Xiaolin off, for which he was rewarded with a slap across the face. And that wasn't the end either. What followed was a combo of slaps. Big brother and wake up. Woof. Get up. It's time to cook, woof. Dabai slapped his paws across Enlin's face before finally rousing Enlin from his slumber. Enlin opened his bleary eyes before shooting a glare at Dabai. He was lucky that Enlin didn't have any tendency to exercise after waking up. Otherwise, he would have been greeted by a mountain-quaking fist that would disfigure him to the point that even his mother wouldn't recognize him. Immediately afterward was a family dinner. Of course, the family here was referring to his beast pet team. And Lin also invited Su Xiaolin over as well. Su Xiaolin wore a light blue Taoist robe this time, which was a rare deviation from her usual jade dress. A purple sash was tied around her slim waist, and her hair was tied into a bun to reveal her fair, long neck. And Lin, you haven't even fully recovered from your injuries, but you're already holding a celebratory feast? Her voice was extremely pleasing to the ear as she spoke with a dainty smile. And Lin stroked the paw prints on his face with a resigned sigh. The beast pets forced me into it. I feel like I'm not their owner, but their slave chef instead. Dabai slapped the table with his paw. How else are you going to inspire loyalty from us? Woof! Big Brother Bai is right. I am in full agreement with his words. Xianxia chimed in a loud voice. Master, I only have two hobbies in my life: photosynthesizing and eating food cooked with the frying pan. Can't you satisfy our small wish? Xiao Hong also chimed in her sweet voice. See. And Lin splayed his hands before him in resignation. Su Xiaolin covered her mouth as she chuckled. Then it's all thanks to Dabai and the others that I have an opportunity to eat this hot pot. And Lin chuckled in reply. That's not the case. If you want, I can cook this every day for you. He extended a hand to grab onto Su Xiaolin's hand as he spoke. Su Xiaolin's bright eyes rippled, and a light blush appeared on her face as she averted her gaze in embarrassment. What are you doing? Concentrate on cooking. Well, the soup isn't boiling yet. And Lin replied with a wide grin. Xiao Cho silently increased the output of his flames. Dabai pulled out his dog food to munch on, which he also handed out to the other beast pets. His only concern was that his stomach would be too full of dog food before the hot pot even began to cook. An extremely alluring scent soon began to waft into the air from the hot pot. And Lin, Su Xiaolin, Xiao Zhe, and all the best pets enjoyed a joyful meal of hot pot. This was a serene and happy day. The next morning, Lin took Tina to class with him. On the way there, Lin looked up at a sparrow flying in the sky overhead. A certain spell technique pierced through the air before taking effect on the sparrow. Make you poo spell technique. And Lin only used a sliver of the spell technique's power. But even so, the sparrow still trembled before a blob of bird poo fell onto the ground. And that wasn't the end of it. The sparrow shit as it flew, as if it was a shit bomber. There was even a small blob of poo that landed on a female student's clothes, which instantly drew a sharp screech from her. And Lin nodded with satisfaction. Just a sliver of the spell technique's power had such a potent effect. It appeared that this was quite a powerful spell technique. Tina turned to Lin with a speechless expression on her face. She couldn't detect any spell technique fluctuations, but after seeing the little bird's miserable state and Lin's expression, she was able to put two and two together. As such, a hint of disdain appeared in her eyes, as if to say, Giant and Lin, you've changed. Classes always flew by, and during the lunch break, Lin, Su Xiaolin, Shen Yuancheng, Su Qinyun, and Lu Zhan were instructed to follow their homeroom teacher, Sword Immortal Ling Xiao, to accept their rewards for their efforts during the Immortal Spirit Tower trials. In all honesty, the opportunity to battle the ancestral mighty figures as well as the chance to obtain inheritances were the biggest rewards. However, the United University of Cultivation was not so poor that it couldn't afford to give other rewards. Lu Zhan's rewards were quite simple, and they consisted of some spirit stones and pills. Su Xiaolin, Shen Yuancheng, and Su Qianyun were inducted into the University Hall of Fame for passing level 80, so their rewards were obviously not going to be too lackluster. Aside from the pills and the spirit stones, they also each received an opportunity to choose a high-rank spirit tool for themselves from the school treasure vault, as well as a 5th grade Immortal pill coupon, which could be redeemed for a free Immortal pill of 5th grade or below from Yishi. Su Xiaolin reached the highest level among the 3 of them, so she received 2 5th grade Immortal pill coupons. As for Enlin, he was going to be commended across the entire school. There was no point mentioning the spirit pills and spirit stones, as there were only about a dozen spirit pills and over 100,000 spirit stones. The 2 high-rank spirit tools and 5 5th grade Immortal pill coupons weren't really noteworthy either. And Lin didn't even take a second glance at the shiny trophy and medal. He turned to his homeroom teacher and cut straight to the point by asking, "Where is Emperor Ziwei's inheritance?" Sword Immortal Ling Xiao. He was in quite a difficult position. It wasn't as if he could just go and interrogate Emperor Ziwei. He was one of the emperors of the heavenly court. No one could force him to give an inheritance if he didn't want to. Furthermore, Lin's pummeling of Emperor Ziwei had made headlines across the entire continent. He was already quite fortunate that Emperor Ziwei hadn't decided to exact any form of revenge on him. For him to ask for an inheritance now would be tempting Emperor Ziwei to change his mind. After much persuasion, Sword Immortal Ling Xiao was finally able to talk Lin into waiting another week for the inheritance. If Emperor Ziwei still hadn't said anything in a week, then as Lin's homeroom teacher, he would have to sacrifice himself for the sake of his student. Sword Immortal Ling Xiao looked up into the sky as he commended his own bravery and selflessness. After school, Lin brought his trophy and medal back to his dorm room. The trophy had been carved out from a large vital stone and was exuding extremely powerful vital energy fluctuations. At a rough estimate, it was probably worth over 100,000 spirit stones. There was also a string of text on the trophy. Lin, future hope of the heavenly court. The medal was constructed from a polished 5-colored jewel found in the East Sea. The craftsmanship and materials used were both exquisite, and the words, "Small War God of the Heavenly Court," were emblazoned on its surface. Heh! Looks like the Heavenly Court officials are willing to recognize me as a war god. A smug smile appeared on Lin's face. Don't get complacent. There's still true Lord Erlang above you. Can't you see the small in front of your war god title? Su Xiaolin cautioned. Right. Xiaolan is right. Celestial Maiden Xiaolan is the compass that prevents me from losing myself in the face of glory, so that I can continue down the path of further glory and greatness. And Lin replied with a serious expression. Su Xiaolan rolled her eyes and Lin. Quit running your mouth. Back at the dorm room. And Lin tallied up all the items within his storage ring to find that he had a lot of Immortal pills, so he had no use for all these Immortal pill coupons. As for high-rank spirit tools, what high-rank spirit tools should he exchange for? It felt like only Immortal tools were of any interest to him now. This was the epitome of a first-world problem. In the end, he asked around to see what Immortal pills or spirit tools his beast pets needed. However, none of them really needed anything aside from Tina, who requested for wood-type Immortal pill imbued with extremely powerful life force energy in order to help her construct the world within the mirror. What's this world within the mirror? And Lin asked with curiosity in his eyes. Tina blinked her emerald eyes as she replied, "It's that fragment of the realm core thing that you were talking about. It managed to construct a new world with the ancient Taichu realm Qi Lu City as a reference, so it's just like a world within a mirror." And Lin's interest was immediately piqued as he placed Tina on his palm before asking with excitement on his face, "Tell me what the situation is like in that world." Very few people knew about Tina's attainment of the fragment of the realm core. A fragment of the realm core that fused with a living being was completely unheard of. Aside from himself and Shui Zhantian, only the 3 blood tribe slaves knew about this. Oh, perhaps the snow maidens knew as well. As for why Tina had never mentioned anything about the fragment of the realm core before this, it was because she was a little muddled herself. Back when she absorbed all the wandering spirits within Qi Lu City, it was more so an instinctive response triggered by the instruction of the fragment of the realm core, rather than a conscious action. However, Tina had developed an elementary understanding of the power of the fragment of the realm core within her body. She discovered that in order to allow the wandering spirits to exist in the world within the mirror, she first had to construct a world for them, which she had already done, and secondly, she required extremely potent life force energy as a power source to allow all the wandering spirits to continue to exist. The power within her body alone wasn't enough, so she required the power of an immortal pill. And Lin considered for a moment before asking again, "Is one 5th grade immortal pill going to be enough? Do you want a few more?" Tina shook her head and replied, "There's no need for that. The life force energy imbued within one 5th grade immortal pill is plenty." "Oh, right, Giant and Lin, I can project your consciousness into my world too. Do you want to come for a tour?" Tina offered with a broad grin, and Lin's eyes immediately lit up as he nodded in reply. "Sure." A vibrant smile appeared on Tina's face as she flapped her golden wings and flew toward Lin before placing her tiny palm on his forehead. A fragment that was caught somewhere between illusion and reality began to surface in her eyes. She instructed in a soft voice, "Don't refuse the invitation that is about to appear in your consciousness." And Lin nodded, and immediately after, a special summoning power suddenly acted on his consciousness. He did not reject the power, and a new world appeared before him after a rush of dizziness. The bright and vibrant sun hung high in the sky, basking the ground below in warm sunlight. White clouds drifted on a background of blue sky, and a light breeze blew past as the clouds danced, while they transformed into a series of different shapes. And Lin appeared on a wide street in the city, which was paved with smooth, flat bricks, with shops on either side of the street. He was suddenly caught in a daze as he realized that this was the street that he had once walked together with Xiaolan by his side. This was Qi-Lu City, the very same lively and bustling Qi-Lu City from countless years in the past. However, there weren't any living creatures here. All the plants growing on the side of the streets were also all dried and withered. And Lin looked up at the sun before taking a deep breath. The feeling this place gave him was exactly the same as that illusionary realm. Everything was extremely realistic, as if this were reality itself. No, perhaps this was indeed reality. An alternate reality that existed within the mirror. "Giant and Lin, my world is barred from high-level life forms, so you can only unleash spirit-nurturing stage power," Tina said with her sprightly voice. It was as if she were right beside Lin, causing him to flinch with surprise. And Lin looked around with astonishment on his face. "Where are you, little Na?" "Me? I am this world, so I'm everywhere." Tina chuckled. "She is this world? My God." He then asked again, "This is just a projection of my consciousness. How does it possess power already? Didn't you say that a consciousness couldn't interfere with a materialistic world?" "Hee, that's because I granted you a body. You're not just a projection of your consciousness, but instead, you are a living being here," Tina replied in a triumphant voice. And Lin began to verify this by assessing his own body, only to find that it was exactly the same as it usually was. The only difference was that he had an ordinary but still powerful body as opposed to his body of the war god. He leaped into the air using his cloud riding technique, and vital energy surged as he flew in the sky. "Haha! This place even has vital energy?" And Lin chuckled with surprise. "Aha! Vital energy is just like earth, wind, water, and fire. They are all the most basic matter in a world, so they came into existence as soon as this world was born." Tina paused for a few seconds before continuing. "When life is born into this world and the laws become even more perfect, I can perhaps try to draw you into this world as a life form, which means that your whole body would be able to enter this world." And Lin was greatly startled upon hearing this. "What do you mean? My whole body can enter this world?" "That's right. It's just like the transmigration that you mentioned to me before." Tina's voice was brimming with excitement, and it was obvious that she was eager to make this a reality. And Lin fell silent upon hearing this. Life forms could actually transmigrate here? This wasn't an illusionary realm anymore. Tina was planning to construct a real world. An illusionary realm could facilitate transmigration of consciousness alone, but transmigration of life forms could only be achieved in a complete world. How are you going to create the matter within this world, little Na? Don't you need realm essence crystals for that? And Lin asked with concern. There are already realm essence crystals within the fragment of the realm core, as well as the life essence of 9 return to void stage mighty figures. These were all left behind by the 2 grandpas who were trying to construct a new world. However, the world I want to create is different from the concept they had in mind. My world is going to be a combination of illusion and reality. It will be just as realistic as a real world, but it will be able to avoid the erosion of spatial laws, and I can bring creatures of my imagination to life here. Tina continued to talk about her plans for this world while Lin listened diligently. And Lin knew that Tina had essentially become a godlike existence to this world. No one had ever been able to fuse a fragment of the realm core into their body, so she had opened up a brand new world. It was exactly because of this that she had a terrifying amount of control over this world. To refer to her as a god of creation was no exaggeration. And Lin flew through the air above Chi Lu City to find that it was at least 100 square kilometers in area. The Black Tower still stood at the center of the city with 9 balls of light suspended in the air above the tip of the tower in a circular formation, as if they were nurturing something. Those 9 balls of light were most likely the life essence from the 9 return to void stage mighty figures Tina was referring to. And Lin continued flying out of Chi Lu City and was greeted by the sight of bleak and desolate plains stretching as far as the eyes could see. He couldn't help but ask, "Little Na, just how big is your world?" It has a radius of about 5,000 kilometers. That's the biggest I can expand it to for now. As for whether I can expand it further in the future, that remains to be seen, Tina replied. A radius of 5,000 kilometers, and Lin's face convulsed upon hearing this. That was fucking massive. The area of this world would be around 80 million square kilometers, while the area of the Earth was about 500 million kilometers, so this place really was massive. He was very eager to develop this world. "Let me out, little Na. I'll get an immortal pill for you right away." And Lin spoke with excitement. Another rush of dizziness struck Lin as everything fell into darkness. The light slowly returned, and he was greeted by the sight of a set of perfect miniature features. What do you think, Giant Lin? Was it impressive?" Tina's emerald eyes glowed with anticipation as she flew in front of Lin's face with a vibrant smile. "It is extremely impressive." And Lin patted Tina's head with a doting expression and said, "I'm going to make a trip to Do Shui Palace now." Tina flew onto Lin's shoulder before wrapping her tiny arms around Lin's neck with a smile. "Little Na wants to go and see what immortal pill refinement looks like." And Lin did not refuse, and he flew toward Do Shui Palace on Dubai's back with Tina in tow. Dubai descended through the clouds before arriving in front of a massive, glorious building. "Wow, what a massive palace. It's like a mountain." Tina's emerald eyes were wide with excitement, and Lin smiled as he looked up at Do Shui Palace, and he recalled that he was just as excited as Tina when he visited Do Shui Palace for the very first time. He was a regular customer here, so he received the VIP treatment as soon as he walked into the palace as an adorable pill boy and pill girl led them straight to Ishi. "How have you been, Mr. Ishi?" A wide smile appeared on Lin's face when he saw Ishi's familiar, round body. "Haha. I'm still much the same as I have always been, Mr. Lin, but I heard about you pummeling Emperor Ziwei. Your legendary feats have inspired much awe and reverence from me." She was also quite excited to see Lin as he carefully sized up Lin, as if he was trying to attain enlightenment just by looking at him. "Sigh. That battle was all for nothing." A dejected expression appeared on Lin's face as soon as he thought about Emperor Ziwei's inheritance, or lack thereof. "Why do you say that? That battle has made you famous across the entire heavenly court. There are a lot of immortals talking about you, and there are even many celestial maidens who have developed an interest in you." She spoke with a suggestive expression. Tina's mouth gaped open as she caught sight of the round ball of a man standing before her. A giant god-fiend with the same bloodline as Xianxia? And Lin. She faltered slightly upon hearing this before turning to discover a fairy whose features were the epitome of perfection. And he too let out a yell of surprise and said, "Holy fuck! What a beautiful fairy. Tina's tiny body recoiled slightly in fear from Ishi's roar of surprise, and she grabbed onto Enlin's hair as she pressed her body against his neck, as if she was a little scared of the fatso standing before her. A sheepish smile appeared on Ishi's face when he realized that he had let his emotions get the better of himself. He then turned to Enlin with an envious expression. Not bad, Enlin. What's going on with this beautiful fairy here? Enlin replied with a gentle smile. Her name is Tina, and she is my beast pet. Tina, this is Ishi. He is the top pill refinement master in Do Shui Palace, as well as one of the best pill refinement masters in the entire heavenly court. Ishi's lips twitched upon hearing this. Beast pet? You lucky bastard. How did you convince such a beautiful fairy to become your beast pet? Enlin. Tina's eyes widened in shock again. Giant Enlin, how could a man so fat refine pills? Could it be that the more you look like a pill, the better your pill refinement skills will be? Ishi. Don't be rude, little Na. Big brother Ishi's figure is great. Enlin scolded. Oh. Tina pouted as she fell silent obediently. Ishi massaged his brows as he heaved a forlorn sigh. All right, you win. I sent a jibe your way, and Tina immediately stood up to retaliate in your stead. There's nothing I can say against your combo. A sprightly smile appeared on Tina's face. I was telling the truth anyway. All right, let's get down to business. And Lin smiled as he pulled out a 5th grade Immortal pill coupon and said, Please refine for me a 5th grade wood-type Immortal pill with the most life force energy imbued within. Ishi's eyes immediately lit up. Are you going to demonstrate your pill consumption technique again? No, it's for Tina, and Lin replied. Disappointment appeared on Ishi's face upon hearing this, but he still began the pill refinement process nonetheless. The Immortal pill he was going to refine was Azure Emperor Immortal Flower Pill, a type of 5th grade Immortal pills, which was a pill that was refined from extracting the essence from 4 different types of immortal flowers before combining them through the use of the Azure Emperor Immortal Vine. The pill had the ability to bring one back from the brink of death and was imbued with extremely potent life force energy. Ishi's hands flashed through the air as he manipulated a white divine flame. A series of extremely valuable medicinal ingredients floated into the air as his round body went through a series of agile motions, as if he were dancing. Even the divine flame also began to dance. Tina was completely dumbstruck by the scenes unfolding before her eyes. The dance was not very pleasing to look at by any stretch of the imagination, but this was the first time she had ever seen such an agile fatso. Before they knew it, the pill had been refined. The newly refined white pill exuded a powerful immortal aura as it floated in the air while glowing with a brilliant light. Boundless life force energy fluctuations proliferated from the pill, while countless projections of immortal flowers blossomed around the pills, creating a scene of unrivaled beauty. So pretty? And Lin and Tina exclaimed in unison as they stared at the pill while appearing completely transfixed by it. Ishi presented the pill to them while feeling quite pleased with himself. The moment the pill was successfully refined was the moment during which he derived the strongest sense of accomplishment. And Lin pulled out an Immortal pill coupon as payment for the Immortal pill before he hurriedly bade farewell to Ishi. He was about to witness the event that he had been eagerly anticipating. Back at the dorm room, Tina chuckled as she held the massive Immortal pill in her tiny hands. When I last ate an Immortal pill, it was even bigger than I was, and it took a long time to nibble away at it. It should be a lot faster for me to eat this now. And Lin nodded. Go on then. Oh, right. Before you create a life, let me into your world first, he added. He felt like it would be an unimaginable experience and opportunity to witness the creation and birth of life. As Tina pressed her palm against Lin's forehead again, a powerful summoning force swept toward him, and Lin was struck by a rush of dizziness before his consciousness appeared in Tina's world again. He looked around at the world around him before giving Tina a thumbs up. Let's do it. All right. I'm going to eat this Immortal pill to create life now. Tina chuckled. And Lin flew up into the sky using his cloud riding technique, and he soon experienced the changes happening around him. Everything was very quiet initially, but a scintillating light suddenly burst forth from the tip of the black tower at the center of Chi Lu City as the 9 balls of light began to revolve around the tip of the tower, like planets around the sun. An invisible ripple proliferated throughout heaven and earth, sweeping toward infinity and beyond. The aura of life was born from nothing, just like a cycle of life and death. Vitality was born amid the dead and barren landscape as heaven and earth began to tremble while countless laws began to reconstruct themselves. At that moment, Lin's entire body felt carefree and at ease, as if his soul had been purified. At that moment, he felt like he was a true life form. Tina had granted him a body before, but he was still not a complete life form. However, with the vitality appearing within heaven and earth, his existence in this world was completed. Heaven and earth were completely transformed, as if the world were born from chaos once again. Life was bestowed upon this deathly and barren world as part of a process of almighty creation. The sun felt warmer, and the breeze carried with it an aura of life. Plants began to sprout from the soil around him. A fast-forward button seemed to have been pressed all of a sudden as more and more microscopic organisms began to appear like a time-lapse video. Master, the creatures of this level are still quite simple organisms, so I'm going to accelerate the flow of time, Tina informed. And Lin was shocked to hear this. She could even control time? That was something even Dao integration stage mighty figures on Taichu continent would struggle to do. This won't affect me, right? And Lin asked. Fuck. It would be quite ironic if he came in to witness the creation of life only to die from old age in the process. No, my time manipulation will only be effective on the living creatures of this world, Tina explained patiently. And Lin nodded as the flow of time around him began to accelerate even further. Everything progressed along at extreme speed, as if this were a video that had been accelerated by hundreds of millions of times its original speed. And Lin flew out of Chi Lu City, where the world outside was consisted of a completely bleak and desolate landscape. However, a biosphere began to take shape as the flora and fauna grew, mutated, multiplied, and diversified. The structure of the land also began to change. There were now grasslands, deserts, forests, lakes, rivers, mountain ranges stretching as far as the eyes could see, and bottomless canyons. Bugs, mammals, and all types of prehistoric fish and flying creatures began to appear. This was the miracle of creation. And Lin flew over this continent while spreading his divine sense as far as it would go to observe the miracle of life. He experienced the lives of countless creatures as well as the miraculous cycle of life and death. As the number of creatures expanded, Tina's time manipulation skill was becoming more and more taxing on her body. Phew! Let's stop here for today, Giant and Lin. The power from the Immortal pill has been used up, and all my power has been exhausted too. Let's allow the world to progress at normal speed for a while, Tina suddenly said. And Lin slowly came to his senses as his mind extricated itself from the mind-boggling miracles taking place around him. He turned his eyes on a mountain where a rabbit that was even taller than a grown man bared its sharp fangs before pouncing on a wolf and biting its head off. And Lin had never seen a creature like this before. This was a very interesting and very unique world. After surveying the world around him with his divine sense for so long, he too was quite exhausted. All right, little Na, get me out of here, and Lin said while massaging his brows. His vision darkened before coming clear again as he reappeared in his dorm room. The moon and stars had already appeared in the sky. A day had passed before they knew it, and they had ditched a whole day of classes too. Wait, could have even been a few days. After all, he did not know whether this was still the same day as when he entered Tina's world. Forget about it, sleep comes first. And Lin was utterly exhausted, and he almost instantly fell asleep as he collapsed onto his bed. Tina was so exhausted that her tiny body huddled together like a ball. Her tiny little hands were still latching onto Lin's hair. Meanwhile, her golden wings dimmed like a light switch being turned off as she too fell into a deep sleep. And Lin fell into a deep sleep and only woke up the next morning. He was immediately greeted by an aromatic scent. This was like the scent of a lotus under the moonlight. It was faint, but it was nonetheless quite a pleasant aroma. He opened his eyes to find a miniature woman lying beside him. The woman was sleeping on her side, and every inch of her body epitomized perfection. Her breathing was slow, and even her tiny eyelashes trembled lightly. Her translucent skin, which was practically sparkling under the sunlight, was even more eye-catching than her flowing white dress. She really was beautiful, and Lin couldn't help appreciate her beauty for a while longer before he slowly got up. He initially planned to go to his classes. When he heard the faint sound of singing as he passed the window in the lobby, he knew that Xiaohong was photosynthesizing again. Xiaohong, how long has it been since I entered Tina's world? And Lin opened the window before asking. La la la. Xiaohong's singing faltered before she replied while wobbling her red, flowery head. Master, you've been asleep for 5 days already. Xiaolin came to look for you, and she applied for a leave of absence for you upon seeing that you appeared to be in a state of deep slumber. And Lin was a little taken aback to hear this. It had been almost a week already. However, since Su Xiaolan had already applied for a leave of absence for him, he might as well continue ditching classes. After all, watching the creation of a world was much more fun than attending classes. And Lin cooked some kung pao chicken with his frying pan, and the irresistibly alluring smell of cooking wafted throughout the entire dorm room. Aside from Xianxia, who was already out cultivating, Xiao Chou, Little Lang, Little Xiao, and all the other beast pets all gathered around as they stared into the frying pan with drool rolling from their mouths. Even Tina was awoken from her slumber as she followed the scent to the kitchen. Can't you let me sleep, Giant and Lin? Do you know how conflicted I was between sleeping and eating? Tina complained. Her eyes were bleary as she settled onto his shoulder. And Lin replied with a smile. I didn't ask you to get up. Anyway, it's still not fully cooked yet. Humph. You're clearly using an underhanded tactic like this to force me to get up. Tina pouted with dissatisfaction, yet her eyes were glued to the frying pan. Then keep sleeping. My hypnosis technique is extremely effective, and it'll have you snoring in no time. Woof. Dabai raised a paw with a sly smile. My hypnotism song is really effective as well. Would little Na like to hear it? Xiaohong offered in a sweet voice. One less person meant one less portion of the food that had to be distributed. Hence, Xiaohong and Dabai were both looking at Tina with sinister expressions. Tina immediately cowered against Lin's shoulder in fear as she yelled at them to back off. Following a noisy play fight between all the beast pets, the Kung Pao chicken was ready. Each beast pet was allocated a plate of Kung Pao chicken, which they devoured with relish before licking their plates clean. After a satisfying meal, Lin handed a wood-type high-rank spirit pill for her to replenish her energy. After that, he asked Tina to transmigrate him into her world again to watch it develop. The world had now developed into a lively world that was bursting with vitality. It was filled with all types of flora and fauna to the point that Lin struggled to keep up. Master, I can only increase the flow of time to about 100,000 times the normal rate. That is the extent of what I'm capable of, Tina suddenly said. The world developed to become more and more diversified as the number of species expanded from several tens of thousands to over 1 million. Perhaps this was due to Tina's intervention, but new species of life forms came into existence at an extremely quick rate, and all of them appeared to be growing more and more intelligent. Some of the creatures were no longer just barbaric animals. Instead, their eyes glowed with low-level intelligence, and some of them were even able to construct and use simple tools. The age of the giant beasts soon descended upon the world. The top of the food chain was dominated by huge ferocious beasts that had similar appearances to dinosaurs. Some of them had thick, powerful bodies. Some were extremely fast and agile, and some grouped together like massive swarms of locusts. These creatures soon became the rulers of this world. Gore! These big guys are so annoying. They reproduce so quickly, and they eat so much. All the plants and little animals are going to be eaten by them sooner or later, Tina grumbled. A light smile appeared on Lin's face. These dinosauresque creatures were going to create an ecological imbalance where they would run out of food, following which their numbers would drastically decrease. It might even decrease to the point of extinction. The world always had a way to reach an equilibrium. A thought suddenly occurred to Enlin as he looked down at the thriving dinosaurs. Tina, can you make the dinosaurs a bit more intelligent? More intelligent? Tina considered the question for a moment before replying. It's going to be impossible to make them as intelligent as highly intelligent lifeforms as their consciousness is on a lower level. However, I can alter their genetics to give them extremely basic learning abilities. Then give it a try, and Lin suggested with an excited expression. And control their population too, he added. Oh, Tina nodded obediently. Thus, the next generation of dinosaurs mutated. A brachiosaurus mother with a neck as long as a giraffe gave birth to a small dinosaur with a short, stubby neck and sharp carnivorous teeth. The brachiosaurus mother was completely dumbfounded, and she felt like she had given birth to a fake child. However, she then took a look at the neighboring brachiosaurus mothers to find that some of them had also given birth to babies like hers, so her concerns were quelled. These small dinosaurs were completely different from their brachiosaurus parents. Their limbs were long and slender, allowing them to move with impressive agility, and all of them ate carnivorous diets. After the small brachiosauruses grew up, they became even pickier with their food. A pack of ferocious Tyrannosaurus rex charged into the pack of brachiosauruses, and all the older generation of brachiosauruses fled for their lives. In contrast, all the fully grown young brachiosauruses stood up and staged a counterattack against the Tyrannosaurus rex. After a brutal battle, the new brachiosauruses were able to eat all the Tyrannosaurus rex as their mouths were bigger, and the force of their bites was more fearsome. The older generation of brachiosauruses all stared at their children in shock. The ferocious Tyrannosaurus rex had been killed and even eaten by their children? Within a large river, an aquatic dinosaur mother's body trembled as a male aquatic dinosaur swam around her in anxious circles. PFFF. The aquatic dinosaur mother laid an egg. A confused expression appeared on the male aquatic dinosaur's face as he looked at the egg. Why was there only one egg? Weren't there usually about a dozen eggs? Could it be that he was having problems down there? At the same time, a pack of shark-toothed dragons with thick, long upper limbs began hurling huge stones at their enemies for the very first time in battle, and Lin surveyed the developments with excitement on his face. He wanted to see just how the more intelligent dinosaurs would develop in this world. Tina was also very thoughtful while manipulating the time. Even though she sped through all the mundane segments, she allowed time to resume its natural rate of progression at times for Enlin to better observe the habits and lifestyles of the dinosaurs. Slowly, the dinosaurs split up into tribes. Not only would different species fight amongst one another, but there were also even civil wars among dinosaurs from the same species at times. Some of the more intelligent and skillful dragons invented all sorts of stone tools. Some of them even hung stones around their necks and other vulnerable areas as protective equipment to prevent their enemies from being able to bite into their vulnerable regions. Soon, dinosaurs fused with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth were born. They were known as dinosaur mutant beasts. When a life form became powerful enough, they would be able to fuse the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into their own bodies in order to strengthen their bodies and evolve into an even higher level of life form. The first dinosaur to fuse vital energy into its own body was a Tyrannosaurus rex. This Tyrannosaurus rex was a powerful, hulking beast that was able to snap a shark-toothed dinosaur's neck with one bite. Due to its fearsome power, it was able to become a Tyrannosaurus rex tribal chief en route to conquering a large territory for itself. Soon after that, more and more dinosaurs were born with the ability to fuse vital energy into their own bodies. Some lions, wolves, crocodiles, and other carnivorous creatures that ate the carcasses of dinosaurs with vital energy fused into their bodies also gained the ability to fuse vital energy into their bodies. As a result, the world and its ecosystem became more and more powerful and more complex. Up to this stage, Tina could only accelerate time by a rate of about 10,000 times. Within the deep sea, the aquatic dinosaurs reigned supreme. They were brutal and ferocious, and they ate absolutely everything. There were even WYRM-like aquatic dinosaur mutant beasts that were able to unleash spell techniques to manipulate water. In the sky above, flying dinosaurs soared. Their bodies were light, but their wings were as sharp as swords, creating a whistling sound as they streaked through the air. When they flew at low altitudes, they were even able to decapitate land-dwelling dinosaurs with their wings. Some of them were also able to unleash powerful blasts of air from their mouths as ranged attacks on other flying creatures. They were the undisputed kings of the sky. On the land below, all types of carnivorous dinosaurs fought with one another for supremacy. Some of the tribal leaders were even able to destroy small mountains with their fearsome battles. This was a spectacular spin on the age of dinosaurs, and Enlin was completely transfixed by the world around him. Giant Enlin, I think we're ready to try and create highly intelligent life forms now, Tina suddenly said. Her voice that appeared out of nowhere caused Enlin to shiver in response. What? You mean we can create humans now? Enlin was shocked. No. Tina immediately clarified. I collected so many wandering souls, so I have to make sure the circumstances are mature before I create humans. However, we can create other life forms using the life essence of the 9 return to void mighty figures. They essentially represent the highest level of life forms within their particular tribes, and their inheritances are relatively complete. On top of that, their genes are quite outstanding too. Hence, it would make my job significantly easier to create 9 tribes of highly intelligent life forms with their life essence. And Lin immediately nodded in response. Whoosh! Right at this moment, a dazzling figure suddenly appeared beside him, and Lin turned to his side, and his pupils contracted. He was greeted by the sight of a woman with fair, translucent skin and a set of perfect features. She wore a flowing white dress, and her golden hair glittered with enchanting radiance under the sunlight. Her emerald eyes were glowing with exuberance while a bewitching smile lingered on her face. She was like a holy maiden or the most perfect angel, and Lin was a little transfixed by the sight of her. He asked a little hesitantly, Little Na, it's me. The woman smiled and said, What? My looks shouldn't have changed, so why does it look like you don't recognize me? And Lin took a deep breath. Why are you so big now? That's right. Tina looked to be about 1.7 meters in height now. She looked like a celestial maiden that descended upon the world, and Enlin was dazzled beyond belief. A triumphant smile appeared on Tina's face as she explained, I'm big because I want to be big. I can make myself even bigger if I want. In this world, I can do whatever I want. She twirled on the spot as she spoke, and her white dress flowed around her perfect body. She was like an immortal lotus flower that blossomed in the sky while presenting a sense of ethereal beauty. Am I beautiful? Tina asked with a sprightly smile, and Lin swallowed before nodding. You are. But why would you appear here? To gather data. Transforming into heaven and earth doesn't allow me to experience this world as directly as appearing here in this form. I chose a few candidate locations that I want to personally assess. Tina replied. Oh, and Lin nodded while a hint of confusion lingered on his face. Then let's go. Tina chuckled before grasping onto Enlin's arm and stepping forward as the space warped around them. In the next instant, Enlin found himself standing in the air above an unfamiliar ocean. He was greatly startled by this transition. This teleportation method was much more badass than spatial manipulation. There were no side effects at all, and he appeared at their destination in the blink of an eye. This was using a hack in a game. Let's use this ocean to nurture the spirit fish clan and the heavenly turtle tribe, Tina murmured to herself. And Lin blinked in confusion. How? Just let them live in the water. The heavenly turtle tribe and the spirit fish clan are both amphibious species, so we should create a continent for them first, Tina said. When she spread her hands, the entire ocean began to tumble and surge. As gigantic waves erupted, a massive continent began to rise from the bottom of the ocean. Just from a rough estimate, and Lin could see that this continent was at least 500 kilometers wide. And Lin was completely dumbfounded. If someone could create a landmass like this on Taichu continent in the blink of an eye, he would probably immediately kneel down before them. And Lin finally came to the realization that Tina was the god of creation here. In this world, she could do whatever she wanted. It's a little bleak and desolate, And Lin looked down at the continent that was riddled with steep, jagged rock faces with a hesitant expression. A white light flashed through Tina's emerald eyes. Isolated time acceleration. A vast energy fluctuation enveloped the newly created continent, and plants began to grow at an alarming rate, quickly transforming the bleak and desolate continent into a green oasis. And Lin, should I put the spirit fish clan here? Tina pointed to a section of the sea, and Lin nodded after taking a glance. A ball of light exuding extremely powerful energy fluctuations appeared in Tina's hands. And Lin experienced the familiar life force energy fluctuations from the ball of light and recalled back to the 9 balls of light that he saw at Qilu City. This ball of light had to be one of them. Whoosh! The ball of light suddenly began to expand explosively as an extremely powerful life force energy enveloped heaven and earth before condensing together again. Tina was the god of creation at that moment, and her body glowed with holy light. She pointed a slim finger at the section of the ocean she had been referring to earlier, and thousands of translucent white eggs containing countless possibilities began to appear there. And Lin felt like he knew the answer to the question of whether the chicken or the egg came first. Well, at least he knew the answer in this world. Whoosh! Another powerful life force energy fluctuation swept toward them. In the next instant, a graceful woman with the lower body of a red fishtail appeared before Tina and Enlin. Hong Yuji. I'll leave the first generation of the spirit fish clan to you. Tina's words were like God's decree. The mermaid before them did not express any dissatisfaction as she bowed before replying in a gentle voice, I will be sure to nurture my tribespeople so that they can prosper and flourish here. And Lin knew that this woman was most likely one of the return to void stage mighty figures that those 2 red-robed elderly men had sacrificed to the fragment of the realm core. He couldn't help but interject here. Wouldn't this be a bit too unnatural? It doesn't allow the tribe to develop the combative spirit that would be honed from fighting for their own survival in an unfamiliar world. Tina blinked her emerald eyes and felt like this was quite a reasonable concern. All right, you go and become a statue first and only come out when your tribe is facing the threat of extinction. Hong Yuji. Thus, Hong Yuji was transformed into a stone statue that stood amid all the thousands of spirit fish eggs. There were the words Spirit Fish Matriarch engraved on the statue too, so presumably, all the little spirit fish babies were going to worship her as the god of creation. Perhaps countless years into the future, she would be worshipped by countless spirit fish, and Lin suddenly felt like gods of creation weren't all that special. After all, there was one standing right beside him. And she was his beast pet too. This notion instantly piled a lot of pressure onto him. Tina was already so badass, but her owner was still a noob. What was he going to do? And Lin knew that there was no comparison between the two of them. Even if he worked hard for another 10,000 years, it would still be impossible for him to reach the god of creation level. Not only would he require aptitude and power to reach that level, but he would also have to grab onto an extremely rare opportunity. With that in mind, he completely abandoned any thoughts of comparing himself to Tina. He should just hang on to Tina's coattails and cheer her on from there. Tina took him to another beach on the newly made continent and released another few thousand heavenly turtle eggs before summoning their return to Void Stage High Priest, Gui Wen, and transforming him into a statue as well as prohibiting him from regaining mobility unless his tribe was in severe danger. We're up to the dragon tribe next. How about we put them in the sea? Should I build some underwater houses for them? What type of houses do they even like? There's so much to think about, Tina grumbled. There's no need to build houses. Just create an underwater basin for them, Enlin suggested. Thus, based on Enlin's suggestion, the home of the dragon tribe was constructed in the form of a massive, crude hole in the seabed. The dragon tribe's patriarch statue was a return to void stage mighty figure by the name of Ao Chan. It's time for the stone tribe now. I found a good place for these rock golems too. Tina chuckled. The stone tribe? And Lin's brows furrowed slightly. All these tribes were so familiar with no duplicates, and on top of that, Little Na, can I ask which mighty figures the remaining balls of light are from? They are Holy Leader Feng Yu from the Stone Tribe, the Flowery Night Monarch from the Dark Wing Tribe, Holy Monarch Wuxia from the Holy Martial Clan, Dream Spirit Snake from the Snake Spirit Clan, the Sword Sparrow Immortal from the Vermilion Bird Tribe, and the Poison Fiend Celestial from the True Demon Tribe. Why did you ask, Giant and Lin? Tina asked with a curious expression. It's just as I thought. And Lin's brows knitted together in deep thought as he mumbled. Could it be a coincidence? Why are 9 out the 10 of them Realm Guardian tribes? What are the 10 Realm Guardian tribes? Tina was confused, and Lin proceeded to give her a detailed recount of the events that had transpired within the Shouyang tomb. Tina's eyes widened in shock after hearing his recount. My God, what a coincidence. But why isn't there a Void Spirit tribe mighty figure? And Lin massaged his brows. How would I know? Maybe we cut them off before they had the chance to abduct one. Ah! Tina felt like she was about to go crazy. I want to abduct a Void Spirit tribe mighty figure so badly now. My obsessive-compulsive disorder is killing me. And Lin could only shrug with a resigned expression as he waited for Tina to calm her emotions before the two of them set off again. They came to a dense mountain range before releasing a few thousand stone tribe eggs. Immediately after that, Tina created a floating island in the air before placing a few thousand dark wing tribe eggs there. And Lin was a little confused. Aren't the dark wing tribe mammals? Shouldn't they be born directly from their mother's bodies? Why are we still using eggs for them? Tina replied with a smile. The eggs serve the same function as the ovaries, in that they can protect and nurture the creatures within. I can use them to produce the first generation of the Dark Wing tribe, and they can just resume their normal reproductive patterns in the generations thereafter. And Lin had no reply to that. What else could he say? Tina could literally do whatever she wanted here. After that, they found a spiritual lake where they left Snake Spirit Clan eggs. They found a mountain peak covered by cloud and mist to leave the Holy Martial Clan eggs. They found a forest of gargantuan trees in the south to leave the Vermilion Bird tribe eggs. And they found a black continent in the west where the winds were like fierce blades and mutant beasts thrived to leave the True Demon tribe eggs. All done. Now it's up to them to survive. Tina clapped her hands together with anticipation and excitement in her eyes. Take care that they don't get forced into extinction by the dinosaurs. And Lin teased. Humph. Tina pouted in an adorable display before replying. No one's going into extinction if I have anything to do with it. And Lin's lips twitched. You sure are a good god of creation. Of course. Tina chuckled as she snapped her fingers to accelerate time once again. Let's see how they develop from here. 9 different images appeared in the air as she spoke. The image displayed all 9 tribes for Lin to see. Soon, the first batch of highly intelligent creatures began to hatch into this world. And Lin looked at all the 9 tribes in their infantile state to find that the most adorable ones were the Vermilion Bird tribe. The infantile Vermilion birds had soft, white feathers, giving them the appearance of balls of cotton. There were also wisps of golden flames enveloping their bodies, and their big eyes were particularly bright and exuberant, which gave him the urge to cup them in his hands. The so-called Vermilion Bird tribe didn't actually consist of vermilion birds. They were only flying creatures with the bloodline of the vermilion bird in their bodies. And Lin didn't know how many creatures were left on Taichu continent that had the bloodline of the vermilion bird coursing through their veins. But he could see from the pure, holy flames revolving around the infantile vermilion bird tribe creatures of this world that their vermilion bird bloodline was extremely pure. Oh, right, Giant and Lin. What do the Vermilion Bird tribe usually eat? Tina asked with curiosity. And Lin hesitated momentarily before replying. I'm not really sure myself, but most birds eat bugs. Right? Tina clapped her hands together as her eyes lit up. That makes sense. Thus, the infantile vermilion birds who normally consumed the flames of heaven and earth as a food source were forced to eat the bugs provided to them by their mighty god of creation instead. The aforementioned infantile vermilion birds were the most adorable among the 9 tribes. Now moving on to the ugliest tribe, the dragon tribe. The infantile dragon tribe creatures had not grown scales yet, and their fleshy bodies squirmed in the water as if they were a bunch of thick worms, Tina shuddered delicately with disgust upon seeing this. Thus, Tina and Enlin teleported to where the vermilion bird tribe was located. In a huge bird's nest atop a gargantuan tree, there were many adorable baby vermilion birds. The two of them each cradled a baby bird in their hands as they played with them joyfully. Enlin gently caressed a baby vermilion bird's head to find that its feathers were smooth and soft, while the golden flames revolving around its body were only a little warm to the touch. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The baby vermilion bird chirped anxiously. Hey, you shouldn't stroke them like that. Watch how I do it, Tina suddenly said. Enlin looked in her direction to see that she was stroking a baby vermilion bird in a certain direction and exerting a consistent level of force with her hands. The baby vermilion bird narrowed its eyes with bliss and chirped with joy. A vibrant smile appeared on her face as she stroked the adorable baby bird. The image of the gorgeous woman in a white dress caressing a cute little bird seemed to epitomize all that was peaceful and good in this. And Enlin couldn't help but stare in appreciation. Since fairies had a strong connection with all life forms of the world, Enlin was not surprised that she would know how to stroke a vermilion bird. However, he did heave an internal sigh of emotion. That baby vermilion bird could probably boast to everyone for the rest of its life that it was once held by the god of creation of this world. As for the dragon tribe, fuck that. No one would want to hug an oversized worm. Just let them soak in the water. Although the dragon tribe were shunned for their looks, Tina still allocated some small fish and krill for them to eat so that they wouldn't starve to death. After that, Enlin and Tina visited all the other tribes before leaving with satisfied expressions on their faces. As for the language, Tina had planted the Taichu language into their minds. This was to prevent a potentially awkward situation later down the track where Enlin was confronted with a bunch of tribes that were speaking foreign languages. Next, it's time to create some stars, Tina announced with a smile. Enlin turned to Tina with incredulity. Create stars? Shouldn't there be stars already? Oh, the stars in this world are all fake. I created them so that the nights wouldn't be too bland. You told me that those from the Dark Wing tribe need to absorb the power of the stars to grow, so we'll have to make some real stars now, Tina explained. That doesn't make sense. I can clearly feel the power of the stars already, Enlin retorted. All the things that you can see and feel are only because I wanted you to see and feel them. However, it's an undeniable fact that they're all fake. Oh, right, even the moon is fake, Tina added with a smile. Enlin? He massaged his brows as he struggled to wrap his head around the idea. So what are you going to do? Each and every star in the sky is actually a massive star imbued with vast amounts of energy. Essentially, they're all suns in their own right. To create a sky full of stars is an unimaginable project. Furthermore, do you have enough space in this world to fit all the stars? Tina wagged a slim finger with a profound smile and said, Who told you all stars are suns? The light of the sun traveled countless units of distance through space, absorbing the power in outer space to create the power of stars as an end result. However, there is another way to achieve this, and that is to use the power of the stars as an energy source to create a star that is imbued with the power of stars before hanging it in the air a small distance away. After that, I can create a law of this world that all living creatures will experience an overwhelming sense of debilitation when they fly to an altitude of over 500 kilometers from the ground. As long as their power doesn't exceed mine, they'll never be able to escape from this world. But there's no way that they'll be more powerful than me because I am the master of this world. Ha ha ha. They'll slowly come to accept this law as a law of physics. Some highly intelligent life forms would be able to use technological devices or devise some sort of divine ability to observe the world around them and come to a conclusion that the stars are suns in outer space. Of course, that is just an illusion I want them to see. Thus, I can restrict their movement while giving them the false impression that the outer space is infinitely huge. Tina grew more and more excited as she spoke, while Enlin was starting to reconsider his life. Fake. It's all fake. The stars are fake. The moon is fake. Even this world is fake. Chills ran down his spine as he explored this train of thought. He suddenly thought of Earth. Was everything there just an illusion that Nuwa wanted them to see? After all, no one had actually explored the entirety of outer space, so how could they know if all these kinds of stuff were real? And Tai Chu continent too. And Lin felt like he was developing an unhealthy obsession as an irrepressible urge to explore and verify the world around him began to well up in his heart. Sigh. It's just a pity that I have to go and find something imbued with the fundamental power of stars. I won't be able to create something like that without a reference point. Tina sighed with distress on her face. A thought suddenly occurred to Lin as he proposed an idea. I have 2 stardust fruits I collected from the stardust tree, which are imbued with the fundamental power of stars. That should work, right? Tina was ecstatic to hear this. That's great. Let's get out of here first. Giant and Lin. Whoosh. A rush of dizziness ensued before Lin returned to his world. Tina rocked his arm from side to side with anticipation burning in her eyes. Giant and Lin. Where is the stardust fruit? Let me see it. And Lin produced the stardust fruit from his storage ring, and Tina verified that she could indeed use it as a reference point. Thus, Tina replaced all the fake stars in her world with real stars. Time flashed by as all the 9 tribes grew and began to produce offspring. The first generation dragon tribe gradually grew dragon scales, and their bodies grew larger and larger as they became the kings of the ocean. All of them were endowed with exceptional talent as all the dragons could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into their own bodies. In other words, they could cultivate autonomously through the Tao body stages. On top of that, they were all extremely proficient at water manipulation, and the aquatic dinosaurs were no match for them. The pristine, white holy martial clan were a clan of warriors who were constantly trying to expand their territory. Each and every one of them sparred regularly and instructed their successive generations diligently in the ways of war as well. The fully grown holy martial clan cultivators were extremely fond of battling the largest Tyrannosaurus rex they could find in order to hone their combat skills. The most powerful cultivators among them were already able to slay a Tyrannosaurus rex around a dozen meters tall with just one fist, which placed them at somewhere around the pinnacle of the Tao body stage. The most carefree and leisure tribes out of all the 9 tribes were the Heavenly Turtle tribe and the Spirit Fish clan. They loved to explore all the mysteries of the world, gaze up at the stars, and search for the answers to fundamental questions like who they were, where they came from, what was the purpose of their existence. They would occasionally explore nature and invent all types of sorcery techniques as well. The tribe, which had the easiest lives, was the Snake Spirit clan. They had the ability to communicate with all creatures of the world as well as to sense their emotions. As such, all living beings were fond of them, and they had countless underlings wherever they went, so it could be said that they were the tribe with the most powerful hidden forces. The tribe with the most boring lifestyle was the Stone tribe. They very rarely moved. All of them spent most of their time standing like statues while absorbing the power of the earth or listening to the pulse of the earth. Grass grew on their bodies, and all sorts of little animals settled all over them, but they were still completely oblivious. The most Lin had ever seen them move was when 2 stone tribe creatures were working hard to produce offspring. In that instance, they engaged in vigorous exercise for an entire minute. The tribe that lived the most monotonous lives was the Dark Wing tribe. They slept throughout the day and only came out to starbathe at night in an extremely bland and boring lifestyle. Due to the fact that they lived on a floating continent, they looked down upon all the land-dwelling creatures and called themselves the ambassadors of the heavens. At times, they would spread their wings and look down at all the land-dwelling creatures as a heavenly patrol. The tribe that lived the most freely was the Vermilion Bird tribe. All of them traveled throughout the entire continent without a care in the world. Tina was starting to feel concerned about their lack of reproduction. After all of them flew everywhere with zero inhibitions and completely disregarded the issue of raising the next generation. Even now, all of the Vermilion birds were still single. If worst came to worst, Tina would have to force them to reproduce. And Lin was extremely envious of the Vermilion bird tribe. None of them even had to worry about finding their Tao partners, as their god of creation would find one for them eventually. The tribe with the most arduous lives would have to be the true demon tribe. They lived in the harshest environment and faced countless mutant beasts every single day. As such, they were also the tribe with the strongest combat and survival abilities. As for why they inhabited such a harsh environment, it was because that was what Tina intended for them. The true demons were clearly evil creatures, so I can't let them live happy lives. Those were Tina's exact words. After hearing this, even Lin developed a strong sense of sympathy for the true demon tribe. What was it like to have a god who made decisions based on prejudice? The true demons would probably weep if they knew the true reason for why they had been relegated to such an abhorrent environment. Aside from their combat and survival skills, their cooking skills were also quite good. They could cook anything and eat everything. No mutant beast slain by them could escape the fate of being eaten. This was probably in direct correlation with the environment they were living in. In such a horrible environment, they had to know how to survive and how to eat. For some reason, Lin was suddenly reminded of the strange illusion he had seen in the Shouyang tomb. There was also a little demon who could cook there. Was this a coincidence? In any case, all 9 tribes had to get accustomed to this world and survive to the best of their abilities. Hence, there wasn't actually much for Tina and Lin to do at this point. The birth of these 9 tribes further diversified the world and also changed the balance of the entire world. The dinosaurs were still the rulers of this world. However, the emergence of the 9 tribes exerted unprecedented pressure on the dinosaurs. The 9 tribes grew more and more powerful with each passing generation, and some of the tribes who were more into research, such as the Snake Spirit Clan, the Holy Martial Clan, and the Heavenly Turtle Tribe, had even devised basic cultivation methods. On the other hand, the dinosaurs weren't really making many self-improvements. And Lin knew that it was the dinosaurs' lack of intelligence that limited their progression. They weren't highly intelligent life forms, so they were unable to create or learn cultivation methods and divine abilities. As a result, they could only rely on their aptitudes. Thus, there were very few first-rate powerful beings among the dinosaurs, and they could only use quantity to make up for what they lacked in quality. Meanwhile, there were already spirit-nurturing stage powerful beings that appeared within the 9 tribes. This pushed the power scale in this world to a whole new level. As the 9 tribes became more and more powerful, a war against the dinosaurs inevitably erupted. This was an earth-shattering war that decided who would be able to obtain more territories and resources. Within the forests of the south, packs of winged dinosaurs flew toward a gargantuan tree. They could detect extremely powerful vital energy fluctuations from the tree as well as the forest it belonged to, and this was something that was quite attractive to them. The pack of close to 100 winged dinosaurs was only facing one enemy, and that was a member of the Vermilion bird tribe. Countless sound waves and air blast attacks instantly converged toward the bird that was enveloped in white flames while leaving snapped tree trunks and pulverizing tree branches in their paths. The bird showed no hint of fear as it let loose a sharp screech before boundless flames began to sweep toward its assailants. The flames clashed with the air blasts before conquering them in a split second and engulfing the pack of winged dinosaurs that could only look on in shock and horror. A series of anguished wails reverberated through the air as one roasted winged dinosaur after another fell from the sky. A disdainful expression appeared on the bird's face as it returned to the gargantuan tree, where it closed its eyes to rest. Up in the sky, Lin surveyed the battle with relish before turning to the woman beside him. As expected of the baby bird that was once held by you, it's already at the spirit-nurturing final stage. Did you use some hacks on it? Humph. What kind of fairy do you take me for? Tina waved her fists around as she glowered at Lin. Lin shrugged before turning to the hundreds of images displayed before him. All the images displayed the battles between the dinosaurs and the 9 tribes, and all the battles ended in landslide victories to the 9 tribes, while the dinosaurs were completely crushed. In the pitiful minority of battles won by the dinosaurs, they employed tactics of basically drowning their enemies with numbers, and the numbers of dinosaurs that they sacrificed made the victories quite pointless. For example, an army of 30 dragon tribe cultivators was torn to shreds by over 1,000 aquatic dinosaurs, but they were able to take down several hundred of their opponents before they all fell. As aforementioned, there were some particularly intelligent dinosaurs that invented all sorts of stone tools, among which included protective equipment as well as weapons. However, the Holy Martial Clan invented a method to force their vital energy to the surface of their bodies in order to act as strength enhancement gloves. These weapons were far superior to any stone weapons or armor, and a fully grown holy martial clan cultivator wearing the aforementioned vital energy gloves could pulverize one shark-toothed dinosaur, along with their full suit of stone armor, in one punch. This disparity in equipment was a direct manifestation of the disparity in intelligence and aptitude between the species. Even though the dinosaurs already had enhanced aptitude bestowed upon them by Tina, this was simply the upper limit of what they were capable of. There was no way for them to improve further no matter how hard they tried, not unless they somehow evolved into a higher intelligence life form. The battle for the territories lasted for several dozen years. In the end, the population of the dinosaurs drastically decreased, and their territory dwindled significantly as a result. The rulers of the world had been dethroned to the second tier on the food chain. The new rulers of the world had already been born. They were the highly intelligent and gifted 9 tribes. After they established their positions in this world, the world seemed to have transformed once again. It appeared to be more full of vitality and somehow more prosperous. All right, this world is ready for us to create humans. Tina's emerald eyes shone with excitement and anxiety. And Lin was also extremely excited to hear this. The creation of humans. This was a legendary miracle. No one knew exactly where humans came from, but the humans on Earth were most likely created by Nuwa. Then what kind of existence was Nuwa? She had transcended above and beyond even all the legendary Dao integration stage true gods on Taichu continent. There was no term to describe what her cultivation base was, but it was no exaggeration to refer to her as a god of creation. Tina was about to do something that Nuwa had done before. How could Lin remain calm with this notion in mind? What do we need to prepare in advance? And Lin asked with excitement on his face. I might need a wood-type immortal pill that is imbued with spiritual power. Tina stole a careful glance up at Lin with a hint of uneasiness on her face, as if she was afraid that Lin would reject her request. No problem. Lin immediately clapped his hands together in agreement and asked, "Anything else?" Tina faltered slightly, as if she hadn't expected Lin to agree so easily. "That's all for now." "All right, let me out of here, and I'll get that immortal pill for you right away." And Lin replied with zero hesitation. Tina aimed a grateful glance at him before placing her soft, warm hand on Lin's forehead. After a rush of dizziness, Lin was back. Tina's hand was still placed on Lin's head, and she slowly opened her eyes with a hint of exhaustion on her face. "Giant Lin, I'm gonna take a nap. Wake me up when you get back." "No problem." And Lin immediately rushed out the door to fly toward Do Shui Palace. For hours later, he returned with a triumphant expression while holding a 5th-grade immortal pill in his hand. However, right at this moment, Lin caught sight of a familiar figure. Su Xiaolan had her hands on her hips as she glowered at Lin. "Lin, you've been ditching classes for close to a month. It's almost time for the end-of-term examinations. Why are you still not coming to classes?" "I'm not going to apply for any more leave for you." We're up to the most important stage now, so please apply for a few more days of leave for me," Lin said as he scratched his head sheepishly. "Most important stage? What are you up to?" Su Xiaolan's brows furrowed as she glanced at Lin with suspicion on her slightly flushed features. "I'm creating a life with Tina," Lin replied with excitement on his face. Su Xiaolan's body swayed upon hearing this. "Siri? Creating life? That's right. Haha. Didn't expect that, did ya?" Lin chuckled before a chill suddenly ran down his spine. "That's right. I didn't expect that." Su Xiaolan's face convulsed before she suddenly seemed to realize something. She then asked, "How are you going to create a life with her? Remember how I told you that I'm able to project my consciousness into Tina's world? Well, her world has progressed to the stage where we can create humans in there. This is the birth of a new human race. How stimulating is that?" Lin was gushing with excitement. Su Xiaolan heaved a sigh of relief before nodding her head. "It really is quite stimulating. Then I won't keep you from what you're doing, but I'm only going to apply for a week more of leave for you. After that, it will be the end-of-term examinations. I won't be able to help you if the homeroom teacher comes to find you." Su Xiaolan splayed her hands before her. Thank you, Celestial Maiden Xiaolin. And Lin immediately waved his hand in farewell as he eagerly made his way back to his dorm room. Geez, he won't even take an extra look at me. Is the creation of humans really that interesting to watch? Su Xiaolan muttered to herself as she shook her head and walked back toward her own dorm room. And Lin returned to his bedroom to discover that Tina was still sleeping soundly. He hesitated for a moment before repressing his excitement and making the decision to give Tina some rest. After all, entering into Tina's world didn't require much energy expenditure on his part. But Tina had been responsible for accelerating the flow of time in her world, which had to be quite a taxing and exhausting task. After some time, Tina slowly opened her bleary, emerald eyes. Huh? You're back. Giant and Lin? Why didn't you wake me up? She mumbled in a slightly incoherent voice, as if she hadn't completely woken up yet. You woke up just as I came back. And Lin replied with a smile before handing the immortal pill to Tina. This is a wood-type immortal pill imbued with spiritual power, just like you requested. Tina accepted the immortal pill with a grateful expression. Then let's start creating humans. Giant and Lin nodded with excitement. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Thus, and Lin entered Tina's world with the oversized Tina in accompaniment. At this moment, Tina wore a solemn expression on her perfect features. The human race was a highly intelligent life form just like the 9 tribes. However, they were actually different. All of the 9 tribes were far superior to humans when it came to lifespans, physical bodies, aptitude, and bloodline powers. However, that didn't mean that humans were weaker than them. Humans had one advantage over all the 9 tribes: the ability to create and invent. That's right, humans were extremely creative and were more proficient at using the world around them compared to the 9 tribes. Regardless of whether it was the fields of cultivation, devices, or technological products, humans were able to achieve what the other 9 tribes couldn't. This was something that was exemplified by the humans of Taichu continent. It wasn't as if the other tribes didn't strive to work on those aspects, but humans remained at the very pinnacle of tool refinement and technology. In a battle between cultivators of the same cultivation base, humans would quite often come out on top against members of the 9 tribes due to their creations and inventions. It was exactly because of this that Tina delayed the creation of humans until after the 9 tribes had been established in this world. She had to wait until the world was ready before she would create humans. In her heart, she perhaps also accepted the notion that humans were slightly more intelligent than the other 9 tribes. This might also have been her intuition as the god of creation of this world. In any case, she felt like this was the ideal time to create humans. They arrived at Qi Lu City beside the Black Tower. Tina had already consumed that immortal pill, and although Lin couldn't see anything different about her, the Tina in the outside world was probably brimming with life force energy. Similar to those 9 balls of light, I need the life essence of a human as a reference to create humans. That way, I can guarantee the highest possible chance of success. Tina turned to Lin and asked, "Can I take 1 drop of your blood?" And Lin's lips twitched with uneasiness. Use my life essence as a reference? This isn't going to be cloning, right? Even if it weren't cloning, wouldn't all the humans here possess my bloodline? In which case, I would have a world full of human descendants. He shuddered as he followed that train of thought. Tina burst into laughter upon hearing this. It's not what you think, Giant and Lin. I'm only using your life essence to observe human life. The humans I create will be created using the resources from this world, so they won't be related to you. All right, then go back to our world and extract the blood from me. And Lin finally obliged even though he was still a little unconvinced. To his surprise, Tina remained standing on the spot as she pouted at Lin. What is it? And Lin asked. I already tried. Tina pouted her little cherry lips and said, Your skin is so thick, Giant and Lin. I bit down with all my might and still couldn't extract any blood. So you'll have to do it yourself? And Lin. He only realized then that he possessed the body of the war god, and no one could break through his defense without his permission, not unless they were significantly more powerful than him. And Lin exited this world and extracted a drop of blood for Tina before returning to Tina's world. This time, Tina had everything prepared, and the great Tao of heaven and earth roared as vital energy surged across the entire world. Countless living creatures looked up with anxious expressions, unsure of what was going to happen. And Lin's breathing accelerated as he stared at Tina's fingertip, where two extremely pure balls of light had appeared. The balls of light were imbued with boundless possibilities and boundless hope, and he felt a sense of instinctual intimacy toward them. Go! Tina pointed her finger, and the two balls of light landed on the ground, where they became two huge white eggs. Boom! The entire heaven and earth seemed to have transformed again with the emergence of these two eggs as an iridescent light covered the entire sky, bringing with it boundless vitality and possibilities. However, that wasn't what Lin was focused on. He blinked with confusion as he looked down toward the ground. Why are there only two eggs? Tina rolled her eyes at Lin. Without the life essence of a return to void stage mighty figure as a catalyst, just two eggs is extremely exhausting for me to create. Oh? And Lin nodded before eagerly landing beside the huge eggs to stroke them. The eggs were about half as tall as a fully grown man, and they were warm and smooth to the touch. Tina also landed beside him, and her eyes flashed as if she was in deep thought. Giant and Lin, should I make these two humans more perfect? Tina suddenly asked. Perfect in what way? And Lin's eyebrows perked up. I can't enhance their intelligence and their consciousness any further, but I can enhance their physical bodies. I can alter their genetics so that they will never be blighted with illness nor pain, as well as to bring out all their latent potentials. I can also inject boundless knowledge into their minds to make them vastly knowledgeable creatures from birth. Tina grew more and more excited as she spoke, and Lin fell silent upon hearing this. Was that really a good idea? Although life was a process of constant evolution, it would make the path forward a lot easier if humans were to have a higher starting point. However, Lin was averse to this notion for some reason. No illnesses or pain will make them unwilling to struggle and toil. As a result, they won't be able to develop unyielding Tao hearts. Being vastly knowledgeable will deprive them of their curiosity. Furthermore, if they are too knowledgeable from birth, they will only do things in the way that they believe to be the most efficient, thereby robbing them of their imagination and creativity. I think humans won't be humans if they're too perfect. In a way, imperfections are almost fundamental to the existence of humans. And Lin said. Even though he offered his opinion, he didn't force it upon Tina. He decided to let Tina make the final decision on this matter. Tina considered his words carefully before abandoning her plan. So be it, let them live and grow naturally. These two humans will be first ever humans and have been blessed by me, but that should be the extent of what I do for them. Any more intervention will only be detrimental to the development of this world. Thus, time began to accelerate again. After an incubation period, two humans finally hatched from the eggs. And Lin was greeted by the sight of two extremely adorable babies with porcelain-like features, translucent, fair skin, and black hair and eyes. There were a boy and a girl, and they appeared to be about 3 or 4 years old. Both of them surveyed the world around them with curiosity as soon as they were born. They were completely naked, and their bodies were like perfect artistic creations. They were immediately able to walk on their own 2 feet from birth, and the pure auras emanating from their bodies instilled the notion within onlookers that they were two perfect, living treasures. And Lin was shocked. Why are they so big already? They don't even need milk now. Giant and Lin, why are you always focused on the most bizarre things? Tina slapped her forehead with a resigned expression. Let's go cuddle them. And Lin suggested eagerly. Those were Tina's exact thoughts, and she allowed time to resume at its normal rate of flow before walking toward the two humans alongside Lin. The two children took a few steps back as anxiety and fear appeared on their faces at the sight of the approaching Lin and Tina. Don't be scared. We're both good people, Tina said with a slight smile, and her voice seemed to possess a soothing quality to it. Sure enough, the two children were immediately a lot more reassured upon hearing Tina's words as the anxiety and fear on their faces were replaced by a sense of curiosity, which glowed from their adorable eyes. And Lin picked up the little boy while Tina happily picked up the little girl. Wow, his skin is so soft, He's so cute. And Lin couldn't help but poke a finger at the little boy's delicate cheek. The little boy blinked his bright eyes and returned the favor by poking Lin's cheek with his own finger, which instantly drew a fit of laughter from Lin. Tina had also grown extremely fond of the little girl in her arms. The little girl sucked on her own thumb with an obedient expression, and a sweet smile appeared on her face from time to time, as if she thoroughly enjoyed being held by Tina. "And Lin, we should give them names," Tina suggested with a dainty smile. There were too many eggs from which the 9 tribes spawned, and she couldn't be bothered naming all of them. But now there were only 2 humans, so it was a lot easier to name them. And Lin thought to himself for a moment before coming up with a suggestion. "Why don't we call them Adam and Eve?" "Adam. Eve," Tina repeated after Lin before turning to look at him and asked, "Is there some sort of special meaning?" Not really. It was just what I had at the top of my mind." And Lin waved his hand in reply. "They're good names. You'll be called Adam and Eve from now on then," Tina announced with a smile. She had only just finished speaking when the great Tao of heaven and earth began to rumble again. A strange symbol suddenly appeared on the foreheads of the children. The symbol on the little boy's forehead was sharp and angular, while the little girl's symbol was more rounded and soft. At the same time, their auras became more ethereal and insubstantial. The symbols then disappeared just as quickly as they had appeared, and everything returned to normal. And Lin was greatly startled by this as he turned to Tina and asked, "Did you just give them hacks?" Tina pursed her lips. "No, I only gave them names. Everything else was bestowed upon them by this world." And Lin blinked with incomprehension. "Aren't you this world?" "No, that's different. I am an omnipotent existence in this world, but this world and I are not one and the same, which means that this world is a separate entity in itself," Tina explained as she wagged a slim finger. And Lin looked back down at the children. Did that mean they had just been blessed by the world? As expected of Adam and Eve, they installed their own hacks from birth. And Lin was quite eager to see what they would become when they grew up. These 2 children are newly born, and their combat prowess is significantly inferior to all the other highly intelligent tribes. Even though we're not going to provide them with too much help, we should still leave them with a food source, and Lin suggested. Tina thought to herself for a moment before she waved a hand, upon which seedlings sprouted from the ground before quickly growing to become huge trees within the span of a few seconds. Immediately afterward, all types of different fruits grew on the trees. The entire area in a radius of 1,000 feet was instantly transformed into an orchard from which the alluring scent of fruits wafted through the air. And Lin was already accustomed to Tina's power of creation, so he wasn't even surprised by the sudden emergence of the orchard anymore. "Are there forbidden fruits in the orchard?" And Lin asked before he had a chance to stop himself. "Forbidden fruit? What kind of fruit is that?" Tina blinked in confusion, and Lin heaved a sigh of relief. Thank God there were no precursors to Adam and Eve eating the forbidden fruit. Otherwise, he was going to start doubting whether he was playing some sort of simulation game. "I have planted the seed of the Taichu language in their bodies so that they will gradually learn the language without being taught. After all, it's going to take far too long for all the tribes to develop a universal language," Tina said. And Lin nodded upon hearing this. There was nothing further he could contribute to this topic. Tina waved a hand, and 2 sets of intricate green garments appeared on the bodies of Adam and Eve. The 2 of them looked down at the pretty clothes draped over their bodies as their eyes widened in astonishment and elation, as if a whole new world had been opened up to them. Tina had added a protection spell technique to both sets of garments. After all, there were only 2 humans. If something were to happen to them, she would have to create the human race from scratch again. That would be a major inconvenience. To avoid such a situation, she might as well give them something to ensure their basic survival. As for all the other tribes, they were all left to live and die of their own accord. After all, there were thousands of eggs for each tribe, so it wouldn't be too much of a concern if a few of them died. After that, and Lin and Tina left Adam and Eve to fend for themselves. Time flashed by quickly, and Adam and Eve lived happy lives together. They treated the orchard as their own home, and they would pick the fruits from the trees when they were hungry, or lie down on a tree branch to sleep when they were tired. They would also occasionally explore Qilu City, visiting all the shops and playing with the things inside. Adam and Eve initially treated everything within Qilu City as toys, but they gradually learned to use everything as tools. Toys and tools began with the same two letters, but there was a massive difference between the two concepts. After another 1 or 2 years, they stumbled upon a library before flicking through the toys known as books. Adam and Eve found that they were able to somehow understand all the squiggly lines and symbols inscribed upon the pages of the books. This was an extremely new and exciting experience for both of them as they read through one book after another. It was as if they had stumbled upon an oasis in the desert, and they were desperate to quench their thirst for knowledge. They became truly absorbed by books, and they abandoned all their toys and even their food. Only after being completely drained from starvation did they remember to return to the orchard in order to fill their stomachs. After a while, the two of them found this arrangement to be too inconvenient, and they carried a huge sack of fruit to the library, which they would feed on when they were hungry. And Lin was in great admiration of Adam and Eve. If these two were living on Earth, they would be considered to be extreme bookworms and scholars. There was no selective element to the books they were reading. They merely went along the bookshelf in sequential order. Initially, they were reading all types of stories. They were very confused by all these stories they came across as all of them involved terms and events they were unfamiliar with. Gradually, they began to understand the concept of human. But weren't they the only two humans? Who were all these other humans detailed in the stories? Although they failed to understand a lot of what they were reading, this did nothing to dampen their enthusiasm toward books. After reading through all the stories, they read through all the literature, science, and engineering books. They would also try to conduct a series of experiments according to what they had read on these books. Thankfully, this large city was not lacking in materials for them to conduct experiments, and their knowledge grew through their experimentations. Thus, they lived several years like this, and even Lin was in admiration of their determination and tenacity. They were about 20 years old now, and Adam had become a handsome young man while Eve had grown to become a beautiful young woman with features rivaling that of a celestial maiden. The two of them still studied hard every day, as if they had installed a hack that prevented them from experiencing boredom. One day, Adam pulled out another book from the bookshelf. This book had a peculiar yellow cover. On the dated yellow cover, there was the strange image of a man and a woman with their lips pressed together. There were also a few words inscribed on the cover, Kama Sutra, with excitement on his face, and Lin immediately instructed Tina to stop the acceleration of time. His instinct told him that something good was about to happen. Within the library, Kama Sutra? What could this book be about? Adam was a little confused. This book appeared to be quite different from anything he had read before. But then again, he was constantly learning new things every day. However, the cover art was quite strange, so perhaps there would be some interesting new knowledge to be obtained by reading this. His curiosity urged him to read it. Adam flipped open the book with a hint of confusion on his face, upon which he was greeted by the sight of an image of a man and a woman together in an inexplicable position. Eve, come look at this. Adam turned pale with fright. Eve made her way over to him with curiosity etched on her face. She looked down at the book to discover an image of a man and a woman locked in a strange-looking embrace. What's this? Her heart rate suddenly began to accelerate for some reason as she turned to the second page. How strange, just what were all these positions? Adam swallowed, and his body felt a little hot as he flipped to the third page. He was feeling a little uncomfortable, but he continued to flip through the book as it appeared that this was some type of yin-yang fusion cultivation method. The atmosphere in the room gradually became a little peculiar. The two of them could both hear their counterparts' hearts thumping in their chests. Eve flipped to the fourth page, then the fifth page, and then the sixth. Each page had a different image of a man and woman embraced in a different, baffling cultivation method position. Adam and Eve began to blush as they flipped through the pages. Were the man and the woman in the images fighting with one another? That didn't seem right. Who would fight with such a blissful expression? Could it be a dance? That didn't seem right either. This appeared to be a special way of interaction between man and woman. Before they knew it, they had flipped through the whole book. Adam and Eve looked at each other, and the atmosphere in the room became even more peculiar. Eve's beautiful features were as flushed as a ripe apple in an extremely seductive, yet oblivious display. Adam swallowed as he suggested in the language that they had both already mastered. How about we give it a try? Sure, let's give it a try, Eve answered in an extremely quiet voice. We need to put our theoretical knowledge into practice in order to consolidate it, so this is a must. Adam nodded in agreement. Knowledge had to be put into practice in order to fulfill its true value. Besides, it wasn't as if they were doing something weird. With this in mind, Adam's anxiety was significantly soothed. Let's start from page 1, Adam suggested with a serious expression. All right, Eve nodded in agreement. Thus, Adam carefully adopted the position as shown in the first image in the book. Eve experienced a very odd sensation. It was as if her body had been electrocuted. But it wasn't something she was averse to. The two of them gradually began to lose control as they were overcome by their scorching emotions. As their instincts took over, they had already forgotten which page they were up to. There were exceptionally talented individuals in every field who were self-taught geniuses. Adam and Eve felt like they were both geniuses. Ow! Eve suddenly let loose a pained yell as tears swam in her eyes. Adams was greatly startled by this, and his little brother almost shrank from fright. What is it? It hurts. How could it hurt so much? The woman in the images looks so happy. Eve furrowed her brows in confusion. Adam looked down as tears began to well up in his eyes as well. I'm sorry, Eve. It's all my fault that you were hurt like this. Eve looked down and her features paled a little, but she still gritted her teeth in the end. It's okay, Adam. Let's continue. I think I can still persevere. Really? Adam was a little hesitant. I'm mentally prepared now, so it'll be fine. Eve offered a comforting smile that was unintentionally seductive. Adam couldn't resist the invitation and pounced on Eve again. They were fearless researchers in pursuit of knowledge. A little pain like this was nothing to them. Adam and Eve were both touched by each other's determination. What followed was a spell of vigorous and passionate physical activity. We shall refrain from disclosing any more details as there might be children in the audience. In the end, the two of them reached a moment of bliss together, in a manifestation of the joy of putting theoretical knowledge into practice. Adam and Eve panted heavily as they embraced each other before exchanging a smile. I feel like our experiment was a little lackluster. We haven't even tried the last few pages of the book. Adam was a little disappointed. That's okay. We can still continue tomorrow. Eve blushed as she averted her gaze. This was the first time that she discovered that learning could be so stimulating and special. Adam fell silent for a moment before continuing. Learning cannot be delayed. If we leave everything to tomorrow, we are going to get nothing done today. I can still continue. Huh? You want to go again? Eve exclaimed. It's all for learning. What, are you scared? Adam smiled lightly. Humph. I'm not scared. Let's continue then, Eve retorted stubbornly. Thus, the two of them embraced together once again. Outside the library, a blush appeared on Tina's intricate features. Tui, how shameless! And Lynn's lips twitched upon seeing this. She said this after watching the whole thing? He had wanted to protect the little fairy's purity of mind and heart by talking her into refraining from watching this. After all, the scenes that had just taken place were a little impure. In response, Tina refused with a serious expression. She had a responsibility as the god of creation to supervise the human reproductive process in case something went wrong. She had clearly watched the whole thing with relish, but she was now denouncing Adam and even as shameless. Adam and Eve were actually quite pitiable as well. They were only doing research with the purest of intentions, but they were denounced by their god in the process. In all honesty, and Lynn was a little pissed off as he looked on with envy. He had lived for over 20 years without experiencing all this. How was it fair that Adam and Eve beat him to it? He was probably going to have to wait over 90 years to put his theoretical knowledge into practice. A sense of sorrow welled up in Lin's heart. Thus, the Adam and Eve of this world set a new precedent for human history. And it wasn't because of some forbidden fruit. Instead, it was because of a book with a cover that was yellow from age. Adam and Eve were already extremely close and intimate, so it wasn't a strange thing that that little yellow book acted as a catalyst for them to take their relationship to the next level. Their relationship had only grown from being extremely intimate friends to now being lovers. In actuality, their lifestyles hadn't really changed much. The only change that was noteworthy was that they were putting the theoretical knowledge they had obtained from the little yellow book into practice every day. The two of them still studied at the library every day, obtaining new knowledge and conducting more experiments. Their will to learn was quite an encouraging sign. And Lin felt like the future of the human race would be assured if everyone was as eager and willing to learn as these two were. Adam and Eve found seeds in a silo and tried to plant them to diversify their food source. After that, they didn't have to eat fruit every day. Instead, they found a kitchen and experimented with fire, thereby leading to their first cooked meal. They also learned to use tools to cut down the nearby trees in order to build all types of wooden products. They then discovered from other books exactly what those positions on the little yellow book entailed. Thus, they became husband and wife, but they skipped the wedding ceremony. There were only two of them in this world, with no parents nor any family or friends, so there really was no point in holding a wedding ceremony. Instead, they skipped straight to the honeymoon phase. Adam, do you think those two people that held us when we were born could be our parents? Eve discovered from a biology book that close family members related by blood couldn't get married, as that would be incest. If those two people were their parents, then they would be brother and sister. That would be very bad. With this in mind, a nervous expression appeared on Eve's face as she turned to the man beside her. That can't be Eve. Don't you remember? That woman had golden wings with golden hair. She was a completely different species from us. As for the man, he's nowhere near as handsome as I am. From a genetic inheritance perspective, there's no way he could produce such perfect beings like you and me. Adam analyzed in a calm and methodical voice as he flipped through a book about genetics. Outside the library, and Lin immediately rolled up his sleeves in preparation to teach someone a lesson. Nowhere near as handsome as you? Since they liked learning so much, he should teach them a lesson not to talk shit. Tina immediately held him back with a smile on her face. Giant and Lin, Adam is right. He is indeed more handsome than you. Handsome? And Lin glowered at the handsome man in the library. So what if he's handsome? He doesn't have my disposition or temperament. Those are the important things in this day and age. But he only said he was more handsome than you. He didn't mention anything about temperament or disposition. So why are you so angry? Tina questioned as she looked at him with her beautiful, emerald eyes. And Lin faltered slightly upon hearing this. That's true, what am I even so angry about? Time continued to flash by as Adam and Eve accumulated more knowledge. Eve was soon pregnant, and Adam played the role of an exceptional husband. 10 months later, Adam ran back and forth as he prepared to deliver his child into the world. He had a strong foundation of theoretical knowledge, but this was the first time he had ever put it into practice. Finally, the first human that was naturally conceived was born into this world. It was a boy. Wah! Adam, it hurt so much. I didn't think that having children would be so hard. Can we not have any more children in the future? Eve wept as she spoke. All right, we won't have any more children then. Adam nodded with a serious expression. His heart throbbed with pain when Eve screamed herself hoarse as she delivered their child. Adam loved Eve, so he never wanted to put her through that kind of pain again. And Lin and Tina were extremely anxious upon hearing this. Calm down, guys. If you don't continue to have children, the human race is going to become extinct. Adam, pass the baby to me. Eve requested in a feeble voice. Adam hesitated for a moment before obliging and placing the baby in Eve's arms. A warm smile appeared on Eve's face as she looked at her child's tiny body and listened to his clear, crisp cries. All her exhaustion and lingering memories of labor pains seemed to have been lifted at that moment. Adam, children are adorable. We should have more of them in the future. Eve smiled. Ha! Adam faltered as he stared at Eve and could only nod after seeing her serious expression. All right, whatever you say. Were women also fickle? And Lynn and Tina heaved a collective sigh of relief. The threat of human extinction had thus been alleviated. Look at this baby, Adam. It looks exactly like the image of the babies on those books we read. A hint of confusion appeared on Eve's face, and she asked, "But why were we so big when we were born? We looked nothing like the babies in the books. Why is that?" Maybe. Adam had no answer to this and could only make up something on the spot. Maybe it's because we're special. Our lives were bestowed upon us by God, so we're special beings. Eve burst into laughter after hearing Adam's explanation, and she set aside her doubts for now. Time continued to flash past. Soon, Eve had given birth to a total of 9 children, 5 of whom were male while the remaining 4 were female. After that, Adam and Eve were unable to have any more children no matter how hard they tried. Tina was not responsible for this. She would love to see Eve conceive more children, but it appeared that this was all preordained by fate. Their 9 children grouped into 4 pairs of lovers, with one that remained alone. Eve was a little concerned about this. She still remembered the part about incestuous marriages in that book that she had read. However, the mysterious woman with the golden wings had recently appeared in her dreams and told her that she had removed all the negative genetic consequences that would arise from inbreeding. But she didn't know if she could trust a dream. Later on, Adam found a strange book in a hidden compartment within the library. There was a line of text on the cover which read, "Xianxia Body Refinement Mantra. Find authorized novels in Webnovel faster updates. Better experience, please click www.webnovel.com for visiting." After flipping through the book, he was extremely excited. He had found a legendary cultivation method. The cultivation method mentioned in countless books that could allow them to achieve their Tao and attain immortal ascension. Thus, humans embarked on the path of cultivation. Elsewhere, the 9 tribes had also devised their own cultivation methods. Almost every single one of them was able to cultivate, and spirit-nurturing stage powerful beings became more and more common. The Tyrannosaurus Rex, which was once the rulers of the world, were forced into complete submission as they hid away in fear of being hunted to extinction. They were once the rulers of land, sea, and sky, but now, they were forced to dwell in places where vital energy was not very rich and had been reduced to trial subjects for the cultivators of the 9 tribes to test their strengths against. This was quite a pitiful turn of events. They were beginning to discover that they had no advantages aside from the fact that their bodies were a little more powerful than the other tribes at birth. Within the 9 tribes, the Dark Wing tribe, Dragon tribe, and the True Demon tribe began to exhibit signs of arrogance. They regarded themselves as invincible, and fighting dinosaurs was already not enough of a challenge for them. Thus, they began to cast their eyes on the other tribes, and it was exactly because of this that war soon began to erupt between the 9 tribes. Tisk! Look at these little rascals. Do they really think they're invincible? Tina pursed her lips in dissatisfaction. She was clearly extremely unhappy with the tribes that had instigated the war. This is not bad. Only through battle can they continue to better themselves. And Lynn said with a nonchalant smile, "If they like battling so much." A smile appeared on Tina's face as her emerald eyes flashed. "Then I'll let them battle to their heart's content." And Lynn had a bad feeling about this. What are you planning to do? They're so bored of sitting around that they're starting wars, right? Then let's create some antagonists for them to fight. Tina replied with a wide grin. Antagonists? And Lynn stared blankly at Tina before coming to the realization that she was the god of creation in this world, and she could do whatever she wanted. So it wasn't really too far-fetched for her to create some antagonists in her world. What kind of antagonists are you planning to create? And Lynn couldn't help but ask. I don't know yet. I still can't create any highly intelligent life forms. Tina tapped her chin with a slim finger while being in deep thought. After a moment, she asked, "But I can create some dumb but powerful brutes using the resources from this world. Do you have any ideas?" And Lynn was quite excited to be able to join in on this thought process. and he began to ponder the issue as well. He thought to himself for a moment before replying, as antagonists, there must be an origin, a backstory, and a motive for them. That's easy. As for the origin, I'll set up a gate from hell in the northern part of this world, from which the antagonistic monsters would emerge into this world. The 9 tribes would have to combine forces and seal the gate to secure victory and save the world. Tina smiled. As for their backstory and motive, Tina fell silent for a moment while being in deep thought. She considered the issue carefully before making a suggestion. How about we say that their world is about to be destroyed, so that they can only come here and try to conquer this world? No, things like world domination are way too overused and cliched. Plus, it's really bad for the environment too. And Lin shook his head in response. We should make the antagonistic hunters a type of highly intelligent life forms. They'll be an alien tribe that can absorb the power of highly intelligent life forms in order to enhance their own power. They come from outer space, and their sole objective is to eat all the highly intelligent life forms of this world in order to strengthen themselves. As they only feast on highly intelligent life forms, they won't bring further carnage to the dinosaurs. And there's no reason for them to damage the environment either. How's that? Tina nodded in approval as she raised her thumbs. That's great. We'll do exactly as you say. And Lin was starting to get quite excited as his thoughts and ideas began to flow. As for their name, we'll name all of them spirit-engulfing beasts. We'll set their base power level at around 5th stage Dao body, but the most powerful ones shouldn't exceed spirit-nurturing intermediate stage. The amount their power increases by will depend on the power possessed by the highly intelligent life forms that they consume. We have to think carefully about the extent of their reproductive abilities, lest they pose too severe a threat to the 9 tribes. As for their looks, they're the antagonists, so it would be best to make them black in color. It would also be appropriate for them to have claws and gaping, cavernous mouths as well as dark spell techniques to seal the deal. Tina continued to nod along to each and every one of Lin's ideas. It was fine as long as Master was happy. She was the god of creation in this world anyway, so she could continue making other antagonistic species if she weren't happy with this one. The spirit-engulfing beasts could just act as her lab rats. Soon, at the northernmost tip of Tina's world, boom! The earth began to tremble violently as a massive black gate over 1,000 feet tall materialized in this world. An evil aura proliferated outward from within as the ground within a radius of over 10,000 feet was reduced to bleak, desolate soil as all the vitality was sucked away in an instant. Right on the heels of this, a bunch of pitch-black monsters in all shapes of forms came rushing out from the gate. Roar! Howl! Bah! I want to eat! I want to eat those smart brains! Let's go! I heard there are brains to eat in the south. Over 10,000 of these pitch-black monsters charged out in a relentless wave from the gate of hell as they continued southbound, exemplifying the antagonistic force they had been designed to resemble. On top of that, they were even capable of basic speech and communication. This was the result of Tina raising their intelligence to the very limit. Thus, the spirit-engulfing beasts entered this world. Phew! Giant and Lin, I'm so tired. I think I'm going to need to rest for a little bit. Tina wrapped her arms around Lin's arm and laid her head down onto his shoulder as she sighed in a feeble voice. These creatures had been created from Tina's imagination alone, so they naturally expended a lot of her energy. Furthermore, she had accelerated the flow of time for so long, so she was naturally quite exhausted. And Lin turned to look at the exquisitely beautiful woman leaning on his shoulder as he heaved a sigh of emotion. So, even gods suffered from exhaustion sometimes. And Lin was not dissatisfied in any way by Tina's show of vulnerability. Instead, this gave her a more realistic portrayal in Lin's eyes. Then let's go back to rest. And Lin proposed with a smile. All right, Giant and Lin. Tina was waiting for that exact sentence from Lin. She waved her hand, and the two of them disappeared from this world. And Lin opened his eyes and was greeted by the sight of his familiar bedroom. Tina yawned before swallowing a blood spirit pill. Don't use food to tempt me this time. Let me sleep to my heart's content. She lay down on Lin's pillow as she spoke and drew the blankets over her body before falling sound asleep. And Lin wasn't really tired, so he decided not to sleep for now. His top priority was to find Xiaohong and ask her how long he had been away for. Xiaohong, stop singing. Tell me how long I've been away this time. And Lin asked as he held one of Xiaohong's red petals between his fingertips. Xiaohong was extremely displeased at being disrupted while she was singing. And so, she snapped in an angry voice, "It has been 7 days." And Lin nodded before a thought suddenly occurred to him. Oh, shit. And Lin immediately released Xiaohong's flower petal as he recalled that this was the day his end-of-term examinations were going to start. This was not an opportunity he could miss as his underlings were still waiting for him in the dark marshlands. And Lin immediately pulled out his voice transmission talisman and broadcasted a message to his beast pets and disciple. I'm going to the dark marshlands to fight the blood tribe. Put your names forward as soon as possible if you want to come with me. I'll give you all 10 minutes time to think. Dark marshlands? It has been a long time since I traveled anyway. I want to go, woof. Dabai replied almost instantaneously. This is true love. And Lin was greatly elated. I don't want to come. I heard there's very little sunlight there and that the whole place stinks. Xiaohong turned down his offer as she shook her red, flowery head. And Lin wasn't expecting her to come anyway, so he felt no emotions toward her response. Master, are you finally going to begin your conquest of the world? It's just a pity that I've reached a critical juncture in my training of Xianxia, and he's about to make a breakthrough, so I won't be able to make it. The white-scale wolf god sighed with disappointment. Master, take me along with you next time when my fur is as sharp as a blade. Xianxia chimed in. And Lin. It looked like those two weren't going to be able to make it. Master, I want to go, Xiao Zhe said in an excited voice. Big brother, and I haven't exercised for a long time, so I'll come as well, Xiao Chou said. Thus, the roster had been settled. Dabai, Xiao Zhe, Xiao Chou, and Tina. Tina hadn't said anything, but silence meant tacit approval in Enlin's books. A pleased smile appeared on Enlin's face. This was quite a formidable team. He said into the voice transmission talisman again. All right, get home as soon as you can and we'll set off for the dark marshlands together. The dark marshlands neighbored on the southwestern border of the Kingdom of the Nine States, and it was only 150 or so kilometers from Gem State. And Lin contacted Su Xiaolan with his voice transmission talisman, and he learned that their classmates had already arrived at Gem State. Su Xiaolan made an excuse for Enlin by telling their homeroom teacher that he was currently cultivating in seclusion in order to make a significant breakthrough in his cultivation base. Their homeroom teacher accepted this explanation without question. After all, the university was very lenient regarding such matters. Enlin gathered Dabai, Xiao Zhe, and Xiao Chou. He also carefully wrapped Tina up in a miniature quilt. While cradling her in his arms, they then flew off on Dabai's back. He needed to teleport through the university's teleportation spell formation to get to Gem State. Gem State was a memorable place for Enlin. Casting his mind back into the past, it was in Xianxia City, which was located in Gem State, that he and Su Xiaolan had met again. It was there that they had confessed their love for each other, and it was there that they had lived an ordinary life. Moreover, Su Xiaolan had rebirthed her cultivation ability there. They had created countless beautiful and unforgettable memories there. This time, Enlin's destination was Huangquan City, which was also in Gem State. This city was the polar opposite of the quiet and peaceful Xianxia City. This city was filled with blood and murder, and violent skirmishes between the blood tribe and the human army were common. Huangquan City was one of the most intense battlefields laying between the Kingdom of the Nine States and the Dark Marshlands. As for the battles between the Blood Tribe and the Kingdom of the Nine States, the fault was obviously attributed to the Blood Tribe. If it weren't for the Blood Tribe's thirst for human blood and their habit of killing large numbers of humans, the conflict wouldn't have arisen between the two tribes. Quite a number of human cities had been massacred by the Blood Tribe. In the eyes of humans, Blood Tribe cultivators were human skin demons. Of course, the Blood Tribe didn't target humans specifically. Rather, they hunted all intelligent life forms. That's right, Blood Tribe cultivators sucked the blood of all intelligent life forms. They were like bloodthirsty demons who couldn't stop themselves from drinking blood. Even if their lives were threatened, they would still continue to battle for more blood. In all honesty, Lin felt that it was a miracle that the blood tribe still hadn't been wiped off the face of Taichu continent yet. Perhaps one of the reasons was their overflowing vitality. Blood tribe cultivators were extremely hard to kill. Another reason was that their territory was too filthy. The deeper into the dark marshlands that one ventured, the more that one would be corroded. It was rumored that even the natural Tao would be corroded if one were to venture into the core region of the dark marshlands. This was a terrifying place, and even true gods of the Tao integration stage regarded it with fear and disdain. Perhaps it was this geographical advantage that enabled blood tribe cultivators to act so wantonly. Huang Quan City. A magnificent city wall towered from the black earth and stretched for as far as the eye could see. Solid white mercury coated the city walls, and the gleaming sunshine bouncing off of it made it appear like a gigantic waterfall that separated heaven and earth. It was extremely breathtaking and splendid. It was said that the mercury, which had been treated with immortal spells, could suppress the powers of weaker blood tribe cultivators. If it weren't for this effect, the residents of the city wouldn't have wasted their time engaging in such a massive project. Up in the sky, a large white dog broke through the layers of clouds. It clicked its tongue in wonder as it gazed at the magnificent city in the distance. Even Xiao Chou couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "Big brother, the city we're defending this year looks far more impressive than Ding'an City that we went to 2 years ago." Of course, that time we were battling against brainless mutant beasts, whereas this time we're going to be battling against intelligent and cruel mosquitoes. They're on completely different levels. Big brother, don't you have a few underlings here? When are you going to call them over to meet with us? Woof, Dabai chimed in enthusiastically. We'll let them stay put for the moment. A look of anticipation appeared across Lin's face as he explained. Cassidy is the sect leader of the Heavenly Blood Sect. Merlin is the Hall Master of the Soul Blood Hall, and Tobias is the Grand Elder of the Blood Tribe's Divine Disc League. Each of them has a high standing and possesses an elite army of blood tribe cultivators. Carelessly calling them over might be detrimental to all of us. We need to act according to the circumstances. And Lin had a clear plan in mind. Under the current circumstances, he definitely couldn't have them blow their covers. Some things had to be done slowly and carefully. Big brother, and Lin was still riding atop Dabai high up in the sky. Yet a few of his classmates on the city wall had already spotted him and were waving excitedly at him. There was a pretty girl who had short black hair, a buff male, a scholarly-looking male who was waving a fan, and a large mob of fangirls. And Lin cracked into a smile upon seeing the familiar faces of his teammates from yesteryear. Hey, Miao Tian, Luo Ziping, Zhong Yongyan, Sun Shenglian. Long time no see. Dabai had a haughty look on his face as he landed on the city wall. Miao Tian was jubilant as she ran toward Dabai and patted his head. Dabai, it's been ages since I've had stuffed buns ignored by you one. Do you still have any? Sure I do. 10,000 spirit stones a steamer, woof. Dabai snapped. Miao Tian pursed her dainty lips. So stingy. Big brother and hasn't attended any classes for such a long time. What have you been busy with? Zhong Yongyan asked this question with grace and elegance as he waved his fan. A mysterious smile surfaced on Lin's face. Me. I've been busy with creating a world, of course. Creating a world? Everyone instantly fell silent, and they all widened their eyes in disbelief. Big brother, I can't help but ask this. What do you mean by creating a world? Luo Ziping was unable to contain his curiosity. He felt that he was perhaps misunderstanding this phrase. Thus he asked this question for some confirmation. It's exactly what the words say. I'm currently creating a world. And Lin replied seriously. His 4 teammates all drew in a sharp breath, and they gazed at the male before them with shock and veneration. A male who can create a world. Fucking badass. Just as Lin was about to continue showing off, a pleasant voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Lin, you still know to come here, huh? He turned around and found a slender female looking at him with a faint smile. She was dressed in a jet black robe, and her skin appeared soft and delicate. And Lin's air of mysteriousness instantly vanished, and he shuffled up to the female fawningly. "Celestial Maiden Xiaolan, how could I not follow you over here? I'll explain." Miao Tian and the others had just started to develop a strong sense of respect and reverence toward the male before them. However, the high and mighty figure that was forming in their minds instantly shattered into countless pieces when they saw the male shuffle toward Su Xiaolan obsequiously. "Big brother and has changed." Zhong Yongyan shook his head and sighed. "Henpecked husband?" Miao Tian rolled her eyes. Luo Zipping scratched his head. "So, are we still going to follow him then?" "A starving camel is still bigger than a horse," Sun Xinglian said in a cold voice. "Besides, Big Brother and hasn't starved to death yet. It's just that he's more cowardly in front of student Xiaolan." After a short discussion, the four of them decided to continue following Enlin. During their first year, they were fortunate enough to ride on Enlin's coattail, and as a result, they were able to obtain the inheritances that lay in the Purple Star ruins. Now, they had all broken through to the spirit nurturing stage already, and they were all ranked in the top 30 on the university's Immortal rankings board. Although this had to do with their natural talents, it was undeniable that Enlin's influence also played a major role in their development. So this time, they were definitely going to ride on Big Brother and's coattail again. At the heart of the dark marshlands, there existed a region that was completely different from the surrounding black terrain, which was filled with danger and violence. This place was a far cry from what many people imagined it to be. This place, which had been described as horrendous and vile by outsiders, was actually an idyllic place that could fill one with delight and pleasure. White cranes crowed joyously as they soared in the blue sky above the idyllic land. Numerous divine mountains towered tens of thousands of feet into the sky, and their poetic auras formed into ripples that continuously flowed into the surroundings. All kinds of rare and exotic spirit beasts roamed around the divine mountains, and various genera of spirit flowers and spirit herbs bloomed on the vast land. Under the warm glow of the sunshine, this land became a dazzling mixture of colors. Countless waterfalls snaked down from the divine mountains like silver dragons, and the booming crash of water shook the heavens. The vital energy here appeared like strands of hovering white silk, brilliant and graceful as they flowed through the air. Rays of sunshine filtered down from the sky and lit up the stunning beauty of this land. Anyone who set foot upon this land would be stunned by the dreamy scenes that lay before them. They would be struck by disbelief that such a pure and beautiful place could exist within a realm of violence and depravity. Atop the tallest and most impressive divine mountain, there wasn't any jagged and steep mountaintop here. Rather, the mountaintop was a stretch of flat ground that looked as though it had been cleaved out by a divine sword. A red-glazed statue that stood thousands of feet tall rested at the center of the mountaintop. The statue was a graceful and scholarly-looking male. He held a book in his right hand and gripped a skull in his left. His appearance was especially odd. However, the identity of this male with a slightly odd appearance was extremely frightening. For he was the Blood Patriarch, the ancestor and most supreme being of the Blood Tribe. Right now, 36 individuals who were all exuding formidable auras stood before the Blood Patriarch statue. They were golden-haired and crimson-eyed, and all of them were dressed in red robes. A solemn expression was etched upon their faces. Only they, supreme beings who had reached the return to void stage, had the right to stand atop this divine mountain. Countless boulders hovered around the mountaintop, and large numbers of black-robed Blood Tribe cultivators stood atop them. Tens of thousands of these black-robed cultivators dotted the sky. If this army of Blood Tribe cultivators was mobilized, they could perhaps annihilate any first-rate sect that existed on the continent. A large portion of the most powerful Blood Tribe cultivators was currently gathered around the mountaintop, and they were present because a holy ceremony was about to be held here. Holy Disciple Nomination Ceremony of the Blood Tribe. The Holy Disciples held a lofty position in the Blood Tribe, and their standing was on equal grounds with Supreme Blood Tribe cultivators of the Dao integration stage. In fact, the authority and resources they possessed even surpassed that of Dao integration stage cultivators. There was one simple reason for this. The Holy Disciple was the heir to the power and handpicked by the Blood Patriarch. Emperor Deng stood beside the statue of the Blood Patriarch, and he swept his profound gaze across the 36 candidates before him. It felt as if there were a boundless sea of blood churning behind him. Individuals who weren't strong enough would descend into madness if they were to meet his gaze for even the most fleeting of moments. Thus, apart from the 36 return to void stage cultivators, the rest of the blood tribe cultivators all averted their gazes from Emperor Deng's eyes instinctively. Oi, which supreme being do you guys think is going to become the holy disciple? A black-robed cultivator asked quietly. Who else can it be? Of course it's going to be Emperor Deng's son, Leiden. A black-robed blood tribe female immediately replied. She gazed at some handsome male on the mountaintop with a fanatical expression. He's a supremely powerful being of the return to void pinnacle stage. It's rumored that the higher one's rank is, the more likely that the blood patriarch will recognize their bloodline. So, I reckon that Leiden is definitely going to be chosen as the holy disciple. A male standing close to the female voiced his disagreement. If you want to compare ranks, Leiden isn't necessarily ranked first. Ada reached the return to void pinnacle stage long before him, and I've heard that she's also reached a crystal-clear understanding of her Tao. She's just a step away from reaching the Tao integration stage. She's got a greater chance than Leiden of becoming the holy disciple. Humph! What do you know? Leiden's bloodline is clearly purer. Who claimed that the higher one's rank is, the more likely that the blood patriarch will recognize their bloodline just then? Why are you focusing on bloodline purity now? Exactly. Have you tasted his blood before? Heh. By the looks of it, I'm afraid that may be the case. Ha 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 ha. You guys. The female was infuriated by the jeering crowd. The surrounding area was instantly filled with a lively atmosphere. In fact, similar conversations had taken place in other sections of the crowd as well. The main topics of discussions almost all revolved around Leiden and Ada. Regardless of whether it was their cultivation base or bloodlines, they were clearly the strongest of the 36 candidates. Thus, they became the center of attention for the bustling audience. Emperor Deng also shot a quick glance at his son. This glance appeared casual, yet his mind was full of anticipation. If Leiden received the acknowledgement of the blood patriarch, then it was only a matter of time before they would be on equal footing. In fact, there was a chance that his son could even surpass him. At that time, father and son could combine their powers and dominate the continent. They would definitely be able to lead the blood tribe into a new golden age. Their exploits would become legends that would be passed down for all eternity. Emperor Deng was excited just thinking about this. He had awaited this day for a long time. Leiden was even more excited. Right now, his only rival was Ada. Although Ada had a higher cultivation base than him, he had a good father. His father had an extremely pure bloodline, and he even possessed a trace of the blood patriarch's bloodline. As a result, his bloodline was no doubt extremely pure as well. At the very least, it had an inkling of relation with the blood patriarch. He should receive at least some bonus points for this relation, right? As such, he had an innate advantage over Ada. So, it was he who had the greatest chance of succeeding. As for the other return to void stage blood tribe cultivators, they were merely there to make up the numbers. The purpose of their attendance was to highlight his strength and emphasize his lofty standing among the upper echelons of the blood tribe. Among these 36 blood tribe cultivators, there were 3 individuals who Lin was very familiar with. They were Cassidy, Merlin, and Tobias. Cassidy had a look of boredom. Her bright, crimson eyes were gazing at the sky as she daydreamed. If it were the old her, perhaps she would gaze upon Leiden in reverence. After all, Leiden was a shining star of the blood tribe. Now, however, Leiden was less attractive to her than a drop of Master's blood. Right now, her mind was filled with images of her Master. Her Master's holy blood. Sigh, when can I meet Master again? Cassidy's stunningly beautiful face was full of melancholy, and bright ripples of light flashed across her eyes. Those unfamiliar with her thought that she was experiencing lovesickness. In reality, she was craving blood. If it weren't for the fact that attendance of this holy disciple nomination ceremony was compulsory for all upper echelon members of the blood tribe, she wouldn't even have bothered coming. Merlin and Tobias were also annoyed about having to come here. They were both aware that Master was coming to the Dark Marshlands soon. They were full of combative spirit already, and they wanted to battle for Master in exchange for his holy blood. They certainly didn't want to waste time here. Some nomological chain that existed in the sky suddenly snapped. Boom! A gigantic, blood-colored swirl started to envelop the entire sky. It was endlessly profound, and it invited one to sink into it. All members of the blood tribe, regardless of whether they were black-robed powerful beings or red-robed supreme beings, faltered slightly. It was as if their minds were about to be tugged away by the bloody swirl in the sky. A supreme being of the Tao integration stage emerged from the bloody swirl. He was bathed in the divine light of Tao, and he nodded toward Emperor Yideng. Emperor Yideng smiled and nodded. He waved his arms and pronounced, "Let the holy disciple nomination ceremony begin." Everyone fell silent upon hearing Emperor Yideng announce the commencement of the holy disciple nomination ceremony. This was the holiest moment of the ceremony. If they were to continue chit-chatting, then what awaited them would be the deadly fist of Emperor Yideng. Next, please cordially invite the Blood Patriarch to nominate the holy disciple of the next generation. Emperor Yideng wore a solemn expression as he spoke. The Tao integration stage blood tribe cultivator in the sky retrieved a drop of jet black blood from a black vial. Once this drop of blood appeared, a terrifying aura surged into the surroundings. It was as if the sky were about to be crushed, and every member of the blood tribe felt as if there were an invincible being gazing down upon them. This was the stifling pressure possessed by a primordial bloodline. This was the stifling pressure of an invincible cultivation base. This profound power caused them to bow their heads deeply, and none of them had the courage to raise their heads. That was without a doubt the Blood Patriarch's blood. Go! The mighty figure standing amid the bloody swirl flicked his finger, and the drop of blood belonging to the Blood Patriarch flew toward the glassy statue resting on the mountaintop. The drop of blood eventually fused into the area between the male's brows. Boom! There was a slight tremor, and a peculiar aura started emanating outwards. The crushing pressure exuded by the bloodline started to disappear, and everyone present immediately felt as if a huge load had been taken off their shoulders. They gazed up at the statue of the Blood Patriarch. To their surprise, it looked as though the statue had come to life, with a rich sense of vitality currently radiating from it. Yideng beseeches Blood Patriarch to nominate the holy disciple of the next generation. Emperor Yideng bowed deeply as he spoke. The 36 returned to void stage cultivators all sliced open their fingers in unison. A drop of their blood suspended in midair and awaited the Blood Patriarch's decision. The tens of thousands of black-robed blood tribe cultivators all gazed at the divine mountain with bated breath. Most of the blood tribe cultivators focused their attention on Ada and Layden's blood. They wanted to see which one of them was going to receive the acknowledgement of the Blood Patriarch. That's right, the individual whose blood was chosen by the Blood Patriarch would become the next holy disciple. What about the holy disciple of the previous generation, you ask? He was none other than the Tao integration stage cultivator who was standing amid the bloody swirl Emperor and Mang. 10,000 years had already passed since he was nominated as the holy disciple. With such a long time between nomination ceremonies, it was abundantly clear just how lofty the status of the holy disciple was. The next generation of the holy disciple was very likely going to become the blood tribe's next Tao integration stage cultivator. And this holy disciple was going to be one of Layden or Ada. The red-glazed statue moved. Although its movements were very slow, they captured the attention of everyone present. Even supreme beings such as Emperor Yideng were nervous as they watched the statue. The Blood Patriarch raised the skull in his hand and pointed it toward a certain direction. Layden took a deep breath upon seeing this. Although his face was a picture of calm, his mind was already screaming in joy. A look of disappointment flashed across Ada's face, and she sighed softly. She and Layden stood at opposite ends of the group of candidates. Right now, the skull was pointing in Layden's direction. The tens of thousands of spectating blood tribe cultivators all wore different expressions. Some had looks of jubilation, while others had looks of lament. There were also some who were sighing in grief and frustration. Needless to say, everything had been settled now. A flash of red flitted across the skull, and a drop of blood was attracted toward it. However, before Layden could even smile victoriously, the scene that played out before him caused him to widen his eyes and mouth in shock and disbelief. The expressions of the tens of thousands of blood tribe cultivators were also frozen. It was as if they had seen a ghost and were stunned silly. 3 drops of blood slowly flew toward the statue of the blood patriarch and eventually landed in his mouth. A satisfied look appeared on the statue's face, and it even smacked its lips. Then, it slowly lowered the skull and returned back to its initial position. Emperor Yi Deng was a bit dumbfounded. Emperor Mang, who was still standing amid the bloody swirl, was also a bit dumbfounded. Ada's eyes were wide with shock as she turned her gaze toward a certain direction. It wasn't Layden that she was looking at. Rather, it was the 3 people that were standing behind him. Not only her, but the rest of the red-robed as well as the black-robed cultivators also turned their gazes toward a certain location. Their faces were filled with shock and incredulity. The 3 blood tribe cultivators who were at the center of attention found the turn of events to be absurd and unfathomable. The 3 nominated individuals were none other than Cassidy, Merlin, and Tobias. They had all thought that they were merely here to make up the numbers. Why did something like this happen? Layden's breathing became labored as he glanced at the 3 people behind him, and he was unable to maintain his composure any longer. How is it that you guys... what on earth is going on? The strength of these 3 individuals merely ranked in the upper quartile of the supreme beings present. Only Tobias had a sliver of a chance of being nominated by the Blood Patriarch to become the next holy disciple. However, the drops of blood of these 3 individuals were absorbed by the Blood Patriarch at the same time. Who could tell him what the fuck was going on? A profound red glow suddenly burst out from Emperor Yi Deng's eyes, and his gaze scoured over every inch of space within a 50-kilometer radius. However, he didn't discover any abnormality. A pitch-black and profound eye appeared on the back of Emperor Mang's hand, and this eye carefully scrutinized the statue of the Blood Patriarch. However, he didn't discover any abnormality either. The surroundings fell into an uncanny silence. Is there something wrong? Emperor Yi Deng suddenly speculated. After all, there's no previous case of 3 drops of blood being acknowledged by the Blood Patriarch. He appeared to be speaking to Emperor Mang, yet it also felt like he was speaking to the tens of thousands of blood tribe cultivators present. His words represented his view as well as his attitude. He was unable to accept this result. The power and resources bestowed upon the holy disciple were tremendous. How could they allow 3 individuals to obtain these at the same time? I feel like this might be an aberration. We can repeat the nomination ceremony again. Emperor Yi Deng finally spoke his thoughts. As Cassidy and the others came to their senses, a feeling of anger welled up in their hearts. However, they didn't dare to let their dissatisfaction show. After all, their standing was below Emperor Yi Deng, and they could only comply with his demands. The black-robed blood tribe cultivators didn't find this suggestion strange. At most, they were feeling a little shocked. However, the red-robed cultivators, especially those who were more powerful than Merlin, all voiced their approval at Emperor Yi Deng's suggestion. Flickers of hope were ignited in their hearts. If even Merlin, a cultivator of the return to void initial stage, could be chosen as a holy disciple, then why couldn't they? Perhaps this was a chance. A look of hesitation appeared across Emperor Mang's face. But the Blood Patriarch's blood is extremely valuable. The price of holding another nomination ceremony is huge. I'll compensate for the cost of the Blood Patriarch's blood. Emperor Yi Deng gritted his teeth as he came to a decision. After saying this, Emperor Yi Deng looked toward Layden in encouragement. This was fatherly love. Layden was extremely moved. This is what a good father is like. I definitely won't disappoint you. Emperor Mang didn't question Emperor Yi Deng anymore after hearing his response. After all, he also found the results hard to accept. Under normal circumstances, the blood patriarch would only choose the blood of a single cultivator. How come he suddenly chose the blood of 3 cultivators this time? Moreover, those 3 weren't the most powerful, nor were their bloodlines the purest. This was completely absurd. He suppressed the bewilderment in his mind and once again retrieved a drop of jet-black blood from the black vial. A drop of the blood patriarch's blood was just as, if not more, valuable than an immortal tool. Boom! The drop of blood released a crushing aura and instilled a feeling of reverence and worship into the blood tribe cultivators below. Emperor and Mang recited a series of incantations, and layers of nomological power formed amid heaven and earth. These powers all combined together to maintain the vitality of the blood patriarch's drop of blood. The drop of blood flew toward the statue of the blood patriarch and fused into the area between his brows. The 36 supreme beings released a drop of their blood once again. The drops of blood that they released earlier weren't to be used. This was at Emperor Yideng's request, and he ordered that everything had to be repeated anew. A mysterious aura rippled outward, and the statue of the blood patriarch started moving again. It slowly raised the skull in its left hand. The 36 returned to Void Stage blood tribe cultivators all gazed at the statue eagerly. Many of them had initially thought that they were here to make up the numbers. Now, however, they were all filled with a feeling of hope and anticipation. In the end, the skull pointed toward Layden's direction again. Cassidy, Merlin, and Tobias drops of blood vibrated violently before flying into the mouth of the blood patriarch statue. The blood patriarch statue had a look of satisfaction as it smacked its lips and shut its eyes. It appeared as though the drops of blood that he drank were truly delicious. All that remained was the sound of breathing and looks of incredulity. Emperor Yideng's face twitched. He wanted to speak, yet he didn't know what to say. To still them? How the hell is it still them? Splotches of black flashed across Layden's vision, and his Tao heart almost became unstable. If it occurred once, then one could regard it as a coincidence or an aberration. If it occurred twice in a row, then it was a fucking undeniable reality. After all, this place was being watched over by 2 supreme beings of the Tao integration stage. It was impossible for anyone to cheat. In other words, there were 3 holy disciples this time. 3 completely unexpected holy disciples. Emperor Yideng quickly composed himself. Even though a string of curses was racing through his mind, he still put on a gentle smile. Next, let us celebrate the emergence of our new holy disciples. Tobias, Cassidy, Merlin, congratulations. And Mang waved an arm, and dazzling multicolored lights enveloped Cassidy, Merlin, and Tobias. A boundless holy power swept over their bodies. The sky was instantly filled with brilliant colors, and it looked as though a divine being had descended from the heavens. The blood patriarch had made his decision, and Yideng and Mang had to accept it no matter how unwilling they were. Congratulations! May our ancestors watch over the blood tribe. Shouts of congratulations erupted from around the mountaintop. Members of the blood tribe weren't idiots. The blood patriarch had chosen them, and Emperor Yideng had also accepted this decision. Regardless of their previous identities, the 3 people standing before them were the most respected and venerable holy disciples now. These 3 individuals were already on equal standing with Tao integration stage cultivators of the blood tribe. Thus, they obviously had to show sincere enthusiasm and lavish praise onto them. As a result, the sounds of cheers and congratulations resounded throughout the heavens. Under the fervent gazes of the tens of thousands of blood tribe cultivators, faint smiles appeared on Cassidy, Merlin, and Tobias' faces. They had come here with no expectations, yet they had all received the acknowledgement of the blood patriarch. This was a huge surprise for them. They understood perfectly well what becoming the holy disciple signified. Not only did their statuses ascend to a new height, but they would also receive vast amounts of resources and great opportunities. This was an opportunity for them to soar to unimaginable heights. Speculation had already formed in their minds regarding why they were chosen. After all, it wasn't difficult to identify the similarity between them. If they were to say what linked them together, then of course it was because of Master. It was the mighty power of their Master's holy blood. Just like that, under the watchful eyes of tens of thousands of blood tribe cultivators, and Lin's 3 servants became the new holy disciples of the blood tribe. Without a doubt, the shocking news of the emergence of 3 new holy disciples would sweep through the dark marshlands and Taichu continent in no time. This news would undoubtedly create a huge stir. At a city controlled by the blood tribe in the dark marshlands, 100 students had broken through the city gate, and Lin had flown above the city wall on Debai's back and swung his sword downward. A black sword projection obliterated the city gate and annihilated dozens of blood tribe soldiers along the way. They had learned from their scouts that the city lord of this city, a blood tribe cultivator of the soul formation stage, had suddenly left to attend some important event. The scouts reported that it was the Holy Disciple nomination ceremony or something along those lines. With their most powerful cultivator gone, and Lin's class naturally had to take advantage and raze this city to the ground. In fact, even if the city lord was present, and Lin and the others were still strong enough to destroy the city, cries of battle boomed through heaven and earth, and countless immortal spells exploded atop the city walls while releasing blinding flashes of light. Perhaps the sound of battle was too loud, and Tina, who was laying in Lin's lap, slowly awoke. There was a dazed look on her face as she glanced at Lin. Then, she looked toward the battle below and became even more confused. Giant Lin, where are we? The dark marshlands. And Lin chuckled. I just dozed off for a while. How come we're suddenly here? Are we here to look for little Ku and the others? Nah, I'm here for the end of semester trial. And Lin explained gently. You can continue sleeping if you're tired. Tina pursed her small and dainty lips. You clearly wanted to wake me up with the sounds of battle. You did this on purpose. At this moment, his classmates had already breached the defenses of the Blood Tribe army and successfully charged into the city. The strongest enemy general had already been sliced into 2 by Su Chenyun's moonlight disk. The fearsome power of the moon severed the general's vitality along with his body, and he was as dead as a doornail. The city gate had been obliterated, and the strongest enemy general had been slain. Although the student army was few in number, their combat capability was extremely formidable. The Blood Tribe army quickly crumbled and fled. Sword Immortal Ling Xiao swept his sword through the air. A brilliant glow burst forth from his immortal sword, and thousands of white sword projections shot toward the fleeing Blood Tribe soldiers. Then all of the fleeing soldiers were cut to death. This was a war between 2 tribes, so their homeroom teacher had to participate as well. Moreover, he couldn't show a shred of mercy. Lu Zhan flew to the central region of the city. There was a red, crystal-like barrier there, and a churning pool of blood lay below this barrier. Blood pools were the core regions of Blood Tribe cities, and members of the Blood Tribe relied on the power contained within these pools to survive when there weren't any people or creatures to feed on. When a city's blood pool was destroyed, it marked the destruction of that city. The blinding flashes of lightning that were crackling around Lu Zhan's hands gradually formed into a gigantic lightning ball. Then, Lu Zhan tossed this lightning ball toward the red, crystal-like barrier. Boom! The explosion of the lightning ball caused the ground to tremor violently. The barrier exploded open, and the blood pool within it was also enveloped and destroyed by the raging lightning. Before long, all that remained of the blood pool was charred ruins. The students started cheering upon seeing the destruction of the core of the Blood Tribe city. One had to realize wiping out a Blood Tribe city could already be regarded as a significant achievement. Based on this achievement alone, the students would receive the university's commendation even if they were to bludge for the rest of the end-of-semester trial. Sword Immortal Ling Xiao smiled in satisfaction. Just as he was about to gather his students, his voice transmission talisman lit up. He picked up the call, and his expression suddenly became dazed when he heard the information relayed to him. And Lin, there's a piece of news regarding the 3 individuals that you wanted to keep tabs on. Sword Immortal Ling Xiao mumbled slowly. What news? And Lin was extremely excited by this, and he immediately flew towards Sword Immortal Ling Xiao. To a great extent, the objective of his trip here had to do with Cassidy and the others. Dabai was also extremely curious. He still hadn't met Lin's 3 servants yet, and he didn't know what kinds of mighty individuals they were. I heard that they've just become the Blood Tribe's holy disciples. Sword Immortal Ling Xiao still hadn't recovered, and his breathing was a bit erratic. Aha, the kind of holy disciples whose standings are equal to Dao integration stage Blood Tribe cultivators. All 3 of them have become holy disciples. And Lin. Holy disciples? The kind of holy disciples who've had their bloodlines acknowledged by the Blood Patriarch? And Lin opened his mouth, yet he was too surprised to speak. He naturally understood what being nominated as a holy disciple meant. The status of a holy disciple was the most recognized form of supreme status in the Blood Tribe. It was a form of recognition bestowed by the Blood Patriarch. Holy disciples were supreme prodigies of the younger generation, and they possessed the right to lead the Blood Tribe toward glory. And Lin truly didn't anticipate that Cassidy and the others would become the holy disciples. Moreover, all 3 of them had become the holy disciples. Why was it them 3? There were clearly other Blood Tribe cultivators who were more powerful than them. This seemed like something out of a story, and Lin would have smacked the person who told him this news had it not been uttered by his homeroom teacher. Homeroom teacher. Why did they become the holy disciples? And Lin felt that this matter wasn't as simple as it appeared, and speculation had already started to form in his mind. Sword Immortal Ling Xiao shook his head. I'm not sure either. What I can say is, they're probably about to enter some mystic realms of the Blood Tribe soon and reap huge benefits. They might receive inheritances, or they might receive some other kinds of great opportunities. Anyhow, they won't be able to contact us anytime soon, much less carry out missions for us. And Lin wasn't disappointed in the least. Rather, he was extremely happy. In an instant, his 3 underlings had all become the holy disciples of the Blood Tribe. This kind of feeling was truly amazing. His mind started running wild, and he envisioned the day that he ruled over the entire Dark Marshlands. And Lin and the others didn't stop after destroying one of the Blood Tribe cities. Instead, they launched an assault on another nearby city. In total, there were still 13 Blood Tribe cities within a 500-kilometer radius of Huangquan City. Sword Immortal Ling Xiao planned on obliterating them all. Out of these 13 cities, the city lords of 8 cities have left to attend the Holy Disciple nomination ceremony, Sword Immortal Ling Xiao said. The most powerful cultivators guarding these cities are of the half-step soul formation stage. The remaining 5 cities are all guarded by a soul formation stage city lord. We'll split up into 5 teams, and each team will assault different cities. Normally, these cities all cooperated and helped each other. Even if a city were attacked, they would be able to hold on long enough for the remaining cities to send reinforcements. Now, however, Sword Immortal Ling Xiao's class was far too powerful, and they had the ability to launch assaults on numerous cities at once. As such, the possibility of these cities reinforcing each other was much smaller. Add to this was the fact that some of their most powerful cultivators were absent, and this presented a great opportunity for their class to wipe them all out at once. Sword Immortal Ling Xiao, Su Xiaolan, Shen Yuanchang, Su Qinyun, Xiao Chou, and Lin each led a group of students and headed toward their respective enemy cities. Sword Immortal Ling Xiao had learned of Xiao Zhe's formidable power through some information network. As such, Xiao Zhe was tasked with providing assistance where needed. If any team ran into any troubles, he would be able to immediately head over to help. Soon after splitting up into teams, their assaults began. And Lin transformed his chaotic alloy brick into a gigantic black brick and flew his teammates toward the city that they were tasked with destroying. Sword Immortal Ling Xiao had a lot of trust in Lin, so he assigned him the weakest students of the class. And Lin felt quite melancholy about this. Anyhow, the weakest students of Class 1 still had cultivation bases of at least the 9th stage Dao body. This was stronger than most students in the other classes already. Student and Lin, what should we do now? A buff student asked. Should we cheer you on, or should we cheer you on? A pretty-looking girl asked even more directly, and Lin felt his chest tighten. You only provided one option. Okay. Same old, same old. You guys are responsible for assaulting the city, and I'll deal with the strongest cultivators who are defending the city as well as any enemies who try to flee. You guys can only grow stronger if you experience first-hand battle. Although their main objective was to destroy the blood pool in the Blood Tribe city, training students in combat was also equally as important. He couldn't let them bludge too much as that would be detrimental to their growth. The students on the black brick sighed in disappointment. However, they quickly composed themselves and were soon full of battle intent. A magnificent black city appeared before the students, and the crimson barrier resting in its center could vaguely be made out. It appeared as though the Blood Tribe had caught news of the battle from the city that was destroyed earlier, and a defensive spell formation had already been set up around it. However, they seriously underestimated Enlin's ability with the spell formation that they set up. Enlin activated his divine inspection technique and launched his realm-piercing nail at the spell formation, directly shattering it to pieces. 20 students landed on the city wall and started attacking the Blood Tribe army frenziedly. Lightning crackled around Enlin's fingertips, and he cast his lightning manipulation technique every time he found a spirit-nurturing stage general. His powerful attacks completely annihilated their souls and bodies. Right at this moment, an extremely powerful aura burst out from within the city. Enlin cocked his head and looked toward the city center. A male who had several blood dragons slithering around his body charged over with a fearsome might. The terrifying corrosive ability of the sea of blood churning around him dissolved everything within a 1,000 feet radius. He looked like a god-fiend who had descended to destroy the world. Humph! You prepubescent kids dare to assault my Shuemang city? You're seeking death. The male's voice was like booming thunder. Now I'm going to... Whoosh! A sword strike that carried the destructive power of the golden void lightning flashed past. Its speed was too quick and its power was too great. The dazzling golden sword strike instantly crushed the male's domain and halved him. The devastating power of the golden void lightning tore through the ripped body and prevented the male from regenerating his wounds. The male was brutally killed before he even had the chance to introduce himself. A look of disdain emerged on Enlin's face as he sheathed his evil-slaying sword. Humph! A weakling of the soul formation initial stage dares to flex before me? Dabai shuddered and exclaimed, Big brother, and you've been so badass lately. I can't help it. And Lin sighed and said, All the cultivators I've fought recently are supreme beings of the return to void stage. Trash of the soul formation stage can't excite me at all. I can't even be bothered listening to their rants. Dabai, can we still converse properly? How am I, a dog who hasn't even reached the half-step soul formation stage yet, meant to feel? The battling Blood Tribe soldiers all shuddered in terror when they saw their city lord was killed with a single strike. They lost all their battle intents and started fleeing the battlefield. Although the students were strong, they were too few in number. If the Blood Tribe soldiers wanted to flee, it would be impossible for them to catch and kill all of them. Tina, I'll leave them to you, Enlin suddenly said. Tina was currently sitting on Enlin's shoulder and spectating the battle with a look of boredom. She nodded obediently upon hearing Enlin's words. She waved a hand, and tens of thousands of white sparks appeared in the sky. They were like brilliant stars that dotted the sky. Then the stars crashed down. The stars, which carried the holy power of purification, shot toward the tens of thousands of Blood Tribe soldiers. Pew, pew, pew. The white sparks of light penetrated through the Blood Tribe soldiers' bodies and blew gaping wounds into them. In an instant, tens of thousands of Blood Tribe soldiers perished. Dabai's eyes bulged wide open when he saw this scene, and he sucked in a sharp breath. So, the obedient and adorable fairy who regarded herself as his fifth sister actually possessed such a terrifying power? The students, who were still engaged in fierce battle a second ago, were dazed upon seeing all their enemies being suddenly annihilated by an area of effect attack. When they looked up in Enlin's direction, they saw that there was still the faint remnants of white light on the extremely beautiful fairy's hands. Without a doubt, that attack was cast by the little fairy. The students gazed at Enlin with complicated expressions. So, what happened to our battle experience? We've only just started fighting, and you suddenly destroyed all the enemies. You're forcing us to become bludgers. Okay? Enlin was also dazed. Then he turned to Tina and said gently, I forgot to mention, don't kill all of the Blood Tribe soldiers next time. You need to leave some for the students. Otherwise, they'll be bored out of their minds. Okay? Tina nodded her tiny head. So, how many enemies should I leave? She asked with a serious expression. And Lin faltered slightly. This was indeed a problem. How many enemies did he need to leave to allow the students to fight to their heart's content? He looked toward his classmates on the city wall and asked, How many enemies should I leave for each of you? And Lin's classmates say, Was it really fine to ask them such a question? Why did it feel so weird? I think 5 each is fine, a male student said hesitantly. Bullshit. Are you still a man? Only 5? I'll take 10. A tall and slender female student glanced at the male in disdain. That's right, 10 is more suitable. Another male student agreed. 1 to 10, that sound fairly impressive too. Moreover, it's challenging enough and can provide us with a good experience. I also agree with 1 to 10. And Lin listened to the students' opinions, and he concluded that leaving 10 enemies was the dominant consensus. As long as Blood Tribe cultivators of the spirit nurturing stage didn't appear, this bunch of students, which was made up of prodigies from various immortal sects, was very confident about fighting against a Blood Tribe army that only consisted of Dao body stage enemies. And Lin nodded in satisfaction. Then he turned to Tina and said, Leave them 100 enemies each. Okay. Tina smiled and nodded. And Lin's classmates. So, did student and Lin misunderstand something about the phrase 1 to 10? Did he not understand that they wanted 10, not 10 squared? After destroying the blood pool of the city, and Lin had his classmates return to his black brick. With the help of the brick, they then fly toward the next target. In reality, he understood the phrase 1 to 10 perfectly well. However, fighting against 10 enemies was probably the bare minimum that the students were satisfied with. It would be absolutely useless in terms of providing them with battle experiences. Just like when he was tasked with obtaining 10 Golden Realm Essence Crystals. That proved to be no challenge at all. Thus, he raised the target to 100. Only by doing so would the students face a genuine challenge and gain the necessary experience. For some reason, he felt quite delighted when making this decision. Thousand Sword City. Here, 20,000 Blood Tribe soldiers stood guard along the city walls. The soldiers looked mighty and imposing, and the atmosphere was eerie. A red-robed male was currently seated on a throne in the city lord's fort, and his face was a picture of gloom. A black-robed male. He was the city's city lord. Trembled in apprehension as he handed the red-robed male a cup of tea. Dark Poison Lord, are you really going to exterminate the students sent over by the Heavenly Court? The city lord asked nervously. Humph! They dare dream of destroying all the cities that lay in the eastern region of my Dark Poison realm. They can't blame me for being ruthless then. The Dark Poison Lord was already in a bad mood after learning that Layden, who he was dependent on, had failed to become the holy disciple. Now even the Heavenly Court was stabbing him from behind. How could he swallow such provocation? Members of the Blood Tribe were naturally fearless and reckless. They would feel absolutely guiltless about killing that group of students. Even if they were to anger some supreme being, they could just seek refuge in the central region of the Dark Marshlands for a period of time. The city lord smiled obsequiously. With Dark Poison Lord here, that group of students is as good as dead. You can exterminate them with a wave of your hands. The Dark Poison Lord smiled coldly, and a look of disdain spread across his face. Right now, there's a group of students who are relatively strong. They've already destroyed a blood pool in one of our cities. Moreover, judging by their path of advance, we're their next target. I'll start with exterminating them first. I'll let them witness what true power is. Thousand Sword City was a large city, which housed tens of thousands of Blood Tribe residents. The number of soldiers responsible for guarding the city alone numbered 20,000. This was clearly a powerful city. Yet the powerful defensive spell formation that was formed from the powers of the 20,000 Blood Tribe soldiers was suddenly shattered by a crimson beam of light. A gigantic black brick descended from the skies and became an ominous shadow that loomed over all the Blood Tribe soldiers. Enemy invasion. There's an enemy invasion. It's cultivators from the heavenly court. Attack. Instantly, sirens that signified the arrival of battle started wailing around the entire city. 20 students swooped down from the black brick. Each of them possessed a powerful aura, and their various magic tools flashed brilliantly as they launched attacks toward the Blood Tribe soldiers guarding the city wall. In an instant, dozens of Blood Tribe soldiers were killed. And Lin gazed down at the battle, which was occurring on the city walls, and he continuously cast his lightning manipulation technique to attack the spirit-nurturing stage Blood Tribe cultivators who posed threats to the students. 20 students means 2,000 Blood Tribe enemies, which is to say, I need to kill 18,000 Blood Tribe soldiers. Tina's eyes danced around the battlefield as she counted up the enemy numbers. She ignored the Blood Tribe residents who hadn't fled the city and focused solely on those who were holding weapons in their hands. A dazzling radiance erupted from her Heart Lotus Ice Sword, and she was just about to pass judgment on the Blood Tribe soldiers below. Right at this moment, however, 2 streaks of red lights suddenly burst out from within the city. Thousands of intimidating flying swords danced around one of the red streaks. The other red streak possessed an even more overbearing aura, and it was enveloped within a boundless cloud of black mist. All color drained from the sky the instant that they appeared. The area within a 5-kilometer radius became a stretch of hell. The poisonous black mist blotted out the sky, and a destructive aura swept through heaven and earth. It was as though it wanted to drag all life into a world of eternal darkness. The students shuddered in fright upon sensing the terrifying aura, and their faces became pale as they looked at the red streak, which was charging over from the distance. Not only did a soul formation stage cultivator come, but there's even a return to void stage cultivator. A female student trembled in fright and went weak at the knees. This was the first time that she had faced the crushing might of an enemy return to void stage cultivator. Don't be afraid, we still have Student and Lin here. He'll definitely be able to deal with them, a male student said as he consoled her. That's right. God and is invincible, a student cried. The dark poison lord's golden hair billowed behind him, and his crimson eyes were full of killing intent. Arrogant humans. Do you really think you're invincible with that meager powers of yours? How dare you assault my cities in the dark poison realm? Since you like this place so much, I'll have you stay forever. Dabai shuddered upon sensing that formidable aura. He raised his head and panicked as he said, Big brother, and hurry up and call Xiaozhe over. The enemy is a return to void stage cultivator. No need. He's a piece of return to void initial stage trash. He won't be smug for long. And Lin waved his hands casually and said, Have Xiaozhe be on standby and await orders, lest another group come across trouble. Dabai. A cruel smile appeared on the dark poison lord's face as he shifted his gaze toward Lin. Heh, a human cultivator of the soul formation intermediate stage? You're the leader of this group, right? Why aren't you escaping? Have you been scared silly? And Lin also shifted his gaze toward Dark Poison Lord. A bright glint appeared in his eyes, and he licked his lips eagerly. You're only of the return to void initial stage. Although you're a bit weak, I can still grudgingly accept you as my underling. Underling? The Dark Poison Lord was slightly dazed. His hearing wasn't bad, and he had heard Lin's words loud and clear. It was because of this that he was all the more baffled. That human cultivator is complaining that I'm too weak, and he wants to take me in as an underling. Dark Poison Lord, that human cultivator has most likely gone insane. Let me capture him for you. There was a look of fury on the city lord's face as he spoke. He was a powerful being of the soul formation final stage, and after seeing Lin, who was of the soul formation intermediate stage, speak so arrogantly, he wanted to seize the chance to please the Dark Poison Lord. No need, the Dark Poison Lord said expressionlessly. A cruel glint flashed across his eyes. I'll deal with him personally. I'll have him understand the taste of living hell. He stamped his feet, and bone-chilling winds as well as poisonous mists instantly swept through the sky. A crushing might enveloped the space and almost threw the Blood Tribe soldiers and students off of their feet. Tina was standing in front of Enlin with an immortal weapon in her hands, and she asked this question in a crisp and pleasant voice. Master, how should we deal with them? She knew about the unique effects of Enlin's blood, so she was eager to have him smear his blood onto her sword. Using a sword that was smeared with Master's blood to hack at the enemies, she had a nagging sense that that would feel amazing. However, Enlin's decision left her greatly disappointed. Little Na, go and protect the students. As for the Dark Poison Lord, I'll deal with him myself. Enlin stretched his body, and his battle intent surged. He could barely contain his thirst for battle any longer. Ever since he had achieved initial success with his body of the war god, he hadn't been able to fight to his heart's content. His battles against Xingtian and Emperor Ziwei allowed him to develop a general understanding of his own strength. At the same time, he had also accumulated huge amounts of God of War battle intent. Now, he needed an uninhibited battle to clearly understand his true strength. Foolish human. The Dark Poison Lord felt that he was being looked down upon after finding no trace of fear on Tina and Enlin's faces. He lunged toward Enlin and swung a fist at him. The poisonous black mist that enveloped the Dark Poison Lord's fist appeared like a bottomless maw that could swallow and obliterate all matter. Even the surrounding void hissed wherever the fist passed by. If ordinary cultivators of the soul formation stage accidentally came into contact with this poisonous mist, they would definitely be corroded into vapor and vanish into nothingness. When the city lord saw this attack, he instantly ran as far away as he possibly could. There was a hint of sympathy in his eyes as he looked toward Enlin. It was clear that the Dark Poison Lord wanted to swallow the physical body of the male before him before extracting his divine sense. He would then slowly torment him. At that time, the male would certainly understand that death was a form of bliss. Enlin jumped off to Bai's back and leaped toward the Dark Poison Lord. He didn't dodge or evade, and a golden lotus flashed across his forehead as he broke through the sound barrier. His flashing golden fist contained the fearsome power of Earth as it smashed toward the Dark Poison Lord. Boom! A loud explosion reverberated throughout heaven and earth as the two devastating energies collided. The city lord's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the scene before him. He saw the formidable Dark Poison Lord be blasted back after being struck by the fist of a soul formation stage cultivator. The golden fist ripped through the raging poisonous mist and landed on the Dark Poison Lord's body. Then, the monstrous power contained within it erupted and blew the Dark Poison Lord back hundreds of meters. A searing pain coursed through the Dark Poison Lord's body, and he felt as if he had been swatted by a gigantic divine mountain. Who the hell are you? There was a look of shock on his face as he glared at Enlin. He couldn't bring himself to believe that such a strike had been launched by a cultivator of the soul formation stage. Me? I'm your papa. Enlin raised his head arrogantly. He activated the full power of his body of the war god and lunged toward the Dark Poison Lord again. Dark Poison Lord flared up in rage. He gritted his teeth and made a grabbing motion toward Enlin. The space within a 1,000-meter radius suddenly shook violently. Spatial seal. This was a spatial ability that only supreme beings above the return to void stage could cast. This kind of power was invincible against cultivators who hadn't reached the soul formation stage yet, and it could freeze all enemies who hadn't grasped the power of space to the spot, turning them into sheep waiting for slaughter. There was a cruel look on the Dark Poison Lord's face. No matter how strong the cultivator before him was, it would all be to no avail if he still hadn't grasped the power of space yet. However, a streak of red light tore apart the frozen space and shattered all his fantasies. The wings of wind had materialized on Enlin's back, and bursts of wind encircled his evil-slaying sword as he lunged toward the Dark Poison Lord. The combination of Stage 2 Wind Spirit Technique and Wind Sword raised Enlin's speed to an extraordinary level. A white streak appeared behind his body as he shot through the void, and he didn't pause or dodge as the poisonous black mist of the Dark Poison Lord enveloped him. He dares to enter my poisonous mist? He's seeking death. A look of elation spread across the Dark Poison Lord's face. However, before he could even celebrate, He saw Lin's unscathed body rip through his poisonous mist, and it instantly appeared before him. How is this possible? The Dark Poison Lord's eyes widened in shock. Even cultivators of the Return to Void initial stage would receive injuries if they were to crash into his poisonous mist without any defenses, much less a cultivator of the Soul Formation stage. Moreover, the cultivator before him was only of the Soul Formation intermediate stage. How was he unscathed? Just as the Dark Poison Lord was struck with shock, and Lin's evil-slaying sword had already slashed down toward him. Even though he was a supreme being of the Return to Void stage, he developed a feeling that he was unable to keep up with the speed of Lin's strike. Rip! The Dark Poison Lord retreated as fast as he could. Yet the evil-slaying sword still ripped a gaping wound into his body. Blood sprayed into the sky, and he appeared especially disheveled. Meanwhile, the spectating city lord and blood tribe soldiers widened their eyes in shock. So what happened to ravaging the kids? Why is he being ravaged now? The Dark Poison Lord is a mighty figure who rules over an entire realm. How is it possible that such a powerful being is being beaten by a cultivator of the Soul Formation stage? Could it be that this Dark Poison Lord is a fake? No, there's no way that he's a fake. The city lord shook his head. The Dark Poison Lord is extremely powerful. The power released by him is far too overwhelming to be a fake lord. It must be that the Dark Poison Lord has met a Soul Formation stage cultivator who's even more formidable than him. That was indeed the case. However, the members of the Blood Tribe couldn't bring themselves to swallow this reality. Since when could cultivators of the Soul Formation stage challenge supreme beings of the Return to Void stage? This didn't make any sense. Meanwhile, the 20 students quickly accepted this reality. This is the god and that I revere. So handsome. Stars twinkled in a female student's eyes, and she had the look of a starstruck fangirl as she spoke. I said so before. With student Lin here, there's nothing we need to worry about, a male student said as he sighed in relief. I'm afraid that the most fruitful part of this end-of-semester trial is being able to witness this battle between Return to Void stage cultivators. A student exclaimed excitedly. This battle is so eye-opening and inspiring. Wrong. This isn't a battle between Return to Void stage cultivators. A retarded superfan corrected the student earlier. It's a Return to Void stage cultivator being mauled by a Soul Formation stage cultivator. High up in the sky, the frustrated Dark Poison Lord finally exploded in rage. He bellowed in anger, and clouds of poisonous mist surged violently from his body. You forced me to do this, he snarled. I didn't plan on using this move, but you've pushed me to my limits. Taste the power of my heart-consuming poison. A pitch-black and profound poisonous mist erupted outward like a tsunami, and it instantly engulfed the entire city. Tens of thousands of Blood Tribe members were swallowed by this vast cloud of poison. They howled in anguish, and their bodies and souls were corroded into nothingness in a mere few seconds. The city lord dashed away furiously, yet he was still unable to outrun the spread of the poisonous mist. His Soul Formation stage body slowly became black and started to melt away. He wailed in grief as he furiously tried to dispel the poison with spell techniques. However, his attempt was in vain, and he became a pool of black blood after just 10 seconds. Heaven and earth descended into darkness, and only Dubai as well as the 20 students who were being protected by Tina remained illuminated. They were like a faint flicker of light drifting among infinite darkness. The Dark Poison Lord's eyes were a bright shade of crimson as he stood in the air like a realm-crushing fiend celestial after absorbing tens of thousands of Blood Tribe lives. The poison mist engulfed the entire heaven and earth, and the entire Thousand Sword City was slowly melting away under the fearsome corrosive effect of the poison mist. This was a devastating destructive spell technique of truly epic proportions. I didn't think you would be able to survive in this poison mist. The Dark Poison Lord's eyes pierced through the poison mist, and a flash of astonishment appeared on his face as he caught sight of Lin. He extended a hand forward, and the poison mist surged as a pure stream of black mist swept toward Lin. And Lin didn't even bother unleashing any defensive spell techniques in the face of this fearsome attack. He knew that his body of the war god would be able to take this kind of attack with no problems whatsoever. It was due to his battle with Emperor Ziwei that he was able to get a much better idea of what his maximum defensive capacity was. It was exactly because of this that he was able to determine that this attack was far too weak to break through his defenses. Boom! A monstrous stream of black mist swept toward him, and Lin unleashed his divine sense to the maximum in order to determine the location of the presence that was manipulating the black mist. Bam! The fearsome stream of black mist made the air around it twist and warp. His body tore through the air as he activated his wind spirit and wind sword techniques to accelerate explosively toward the dark poison lord. A streak of white light slashed through the seemingly omnipresent black mist before sweeping toward the dark poison lord. However, the dark poison lord's speed also explosively accelerated as he evaded Enlin's sword strike before lashing out at Enlin with his saber-like claws. Screech! The sharp claws crashed into Enlin's body, leaving a series of black streaks and a sharp screeching sound in its wake. A huge gash was instantly torn into Enlin's clothes, immediately following which an extremely fearsome power was transferred into his body, giving him an extremely sharp sense of acute pain. The dark poison lord's sharp claws flashed past Enlin like bolts of powerful black lightning, but they were still unable to leave so much as a scratch on his body. Enlin's body flew back through the air. At the same time, a divine light emanated from the part of his body that had been struck by the dark poison lord's claws, keeping the fearsome power behind the attack at bay. The dark poison lord was slightly taken aback upon seeing this, but he didn't hesitate for long before he charged toward Enlin yet again. Within my dark poison realm, both my speed and my power are enhanced to an extreme extent. You're no match for me here. The dark poison lord's claws slashed through the air like swords in a series of lethal trajectories. The ferocious poison mist was also incessantly attacking and corroding Enlin's body. Enlin unleashed his endless night sword technique to produce a series of monstrous sword projections that clashed with the dark poison lord's sharp claws before reducing the area within a radius of over a kilometer around them to rubble. Enlin's speed and strength were both inferior to dark poison lord, and he was basically struck 3 times for each time he managed to strike the dark poison lord. As a blood tribe returned to void stage mighty figure, the dark poison lord's regenerative abilities were extremely powerful. The wounds inflicted upon his body by the evil-slaying sword all healed almost instantaneously, even as the battle continued to progress. Ha ha ha! No one can defeat the blood tribe in a long and drawn-out battle. The dark poison lord began to chortle with glee as he gained the upper hand, and the spell techniques he unleashed were becoming more and more powerful. Within Tina's white circle of light, all the students stared out at the thick black mist around them with anxious expressions. Enlin and the dark poison lord had been completely obscured from their views by the black mist, but they could tell from the dark poison lord's triumphant laughter that Enlin was clearly on the back foot. All the students were cheering on Enlin in their hearts, and some were even clasping their trembling hands together in prayer. Senior Tina, you should go and help him. Just get us out of the area encompassed by this poison mist first. Some students suggested with firm expressions. Many other students immediately began to chime in agreement. They didn't want to drag Enlin down, and now that Enlin had fallen into a difficult situation, they knew what decision they had to make. Tina was slightly taken aback by these students' words. She turned to them, and she suddenly felt like all these students were good people just like Enlin. I can't do that. I'm afraid that you won't be able to evade the poison mist if it expands further. A sweet smile appeared on Tina's face as she said, "Besides, my master is strong. He's not going to be defeated so easily." An extremely resolute expression appeared on her face as she spoke, as if she was absolutely certain of Enlin's victory. Her expression of absolute faith caused some of the retarded superfans to hang their heads in shame. In Tina's heart, Enlin was always a reliable person who provided her with a strong sense of security. Hence, as long as Enlin didn't ask for help from her, she wouldn't interfere with one of his battles. She was adamant that Enlin would be able to win. A white sword projection tore through the boundless expanse of black mist before sweeping toward the dark poison lord, as if it were some sort of divine weapon exorcising all darkness from this world. Endless night, Dawn. The Dark Poison Lord's expression shifted drastically as he unleashed a spatial poison mist barrier before him, only for that to be instantly sliced in half by the monstrous sword projection before his own body was also cut into two. Blood flew through the air, and everyone caught sight of the figure standing in midair like an arrogant war god as the white light emanating from his sword became the only color between heaven and earth. Before him, the Dark Poison Lord's body had already been sliced in half, and his blood rained down onto the ground below. The boundless expanse of black mist had been parted by the sword strike, and sunlight began to shine down upon the rubble that was once the Thousand-Sword City, as if the battle had finally been settled. He won? Some of the students muttered in disbelief, as expected of God, and he really won. Some of the female students began to whoop for joy. However, before some of the students even had a chance to react, Tina shook her head with a grave expression. Not yet. I can still detect his opponent's presence. Everyone faltered slightly upon hearing this before turning their attention back on the battle to find that the two halves of the Dark Poison Lord's body had once again fused together as one. The Dark Poison Lord's features were a bit pale, but a triumphant smirk appeared on his face. You've lost. Your aura is significantly weaker than it was, so I presume you won't be able to use that attack a second time. Thick, black mist enveloped his claws, and a vicious expression appeared on his face as he said, "However, I still have plenty of energy to spare. You need to expend power to maintain your defenses while I can keep chipping away at your defenses until your energy runs out. I will then seal away your consciousness and use my poison to torture you for the rest of eternity." And Lin panted heavily with a forlorn expression on his face. Too weak. No, you're not weak. On the contrary, you're very powerful. I have never seen a soul formation stage cultivator as powerful as you. It's just a pity that your opponent is me. A rare expression of appreciation and approval appeared on the Dark Poison Lord's face as he said, "If you kneel down and beg for your life, I can consider sparing your life and making you my slave." And Lin looked up at the Dark Poison Lord with a sympathetic expression. "I think you're misunderstanding something. What I meant to say was, you're too weak." The Dark Poison Lord. The veins on the Dark Poison Lord's forehead began to pop as he abandoned all thoughts of making Lin his slave. All he wanted to do now was to torture him for the rest of eternity by inflicting excruciating pain upon him to make him wish that he was dead. "You think trash like you can make me your slave?" And Lin suddenly burst into laughter and said, "I have 3 slaves, and all of them are coincidentally the holy disciples of your blood tribe,